A person who commands respect from both the Martial Alliance branch and the black market manager. The loftiness of his status is unimaginable. How could someone like this be a guest in your home? Tell me what happened right now. Gu Manting quickly pressed for an answer. He came with a woman. My mom told me to call that woman my cousin, but I've never had a cousin before, Su Yu said, puzzled. Gu Manting was greatly shocked. Could it be, he murmured. Third uncle, what's wrong? I'm fine, Gu Manting replied dismissively. But his heart was no longer at peace. Back then, his elder brother fell in love with a woman of great power and influence, which caused the entire Gu family to fall into ruin overnight. Now that the girl who has been searching for so long has returned, what kind of earthquake will it cause? Third uncle, what brings you here? Su Yu asked. Your grandfather isn't in good health, so I've come to buy some traditional Chinese medicine to help him recover, Gu Manting replied, her gaze fixed on Hua Qiu. He walked towards Hua Qiu and followed behind him. Hua Qiu glanced at the two tagalongs behind him, looking displeased, but said nothing and ignored them. He continued doing his own thing. He wandered among the stalls, only stopping at those displaying precious medicinal herbs. If something catches my eye, I'll ask the vendor for a price. No matter how high the price was, Hua Qiu nodded in agreement, too lazy to even negotiate, and transferred the money on the spot. Hey, so rich, Su Yu swallowed and whispered. In just a short while, Hua Qiu bought several expensive medicinal herbs, spending over 10 million yuan. Gu Manting became even more curious about Hua Qiu's background. Let me see what interesting things are here today. Suddenly, a voice rang out at the entrance to the trading area. A young man who looked like a playboy swaggered in with a follower, speaking loudly and attracting the attention of some people. Gu Manting and Su Yu also glanced at it. With just that one glance, their expressions changed slightly. It's actually that little bastard Liang Qi, what a small world. Gu Manting said with a grim expression. It's really bad luck to run into him here. Su Yu was also very unhappy. Everyone in Sujian City knows that the Liang family and the Gu family are mortal enemies. But most people don't know the inside story. 20 years ago, the Liang family suddenly rose to prominence and became one of the top families in Sujian City, while the Gu family declined overnight, which is regrettable. Only a select few at the top knew that the Gu family had offended a behemoth they couldn't afford to offend. In a fit of anger, they easily promoted the Liang family, causing the Gu family to fall out of the ranks of prominent families. It can be said that the Liang family rose to power by sucking the blood of the Gu family. For the past 20 years, the Liang family has not given up and has continued to target the Gu family, causing the Gu family to decline to the point where it can barely be considered a small family, at the bottom of the third tier. Liang Qi, the young master of the Liang family, soon saw the two members of the Gu family. A cold smile immediately appeared on his face. I was wondering why everything seemed to go wrong today. Turns out there were rats and ants blocking my way, Liang Qi said in an unpleasant tone. Old Gu, oh, and little sister Yu, what a coincidence to run into you here. He walked over with his henchmen, intending to humiliate the two of them. Ignore him, Gu Manting said, her face darkening as she held her breath. I heard that your Gu family's old man hasn't been doing well lately, and it seems he's about to pass away, right? What, are you thinking of coming here to buy medicine to help him recover? In my opinion, we shouldn't waste that money. Old Master Gu is probably beyond saving at his age. He should pass away soon enough. It's too late to let him suffer in this miserable state of being half dead. You little brat, shut up. Gu Manting was furious and finally couldn't help but speak up. Oh, are you angry? Liang Qi laughed loudly. You don't like me, do you? Hit me then, Gu Laosan, do you dare? Liang Qi said with a sneer, looking extremely irritating. He waved a gold plaque in front of them, as if showing it off. That's a gold pass for the black market. Gu Manting only had a black iron pass in her hand. If he dares to make a move here, he will definitely be dealt with seriously by the black market, and the outcome will be unpredictable. Gu Manting's veins bulged, and her fists were clenched tightly. He was trying his best to endure it. Liang Qi, don't push your luck. Su Yuyu shouted angrily. Little sister Yuyu, you look so cute when you're angry, it makes your brother feel so sorry for you, Liang Qi said with a grin, reaching out to lift her chin. Just then, Hua Qiu stood up and blocked the way. Liang Qi immediately frowned, his face showing displeasure. Brother Hua Qiu, Su Yuyu called out weakly. At this moment, only Hua Qiu could stand up for her. Hua Qiu ignored her, only glanced at her, and then walked to a nearby stall to inquire about the prices of medicinal herbs. Su Yuyu quickly followed. Liang Qi's expression darkened slightly as he sized up Hua Qiu. Seeing Hua Qiu's generous spending of 2 million to buy an old medicinal herb, he raised an eyebrow. Hey kid, what's your relationship with the Gu family? Liang Qi asked accusingly. Hua Qiu acted as if she hadn't heard him and walked straight to another stallbit. Liang Qi's face instantly turned ugly. He was the young master of the Liang family, and many people here knew him being ignored in front of everyone made him feel very embarrassed. Kid, are you deaf? Liang Qi roared. How much is this herb? Hua Qiu asked the stall owner, focused only on the price. 2 million, no bargaining. The stall owner replied. I'll take it, Hua Qiu nodded. The stall owner's face lit up with joy, and he immediately agreed. Wait! Liang Qi shouted upon seeing this. I want this too, I'll offer 2.5 million. He said with a smile. Hua Qiu then glanced at him, her gaze slightly somber. 2.5 million, are you sure? The stall owner was overjoyed. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Liang Qi said magnanimously. He stared at Hua Qiu with a defiant look on his face. His expression was just as irritating as before. They continued to provoke without restraint and without fear. Relying on his gold pass, he disregarded everyone here. Are you sure you want to cause trouble? Hua Qiu asked calmly. What a joke, is there even a need to say that? Liang Qi was extremely arrogant. I'm just looking for trouble. Who told you to be in cahoots with the Gu family? You're utterly foolish. Let me make this clear, today, you won't be buying a single medicinal herb here, because I'll always offer a higher price. I'm going to make you suffer and be unhappy, so what can you do about it? Liang Qi's arrogant and hateful face made Gu Manting and Su Yuyu grit their teeth in anger. I wanted to beat him up. But they dared not. The two could only look at Hua Qiu to see his reaction. Very good. Hua Qiu uttered 2 words, staring at Liang Qi. His tone was chilling. 313, Chapter 313, Digging Your Own Hole. Liang Qi successfully provoked Hua Qiu. Especially since this young master of the Liang family dared to provoke him so brazenly. Hua Qiu wanted to make a move in an instant. But when he saw Liang Qi's arrogant demeanor, he suddenly gave a cold smile. What did you just say? You're very rich, aren't you? He asked casually. That's right, I'm rich. You're here to buy medicine to keep that old man from the Gu family alive, right? Ha, I'll make sure you don't get your way. No matter what medicine you want to buy, I'll pay double the price, you won't get a single plant. Liang Qi spoke loudly, displaying his wealth and arrogance. Is the Liang family very rich? Hua Qiu turned to ask Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu nodded reluctantly. The Liang family is one of the top families in Sujiang City, with very strong economic power, Gu Manting said with a dark face. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He looked at the stall owner next to him. You just asked for 2 million for this old medicinal herb, right? That young master has already offered 25 million, so the stall owner said with an embarrassed smile. I'll offer 20 million, Hua Qiu said calmly. The stall owner stood there, stunned. Are you telling the truth? He was hardly convinced. 20 million, you heard me right, Hua Qiu said. Su Yuyu and Gu Manting stared at Hua Qiu in shock. Spending 10 times the price to buy an old medicinal herb is. This isn't just being rich and powerful, it's being sucked up. Even the price of 2 million is clearly inflated. People around Hua Qiu also cast strange glances at him. Okay, then it's 20 million you pay and take it. The stall owner said excitedly. No rush. Hua Qiu looked at the arrogant Liang Qi. Young Master Liang, it's your turn. Didn't you say you'd pay double the price for anything I wanted? You're really rich to spend 40 million on an old medicinal herb. Liang Qi's expression stiffened. That was indeed what he was thinking just now, to use his wealth to suppress and humiliate these three people. But he didn't expect Hua Qiu to pull such a stunt. Buying a mediocre old medicinal herb for 40 million is the act of a fool. 40 million, Liang Qi can definitely afford it. But Liang Qi wasn't stupid, he instantly understood Hua Qiu's thoughts. Even if he spent 40 million to buy this one plant, Hua Qiu could still bid against other vendors' medicinal herbs. If he bid the same price for every single one, he could buy them for double the price. Just clearing out a few stalls would probably cost billions. If he really did something like that, he would definitely be severely reprimanded when he returned to his family, and would also be ridiculed by the people of Suzhou City. After figuring it out, Liang Qi's face turned extremely gloomy. What's wrong, young Master Liang? Didn't you say you'd offer double the price, 40 million, go ahead and bid. Su Yuyu said gloatingly. Would young Master Liang go back on his word? That would be a huge disgrace to the Liang family, the young master of a top family in Suzhou City. His words are as worthless as farts. Liang Qi, some things can't be said casually. This is the black market, Gu Manting sneered and mocked. Liang Qi's face was extremely ugly. Wow, spending 40 million to buy a herb that costs 2 million, no wonder he's the young master of the Liang family, he's really rich. I bet this will be on the news tomorrow and the talk of the town in Suzhou City, Su Yuyu said with a grin. Liang Qi's face began to darken. Young Master Liang, are you really going to offer 40 million? The stall owner asked expectantly, beaming with joy. You dare to ask for 40 million for a rotten herb? There's a limit to greed. Liang Qi rebuked coldly. The stall owner's smile froze. I was just joking, and you all took it seriously. Don't you have any brains at all? Liang Qi actually mocked them in return. Shameless. Su Yuyu and Gu Manting exclaimed angrily. Hua Qiu's face instantly darkened. I'm done playing, I'm leaving. Liang Qi snorted coldly and turned to leave. Stop. Hua Qiu shouted in a deep voice. Who gave you permission to leave? You said it, and you think it's just a joke. Did you even ask for my opinion? Liang Qi turned to look at Hua Qiu, his face full of mockery. Who do you think you are? Do I need to ask your opinion? Have you lost your mind? Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp, and a murderous aura appeared. Why are you glaring at me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you look fierce? How ridiculous! Liang Qi continued to shout. Presumptuous. Hua Qiu coldly uttered two words. Buzz. In an instant, an immense pressure descended upon Liang Qi. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he knelt down with lightning speed, right in front of Hua Qiu. Everyone was startled and looked at Liang Qi in confusion. Why did he kneel down to brother Hua Qiu? Su Yuyu asked in surprise, her eyes wide. Gu Manting also looked incredulous. The young master of the Liang family is arrogant and conceited, always targeting others, yet he actually knelt down before Hua Qiu in front of so many people. What's wrong with him? Liang Qi was stunned. He knelt on the ground for a long time, unable to react. After regaining his senses, he felt extremely humiliated and filled with anger. What did you do to me? He looked up and questioned Hua Qiu with a furious rage. At the same time, he tried hard to stand up from the ground, but he couldn't do it no matter what he did. Even though his henchmen tried their best to pull him up, it was to no avail. His legs seemed rooted to the ground, and he could only kneel in front of Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. He looked at the trading area manager not far away. Come here for a second, he waved his hand. The trading area manager immediately jogged over. Mr. Hua Qiu, what are your instructions? The supervisor asked respectfully, bowing to Hua Qiu. Liang Qi stared at this scene in disbelief. The supervisor of the trading area is also one of the high-ranking officials in the black market, yet he treated this person with such respect. Immediately, Liang Qi was shocked and couldn't help but feel a little panicked. How could the Gu family associate with someone of this status? He couldn't understand it. This person made a boastful promise to buy a medicinal herb for 40 million, but then reneged on the deal. Shouldn't your black market handle this? Hua Qiu said calmly. We have to deal with those who don't follow the rules of black market transactions. The supervisor said sternly. Young Master Liang Qi of the Liang family, is that you? So you're the one who's going to break the rules of the transaction? He asked Liang Qi with a menacing expression. Liang Qi turned pale with fright. I didn't say I wanted to spend 40 million to buy that person's medicine. He's framing me. He quickly defended himself. You dare say Mr. Hua Qiu framed you? The supervisor's expression immediately turned cold and stern. Who was Mr. Hua Qiu? Would he bother to frame you? You're not worth him wasting his breath on false accusations. The supervisor's words stunned Liang Qi. Judging from his tone, the person in front of me is no ordinary individual. Otherwise, the black market manager wouldn't have treated him this way. Since the price has been agreed upon, there's no going back. The manager said coldly. Young Master Liang Qi, you don't mean to refuse to pay this money, do you? If that's the case, we'll have to confiscate your Gu family's gold pass and blacklist the Gu family from the black market, banning them from ever setting foot in the Xia Kingdom's black market again. Liang Qi's expression immediately turned even more unpleasant than if he were crying. If things really develop to that point, he will be a sinner against his family, and he will not be able to bear the responsibility. Buy it, I'll buy it 40 million, I'll give it to you. Liang Qi said with a mournful face. Under the watchful eye of the black market manager, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and pay 40 million to buy the old herb. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. He can't be so arrogant anymore, can he? Su Yuyu laughed heartily. Liang Qi felt extremely distressed, but he dared not vent his emotions at the moment. Throw him out, so he won't get in my way, Hua Qiu said, waving his hand. Yes, the supervisor responded immediately and waved to summon the black market personnel. Liang Qi and his henchmen were arrested and quickly thrown out of the black market. He got up from the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. He hated the Gu family, and he hated Hua Qiu even more for making him look bad. Gu family, do you think you can turn your fortunes around by currying favor with someone? Wishful thinking. He's just a kid with some influence in the black market. What's so special about him? The people behind my Liang family are people even the highest levels of the Xia Kingdom have to give face to. I, Liang Qi, swear I will avenge this. After venting his anger, Liang Qi turned and left. He needed to go back to the Liang family to report. He wants to avenge himself. 314, Chapter 314 Seeking Justice. The farce caused by the young master of the Liang family was just a minor incident, and Hua Qiu didn't take it to heart. But Su Yuyu and Gu Manting didn't think so. The Liang family is the Gu family's mortal enemy. Hua Qiu humiliated the Liang family's young master, which means he is on their side. You stay with Hua Qiu and don't upset him. I am going back to the old house now. Gu Manting's eyes flashed as she said this to Su Yuyu before leaving. Su Yuyu continued to follow her around like a shadow. Without the Liang family's young master causing trouble, Hua Qiu quickly bought all the materials she needed. He then decided to leave the black market. Before leaving, he made a point of greeting the black market manager to see their reaction. As a result, the black market manager respectfully escorted him to the exit, and nothing seemed amiss throughout the entire process. I'm really leaving, Hua Qiu said. Would you like a car to take you? The supervisor asked considerately. Hua Qiu frowned and rejected his suggestion. Mr. Hua Qiu, please take care, the manager said with a smile. Our branch leader is not here today, but he has said that he will visit you when he has time. Hua Qiu watched as the black market manager returned to the black market. Suddenly, I felt a bit bored. He was prepared for a major battle here, but to his surprise, no one in the black market held him accountable for killing the head of Beishan. They were so polite. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face, so Hua Qiu couldn't use this as an excuse to make a fuss. Black market organization, what exactly are you thinking? Hua Qiu did not let go of her hostility toward this organization. Filled with doubt, he and Su Yuyu took a taxi back. Upon arriving at Su Yuyu's home, Gu Manyun and her husband greeted them as soon as they entered. Yuyu, how are you alright? Gu Manyun pulled Su Yuyu around, looking her over with concern. Mom, I'm fine. I am sorry for making you worry, Su Yuyu said with a smile. Gu Manyun and Su Hanwen exchanged a glance, their expressions incredulous. Su Yuyu is so rebellious, this doesn't sound like something she would say. Well, I promised brother Huashu that I wouldn't make you angry anymore and would be a good daughter, she said again. The two were even more astonished. Su Yuyu's attitude towards Hua Qiu was extremely bad before. Not long after they left, their attitude changed drastically. What exactly happened outside? They asked tentatively. Su Yuyu didn't hide anything and immediately told everyone about the bar and the black market. After hearing this, the two were deeply shocked. They never expected Hua Qiu to be so capable. The Martial Alliance branch and the black market organization treated him like that. What kind of identity must one have to carry such weight? I doubt there are many people in the entire Suzhou city who meet the standard. Gu Manyun's heart began to waver. She had a sliver of hope that Hua Qiu might actually have a chance to save Xia Ziwei's mother and shake that family. While exchanging pleasantries, Su Hanwen received a phone call. After hanging up the phone, his expression became very serious. The Gu family called. They said they wanted us to take your niece to the Gu family's house for dinner. Gu Manyun immediately stiffened and became nervous. The call was made personally by the old man, Su Hanwen added. Gu Manyun became even more flustered. Was that a call from my grandfather? Xia Ziwei was taken aback. She had no idea what the strange grandfather wanted to do. Does he want to see his granddaughter, or does he want to arrest her and hand her over to the Xia family? Back then, they rejected Ziwei's mother so much, blaming all the Gu family's decline on her parents. What good could they possibly have been up to? Gu Manyun said with a worried expression. We can't go, we absolutely can't go. If we go, what difference is there between us and lambs being led to the slaughter? How about we do as I say, you take her out and hide for a while, Su Hanwen said. Gu Manyun fell silent and began to consider it. Go, why wouldn't we go? Hua Qiu said. I'd like to see what tricks the Gu family can pull, he laughed. Don't worry, with me here, no one in the Gu family will dare to touch Xia Ziwei, he assured her confidently. Actually, we don't need him at all. With Xia Ziwei's current strength as a peak 9th grade martial artist, no one in the Gu family can keep her here. And Mrs. Su hesitated. Aunt and uncle, don't worry, nothing will happen, Xia Ziwei said. I also want to meet the Gu family. After discussing it, the two realized that constantly hiding wasn't a good solution. It was mainly Hua Qiu's actions that gave them confidence. Alright, then let's all go to this treacherous banquet. Gu Manyun said with a look of grim determination. They tidied themselves up quickly and then went out. Actually, the Gu family's old house isn't that far away. An hour later, Su Hanwen drove the car into an old courtyard in the old city. One can vaguely see that this compound was once filled with glory. But now it's dilapidated and lacks popularity, making it seem very deserted. Hua Qiu disliked the lifeless atmosphere here. As soon as the car stopped, someone came out to greet them. It was Gu Manting, whom Hua Qiu had met in the black market. Manyun, brother-in-law, you've arrived. Hurry up and go in, the old man is getting impatient. Gu Manting's expression softened when she saw Gu Manyun. Over the years, her relationship with the Gu family has also been strained. He was only close to Gu Manting. Mr. Hua Qiu, welcome to the Gu family's humble abode. Please. Gu Manting was very polite to Hua Qiu. This attitude caused Gu Manyun to show a strange expression. At the same time, my tense mood also relaxed a little. Gu Manting led them into the Gu family's living room. Upon entering the living room, one sees an elderly man with a pale face sitting in the main seat. Hua Qiu could tell at a glance that the person was weak and frail, with little life force left, and was about to reach the end of his life. The old man looked up and watched them enter the living room. His gaze lingered on Xia Ziwei, his cloudy eyes revealing the fluctuations were subtle and not easily noticeable. "Mr. Hua Qiu, please," Gu Manting led Hua Qiu to the next seat. Hua Qiu had just sat down. Bang! A middle-aged man sitting opposite him suddenly slammed his teacup to the ground. He had a cold expression on his face ever since the group entered. Especially when facing Hua Qiu, he made no attempt to hide his hostility. "You little brat, you dare to come into my Gu family?" The middle-aged man stood up, glared angrily at Hua Qiu, and shouted. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. "Second son, sit down." Old Master Gu, sitting in the main seat, said in a deep voice. Hua Qiu immediately realized that this person was Gu Manhua, the second son of the Gu family, who was also the father of Gu Xiaowei, whom he had injured. Gu Xiaowei is probably still lying in the intensive care unit, which explains his anger. "Father, Xiaowei's life is hanging in the balance, I can't swallow this," Gu Manhua said with a face full of resentment. "Today, I must seek justice for my son." He stared intently at Hua Qiu. "You want to seek justice from me?" Hua Qiu revealed a disdainful smile. 315, Chapter 315 Hua Qiu's Courage. "Your name is Hua Qiu, right?" Gu Manhua stared intently at Hua Qiu, her anger surging. "I don't care who you are, and I don't care why you're being treated differently by the black market, but you're wrong to have injured my son, you must pay the price." Hua Qiu looked at him with a mocking expression. He couldn't quite understand where this person got his confidence from. And why should he pay the price? With the help of a declining Gu family? "Young man, don't think that just because you have a certain status you can interfere in my family's affairs. You have no idea who's behind the Liang family. If you did, you'd be scared out of your wits. You are completely ignorant of your own limitations." Hua Qiu looked at Gu Manhua as if she were a lunatic. He had absolutely no idea what was wrong with this person. One moment he's demanding justice for his son, the next he's mocking Hua Qiu for being arrogant and ignorant. "I don't think I ever said I was going to get involved in the Gu family's affairs, did I?" Hua Qiu said, looking displeased. "You've already interfered, and even the young master of the Liang family has been severely humiliated by you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Manhua said angrily. Hua Qiu found this person utterly ridiculous and bizarre. "Second brother, Xiaowei's actions are not his fault. Why don't you ask him what good things he's done?" Gu Manyun said angrily. "To put it bluntly, he completely deserved it." "Shut up!" Gu Manhua roared in anger. "Gu Manyun, do you even have the right to speak? If you and Gu Manlin hadn't offended that family back then, would the Gu family have fallen to this state? You are unforgivable. And what's wrong with my son? He just had a bad attitude towards you, and that's your own fault." Gu Manyun was so angry that she couldn't speak. "I don't know where you got this kid surnamed Hua from. He dared to beat my son like that, and I can't even get justice?" Gu Manhua said angrily, pointing at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's face darkened instantly. "I really dislike it when people point fingers at me," he said calmly, staring at Gu Manhua. Under his gaze, Gu Manhua's finger pointing at Hua Qiu suddenly bent strangely and broke off. "Ah!" Gu Manhua screamed in terror and pain, collapsing into a chair. This scene left everyone looking astonished. Old Master Gu's cloudy gaze also froze. "You think you can ask me for justice?" Hua Qiu coldly stared at Gu Manhua, who was screaming in pain. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to spout nonsense in front of me?" He just glared at him. Boom! The chair Gu Manhua was sitting on suddenly shattered, causing him to fall to the ground in excruciating pain. At this moment, Hua Qiu was filled with murderous aura, his powerful and domineering presence shaking the hearts of everyone present. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind swept through the Gu family's living room, carrying a chilling cold that sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Hua Qiu's eyes gleamed with a terrifying light, and no one dared to look directly at him. Gu Manhua was finally terrified, looking at Hua Qiu with a face full of fear, and cowering into a ball. Gradually, even Gu Manyun's family began to show signs of fear. Hua Qiu Xia Ziwei called out to Hua Qiu with a complicated expression. After all, this was her father's family, so they were her relatives. Hua Qiu then withdrew his imposing manner and sat down indifferently. Mr. Hua Qiu, I'm very sorry, the second son was a bit too impulsive, said old Master Gu, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. Come and sit down, everyone, he said to Gu Manyun and the others. The group of people took their seats with strange expressions. Second son, stop yelling and go down and handle it yourself. Old Master Gu waved his hand. Gu Manhua got up with a grim expression and left the living room. You sit next to me, Grandpa Gu said to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly sat down. She couldn't discern old Master Gu's true thoughts. After everyone was seated. Mr. Hua Qiu, may I ask how much you know about my granddaughter? Old Master Gu asked, looking at Hua Qiu. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I also know, Hua Qiu said calmly. Then why did you bring her back to Sujiang? Didn't you know she would be safer elsewhere? Old Master Gu asked in a low voice. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. Because what you fear and dread is nothing in my eyes, he said dismissively. Since there is no fear, why should there be any apprehension or worry? The Gu family members were all shocked. Grandpa Gu's expression finally showed some change. He wondered how Hua Qiu would respond. But I never expected Hua Qiu to be so arrogant. Does Mr. Hua Qiu really know how terrifying the Xia family is? He asked. Do you know that your decision could very well lead to her utter ruin? Hua Qiu simply smiled slightly. I'd like to know the Gu family's attitude. He looked at old Master Gu. Now that I've brought Xia Ziwei with me, what are you planning to do? Are you planning to arrest her and hand her over to the Xia family in exchange for a chance for your family to rise again? Grandpa Gu fell silent. Gu Manyun and her family watched him nervously. If possible, they do not want to sever ties with their family. After a moment, old Master Gu slowly spoke. To be honest, I have had that thought before. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziwei's heart tightened. However, seeing you all now, the old man has begun to waver. He let out a long sigh, looking even older. Back then, I watched as my son was driven to commit suicide in front of me, and there was nothing I could do. With just a word, they supported the Liang family, leaving my Gu family in ruins. The Gu family isn't without backbone, how could they not hate them? Old Master Gu's body trembled slightly. It's not that we didn't resist, but it was all in vain of. They are too powerful no matter how hard the Gu family tries, they cannot shake them in the slightest and they can decide the life and death of the Gu family with just one word. How pathetic, how laughable. Grandpa Gu became agitated. Over the years, we have compromised. Although we have survived, we have lost our dignity and lived a ridiculous life. If we could, how could the Gu family not want to fight to the death? We want to see their miserable end more than anyone else. Dad, Gu Manyun called out with tears in her eyes. It turns out they've all misunderstood the old man all these years. It turns out that the old man was the one who suffered the most. Grandfather. Moved by the scene, Xia Ziwei called out a name. Grandpa Gu's body trembled slightly. My child, I couldn't protect your father back then, let alone stop them from persecuting your mother. I am a useless person. He said remorsefully. Xia Ziwei shook her head with tears streaming down her face. Mr. Hua Qiu, now that you've brought this child here, do you truly have the ability and determination to fight them? Old Master Gu looked at Hua Qiu again. If you don't have one, take the child and fly away as soon as possible, and never come back. If you really have that ability, then I, Gu Jia, will fight them to the death alongside you. Hua Qiu calmly poured himself a cup of tea and took a small sip. Then he opened his palm. Bang! In an instant, the entire teacup vanished in his palm, leaving not a trace. The Gu family members' expressions changed drastically, their eyes widening. Hua Qiu uttered a sentence calmly. Destroying the Xia family will be as easy as destroying this one. 316, Chapter 316 Surpassing the God of Medicine. From this day forward, the Gu family and Mr. Hua Qiu will share both glory and ruin. Grandpa Gu said something very solemnly. He decided to take a desperate gamble. Because he saw hope in Hua Qiu. Cough cough. Overwhelmed with emotion, old Master Gu coughed and his body trembled even more violently. Puff. As he coughed, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad. Grandfather. In an instant, the expressions of the Gu family members changed, filled with worry. Grandpa Gu, are you nearing the end of your life? Hua Qiu asked calmly. Old Master Gu was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. He had intended to keep it a secret, but Hua Qiu told him directly. The doctor said I have at most 6 months to live, he said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the Gu family members were greatly shocked. Dad, why didn't you say so sooner? Gu Manyun panicked. We have to get you treated right away. Even if we have to sell the company, we'll get you cured. Old Master Gu waved his hand. I know what your small company is like now, so don't even think about it. Gu Manyun and Su Hanwen fell silent. Don't waste your time, I'm not sick, my body is really failing, even a god couldn't save me. There are still 6 months left. If I can see our Gu family turn things around, I would be willing to die for it. The Gu family members had tears in their eyes and their faces were filled with sorrow. Even Xia Ziwei looked like she was about to cry. Grandpa Gu, what that doctor said might not be accurate, Hua Qiu added. You don't have 6 months left to live. You'd be lucky to live another 2 months. Hua Qiu's words only deepened the grief of the Gu family. Only 2 months left? Old Master Gu's bitter smile deepened, and he sighed. It seems I won't be able to wait until the Gu family turns their fortunes around. Hua Qiu, do you have a way? You must have a way, right? Xia Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu with hope and asked. The others also looked over, with a glimmer of hope. Never mind, Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Actually, he had no interest in caring about family matters. But out of respect for Xia Ziwei, he decided to intervene. Hua Qiu casually waved his hand, and 3 old medicinal herbs appeared before him. He bought it from the black market. With a casual flick of his wrist, 3 ancient medicinal herbs rose into the air and hovered in front of Hua Qiu. He stretched out his palm, and blue flames appeared, instantly refining the herbs and gradually condensing them into several pills. The Gu family was stunned by this scene. They were just ordinary people, but Hua Qiu repeatedly displayed extraordinary methods, shocking them time and time again. A moment later, the elixir was completed. Hua Qiu flicked his finger, and a pill flew directly into old Master Gu's mouth. In an instant, his face glowed red and his body steamed with heat. Immediately afterwards, his body, which was on the verge of death, was revitalized, and his withered skin became plump again. In a short while, old Master Gu's frail appearance changed, and he became radiant. Grandpa Gu felt incredulous. It seems like I've returned to middle age, although my energy isn't as abundant as when I was young, it's still enough. Dad, how are you feeling? Gu Manyun asked hesitantly. It feels great. Grandpa Gu exclaimed, it's amazing, I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. Mr. Hua Qiu, you are truly a remarkable person. He looked at Hua Qiu with excitement. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. Then how long can my father live now? Gu Manyun asked Hua Qiu timidly. Hua Qiu slowly extended 2 fingers. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. According to Hua Qiu, old Master Gu only has 2 months to live. Now he looks radiant, so he's naturally no worse off than before. So, I can live for another 2 years? Old Master Gu said incredulously. That's wonderful, father can live for another 2 years. Gu Manyun cried tears of joy. Compared to 2 months, being able to live for 2 more years is already quite an achievement. What 2 years? I meant 20 years, Hua Qiu said unhappily. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience was stunned. The Gu family members all stared blankly, thinking they had misheard. Only Xia Ziwei, who knew Hua Qiu somewhat, wore a smile. The miracles Hua Qiu created before were far more astonishing than this. 20 years Mr. Hua Qiu, are you telling the truth? Gu Manting asked in disbelief. 20 years is a conservative estimate. If the treatment is done properly, it will only take longer, Hua Qiu replied. The Gu family stared at him blankly. A single pill could extend my life by 20 years, who in the world could concoct such a miraculous medicine? Not even the master in the capital known as the god of medicine, old Master Gu said in shock. Mr. Hua Qiu, you are truly a genius, he exclaimed sincerely. The Gu family members agreed wholeheartedly and nodded in agreement. The god of medicine, who is that? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. The title medicine god is an honorific, Gu Manting said. In the capital, there is a top-tier physician with exceptionally high alchemy skills. He is the only Hall of Fame physician in our Xia kingdom and also the president of the medical association. It is rumored that he studied under a lineage of divine physicians. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. Another lineage of divine healers. That legendary physician can concoct all sorts of amazing medicines, hence he is known as the god of medicine. In recent years, the god of medicine has been working hard to research drugs that can prolong human lifespan, and he has achieved results. The longevity potion he personally concocted can extend a person's life by 3 years. But compared to Mr. Hua Qiu's pills that can extend life by 20 years, it's far inferior. In this field, you have completely surpassed the god of medicine, leaving him far behind. If the news gets out, the whole world will be in an uproar. Gu Manting said excitedly. Even for the medicine god, it would take a considerable amount of time to refine that kind of potion, not to mention the rarity of the ingredients. His longevity potion was extremely precious and almost never seen on the market. Even when it did appear, it was sold at an exorbitant price. Old Master Gu only got halfway through his sentence. But everyone understood what he meant. With just this pill that can extend one's life by 20 years, he is enough to make a sensation in the world and become a top figure, even more sought after than the god of medicine. It wasn't easy for me to refine this pill, Hua Qiu said calmly. Not only does it consume rare and precious medicinal materials, but it is also not very useful. If it were not an emergency, I would never waste materials like this. He was somewhat unhappy. Those 3 herbs could have been used to refine more useful elixirs. The Gu family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Extending one's lifespan by 20 years, and you still call that not very useful? The world's rich will go crazy, okay? In the silence, a phone rang, breaking the stillness. After receiving a phone call, Gu Manyun's expression changed drastically, and she dropped her phone to the ground. What's wrong? Su Hanwen asked quickly. The Liang family intervened and got all the clients who cooperated with our company to terminate their contracts. Gu Manyun looked dejected. They threatened that this time they would completely ruin us. Su Hanwen's expression froze. It must have been that shameless Liang Qi who did this. Su Yuyu said indignantly. Manyun, how much money do you need to get your company out of this predicament? Old Master Gu asked in a deep voice. Dad, it's no use, the Liang family won't give up. Besides, our Gu family doesn't have any money to spare right now, Gu Manyun sighed. Old Master Gu fell silent. The family was deathly still. How much money can your Gu family still come up with? Hua Qiu asked. We've been suppressed by the Liang family too much over the years, and now we can only come up with 2 or 3 million, said Old Master Gu. That's too little, Hua Qiu frowned. Don't you still have this old house? Use it as collateral. The group looked at Hua Qiu in astonishment. I heard that your small company sells cosmetics, right? After mortgaging the Gu family's old house, all the funds were injected into it, right? Old Master Gu was taken aback. Mr. Hua Qiu, are you preparing to make a move? He looked shocked. Back then, the Xia family supported the Liang family, causing the Gu family to decline. And I, Hua Qiu, can make the Gu family rise again, and even more gloriously than before. 317, Chapter 317. Big shots arrive one after another. Liang family villa, Sujiang City. Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, sat on the sofa listening to his son Liang Qi's report, his brows furrowed. You mean, the Gu family has found a powerful backer? That's right, and that person seems to be someone of considerable importance. Liang Qi told Liang Bin about what happened in the black market. How could a young man in his 20s command such respect from the black market manager? Just who is he? Liang Bin asked in surprise. Whoever he is, no matter how great he is, can he compare to the people behind the Liang family? If he really overestimates himself and interferes in the Gu family's affairs, we should just report it to the authorities. Someone will naturally deal with him at that time. He will probably suffer a miserable end and regret it too late. Liang Qi sneered. Father, I have already taken action against the small company owned by Gu Manyun and her husband. If nothing unexpected happens, they won't be able to survive. I want to see if that kid dares to interfere. If he does, he'll be sorry. Liang Bin nodded. You did a great job, he praised. Liang Qi, who rarely received praise from his father, revealed a smug smile. Over the years, our Liang family has followed their orders and continued to suppress the Gu family. Now the Gu family is at its wit's end. If they don't obediently accept their fate and try to rely on someone to turn their lives around, then we'll just utterly destroy them. Both father and son gave a cold laugh. I got a message from them. Liang Qi took out his vibrating phone and answered it. What did you say? After hearing only a few words, Liang Qi looked shocked and cried out. What happened? Liang Bin asked, frowning. The Gu family has made a move, and a big one at that, which is completely incomprehensible. Liang Qi looked puzzled. According to our subordinates, the Gu family mortgaged their old house and bought a commercial building on the outskirts of the city, and put it up for sale under the name of Gu Manyun and her husband's small cosmetics company. Liang Bin's expression darkened upon hearing this. What exactly is the Gu family up to? Are they going to fight a desperate, all-or-nothing battle? No matter what their intentions are, or what they do, it's all in vain. This will only lead to their utter destruction. Keep a close eye on the Gu family's movements and be prepared to respond at any time they want to turn things around. Dream on. At the same time, the Gu family was also filled with apprehension. All the documents were laid out in front of me. Everyone in the Gu family looked somber. With even their old house mortgaged, the Gu family is practically penniless. If this attempt fails, the Gu family will be completely ruined, and even their survival will be in question. Mr. Hua Qiu, what's the next step? Old Master Gu asked Hua Qiu. They staked everything on it without even asking Hua Qiu's plans. Do nothing, Hua Qiu said calmly. There's an auction on the black market in 3 days. Go check it out. Hua Qiu left with only one sentence, as he was now busy consolidating his cultivation level and refining pills. Could it be that Mr. Hua Qiu intends to do that? Old Master Gu's eyes gleamed, guessing some of Hua Qiu's intentions? 3 days passed quickly. Over the course of 3 days, some suffered, while others were triumphant. On the third day, the entire Gu family rushed to the Sujiang black market. Following Hua Qiu's instructions, they went straight to the auction. People on the street were talking about it from time to time. I heard this auction was incredibly exciting, with many amazing items appearing. I don't know who it was, but they actually concocted a divine medicine that can extend one's life by 10 years and put it up for auction. Even several big shots in the capital were alarmed. You know, even the medicine god's potions can only extend life by 3 years. How could something that extends life by 10 years be made? Even the medicine god can't do that. Listening to the discussions, the Gu family members all understood that it must have been Hua Qiu's doing. Mr. Hua Qiu, you want to promote our Gu family company? Gu Manting said, moved. Let's go and see how crazy the rich are, Old Master Gu said with a smile. The group walked towards the auction house. As luck would have it, they ran into the Liang family at the door. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious, and tensions immediately rise. What are you Gu family members doing here? Liang Qi sneered, his face full of mockery. I heard you even mortgaged your old house to buy an empty building. What, shouldn't you be penniless by now? You still dare to come to the black market auction? I'm afraid you can't even afford to bid on the cheapest item there. Oh, even Grandpa Gu is here. Aren't you about to be buried? You look quite well. Could it be a final burst of energy before death? The Gu family members were filled with anger. Grandpa Gu calmly stopped them. It's still hard to say who will have the last laugh, he said with a faint smile. Just watch, my Gu family is about to rise, and your Liang family will follow the Gu family's path. After saying that, without waiting for the Liang family to speak, he led the group into the auction hall. The Liang family members looked gloomy. Old man, still being stubborn even when you're about to die. Liang Qi sneered. Do you really think you can go against the Liang family with that kid? Wishful thinking. Let's go in too, Liang Bin said in a deep voice. He wanted to see what the Gu family was planning. Upon entering the auction hall, both the Gu and Liang families showed expressions of surprise. The black market auction hall has never been so bustling. Not only was the lobby area packed with people, even the private rooms reserved for VIP members were all occupied, with no seats available. The Tang and Ding families have arrived too. Liang Qi looked at the private room on the second floor, quite surprised. The Tang and Ding families are the true giants of Sujiang City. Although the Liang family is also a top family in Sujiang City, it is still somewhat different from the two families that are in a league of their own. The Tang family and the Ding family are special, so it's rare for them to appear here at the same time. Liang Bin also showed a strange expression. It's not just them, someone pointed to the third floor. The third-tier private rooms are only accessible to those with a black market diamond pass. The Tang and Ding families are qualified. But now, looking around, the third-floor private rooms are all full. This indicates that top wealthy families from other regions have also flocked here. There are people on the fourth floor too. Liang Qi looked up and was shocked. The fourth floor only has a few private rooms. Only those with a purple gold pass are eligible to enter. In the entire Xia Kingdom, very few people possess a purple gold pass. In Sujiang City, there is no such person. The auction's popularity exceeded the Liang family's expectations. This also surprised the Gu family. While pills that extend life by 10 years are rare and precious, they are absolutely not as attractive as this. Liang Bin said solemnly. He knew that those who reached a certain level no longer pursued ordinary things. What kind of treasure could possibly provoke these beings to mobilize? 318, Chapter 318 Mysterious New Pharmacist. A private box on the fourth floor of the auction hall. Hua Qiu sat on the sofa, calmly surveying the entire auction hall. As he expected, the auction was a great success. Whether for mortals or cultivators, medicines that can prolong life are rare, he muttered to himself. Due to the limited materials, this kind of longevity pill, which was casually concocted, had little effect on cultivators, but it was comparable to a divine medicine for mortals. The richer and more powerful a person is, the more they cherish their life. Hua Qiu's gaze swept over the other private rooms on the fourth floor. He smiled slightly. This fourth level consists of the top beings in the secular world of the Xia Kingdom. Among them are martial artists at the martial saint realm. Like Hua Qiu, they were also gathering information about the situation here. There are only a handful of people in the Xia Kingdom, and they are basically aware of each other. Hua Qiu is the most suspicious person here. Even if they tried their best, they couldn't find out anything about Hua Qiu's private room. Martial saints at the martial saint realm possess some sensory abilities, and they attempted to use those abilities to spy on this place. Snort! Hua Qiu snorted coldly. Buzz! In an instant, a violent fluctuation emanated, shattering the martial saint's perception into pieces. The people in the fourth floor private room were shocked and couldn't help but show their horror. This one move alone was enough to shake them to their core and fill them with awe. Could it be that the half-legendary figure from the Divine Healer sect has descended the mountain? He's also interested in that thing? With differing thoughts, the group no longer dared to use their senses to spy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sujiang branch auction house. For this auction now, I hereby declare the auction open. The host announced loudly from below. People on the black market began displaying the items for auction and making offers. This auction is extraordinary. Even the starting price for the first item has reached tens of millions. Liang Qi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the items on the display stand. He glanced at the location of the Gu family members, his expression contemptuous. Given their poor and shabby appearance, they're probably only good for watching the show. In reality, the Gu family members were just there to watch the spectacle. They simply watched as each item was auctioned off, marveling at its value. The next item up for auction is a pill refined by a newly appointed pharmacist from the Xia Kingdom, called the youth-preserving pill. The host shouted. This pill has a miraculous effect. After taking it, one can regain the beauty of their youth and maintain it for 10 years, hence the name youth-preserving pill. This pill has been certified by the Black Market Appraisal Committee. Its efficacy is real and not exaggerated. The black market can guarantee it, so please feel free to buy it. Starting bid, 20 million. As soon as the host announced the news, people below immediately started bidding. Maintaining a youthful appearance is what women value most. The attendees were all from high society, including many wealthy women. The youth preservation pill was met with enthusiastic response, and the auction price quickly reached 70 million. At this point, the bidding subsided slightly. But it continued to rise. 160 million once, 160 million twice, 160 million 3 times. Congratulations to customer number 71 for winning the youth preservation pill. 170 million. Gu Manyun and her daughter Su Yuyu looked at the 71st guest with envy. Maintaining youth is incredibly detrimental to women. If they had money, they would all want to ask for a price. If this thing could be mass-produced, it would be unimaginable, Gu Manyun exclaimed. Even if it doesn't sell for hundreds of millions, even if it sells for 10 million each, rich women will still scramble to buy them if they sell dozens a year. Wouldn't that be amazing? How could such a miraculous pill be mass-produced? Su Hanwen laughed. That's true, Gu Manyun smiled wryly. The auction is still ongoing. As the number of items to be auctioned dwindled, many people began to feel nervous. The next item up for auction is called the longevity pill. The auctioneer shouted. The auction hall fell silent instantly. Many people were drawn here by the longevity pill and couldn't wait any longer. This pill was also made by that newly appointed pharmacist, and its effects are 3 times greater than the longevity potion of the medicine god, extending one's life by 10 years. This pill has been certified by the Black Market Appraisal Committee and is personally guaranteed by the branch leader of this branch. Please feel free to purchase it. The host's words surprised everyone. What a remarkable new pharmacist. I wonder what his background is, but he can actually concoct all sorts of miraculous pills, even something that can extend one's life by 10 years, and he even has the branch leader personally vouch for him. This man is incredibly talented. His future status will definitely be no less than that of the god of medicine. No, just based on his longevity pill alone, even the god of medicine can't compare. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss the matter. The Gu family members looked strange. They didn't expect that the youth preservation pill was also refined by Hua Qiu. Youth preserving pill, youth preserving pill. Old Master Gu murmured, his expression suddenly changing. No wonder he told us to go all in and invest all our funds in Manyun's cosmetics company. The others were also shocked upon hearing this. This time, our Gu family will not only turn things around, but also take off. Old Master Gu was almost moved to tears. So, that's what Mr. Hua Qiu was thinking. The group was deeply moved. A cosmetics company that sells anti-aging pills. Just thinking about it is incredible, it's so bright. Longevity pill, starting bid, 200 million. On stage, the host called out. The words had barely left his mouth when 2/3 of the people holding up placards filled the room. The host was somewhat stunned. The black market auction has never seen such a spectacle. He quickly started quoting prices. 280 million, 290 million. 390 million, 400 million. 500 million, is there anything higher? 510 million. 700 million, 700 million. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Gu and Liang families, the auction price of the longevity pill continued to rise. Finally, it actually broke the billion mark. And there's no sign of it stopping. Although the asking price fewer people were bidding, but several were still bidding. It seems our Liang family has no chance. Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, couldn't help but give a bitter smile. He had some initial interest, but faced with the bidding from those top-tier individuals, he had no choice but to give up. The Liang family is a top-tier family in Suzhou City, but they are still far behind those on the third or even fourth floor. 13 billion. 15 billion. Guest number 3 on the fourth floor has offered 18 billion. 18 billion for the first time, 18 billion for the second time, 18 billion for the third time, sold. Ultimately, someone on the fourth floor made a bid, bringing the final price to 18 billion. If it weren't for the fourth level intervening, the final price might have been even higher. Old Master Gu said in a low voice. Everyone knows that you can't offend people on the fourth level, and you can't compete with them either, so you can only give them face. 18 billion, an extension of life by 10 years can fetch 18 billion at auction, but the one Mr. Huaqiu gave me can extend life by a full 20 years. Old Master Gu's voice trembled. I owe him a huge favor. The Gu family members were all sincerely grateful to Huaqiu. He was willing to give such a precious thing to Old Master Gu, which is a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. Next, we will auction off the grand finale of this auction. The host announced with a smile. The Liang and Gu families were all taken aback. There's more, the longevity pill isn't even the grand finale? There's nothing left on the auction list. As he pondered, the Liang family patriarch glanced at the Tang and Ding families, as well as the people in the fourth floor private room, and seemed to understand something. It turns out, they all came for this last thing. What is it that can simultaneously stir the hearts of these characters? Old Master Gu was also very curious. The last item up for auction is also a pill, still refined by that newly appointed pharmacist. The host announced loudly. A gasp of surprise erupted in the auction hall. What a mysterious new pharmacist from the Xia Kingdom! What exactly is he, and what amazing things has he created? 319, Chapter 319 Exorbitant Auction Items. The last item in this auction is the masterpiece of a newly recruited pharmacist. Martial King Pill. As the host shouted, the red cloth on the display stand was lifted, revealing a round pill the size of a longdon. In an instant, the people in the private rooms on the third and fourth floors became excited. That's it, the Martial King Pill. Everyone's eyes were filled with longing. If this weren't a black market, they might have disregarded their identities and gone to the scene to rob people. Martial King Pill, what is that? Some people sitting in the hall looked puzzled. The one that's placed last after the longevity pill must be extremely precious. We'll find out when the host introduces it, someone said with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not go into the details of the effects of the Martial King Pill. If you have this item on your list, you can check it yourself, the host said. I'll just state one point. The efficacy of this pill has been personally verified by the top pharmacist at the Xia Kingdom's black market headquarters, confirming its effectiveness. Furthermore, the branch leader of Suzhou personally guarantees its authenticity. Please feel free to purchase it. After hearing the host's words, everyone quickly took out their auction lists to check. But they searched several times and still couldn't find the Martial King Pill. It seems this kind of thing, unless you reach a certain level, is even excluded from the black market and you're not qualified to participate. Old Master Gu put down the auction list and said with a sigh. Grandpa, what level do you need to be qualified to participate in an auction? Su Yuyu asked curiously. Grandpa Gu pondered for a moment. I'm afraid that at the very least, only families like the Tang and Ding families would qualify. He looked at the two private rooms on the third floor and said meaningfully. This tall? The Gu family members couldn't help but gape. Those two families are the two top-tier families in the entire Suzhou city, in a league of their own. It's only barely reached the minimum threshold. Su Yuyu felt that her understanding had never been so refreshed. I never imagined that the auction threshold for a tiny pill could be so high. The Liang family was equally surprised. Unexpectedly, even with the strength of our Liang family, we are not qualified. Liang Bin put down the list with a wry smile. It seems this last item is quite extraordinary. What on earth is that thing? It's outrageous that even our Liang family is excluded. Liang Qi was indignant. Child, this world is vast, and there are some aspects that we cannot even come into contact with, Liang Bin sighed. That newly promoted pharmacist is amazing. Just the fact that he can refine something like this is enough to make him surpass the god of medicine in status and be sought after by the most elite figures in the Xia kingdom. Liang Qi was somewhat puzzled. Seeing his expression, Liang Bin changed his approach. Perhaps even the Xia family behind us would treat someone like this with great courtesy and wouldn't easily offend them. Liang Qi's eyes widened immediately, utterly shocked. This master apothecary has a bright future ahead of him. If we could meet him and become acquainted with him, there would be countless benefits. I wonder who this mysterious figure is, and whether he will even show himself. Inside the two private rooms on the third floor, the Tang and Ding families stared intently at the pill on the display stand. The Martial King pill can enable martial artists to break through their limits. High-level martial artists can immediately break through to become martial venerables, and within 3 days they can directly ascend to the Martial King realm. Moreover, it can lay a foundation for transcendence. If one can cultivate to the peak of martial venerable, there is a 70% chance of breaking through the shackles of martial saint. Even if one transcends the martial saint's robes, one can still break through to a higher realm. Looking at the descriptions on the list in their hands, these people found it difficult to calm down. I really don't know what kind of genius could have refined such a pill. A tiny pill has stirred the nerves of top-tier figures. The starting bid for the Martial King pill is 15 billion. The host shouted. Immediately, a murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. This is the first time in all the years that a treasure has had such an outrageous starting price at a black market auction. No wonder the black market treats people differently. At prices like these, how can ordinary people participate? Many people couldn't help but sigh. Auction begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, people on the third and fourth floors reacted. Almost every private room had its lights switched on, and in an instant, each room was filled with light. 16 billion. 18 billion. 2 billion. Every offer made the Gu and Liang families twitch at the corners of their mouths. A single pill could make those people disregard money and go mad. The Suzhang branch leader has offered 3 billion. A voice shouted. Everyone couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Even the master of this black market has been alarmed. This is the first time that black market officials have personally participated in an auction. Even the branch leader of Suzhang couldn't resist the temptation, which is enough to show that the item being auctioned was extraordinary. But this was just a minor incident. 3 billion. 3 billion. Bidding continues. The top figures on the fourth level completely disregarded manners and fiercely competed for the bids. Even though they were of high status, the others no longer gave them any face this time, and were willing to fight tooth and nail for a single pill. During the intense bidding phase, the bids directly exceeded 4 billion. At this moment, the people in the lobby on the first floor could only marvel. The more this happened, the more their curiosity grew, and the more they wanted to know why the top figures desired that pill so much. Finally, a high-level martial artist who frequented the first floor spoke up. That pill can create a figure at the level of the speaker of the Xia kingdom. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Many people found it utterly absurd, yet they were still shocked. How could a single pill possess such powerful magic? No wonder those people fought so hard for it. From this perspective, the astronomical price of 1 billion doesn't seem so scary anymore. The bidding continued until it reached 45 billion before slowing down. After all, even the wealthiest individuals cannot go bankrupt for a single pill. The main problem is the time was too short, and they couldn't prepare that much funding. From receiving the black market invitation to now, only 3 days have passed, and even the most powerful families cannot readily provide enough liquid funds. Ultimately, the Wu Wang Dan was auctioned off to a guest in a private room on the fourth floor for 48 billion. Ha, thank you all for your kindness, I am truly grateful. The guest burst into hearty laughter, filled with smug satisfaction. The people on the fourth floor were already competing, and the winner was naturally happy. The others could only sulk in silence. A single Marshall King pill almost drove these people mad. Hua Qiu's expression was strange. He could sense that the people on the fourth floor were surging with internal energy, almost ready to fight him up there. The victorious man also realized the problem, and after laughing a few times, he became quiet. Hua Qiu smiled. As long as he has enough materials, he can refine this Marshall King pill indefinitely, so it is not considered precious to him. If I had taken out the Marshall Saint pill, the martial arts world might have been thrown into turmoil, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. The people from the Gu family were deeply moved in the lobby on the first floor. "Tis the strength of Mr. Hua Qiu," Old Master Gu said in a trembling voice. A single pill can fetch a staggering price of nearly 5 billion, easily causing such a sensation. Now I finally understand, he wasn't arrogant at all, he was full of absolute confidence. With him here, how can we not crush the Liang family? Even the Xia family, we can put up a fight. The Gu family members were also very excited after hearing his words. "Ziwei, you're amazing to have such a friend," Gu Manyun said to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei was slightly taken aback, and the smile on her face became somewhat unnatural. "Friends," she murmured, her expression somber. 320, Chapter 320 Spokesperson for the Master of Alchemy. This auction was truly breathtaking. Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, sighed. As he spoke, he stood up, preparing to leave the private room. "Dad, it doesn't seem to be over yet," Liang Qi said, looking down. "Wasn't the grand finale already auctioned off?" Liang Bin frowned, then sat back down when he saw the host taking the stage below. "Please wait a moment, everyone," the host shouted into the microphone. Those who were about to leave sat back down with strange looks on their faces. "I believe everyone is quite interested in the masterpiece of the newly appointed pharmacist at this auction. Next, I must mention this mysterious pharmacist." Hearing the host say that, everyone immediately became interested. There was only one copy of each of the 3 types of pills, and those who didn't manage to get a picture of them were filled with regret. Who wouldn't want to meet the mysterious pharmacist? Even the top bosses on the 4th floor listened attentively. Without a doubt, the miraculous pill concocted by the apothecary was the most eye-catching item at the entire auction. As a result, many people have become interested in it. The pharmacist's name is Qiu Hua. He is not registered with the Xia Kingdom Medical Association. This is the first time he has put medicine up for auction on the black market. Due to the difficulty in refining the Marshall King pill and the scarcity of the materials, only one can be refined at present, but Master Qiu Hua said that the difficulty in refining the youth preservation pill and the longevity pill is nothing to him. Everyone, Master Qiu Hua means that those 2 kinds of pills can be mass-produced. The host's words immediately caused a stir. "So, we still have a chance to buy those 2 kinds of pills?" someone asked impatiently. The host smiled and nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce you." He smiled broadly and looked at a certain spot in the lobby on the 1st floor. "Members of the Gu family, please stand up." In an instant, all eyes were on the Gu family members. Grandpa Gu was taken aback at first, then his expression became excited. "Stand up, everyone," he said softly. The Gu family members stood up, drawing everyone's attention. The Gu family, it seems to have been one of the prominent families in Suzhou City, but they declined later. Could it be that they have some connection with that master pharmacist? Everyone looked on in surprise. What? Inside the private room on the 3rd floor, the Liang family members' expressions changed instantly. They weren't stupid, they immediately came up with many guesses. How is this possible? How could the Gu family be associated with such a being? The thought that the Gu family might be able to turn their fortunes around because of this was unacceptable to them. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Gu family is the spokesperson for Master Qiu Hua," the host shouted. In an instant, the entire audience erupted in commotion. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. How could a once powerful Gu family become the spokesperson for a master pharmacist? What do they rely on? Damn, the Gu family is so lucky. Many people were filled with envy. Even a fool would understand that with the magic pills of the alchemy master, anyone could be pulled into a meteoric rise to power. How could this happen? The Liang father and son looked extremely pale, their faces turning ashen. When they came in, they mocked the Gu family for being poor and destitute. Little did they expect that such a good thing would actually happen to them. Suddenly, the head of the Liang family shuddered. Could it be that the Gu family's desperate move of mortgaging their property to expand their cosmetics company was all for? His face was filled with shock, and he was completely unable to calm down. So, the Gu family had this trick up their sleeve. Liang Qi was completely dumbfounded. The mere thought of it sent chills down the Liang family's spine. A cosmetics company that sells anti-aging pills and longevity pills. How could it not drive the world crazy? If things continue like this, the Gu family will regain its former glory in no time. What incredible luck did the Gu family have? How could a master pharmacist like them? Liang Bin slumped weakly into a chair. Over the years, the Liang family has been relentlessly suppressing the Gu family, which has now reached a dead end. But today, a sudden change has occurred, and all their efforts over the years may be in vain. What's even more frightening is that if the Xia family investigates, they won't be able to bear the responsibility. The host on the booth continued speaking. Here, our black market wants to give a shout out to Gu Jia's elegant makeup and styling. From today onwards, the youth preservation pill will be available in unlimited quantities at Yume Makeup Studio, and the longevity pill will also be sold from time to time. The master pharmacist also said that in addition to these two items, other products will be released one after another, and even the martial venerable pill may appear. The entire auction hall erupted in cheers. Seeing the excitement of those around them, the Gu family was even more excited than they were. Those here are all upper-class people from Suzhou. With their promotion in the black market, Yume Makeup was already incredibly popular even before it opened. This is Hua Qiu creating momentum for the Gu family. They seem to already see the glorious future of the Gu family. Dear members of the Gu family, this is personally instructed by our branch leader to be given to you. The host ran off the stage and handed a dazzling diamond plaque to the Gu family. From today onwards, you are the distinguished diamond members of the Sujiang branch, and the Sujiang branch will give you the green light. Grandpa Gu trembled as he accepted the plaque, tears streaming down his face. This brand is more than just a symbol of status and wealth. The Gu family has been in decline for too long, and has been looked down upon by others all these years. When did they ever dare to imagine that they could be so dazzling? Even the Liang family, and even the Tang and Ding families, only possessed gold-plated passes. Congratulations to everyone from the Gu family. People around quickly gathered around to offer their congratulations. Everyone knows that the Gu family is no longer what it used to be and is about to return to the top of Suzhou City. We wonder when the Gu family's company will open for business. We will definitely visit when it does. Longevity pills, you must save one for me. In an instant, the Gu family became incredibly popular, with everyone rushing to curry favor with them. The Gu family had never felt so triumphant, a sweep of pride, years of gloom. They were incredibly grateful. Without Hua Qiu, they wouldn't be where they are today. Bang! Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, slammed his hand hard on the table in the private room, his face extremely gloomy. They couldn't stand seeing the Gu family living a life of luxury. It was clear that even members of the Tang and Ding families went down to congratulate the Gu family. When the top beings of the fourth level also appeared, the Liang family members were so angry that they almost fainted. Those individuals were the most outstanding and transcendent beings in the Xia kingdom. Normally, even the top wealthy families in the capital wouldn't necessarily deign to send a greeting. The Liang family could not possibly receive such treatment. Please convey my sincerest greetings to Master Qiuhua if possible. I would very much like to meet him. An old man on the fourth floor said with a smile to the Gu family. Definitely, the Gu family responded repeatedly, filled with fear and trepidation. Previously, they didn't even have the opportunity to come into contact with such beings. The others expressed the same sentiment and promised to look after Gu Jia's business. The Gu family was naturally overjoyed. The rise of the Gu family is unstoppable, Liang Bin said in a low voice. With that master pharmacist around, our Liang family alone is no match for them, let alone suppress them. Dad, are we just supposed to watch this happen? Liang Qi was very unwilling. Liang Bin closed his eyes and pondered. At this point, there is no other way. We have no choice but to report it truthfully. Liang Qi was taken aback. He understood what Liang Bin meant. We haven't been in contact with the Xia family for several years this time, they shouldn't ignore us again. If the Xia family intervenes, what can a master pharmacist do? Liang Qi smirked. Chapter 321 A Liar? Overnight, Gu Jiayume Makeup and Styling transformed from an unknown small company into a top enterprise in Suzhou City. In the Gu family's living room, Hua Qiu sat in the main seat, and the Gu family members happily reported their achievements to him. In just half a day, we received more than 100 orders. And this is without us announcing the market price of the 2 pills. Gu Manyun and Su Hanwen excitedly reported. The special nature of the youth preservation pill and longevity pill destined them to be expensive, although Hua Qiu instructed the people in the black market to say at the auction that the final price would definitely be lower than the auction price. No one expected that such a large number of orders would be placed in just half a day. More than 100 orders, even if they were all calculated based on the price of the youth preservation pill, it would still be more than 10 billion. The Gu family members were shocked. This is only half a day's worth of orders. This kind of business makes money incredibly fast. Mr. Hua Qiu, how long will it take you to process these 100+ orders? Su Hanwen asked cautiously. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, but with a wave of his hand, the table was piled high with medicinal herbs. With another wave of his hand, the medicinal herbs flew up, and he directly released blue alchemical fire to refine them. In the blink of an eye, many medicinal herbs were consumed. Just a few minutes later, the table was covered with pills. Is this enough? He asked. Enough, the Gu family members said, dumbfounded. They were shocked every time they saw Hua Qiu's alchemy techniques. I personally refined the first batch of pills, and the quality is quite good. However, we cannot supply them like this in the future. Firstly, I cannot keep spending my energy on this, and secondly, precious medicinal materials are scarce, Hua Qiu said. I will leave you the formula. Even if you know nothing about alchemy, you can use modern instruments to mass produce it according to the formula. However, the effect will be much worse. It will be good if it has 20 or 30% of the medicinal effect. You can decide the price yourself. I will refine a batch of perfectly effective pills every now and then, and you can sell them with restrictions. After hearing Hua Qiu's words, Old Master Gu was shocked. Mr. Hua Qiu, are you really going to pass on the formula to our Gu family? He could hardly believe it. Such a precious item could easily create a top-tier wealthy family, yet Hua Qiu was willing to part with it. For Xia Ziwei's sake, I'll give it to you, Hua Qiu said calmly. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua Qiu. Old Master Gu knelt down, tears streaming down his face. The others also quickly knelt down. Hua Qiu's kindness to them was as heavy as a mountain, and could never be repaid. Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Hua Qiu, her expression complicated. There was gratitude, but also a touch of sadness. Is he trying to make it up to me? Xia Ziwei gave a bitter smile. Hua Qiu raised his hand to let the Gu family members get up. Mr. Hua Qiu, the formula is yours, and you should receive 90% of the profits from Yume Makeup. Old Master Gu said emphatically. The Gu family all nodded in agreement, and even felt that it was inappropriate for them to take 10%. Your Gu family does have a conscience after all, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Then let's split the profits 50-50, each side getting 50%. The Gu family members looked on incredulously. No need to say anything more, Hua Qiu waved his hand, stopping them. Today, he already possesses countless riches and has no shortage of money. From now on, besides buying medicinal herbs for refining pills, also keep an eye out for other things I want as much as you can get. Huaqiu handed a list to the Gu family. Rest assured, Mr. Huaqiu, we will spare no effort to find it for you. Old Master Gu solemnly promised. Huaqiu nodded. Mr. Huaqiu, there are many people outside who want to pay their respects to you, including some top figures. What do you think? Gu Manting interjected. I will not see them at all, Huaqiu said indifferently. Yes, ma'am. Gu Manting went out. Bang! Just as Gu Manting left, someone suddenly fell from the living room ceiling into the yard. Who is it? The Gu family members were shocked and quickly surrounded them. Don't be nervous, 2VE come to see the medicine saint. A girl's voice rang out. There is no medicine saint here, and the medicine saint is not in my Gu family. Please leave immediately. Old Master Gu said coldly. Let her in, Huaqiu's voice rang out in the living room. Huaqiu had already noticed that someone was eavesdropping outside. However, sensing that she was a harmless little girl, he didn't pay much attention to her. Hearing her speak, I felt her voice sounded familiar, and I thought of someone. Your Excellency, the medicine saint, please save my godmother. The girl ran into the living room and knelt down directly in front of Huaqiu, shouting. Tang Weiwei, raise your head, Huaqiu said. Tang Wei was slightly taken aback, and slowly raised her head. It's you! She couldn't help but show surprise, then looked utterly astonished. We meet again, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. Liar! Tang Weiwei instantly became angry and said resentfully. Huaqiu's brows immediately furrowed. Why do you say I'm a liar? He asked, puzzled. How can you not be a liar? Tang Weiwei's voice was trembling with tears. I actually believed you, thinking you could really save my godmother, but after I brought back the medicine you gave her and gave it to her, her condition only got worse. Tang Weiwei said, crying. Huaqiu's face immediately darkened. At the Taoist temple on Yunding Mountain, he gave Tang Weiwei a pill that he had casually made, claiming that it could keep her godmother safe for 2 months. Logically speaking, those kinds of pills shouldn't cause any problems. He was confident that even the most serious illness would be treated effectively, and that it would be fine for at least a month. How come it's gotten even worse? Tang Weiwei, tell me in detail, Huaqiu said. What's there to say? Tang Weiwei's face was full of anger. I brought back the pills you gave me for my godmother to take. She did recover on the first day and didn't have a relapse, but who knew she would almost die on the second day. After being saved, her condition worsened, and now she's sick every day. He needs to drink a lot of blood to survive. Do you know what? I was almost kicked out of the Tang family. It's all because of you that my godmother's condition got worse. After hearing her words, Huaqiu's face darkened. He knew where the problem lay. The pills he gave me did work. But that doesn't stop others from interfering. The medicine worked and suppressed Tang Weiwei's godmother's illness. But a day later, her condition worsened, indicating that someone had tampered with her again the following day. In other words, Tang Weiwei's godmother's strange illness was man-made, and the perpetrator was within the Tang family. I heard that the Gu family produced a medicine master, so I came here with a glimmer of hope to ask for help. I never expected that the medicine master would be you, a fraud. Tang Weiwei said, crying. My poor godmother, is there really no one who can save her? She said in despair. Don't cry, Huaqiu said calmly. Let me make this clear, I'm not a fraud, he said calmly, though he was angry inside. Take me to the Tang family. I, Huaqiu, will take care of this matter. He wanted to see who dared to tarnish Huaqiu's reputation. 322. Chapter 322. Who says I'm the martial venerable? The Tang family is one of the top martial arts families in Suzhou City. Huaqiu had actually heard information about the Tang family in the black market before. The Tang clan's hidden weapons are hailed as the best in the world. Moreover, the Tang family is quite special among the top martial arts families because the person who supports this family is a female martial arts master. That is, Tang Weiwei's godmother, the female martial arts master nicknamed Iron Begonia, Tang Haitang. Huaqiu asked Tang Weiwei to take him to the Tang family. Not only had someone ruined his reputation, but he was also determined to obtain the Tang family's renowned treasure, the 1,000 machine wood. Regardless of whether he saves anyone or not, he is determined to visit the Tang family. The Tang family's house is very grand. It is said to have been the residence of a prince in ancient times. When you meet the Tang family later, you'd better watch your words. They're furious about your pill and say they'll find you and grind you to dust. As they approached the main gate, Tang Weiwei spoke to Hua Qiu. Out of respect for Hua Qiu's reputation as a renowned medicine master, she decided to trust him one last time and bring him here to try. The eldest son of the Tang family has a terrible temper. If you see him, you'll probably have to swallow your anger. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. It's simply impossible to swallow one's anger. He knew that his trip to the Tang family would definitely be hindered. But he never thought of being inferior to anyone. That's not his style. The two reached the door and were immediately stopped by two guards. "Fourth miss, may I ask, what is this person's background? Why has he entered the manor?" someone asked in a deep voice. The other person didn't give them a friendly look either. This shows that the Tang family doesn't seem to like Tang Weiwei very much. Her situation was similar to that of Yu Ziwei at the time. No matter what you say, they are still outsiders. He is a very remarkable pharmacist. I brought him to the Tang family to ask him to treat my godmother, Tang Weiwei said. A pharmacist? The gatekeeper frowned and sized up Hua Qiu. Seeing that he was very young, they already looked down on him somewhat. Fourth miss, the first and second masters have both instructed that if you bring physicians and pharmacists into the manor again, you must obtain their permission. One of them said, wait here, I will go and report to the first master. After saying that, the man turned and went into the Tang residence. Hua Qiu was somewhat displeased. Since his rebirth, no one has ever made him wait. It's always been others waiting for him. Not long after, the man from before was seen returning, followed by a strong and powerful middle-aged man. The middle-aged man walked over with his hands behind his back, his face grim and his expression sullen. He was very unhappy. He is my godmother's eldest son, Tang Xiao, and the current head of the Tang family, temporarily exercising the power of the family head on behalf of my godmother, Tang Weiwei whispered to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu glanced at the man. A peak 9th grade martial artist, just a little short of the martial venerable realm, he judged Tang Zhao's strength at a glance. It will probably only take this old man from the Tang family 1 or 2 years to break through to the martial venerable realm. Tang Xiao walked over with his hands behind his back, a displeased look on his face. Tang Weiwei, what are you up to now? He scolded. Tang Wei shrank back slightly, somewhat fearful. You bring in some doctor or pharmacist every now and then. Look at all these good-for-nothings you've brought in. In which one of them has any real skills? Last time, I don't know where you got those pills from, they almost killed the old lady. How come you still don't know how to repent? Humph, if it weren't for the old lady stopping me, I would have thrown you out of the Tang mansion long ago. Tang Weiwei's expression tightened, and she lowered her head to endure his scolding. She only dared to speak after he had vented his anger. Big brother, this pharmacist is different from the others. Extremely remarkable, Tang Weiwei said with a slight chuckle. What's the difference? When haven't you said the same thing? Tang Xiao glanced coldly at Hua Qiu, even more convinced of his own judgment. Tang Weiwei, can't you use your brain? What real skills could such a young pharmacist have? He probably can't even get a level 3 pharmacist certification from the medical association. As he spoke, Tang Xiao showed an impatient expression and waved his hand at the two gatekeepers. Get this charlatan out of here, he ordered. Yes, sir, the two men said, bowing. Then, they directly attacked Hua Qiu, grabbing his shoulders from both sides. Hey, no! Tang Weiwei immediately panicked and tried to stop her. She had personally witnessed Hua Qiu's skills at Yunding Mountain. The top assassins of the Xia Kingdom's assassin organization were all wiped out by Hua Qiu in one move. His strength is absolutely formidable. Hua Qiu's face turned cold. Snort! He gave a disdainful snort. Boom! A burst of energy erupted from his body in an instant. Before the two gatekeeper warriors could even touch Hua Qiu, they were instantly blasted far away and lay on the ground for a long time before they could get up. Tang Xiao couldn't help but change his expression. Good lad, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be such a master. He said coldly, his anger also showing. But daring to come and cause trouble at my Tang family is the most foolish thing you've ever done. As he spoke, Tang Xiao's body trembled, and he released his aura, preparing to subdue Hua Qiu. Big brother, stop, you might not be a match for him. Tang Weiwei shouted anxiously. I'm no match for him, what a joke. Tang Xiao sneered, not taking Hua Qiu seriously at all. I'm only half a step away from reaching the martial venerable realm. Could it be that he, at such a young age, could actually reach the martial venerable realm? After saying that, Tang Xiao stopped talking and waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and several hidden weapons flew towards Hua Qiu at strange angles. The Tang clan's hidden weapons are unparalleled, and he is about to break through to the martial venerable realm. He is full of confidence in facing Hua Qiu. This move wasn't intended to kill Hua Qiu, but rather to teach him a lesson. When he saw that Hua Qiu didn't even try to avoid him, height only changed color slightly. No way, this kid can't even react? Tang Xiao frowned. The hidden weapon was poisoned, he feared it would kill Hua Qiu. Just as Hua Qiu was about to be hit, Tang Xiao was about to deflect the hidden weapon he had just fired. Buzz! The air in front of Hua Qiu suddenly trembled, and several hidden weapons froze in mid-air for a moment, unable to advance any further. Tang Xiao's expression froze and became blank in an instant. You're actually a martial venerable. Tang Xiao looked surprised and stared at Hua Qiu. He couldn't help but be surprised by such a young martial venerable. So you really are a martial venerable? Tang Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. I had suspected it for a while, but I was still surprised when it was confirmed. Reaching the martial venerable realm at such a young age is indeed remarkable, but you can't come to my Tang family to cause trouble. Tang Xiao said angrily. Who said I am the martial venerable? Hua Qiu smiled faintly. The next moment. Boom! Boom! An overwhelming aura descended suddenly, enveloping Tang Xiao. 323, Chapter 323. How can other people's rules bind me? Bang! When that terrifying aura descended, Tang Xiao's expression trembled violently. Like Mount Tai pressing down, it contains endless oppressive force. He had no time to react at all, he was instantly forced to hunch over by the pressure. Although Tang Xiao resisted with all his might, it was all in vain, his strength was negligible. Ah! Tang Xiao let out a low, angry roar and knelt down on one knee with a thud. Splash! The stone slab below his knees shattered, and his knees sank into the ground. Tang Xiao's veins bulged, his face turned red, and he was steaming. He couldn't even lift his head. At this moment, Tang Xiao was terrified. The young man's mere aura was enough to nearly crush his body. How strong must this person be? Is this the kind of strength someone this age can possess? Within moments, Tang Xiao was drenched in sweat. You're not bad, Hua Qiu said with a hint of appreciation. Although I only released a little bit of my aura, it is beyond my expectations that you, a mere 9th-rank martial artist, were able to withstand it. Such praise left Tang Xiao with mixed feelings. Is this just a trace of life? If he releases everything, what will happen to me? Can it still exist in this world? Moreover, he was on the verge of collapse, his bones were creaking and could break at any moment. He has given it his all. Call. Suddenly, the pressure on his body vanished in the blink of an eye, and Tang Xiao collapsed to the ground. He was panting heavily, lying on the ground and looking up at Hua Qiu in terror. Who are you? He asked with difficulty. Even the number one genius of Xia Kingdom today, that peerless prodigy from the Xian Yuan family in the capital, is far less terrifying than you. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's expression changed. The unparalleled genius of the Xian Yuan family, formerly hailed as the number one genius in the Xia Kingdom, was the idol of countless young martial artists. But that person is not as good as Hua Qiu in front of him? That's truly appalling. Big brother, he is the medicine saint. Tang Weiwei quickly helped Tang Xiao up from the ground and said, "What, the medicine saint?" Tang Xiao was suddenly shocked, revealing an incredulous expression. He stared at Hua Qiu, his eyes widening involuntarily. "You're the medicine saint who refined the youth preservation pill, the longevity pill, and even the martial king pill." He was utterly shocked. It seems that the name of the medicine saint surprised him even more than Hua Qiu's strength. "Who gave me the title of medicine saint? Only 2 days have passed, and I've become so famous." Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. Tang Xiao was speechless. "Don't you know the influence of the medicine saint?" he asked, his throat dry. "Tell me about it," Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. "You're capable of refining miraculous pills like the longevity pill, not to mention the martial king pill, which is revered as the #1 pill in the world. Don't you really know what kind of storm you've stirred up in the Xia kingdom?" Tang Xiao asked, looking astonished. Hua Qiu truly did not know. It's only been 2 days, he doesn't think it's that exaggerated. Tang Xiao felt a little dizzy. In today's martial arts world, countless powerful figures are stuck at the peak of their cultivation, unable to advance any further, yet their lifespans are nearing their end. Your longevity pill has brought hope to countless veteran martial artists. Since that day, many old monsters in the martial arts world who had been in seclusion for many years have emerged from their seclusion, going to great lengths just to obtain a longevity pill. And your martial king pill has been directly hailed as the #1 divine pill in the martial arts world. Everyone agrees that you have surpassed that medicine god in the capital. Even the hidden sect, the divine physician sect, has been alarmed. The sect leader of the divine physician sect has even offered to make you the sect's highest ranking honorific. You can make any request you want. You are now a legendary figure, worshipped and admired by countless people who dream of obtaining elixirs from you to improve their cultivation level. Those pills made by Yumei Zhuangzhou have already been driven up to exorbitant prices on the black market by middlemen before they've even officially gone on sale. Hua Qiu's expression turned strange upon hearing this. He didn't think it was a big deal. He especially didn't care about that high-ranking elder of the divine doctor sect. "I don't understand why Tang Xiao is so agitated. I was rude just now. I didn't know it was the medicine saint. Please forgive me." Tang Xiao straightened his posture and bowed to Hua Qiu. Given the current status of the medicine saint, even a martial saint would treat him with respect. Which martial arts family wouldn't want to curry favor with such a special individual? Hua Qiu didn't argue with him. "Now, you won't call me a third-rate pharmacist, will you?" "How could I dare? Even the Hall of Fame of the Medical Association cannot compare to you," Tang Xiao said with an awkward smile. "I've come to the Tang family to treat your illnesses, is that alright?" Hua Qiu asked again. Tang Xiao's expression froze, as if he had something difficult to say. "What, is there a problem?" Hua Qiu asked, displeased. "Master Medicine Saint, it is an honor for our Tang family that you can come to treat my mother," Tang Xiao said quickly. "But we've already hired a very special pharmacist. Has that person been cured?" Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. "There are initial results, but he said that whether he can fully recover will take a long time and depends on fate." "He can't do it, but I can. I don't need to go through all that trouble. I can cure him completely in one go," Hua Qiu said calmly. However, Tang Xiao still frowned. "Master Medicine Saint, the person our Tang family invited is the sole successor of Medicine King Valley," he said with a wry smile. "What is Medicine King Valley anyway? If it can't be cured, it can't be cured. We might as well send it away as soon as possible." "Don't worry, I can cure this disease." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei exchanged bewildered glances. "Master Medicine Saint, could it be that you are unaware of the rules of Medicine King Valley?" "What rules?" Tang Weiwei coughed lightly. "This Medicine King Valley is a particularly strange place. They claim to be the best in the world at alchemy and medicine. His skill was second to none, passed down through generations by a single heir, and he rarely traveled the world. Their whereabouts are a mystery, and they rarely intervene to save people. To get them to come to your aid, you have to pay a huge price. Furthermore, Medicine King Valley has an unwritten rule: those they treat are not allowed to be treated by other physicians or pharmacists, otherwise they will offend the people of Medicine King Valley and incur their retaliation." Hua Qiu frowned. Are there really such strange doctors? Even more unreasonable than me, Hua Qiu said indifferently. I only went out to try my luck and look for a savior because I saw that the successor of Medicine King Valley couldn't cure him for so long, Tang Weiwei said weakly. Tang Weiwei, you're so foolish. Tang Xiao angrily accused. By doing this, you have not only harmed our Tang family, but also the medicine saint. If we offend the successor of Medicine King Valley because of this, not only will our Tang family suffer a terrible fate, but the medicine saint will also be implicated. Tang Weiwei fell silent, not daring to speak. At that moment, she only had the thought of saving people in her mind and didn't care about so many taboos. Master Medicine Saint, it's not that we don't want to ask you for treatment, we just have no other choice. Tang Xiao said with a wry smile. Hua Qiu suddenly revealed a cold smile. Medicine King Valley, is that right? What do their rules have to do with me, and what gives them the right to try and control me? I'm determined to save this person. 324, Chapter 324 My Rules. Lead the way. Hua Qiu said directly. Tang Xiao was stunned and didn't move for a long time. What, do you want to see the Tang family's Tai Haitang die in front of you? Hua Qiu demanded. Tang Zhao's expression became conflicted. The Valley Master of Medicine King Valley is an extremely powerful and transcendent martial saint. We cannot afford to offend him. He was caught in a dilemma. Don't worry, he's just a successor of Medicine King Valley. If there are any problems, I'll take responsibility, Hua Qiu said coldly. Big brother, saving our godmother is the priority. Tang Weiwei also urged from the side. Sigh. Tang Zhao's face hardened, and he finally made a decision. We'll sneak into the manor quietly as possible. The successor of Medicine King Valley is inside, so we mustn't disturb him, Tang Xiao whispered. Hua Qiu remained non-committal. Anyway, he didn't take Medicine King Valley seriously. Tang Xiao led the way. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei tiptoed around like thieves. Hua Qiu walked away quite calmly. As soon as he turned into a courtyard, Tang Xiao suddenly stopped, staring blankly ahead. Tang Weiwei's face tightened, and she became trembling with fear. Hua Qiu came in and saw a person standing not far ahead. The man was dressed in plain clothes, slender, and looked like an ancient scholar. He had a somewhat weathered air about him, but his appearance was youthful, making it difficult to determine his true age. Mr. Yan. Tang Zhao's expression tightened, and he quickly bowed to the man. You seem to be in a hurry, what's the matter? Mr. Yan asked casually. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei's expressions were somewhat stiff. Mr. Yan, an old friend has arrived and wants to see my mother. We were just about to take him to visit her. Tang Xiao quickly made up a reason. Snort. Mr. Yan glanced over coldly and let out a snort. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a strong wind suddenly rose in the courtyard, causing the grass and trees to dance wildly, almost being swept away. In his anger, Mr. Yan became incredibly imposing. This is enough to show that he is a martial arts master. Hua Qiu remained calm, but Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei were terrified and their bodies trembled. Tang Xiao, don't you Tang family members know the rules of my Medicine King Valley? Mr. Yan asked in a deep voice, each word putting immense pressure on the two of them. His oppressive aura wasn't just directed at the two of them, it also extended to Hua Qiu. It's just that Hua Qiu doesn't like it. Mr. Yan, we know, of course we know. Tang Xiao quickly replied. This is truly an old friend, he's here to visit my mother. How dare you lie? Mr. Yan was furious and angrily flung his sleeves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind howled in the courtyard, becoming even more violent and destroying some flowers, plants, and trees. Mr. Yan, please calm down, please calm down. Tang Xiao was so frightened that his face turned pale. We really had no other choice. We didn't want to see the old lady suffer like that, so we resorted to this drastic measure. The wind subsided a little. This is the recently renowned medicine saint. He claims he can cure my mother, which is why I want him to give it a try. I hope Mr. Yan can be lenient with Meth. Tang family will be very grateful afterward. Mr. Yan cast a cold glance at Hua Qiu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The sage of medicine? Oh. He let out a soft laugh, tinged with contempt. Who dares to claim sainthood in medicine before the people of Medicine King Valley? That is utter arrogance. That so-called medicine god was somewhat capable, but now another medicine saint has appeared. They really don't take my Medicine King Valley seriously at all. Hua Qiu felt disgusted by the arrogant attitude of the successor of Medicine King Valley. Everyone knows that when it comes to alchemy, if Medicine King Valley claims to be second to none, no one dares to claim to be first. Who do you think you are? How dare you show off your limited knowledge here? The successor of Medicine King Valley made no attempt to conceal his contempt and anger, displaying an aggressive demeanor as if he were about to demand an explanation. Noisy Hua Qiu uttered two words indifferently. What did you say? Mr. Yen was immediately enraged, and the sound of wind rose again in the courtyard, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Hua Qiu frowned and casually swung his hand. Boom! In an instant, it was like a thunderclap, completely drowning out Mr. Yen's voice. In just a moment, the gale he had stirred up subsided, and everything vanished. Mr. Yen's expression changed, revealing surprise. Tang Xiao was also stunned. As everyone knows, the people of Medicine King Valley are all top-tier cultivators. The successor of Medicine King Valley has already reached the martial king level. But his imposing presence was actually suppressed by Hua Qiu's. Tang Xiao gained a new understanding of Hua Qiu's strength once again. His estimate was still too conservative. You clown, how dare you shout at me? Who gave you the guts? Hua Qiu's expression turned cold, and he waved his hand again. Bang! A burst of energy appeared out of nowhere and exploded right in front of Mr. Yen, catching him completely off guard. Then, Mr. Yen was lifted off the ground and blasted away by the powerful explosive force. He only had time to change his expression while he was in mid-air. His face was filled with disbelief. He is a descendant of the Medicine King Valley. Who in the world would not give him face? How many people would dare to fight him? Today, he happened to run into a person who had no scruples. She's so young, yet she's stronger than him. Mr. Yen was thrown backwards for a distance before finally landing. Even after landing, he couldn't stop his backward momentum, stumbling back more than 10 steps before finally managing to steady himself by slapping a rockery about 2 people high. Bang! The tall artificial rock shattered with a loud bang, sending fragments flying everywhere. It has such power. Tang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Weiwei was so engrossed in watching that she forgot to breathe. They found it hard to believe that the heir of Medicine King Valley, whom they considered so powerful, couldn't even catch a wave of Hua Qiu's hand. That was just a casual wave of the hand, yet it could be this terrifying. But the facts show that they are still thinking conservatively. Mr. Yen stood there, his expression shifting between light and dark, seemingly unsure of what was going on. It doesn't look good. Puff! The next moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Gulp. Tang Xiao couldn't help but swallow, but his throat still felt dry. A descendant of Medicine King Valley, a powerful figure at the martial king realm. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Seriously injured. Not only did they find it hard to believe, but even Mr. Yen himself found it unbelievable. Boy, what's your background? He suppressed his surging blood and asked, feigning composure. He was already filled with apprehension towards Hua Qiu and was quite frightened. Which faction could cultivate such a young and powerful martial artist? Could he be from the Divine Physician sect? The Divine Physician sect is the #1 sect in the world, with the world's #1 expert in charge. Even the Medicine King Valley wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Do you have the right to ask me questions? Hua Qiu said indifferently, his expression as disdainful as before. You. Mr. Yen's expression froze, his face darkening. I don't care what rules your Medicine King Valley has, I have my own rules. My rule is this: wherever I am, the people of Medicine King Valley must get out. Did you hear that? His eyes flashed with a chilling light, as if the air itself were freezing. 325, Chapter 325 Rescue. Mr. Yen, a descendant of the Medicine King Valley, slowly stood up, his face extremely grim. He came from the transcendent Medicine King Valley and had always maintained a high and mighty demeanor. Today, we not only lost to a young man, but also lost all face. You want me to get out? Mr. Yen stared intently at Hua Qiu, squeezing out a few words from his throat. In this world, there are few who dare not take my Medicine King Valley seriously. He said coldly. Is Medicine King Valley so great? Hua Qiu sneered. His tone was still full of disdain. Mr. Yen's face darkened further, filled with anger. Even Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. Putting aside the special nature of Medicine King Valley, there are very few people who dare to offend their Valley Master's powerful martial saint cultivation alone. Hua Qiu's words were so arrogant. Good, very good. Mr. Yen suddenly laughed in a gloomy tone. State your name and origin, and Medicine King Valley will remember you forever. In the future, the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley will definitely pay a visit in person. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. What, you're too scared to report it now, are you afraid now? Mr. Yen said with a mocking expression. You're not qualified to make me reveal my name, Hua Qiu said indifferently. If you really want to know, you can look it up yourself, there are legends about it everywhere in the martial arts world. Upon hearing this, all three were taken aback. Get lost. Hua Qiu showed signs of impatience. He didn't want to waste words with the successor of Medicine King Valley, so he waved his hand again. Call. A gust of wind swept Mr. Yen away, blasting him out of the Tang family home. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei were stunned. Even a transcendent powerhouse like the leader of the Martial Alliance probably wouldn't treat the people of Medicine King Valley this way. I, Medicine King Valley, will avenge this humiliation. Yan's angry roar echoed from outside the Tang family compound, accompanied by cries of pain. It looks like he fell pretty hard. Hua Qiu ignored this. Master Medicine Saint, it is said that even among those who have transcended the martial saint realm, the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley is among the top in terms of strength. Tang Xiao couldn't help but remind him. So what if he is a god of war? Hua Qiu said calmly. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei were so frightened by these words that they dared not speak for a moment. Lead the way, Hua Qiu uttered. The two men cautiously led Hua Qiu further into the inner courtyard until they reached a room. Hua Qiu frowned as soon as she saw this. A bloody stench emanated from inside, making one feel uneasy. The doors and windows of the room were sealed tightly, as if to prevent the person inside from escaping. Master Medicine Saint, my mother is in this room, Tang Xiao said with a complicated expression. My mother is bloodthirsty due to a strange illness and sometimes goes mad if she is attacked when we go in, please be merciful and just subdue her without hurting her, he pleaded. Hua Qiu nodded. Tang Xiao stepped forward and pushed the door open. Blood, give me blood. A chilling roar immediately came from inside. Hua Qiu looked inside and immediately saw an old woman in the room, bound tightly by numerous chains, staring fiercely at the people outside with red eyes. Blood, I want to drink blood. She struggled violently, causing the thick chains to clang loudly. Godmother. Tang Weiwei looked at the old lady with a pained and sorrowful expression. She wanted to get closer, but Tang Xiao grabbed her arm. If you really have a way, please save my godmother, Tang Weiwei pleaded with Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu sized up the old woman for a while. The Tang family patriarch, known as the Iron Begonia and possessing a cultivation level of martial king, is now so wretched that he's practically turning into a bloodthirsty beast. Master Medicine Saint, if you can truly cure my mother, whatever your conditions, as long as my Tang family can do it, we are willing to go bankrupt. Tang Xiao said solemnly. Hua Qiu's body trembled, and a surge of spiritual energy spread from his body, enveloping the old woman. His divine sense also penetrated the patient's body to check on her condition. A moment later, Hua Qiu made a discovery. He sensed a substance coursing through the old woman's meridians, frantically devouring her vital energy. The old woman was deficient in blood and energy, and was stimulated by the substance, which caused her to develop a bloodlust. A moment later, Hua Qiu withdrew his divine sense and spiritual power. Master Medicine Saint, how do you want to treat the illness? Illness. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Because Hua Qiu stood outside the door for a long time without going in, they assumed that Hua Qiu was hesitating. I already know the cause of the old lady's illness, Hua Qiu said calmly. The two looked surprised. What is it? They asked quickly. The old lady must have taken some kind of medicine. It was that medicine that made her bloodthirsty and she needed to drink blood constantly to survive. Moreover, she took the drug more than once. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. The pills he had Tang Weiwei bring back could have easily relieved the old lady's symptoms. But later she took a large amount of medicine, which made even the low-grade pill that Hua Qiu had casually refined unable to suppress it. Upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei's expressions changed. Could it be that my mother was poisoned? Tang Xiao asked. That's one way to understand it, Hua Qiu nodded. Damn it, who is it? Tang Xiao was furious. My godmother has always been kind to everyone. Who could be so cruel as to poison her like this? Tang Weiwei was also very angry. Hua Qiu seemed to be deep in thought. The 10,000 Poisons sect, which he had already destroyed, was known as the best in the world at using poison. But he had never seen such a poison in the 10,000 Poisons sect. Perhaps what the old lady of the Tang family ate wasn't really poison, but rather that certain properties were activated, resulting in this effect. Medicine King Valley is renowned for its unparalleled alchemy skills. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment, his expression meaningful. There is no doubt that there is a hidden conspiracy behind this. But what does it have to do with him? Hua Qiu, I have no interest in exploring it. His task was simply to cure the patient and then obtain the 1,000 machine wood from the Tang family. Master Medicine Saint, can you cure this poison? Tang Xiao asked cautiously. It's not difficult at all, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. He happened to have purchased a lot of precious medicinal herbs from the black market and refined a batch of pills. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine the old lady had taken, or whether it was poisonous, he could easily deal with it with a low-level antidote. Hua Qiu raised his hand, and the old woman who was screaming immediately fell silent, her mouth agape. He flicked his finger, and an antidote pill flew into his mouth. The old woman began to tremble. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei were extremely distressed. Puff! After a while, the old lady opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sizzle! The blood clot contained an unknown substance that began to evaporate upon contact with air, forming a purple haze that quickly dissipated. This is purple fragrance? Tang Zhao's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. 326, Chapter 326. Reluctant to part with it? It's actually the purple fragrance. This is what caused my mother to become like that. Tang Xiao stared in astonishment at the purple smoke. But this thing is clearly an extremely precious tonic, how is this possible? He couldn't understand it. Medicine is a matter of how it's used, its properties, dosage, individual differences, and many other factors. The difference between toxic and non-toxic can be as small as a hair's breadth, Hua Qiu said calmly. That's true. I've heard that powerful martial artists have experienced a decline in their cultivation level due to overdosing on purple fragrance, requiring them to replenish their blood and energy daily. I never imagined that my mother's illness was also caused by this. As he spoke, Tang Zhao's expression gradually tightened. This purple fragrance is a renowned and precious tonic from Medicine King Valley, and it can also assist martial artists in their cultivation. It is very difficult for outsiders to obtain large doses. His expression changed, and he stopped speaking abruptly. Big brother, do you mean to say? Tang Weiwei asked in surprise. Tang Xiao quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from continuing. Tang Xiao looked outside with a gloomy face. That shouldn't be the case. Our Tang family has never offended them. Tang Weiwei, you must keep this to yourself and never tell anyone. He instructed Tang Weiwei. If this causes trouble, our Tang family can't afford it, we'll be in danger of being wiped out. Tang Xiao said solemnly. Tang Weiwei seemed to understand the implications and nodded obediently. Hua Qiu frowned slightly as he looked at it. Is Medicine King Valley really that amazing? So much so that he didn't dare utter a word when his own elderly mother was persecuted, for fear of bringing trouble upon himself. If it were Hua Qiu, he would probably raze the entire Medicine King Valley to the ground, leaving no one alive. Hua Qiu has no intention of interfering with the Tang family's decision, nor is she interested in seeking justice for them. He's always done things this way, he's not exactly a kind-hearted philanthropist. Why? Tang Xiao looked worried and somewhat frustrated. Let's check on Mother's condition first. He and Tang Weiwei carefully entered the room and approached old Mrs. Tang. Grandma Tang gradually woke up and regained consciousness. Godmother, are you feeling better? Do you still have that urge? Tang Weiwei asked quickly. Grandma Tang paused for a moment, then, sensing her own body, her expression became excited. That's all, she said softly. Xiaowei, shower, was it the successor of Medicine King Valley who cured me? Tang Zhao's face turned very ugly when she mentioned Medicine King Valley. Godmother, it was this medicine saint who cured you, Tang Weiwei replied with an excited expression and a smile. Thank you so much, Mrs. Tang's voice trembled. I've been tormented for so long, I'm finally free. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei quickly untied the chains binding the old lady and helped her sit up on the bed. The old lady was recovering from a serious illness and was still very weak. Master Medicine Saint, is my godmother really better this time? Tang Weiwei asked anxiously. What if she the next day? She was afraid that something like what happened last time would happen again. Don't worry, it's completely cured, Hua Qiu said calmly. The pill she was given was enough to give her resistance, so even if she is poisoned again, she will be fine. Tang Weiwei was relieved and, with tears in her eyes, fussed over old Mrs. Tang. Seeing the old lady so pale and exhausted, the brother and sister were filled with grief. Alright, I'll give you one more pill, Hua Qiu said, flicking out a pill. Tang Xiao reached out and took it, staring blankly at it. Nowadays, the name of the medicine sage is widely known, and everyone knows that his elixirs are extraordinary and hard to come by even with a lot of money. Tang Xiao showed excitement. Master Medicine Saint, may I ask what the effects of this pill are? He hurriedly asked. Longevity pill, Hua Qiu uttered 3 words. The two of them were immediately taken aback. It's actually a longevity pill. Thank you very much, Master Medicine. Tang Xiao quickly and sincerely thanked him. This elixir can extend one's lifespan by 20 years, Hua Qiu added. 20 years. Tang Xiao was extremely surprised. The Tang family also sent people to participate in the black market auction a few days ago. At the time, a single longevity pill that could extend one's life by 10 years fetched a staggering price of over $1 billion. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu gave the Tang family a pill with double the efficacy. 10 years of results have already elevated the medicine saint to a divine status I never imagined. That was not your limit at all, Tang Xiao said with deep emotion. If those people outside knew that you could refine pills that extend lifespan by 20 years, how shocked would they be? Even a martial saint would probably go crazy. Tang Xiao was overjoyed and fed the pill to old Madame Tang. Sure enough, in no time, the old lady's complexion became rosy and her spirits were high. What kind of pill is this? It's so amazing. Grandma Tang exclaimed in surprise. Mom, let me introduce you. Tang Xiao smiled. This is none other than the recently very popular medicine saint. At such a young age, he was able to refine a longevity pill that was 6 or 7 times more effective than the longevity potion of the imperial capital's medicine god at a black market auction a few days ago. His martial king pill, which could elevate a high-level martial artist to the martial king level, caused a sensation. Even transcendent martial saints were alarmed and came to snatch it up in the end. It was auctioned off for a sky-high price of only $5 billion. It was this great physician who cured your illness. The longevity pill you just took can extend your life by 20 years. After hearing Tang Zhao's words, old Madame Tang was first surprised and looked at Hua Qiu in shock. Hua Qiu's achievements are nothing short of miraculous. She finds it hard to believe that someone so young could possess such astonishing abilities. Then, she showed an expression of extreme gratitude. Master Medicine Sage, your kindness and virtue are unforgettable. I thank you from this humble place. Grandma Tang got out of bed and bowed to Hua Qiu. No need for such formalities, Hua Qiu said with a smile. He was neither merciful nor generous. Now that the old lady is better, he will prepare to let's talk about compensation. However, the 1,000 machine wood is the Tang family's most prized possession, and Hua Qiu felt that they might not take it out so easily. Medicine Saint, thank you so much for curing my godmother. Tang Weiwei also bowed deeply to Hua Qiu. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Tang Weiwei, do you still remember what you said to me at Cloud Peak? He asked with a faint smile. Cloud Peak Mountain? Tang Wei looked thoughtful. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her face turned as red as an apple. Tu will keep my promise. You cured my godmother, and from now on I will be your personal maid and serve you for the rest of my life, she said shyly. Grandma Tang and Tang Xiao were stunned by what they heard. What nonsense is this? Hua Qiu's expression froze. I don't need a maid. You said you would do anything as long as I can cure your godmother. Yes, Tang Weiwei felt a little embarrassed and responded awkwardly. Master Medicine Saint, please tell us as long as the Tang family can do it, we will not refuse. Tang Xiao said solemnly. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. I want the Tang family's 1,000 machine wood. 1,000 machine wood, so you want this? No problem, Tang Xiao smiled. What I want is the heartwood. Tang Xiao's smile froze instantly. Grandma Tang's expression changed instantly. 327, Chapter 327. The Remnants. Silence fell over the room. The three members of the Tang family fell silent. They didn't expect that Hua Qiu wanted the heartwood of the 1,000 machine wood. If they agree, it means the Tang family will lose the 1,000 machine wood treasure forever. However, Hua Qiu had shown the Tang family immense kindness, and they couldn't refuse him in a short time. What, is your Tang family reluctant to part with it? Hua Qiu asked, his expression slightly somber. Master Medicine Saint Thasai. Tang Xiao hesitated, looking troubled. Hua Qiu looked at them indifferently, awaiting their final answer. If the Tang family refuses. Hua Qiu remained unmoved. 1,000 machine wood was one of the main materials used to create Yu Ziwei's physical body. He had to get it no matter what. You want my Tang family's 1,000 machine wood, did you even ask me? Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Whoosh! A figure darted in at lightning speed. He was a gaunt middle-aged man, a stark contrast to the robust Tang Xiao. She also looked somewhat similar to him. It's not hard to tell that he is also a key figure in the Tang family. Second brother, you're back! Tang Xiao exclaimed with joy. Ha, if I hadn't come back, I'm afraid even the Tang family's most treasured artifact would have been stolen. The man said coldly, staring at Hua Qiu with hostility. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard someone wanting the Tang family's 1,000 machine wood. His expression immediately changed, and he shouted as he stormed into the room. Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Tang Xiao quickly stopped him. Tinger, how dare you be so rude? Old Mrs. Tang also scolded him with a stern face. Tang Ting then noticed the situation of old Mrs. Tang. Upon seeing this, his pupils shrank dramatically. His emotions were in great turmoil, as if what he was seeing was unbelievable. Mom, how are you alright? He exclaimed in shock. Seemingly realizing the problem with his words, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, are you better? That's wonderful, that's really wonderful. Hua Qiu stared intently at the second master of the Tang family. His reaction was very strange. Perhaps Mrs. Tang's illness is related to him. But Hua Qiu didn't care about those things. What he cared about was that Tang Ting had a familiar aura about him. Mom, who cured you? Tang Ting asked. Is that Mr. Yin? Where is Mr. Yin? He looked around. Second brother, the one who cured our mother is this great medicine master right in front of you, Tang Xiao said. Tang Ting's face stiffened, and he mechanically turned to look at Hua Qiu. What did you call him, the medicine saint? He's that medicine saint. Tang Ting's emotions were in turmoil. He represented the Tang family at that black market auction. He felt the influence and reputation of the medicine saint more deeply than the Tang family members here. The medicine saint, he's so young. Tang Ting's face was full of disbelief, and he could hardly believe it. You really cured my mother? You were able to cure that poison? Tang Ting asked, his voice filled with doubt and surprise. Hua Qiu revealed a meaningful smile. Before he treated her, the Tang family had no idea what caused old Mrs. Tang's illness, let alone that she had been poisoned. With just this one sentence, Tang Ting's true colors were revealed. Second brother, how did you know Mom was poisoned? Tang Xiao asked, puzzled. Tang Ting was taken aback. Mr. Yan told me. He said Mom became like that because she was poisoned, but he doesn't know what kind of poison it was yet. Tang Xiao frowned, somewhat suspicious. Seeing this, Tang Ting quickly changed the subject. Master Medicine, thank you for curing my mother. He bowed to Hua Qiu. I didn't know who you were just now, and I offended you in a moment of panic. I am truly sorry, he said, his eyes gleaming. It's all right, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Go to hell and repent. What? Tang Ting looked up in confusion. Hua Qiu's face was icy cold, and his killing intent emanated from him without restraint. Tang Ting's expression changed instantly. Almost as a reflex, he quickly darted out and reached the door in a few steps. Master Medicine Saint, do you perhaps intend to kill me? Tang Ting questioned loudly. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Tang family were all taken aback. Master Medicine Saint, my son has been very offensive, and he was indeed wrong, but it doesn't warrant you taking his life, does it? Old Mrs. Tang said anxiously. Master Medicine Saint, please don't be angry. I will have my second brother apologize to you right away. Tang Xiao quickly cupped his hands in reassurance. You know nothing. Hua Qiu said coldly. This person has been lurking in your Tang family for who knows how many years. If you were to make a move one day, your Tang family would truly be in danger of being wiped out. The three members of the Tang family were stunned and confused. Master Medicine Saint, what do you mean by that? Tang Xiao asked. You'll find out soon enough, Hua Qiu said without adding anything more. He reached out and grabbed at Tang Ting in the air by the door. Suddenly, a giant hand of energy appeared and grabbed at Tang Ting. Tang Ting's expression changed drastically. He was also very decisive, and in an instant he judged that Hua Qiu's strength far exceeded his own, so he gave up the fight and decided to run away. However, the aura he exuded vanished with a bang as soon as it burst forth, and under the cover of that large hand, he couldn't muster even a trace of internal energy. Tang Ting was utterly shocked. What kind of martial art is this? How can it be so strange? He exclaimed. Without hesitation, he stopped using his internal energy and decided to rely on his physical strength to escape the place. Did I tell you to move? Hua Qiu's cold voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Tang Ting felt as if he were trapped in quagmire, unable to even move his legs. How is this possible? Tang Ting was utterly terrified, his eyes wide open. He could hardly believe that this so-called medicine saint could be so ridiculously powerful. A giant energy hand descended from the sky and brought Tang Ting back into the room. Hua Qiu's imposing aura rendered him completely immobile. Seeing the intense murderous intent in Hua Qiu's eyes, he panicked. I am the second master of the Tang family. How dare you do this? Do you even respect the Tang family? Tang Ting roared angrily. Mother, elder brother, this man is trying to kill me. Are you just going to stand by and watch him take my life? He shouted at the Tang family mother and son, trying to get them to attack Hua Qiu. Master Medicine Saint, is there some misunderstanding here? Tang Xiao asked anxiously. Although my second brother offended you, his crime does not warrant death. Master Medicine Saint, you can't kill my son. Old Mrs. Tang said, her inner strength surging forth. She was about to take action to stop it. Seeing this, Tang Ting finally smiled. Medicine Saint, I have already apologized to you, but I did not expect you to be so bloodthirsty that you actually want to kill me. My mother is a martial king level expert. If you dare to make a move, she will never let you off. My Tang family is a top martial arts family in Suzhou City. Even if you are a medicine saint, you cannot disregard human life here. Do you really want to fight the Tang family to the death? Hua Qiu looked at Tang Ting's taunts as if they were clowns. Are you done talking? Now that we've finished talking, let's get going. His gaze merely sharpened slightly. Clang! With a clang of the sword, a sword mark appeared on Tang Ting's neck. Tang Ting's eyes widened, and he collapsed in shock. He was shocked by Hua Qiu's decisiveness. They kill without hesitation, without any regard for consequences. Tinger! Grandma Tang collapsed in an instant. Boom! Her aura erupted, and she stared at Hua Qiu with hatred, ready to strike at any moment. 328, Chapter 328. Hua Qiu's Promise. Give me back my son's life. Grandma Tang lost her composure and roared as she slapped Hua Qiu. Despite her advanced age, her power as a martial king was still not to be underestimated. Boom! This palm strike, delivered in anger by old Mrs. Tang, caused the air to swell and exploded with a loud bang. Hua Qiu showed no reaction to this, remaining completely calm. He glanced at old Mrs. Tang, then swung his hand back. In an instant, a powerful force was generated, clashing with old Madame Tang's palm strike. Bang! A shockwave erupted in the room, instantly shattering the tables and chairs. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei were also knocked over and fell to the ground. Grandma Tang looked surprised, and her pupils contracted sharply. Her palm strike was instantly shattered by the shockwave generated by Hua Qiu's casual wave of his hand. A residual force pierced through her, knocking her back to her original position. Hua Qiu was not angry and struck very lightly. Grandma Tang was unaware of the situation and only took this action after witnessing her own son die in front of her. Therefore, he showed mercy. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will perish with you. Although old Mrs. Tang was shocked, she was still driven by anger. She desperately mobilized all her internal energy, even attempting to unleash even greater power by injuring herself, to fight Hua Qiu to the death. That's good enough, Hua Qiu said calmly. He stretched out a hand and gestured for old Mrs. Tang to press down. Boom! The immense pressure descended upon her, causing her body to hunch over. Grandma Tang couldn't help but widen her eyes. She stared at Hua Qiu, her mind reeling. She couldn't use any of her internal energy, it was almost frozen. At the same time, their bodies were also unable to move, and they were bound in place. And this was merely the result of Hua Qiu's imposing aura. Grandma Tang was overwhelmed with turmoil, which she could not calm down. A young man, so incredibly powerful. Not to mention now, there has probably never been such an unbelievable existence in the history of martial arts in Xia Kingdom. Could it be that you are a martial saint? Old Mrs. Tang said with difficulty, her voice weakening. Mom, what did you say? Tang Zhao's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened in surprise. Tang Weiwei's small face was also blank. The title martial saint carries immense weight. They never dared to imagine that Hua Qiu had reached the martial saint realm. At this moment, old Mrs. Tang's words immediately made the two of them feel a buzzing in their hearts. I never imagined that someone your age would have already reached the realm of a martial saint. Old Mrs. Tang gave a bitter smile, her tone filled with despair. Old Mrs. Tang's body went limp, and she no longer had the idea of fighting Hua Qiu to the death. Because she knew that no matter how hard she tried, she could not hurt Hua Qiu in the slightest. Watch closely, Hua Qiu said indifferently. He flicked his sleeve sharply at Tang Ting's corpse. A burst of spiritual energy blew off the human skin mask on Tang Ting's face, revealing his true appearance. In an instant, the room fell silent. That was a face that was completely unfamiliar to the Tang family. At this point, how could the three of them not understand? Who is this person? How could he impersonate my second brother? Tang Xiao exclaimed in horror. This person is a member of the heretical sect, the 10,000 Poisons sect, Hua Qiu said calmly. The 10,000 Poisons sect once devised an infiltration plan, instructing some members with excellent disguise skills to secretly infiltrate righteous forces, kill some righteous martial artists and take their place, lying in wait, just waiting for the day they receive orders, so that they can make a difference. Old Mrs. Tang's strange illness must be caused by his hands and feet. The three members of the Tang family stood there, frozen in place. So, my second brother is dead? Tang Xiao couldn't accept it. Perhaps he has been dead for several years, Hua Qiu replied. Shower. Grandma Tang cried out in despair and collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei were also filled with sorrow and tried to comfort her. After a while, Mrs. Tang calmed down a bit. She is the head of the household, she cannot afford to fall. If it weren't for the medicine saint, our Tang family would still be kept in the dark, not even knowing when the danger would come, old Mrs. Tang said sadly. The medicine saint saved my life and relieved my Tang family from crisis. Such kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Shower, Weiwei, follow me to thank the medicine saint. She bowed down to Hua Qiu, her body trembling. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei also bowed in gratitude. Master Medicine Saint, you want the heartwood of the 1,000 machine wood of my Tang family, right? Shower, take Master Medicine Saint downstairs, old Madame Tang instructed. After this experience, she was utterly despondent and no longer had so many worries. Master Medicine Saint, please follow me, Tang Xiao said. Hua Qiu followed behind him. It turns out that there was a spacious secret room underground in the Tang family mansion. Inside, there were countless hidden weapons, and in the center of the secret room, a small tree more than a meter tall was growing on the ground. The Tang family's 1,000 machine tree grows in the shadows, never exposed to sunlight. This item is a treasure of the Tang family, adding some when refining medicine can enhance its efficacy. Master Medicine Saint, this is the 1,000 machine wood of my Tang family, you may take it, Tang Xiao said with a sigh. Hua Qiu approached the 1,000 machine wood and examined it carefully. A moment later, he smiled. That's right, this is exactly what he wanted. This is one of the 8 main materials used to sculpt the body of Ziwei. It is truly not easy to find it in the secular world. He extended a finger and sliced it open along the trunk of the 1,000 machine tree, revealing a faint light. The heartwood of the 1,000 machine wood tree is only 2 fingers long and is the essence of the tree. Hua Qiu took out a box, packed it up, and accepted it. He didn't waste the remaining materials, they could be used to enhance the efficacy of the elixir. Tang Xiao watched in astonishment as the sapling, which was over a meter tall, completely disappeared after Hua Qiu waved his hand a few times. Could this be a transcendent martial art? The saint's divine powers? He wondered, filled with doubt. Back in the Tang family's living room, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow when she saw that the 3 members of the Tang family were still in low spirits. The 1,000 machine wood is the Tang family's most precious treasure. It seems rather unfair of me to take it all away now. Go ahead and tell me your conditions, and I will try my best to fulfill them. Tang Zhao's breathing became somewhat rapid. One of the medicine saints had even reached a level of cultivation that transcended that of a martial saint. Who wouldn't be tempted by one of his conditions? Mr. Medicine Saint has already helped the Tang family a lot, and we dare not ask for anything more, said old Mrs. Tang. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Isn't your Tang family hated by Medicine King Valley? I can help the Tang family solve this problem, he said. Medicine King Valley? Old Mrs. Tang was stunned. Tang Xiao quickly gave a brief account of what had happened. When did the Tang family and Medicine King Valley ever become enemies? Why are they persecuting the Tang family? The old lady was even more worried, her brows furrowed with concern. It's just Medicine King Valley, Hua Qiu smiled slightly. If anyone from Medicine King Valley comes to cause trouble for the Tang family, they can send me a message, and I'll make sure they don't leave alive. Hua Qiu's assurance put the 3 members of the Tang family at ease. After calming herself down, old Mrs. Tang decided to have Hua Qiu stay at the Tang family home for a few days to properly entertain her. Just as Hua Qiu was about to politely decline, her heart suddenly tightened, and her spiritual energy in her dantian experienced a strange agitation. His expression changed. This is the effect of spiritual resonance. Has something happened to Xia Ziwei? Hua Qiu's eyes sharpened. I have urgent business to attend to, so I must take my leave. The sound still echoed in the Tang family home, but the person had vanished. 329, Chapter 329 Make the Alchemy Master Come See Me. Gu family in Sujiang City. The Gu family members are all beaming with health and happiness, and are full of expectations for the future. While Hua Qiu was at the Tang family's residence, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Several cars were parked outside the Gu family's old house. The first to get off the bus were Liang Bin and his son Liang Qi. After getting out of the car, Liang Qi immediately ran to the back seat, opened the door, and bent down. A moment later, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes got out of the car. As soon as he came out, he swept his sharp eyes across the Gu family's old house, his face darkening. So many years have passed, and the Gu family remains the same, seemingly unchanged, he said, frowning. Is this how your Liang family suppresses people? He asked authoritatively. Liang Bin and his son trembled with fright. Mr. Xiaqiu, originally, under the suppression of my Liang family over the years, the Gu family had already fallen apart, leaving only an old house that was about to be mortgaged. We don't know where this master of alchemy suddenly appeared from, or why he would help the Gu family and turn their fortunes around. We really had no other choice but to ask you to come out of retirement. Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, said with a bitter face. A bunch of useless trash. Xiaqiu shouted coldly. The Liang father and son were trembling with fear and dared not speak. On the surface, the Liang family is one of the top families in Sujiang City, but in front of the Xia family, they are extremely humble and dare not show the slightest resistance. Because of the Xia family, a single sentence can determine the rise and fall of a top-tier family. Just look at the fate of the Gu family. The master of pharmacy, Qiu Hua, Xiaqiu pondered. I never expected that such a person could emerge from the mortal world. He is quite capable. His longevity pill and martial king pill are something no one else in the world can refine. If this person were to serve my Xia family, Xiaqiu said with a smile. Mr. Xiaqiu, even if it were Master Qiu Hua, if you personally represented the Xia family to recruit him, I believe he wouldn't be so foolish as to be ungrateful and would definitely do anything for you and the Xia family. Liang Bin quickly flattered. Xiaqiu's smile widened. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Before that, I need to meet with the Gu family. The Liang father and son understood and quickly led him to the gate of the Gu family's old house. The Gu family's gate was not closed. Where are the Gu family members? Where have they all gone? Liang Qi shouted from the doorway. Lord Xiaqiu has arrived. Why aren't you all coming out to greet him? In the Gu family's living room, the Gu family members are discussing company matters. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside, and everyone froze. The Xia family has finally arrived. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Old Master Gu sighed, his face dark. The Gu family members' spirits plummeted. Back then, it was a man named Xiaqiu who represented the Xia family and came to Sujiang. He supported the Liang family in the name of the Xia family and caused the Gu family to decline in a short period of time. He has become a psychological shadow for the Gu family. Dad, what do we do now? Gu Manyun asked, looking at old Master Gu. The Gu family is all waiting for him to make a decision. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. Old Master Gu said helplessly. Manyun, you take Ziwei and hide well. Don't let the Xia family find her. I'll go out and deal with them. Manting, notify Mr. Huaqiu immediately. After giving his instructions, old Master Gu stood up and walked out. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw the arrogant Liang family father and son, and the haughty Xia family member. I was unaware of Mr. Xiaqiu's presence. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Old Master Gu greeted him with a smile. Xiaqiu looked at him with disdain and contempt. Old man Gu, so many years have passed, and you're still alive and well? Xiaqiu sneered. The Liang father and son had expressions of schadenfreude on their faces. The Liang family thought they could turn their fortunes around with the help of a renowned medicine master. But in their eyes, the Xia family are the uncrowned kings of Jiangnan province. As long as we bring in the Xia family, everything can be resolved. They wanted to see a good show unfold at the Gu family's house. Mr. Xiaqiu, please come in. Old Master Gu maintained his smile and gestured for him to come in. Xiaqiu snorted coldly and swaggered into the Gu family home. In the living room, Xiaqiu sat down leisurely in the main seat. Just as Grandpa Gu was about to sit down next to him. Xiaqiu's expression turned cold. Who told you to do that? Old Master Gu's expression stiffened, and he stood aside, enduring the humiliation. The Liang father and son sat to the side, making mocking noises. I heard that your Gu family has gotten in touch with some kind of master pharmacist? Xiaqiu asked casually, taking a sip of tea. I don't know what kind of luck you guys had, that someone is actually willing to help you. Tell me, who is this so-called master of potions? I'd really like to meet him. Grandpa Gu looked troubled. Master Qiu Hua is not currently in charge of the family, and it is difficult for us to contact him. Bang! Xiaqiu suddenly slammed the teacup down on Old Master Gu, splashing tea all over him. Old Master Gu swallowed his anger and remained silent. Grandfather! Xiaziwei, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't stand it and wanted to rush out to avenge Old Master Gu, but Gu Manyun held her back tightly. A mere master of potions, and he's putting on such an air. Xiaqiu roared in anger. It's an honor for him that my Xia family has taken a liking to him. How dare he not come to see me? I don't care what method you use, contact that alchemy master right now and make him appear before me within half an hour, otherwise, I'll destroy your Gu family first, and then settle accounts with him. Grandpa Gu wiped the tea off his face. Mr. Xiaqiu, I'm sorry, I can't influence Master Qiu Hua. I need to ask for his opinion first, he said, forcing himself to speak. What did you say? Xiaqiu jumped up from her chair, glaring at him angrily. If I want to see the master apothecary, he will come. Why do I need to ask for his opinion? Tell him to get his ass to me right now. Liang's father Zi watched coldly, sneering repeatedly. Old man Gu, have you lost your mind? Liang Bin sneered. So what if he's a master of medicine? Does he dare to defy the Xia family? That's right, even if that master apothecary comes, he'll have to treat Mr. Xiaqiu with utmost respect. You can just let him come directly. Would he dare to refuse? I cannot make that decision. Old Master Gu maintained his previous attitude. You're asking for it. Xiaqiu's expression was icy, and he was about to make his move. Don't touch my grandfather. Xia Ziwei suddenly ran out and shouted angrily. Xiaqiu's gaze immediately froze upon seeing Xia Ziwei's face. Who are you? He was only slightly taken aback before he realized Xia Ziwei's identity. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. I never expected you, you bastard, to dare show up here. Xiaqiu burst into laughter, and with a swift movement, struck Xia Ziwei with his palm. Boom! Just as he was about to touch Xia Ziwei, a burst of light suddenly erupted from Xia Ziwei's body. Xiaqiu felt a powerful recoil force strike him, and before he could defend himself, he was blasted away. After regaining her balance, Xiaqiu looked at Xia Ziwei with lingering fear. For a moment, he dared not make a move. After a while, "You little bastard, what power do you possess?" he asked with a gloomy face. "This is someone's power, they could easily tear you to pieces." Xia Ziwei replied coldly. "How arrogant!" Xiaqiu retorted coldly. "Just now, I was just careless for a moment. Even if the master of this power comes, I will not take him seriously," he shouted. "Is that so?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, seemingly coming from all directions, its sound waves seemingly able to penetrate the soul, profound and unfathomable. That voice carried a chilling undercurrent. Chapter 330. I want this dog to never bark again. Who is it? Xiaqiu looked around warily, trying to find the person who made the sound. The penetrating power of the sound sent chills down his spine. A moment later, his gaze sharpened, and he stared intently at the eaves of the house in front of him. There, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him indifferently. His deep and indifferent gaze made Xiaqiu feel extremely uncomfortable. A chill seemed to spread through my body. "It's you!" Liang Qi also saw Hua Qiu on the roof and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hua Qiu had humiliated him in the black market last time, and he had originally planned to come here today to redeem himself. Mr. Hua Qiu. Grandpa Gu bowed to Hua Qiu and greeted him respectfully. The other members of the Gu family bowed to him. Seeing this, how could Xia Qiu and the Liang family father and son not know Hua Qiu's identity? The medicine saint is him? Liang Qi was very surprised. Although Hua Qiu's attitude towards the black market manager had made him suspicious, he never dared to associate Hua Qiu with that identity. Because Hua Qiu is too young. Anyone who has never met the medicine sage will subconsciously assume that he is an old pharmacist whose alchemy skills have reached the pinnacle. What a master of alchemy, and so young Xia Qiu's eyelids twitched, and he was deeply shocked. But he didn't seem to change much on the surface. Did you really refine the longevity pill and the martial king pill? Xia Qiu stared at Hua Qiu and asked with a frown. Not bad, Hua Qiu uttered. Very good, Xia Qiu smiled. To be able to refine such medicine, I must say, your skills are truly remarkable, he praised. After hearing the news, even our family head became very interested in you and instructed me to recruit you to the Xia family no matter what. At your level, you should have heard of the Xia family, an ancient martial arts family. I won't say anything more. The Xia family will give you unexpected benefits. It would be your honor to serve the Xia family. After I've dealt with the Gu family, come with me to the Xia family to refine medicine for them. Xia Qiu spoke to Hua Qiu in a condescending tone, as if giving a command. They claimed it was a recruitment drive, but they made no attempt to consult Hua Qiu's opinion. It was as if serving the Xia family was a blessing Hua Qiu had accumulated over several lifetimes, and he should be grateful. Hua Qiu's expression froze for a moment. He gave him a look as if he were looking at an idiot. He knew that the people from the ancient martial arts families were arrogant and looked down on everyone. But the incurable arrogance of the Xia family member before him left him speechless. Even the celestial kings who control the world aren't as foolishly arrogant as him. Where does someone from a mere secular family get such confidence? Seeing Hua Qiu's somber expression, Xia Qiu revealed her dissatisfaction. What, you're still not willing? He questioned, his expression one of utter disbelief. Master Qiuhua, you should think this through carefully. Mr. Xia Qiu is personally recruiting you on behalf of the Xia family. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have another one. Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, said in a deep voice. What is the Gu family compared to you? How much of a stage can they give you? Only by serving the Xia family can you truly unleash your potential. Don't be so ungrateful. Hua Qiu's expression became impatient. He looked at Xia Ziwei. Are you hurt? He asked. I'm fine, Xia Ziwei replied softly. Hua Qiu nodded. If anything happens to you, I'll make sure his body is never found. He said coldly. Xia Ziwei's delicate body trembled, and she stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiu's face darkened. What a master of alchemy, he's certainly skilled, but he's got quite the big mouth, he said, squinting his eyes. If you agree to serve the Xia family, I can forgive your offensive words. If you don't agree. It won't take the Xia family much effort to make a master potion elixir disappear. I don't like listening to dogs bark, Hua Qiu said indifferently. He didn't look at Xia Qiu even once more, his face full of disgust. I want this dog, so it will never bark again. Xia Qiu immediately glared angrily, her anger surging. He opened his mouth, about to yell at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu glanced at him nonchalantly. Buzz. In an instant, ripples appeared in the air in front of Xia Qiu. Everything around him seemed to freeze. Xia Qiu found that she couldn't make a sound with her mouth open. It felt like her throat was being tightly choked, and she had an uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. His expression changed. Immediately afterward, he wanted to take action and get out of this strange place. But as soon as he tried to take a step, he found that his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could not move an inch. Xia Qiu was extremely shocked, looking completely bewildered. He frantically channeled the internal energy within his dantian, attempting to break free from this cage. But it was all in vain, it had no effect whatsoever, and even the internal energy within the body was rapidly dissipating. Shock turned into terror. What happened? How did I get like this? Xiaoqiu's face was pale and his veins were bulging, which was quite frightening. He looked at Hua Qiu in horror. Could it be that he did something wrong? Mr. Xiaoqiu, what's wrong? Liang Bin noticed his unusual behavior and quickly asked. Xiaoqiu had no answer. He couldn't even breathe, all he could do was stare wide-eyed, his eyes bloodshot. This terrified the Liang father and son, turning their faces pale. Hua Qiu landed on the roof and walked towards Xiaoqiu. Thump! As he took a step, Xiaoqiu's heart trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer. On the outskirts of Qishan, I once killed 2 elders of the Xia family. One was an ordinary martial venerable, and the other was a martial king known as one of the 3 venerables, Hua Qiu said calmly. Xiaoqiu's mind was in turmoil, and an expression of disbelief and astonishment appeared on her face. It seems as if my worldview and perceptions have been overturned, making it difficult for me to remain calm. I killed 2 more people from the Yu family in Xinjiang City. One of them claims to be a prodigy of the Xia family, and the other seems to be a great martial venerable, Hua Qiu continued, his tone still calm. Xiaoqiu's face was already as pale as paper. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. 4 experts from the Xia family have gone out, including one of the family's most promising talents, who has not returned and cannot be contacted. The Xia family had also sent people to search for them, but there was no news at all. Until now, this unsolved mystery has been revealed to Xiaoqiu. But it made him tremble uncontrollably. Of those 4, the weakest was a veteran martial venerable, and the 3 strongest were even powerful martial kings. Even they died at this man's hands. He was merely a beginner-level martial venerable. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of such a terrifying being? What's the difference between him and courting death? Xiaoqiu was horrified, her liver and gallbladder trembling. Thump! Hua Qiu was still walking towards him. The sound of footsteps pounded in his heart, making it hard for his heart to bear. Xiaoqiu's mouth tasted metallic and bitter, it was blood flowing out. With each step Hua Qiu took, he moved 1 step closer to death. When Hua Qiu walked up to him, Xiaoqiu had already died. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, yet he remained standing motionless. Mr. Xiaoqiu, what's wrong with you? Liang Bin's face was pale, and he touched his body with his hand. Bang! Xiaoqiu fell straight down. In an instant, the Liang father and son were terrified. Especially after meeting Hua Qiu's gaze, they were terrified. 331, Chapter 331. The Liang family collapses within 3 days. A deathly silence fell over the Gu family courtyard. Everyone stared at the corpse of the Xia family member, unable to recover for a long time. This surprised everyone. No one could have imagined that Hua Qiu would actually kill a high-ranking member of the Xia family. Do you know how serious your crime is? The Liang family patriarch asked Hua Qiu, suppressing his fear. Murder is a capital offense. Even if you are not an ordinary person and we can't do anything to you, there is a martial alliance in Suzhou City, and they will never let you go. Do you know that even the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Martial Alliance has to give the Xia family some face? You killed someone from the Xia family, and they will definitely be furious. They won't even have to lift a finger. You'll be sent to the Xia family to await their judgment. Liang Bin hoped to make Hua Qiu realize how terrifying the Xia family was, and wanted to make Hua Qiu wary. Because he was afraid that Hua Qiu would kill them too. Now, things are out of control. The Gu family members' expressions also changed. In their imagination, Hua Qiu leading them to fight against the Xia family would already be the best they could hope for. As soon as he met the Xia family, he killed a very important member of the Xia family. The Gu family members were in a state of panic for a moment. Only old Master Gu remained somewhat calm. Manting, take some men to collect Mr. Xiaoqiu's body and give him a proper burial, he instructed. Gu Manting walked cautiously towards Xiaoqiu's body. No need, Hua Qiu waved his hand. Leave the body disposal to the professionals, you don't need to worry about it. I have already notified them, and they will come to handle the body in a while. Everyone present looked astonished. Does Sujiang City even have professional corpse collection services? They had never heard of it. None of you are allowed to touch this body. Liang Bin shouted, mustering his courage. This is evidence of his murder. He killed someone and then tried to destroy the evidence. The Liang family will not allow it. Dad! Liang Qi exclaimed in shock. They are currently in the Gu family's territory, and even a prominent figure from the Xia family has been killed by Hua Qiu using unknown means. Making threats here at this time is no different from courting death. Liang Bin shut his mouth, his face turning pale. He regretted it after he said it. Having relied on the Xia family's backing, the Liang family had been acting arrogantly for too long. He failed to recognize his own situation and subconsciously launched an attack. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the Liang family father and son, his expression full of disdain. The two immediately trembled, their faces showing fear. Hua Qiu merely glanced at them before looking away. In his eyes, these two mere mortals, who were not even martial artists, were less than ants. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with someone like that. Hua Qiu walked away nonchalantly, completely ignoring the Liang family father and son. Dad, what should we do? Liang Qi's calves were trembling as he asked Liang Bin in a low voice. When they arrived, they were very aggressive, because a big shot from the Xia family was personally present, and they were not afraid of the master of potions. They were full of confidence, believing that Hua Qiu would be intimidated by the bigwigs of the Xia family and obediently switch allegiance to the Xia family. Now that the body of a prominent figure from the Xia family was laid out before them, the two were completely at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. What are you afraid of? Liang Bin said through gritted teeth, his voice gloomy. We have the incredibly powerful Xia family behind us. This person dared to kill even a big shot in the Xia family. He's courting death. Don't worry, once the Xia family finds out, they will definitely not let him go. Does he even dare to fight against the Xia family? He's simply overestimating himself. Hearing this, Liang Qi felt a little more confident and was no longer so afraid. Right now, let's not get into a conflict with him. Our top priority is to get this message to the Xia family as soon as possible. The Liang father and son discussed it quietly and made up their minds. Hua Qiu, who had walked a short distance, suddenly stopped and turned around to look back. The Liang father and son couldn't help but tremble, their faces turning pale. Could he have heard us? No way, we were speaking so quietly, Liang Qi muttered fearfully. You're right, Hua Qiu said calmly. You should get this news to the Xia family as quickly as possible. The Liang father and son were immediately stunned. The Gu family was also stunned. No one could understand what Hua Qiu meant. No, how could we dare to pass on a message? Liang Bin thought Hua Qiu was testing him, so he quickly chuckled awkwardly. I told you to pass it on, so pass it on. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. Try to describe the situation as serious as possible, ideally to the point that it would mobilize all the core members of the Xia family. That way, I won't have to go to them myself, which will save me a lot of trouble. Everyone was stunned. They finally understood what Hua Qiu meant. It turns out he didn't take the entire Xia family seriously at all, and wasn't worried about the message getting through or the Xia family getting angry. For a moment, the Liang father and son looked at each other in silence. You're the one who told us to spread this, so don't regret it later. Seeing that Hua Qiu had no intention of killing them, Liang Bin wasn't so afraid anymore. The Liang father and son were extremely angry. Hua Qiu's recklessness and fearlessness made them feel uneasy. The two of them really wanted to see him punished by the Xia family and beg for mercy like a dog. The Xia family is the one who should regret it, Hua Qiu said calmly. He glanced at the two of them, his expression amused. However, I wonder if your Liang family can hold out until the Xia family arrives. What do you mean? The Liang father and son asked angrily. Back then, the Liang family was the Xia family's dog. With the Xia family's support, they rose rapidly and suppressed the Gu family. Now, I will also follow the example of the Xia family's past actions, Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Within 3 days, I will make the Liang family even worse off than the Gu family was at its lowest point. On the contrary, the Gu family will step on the Liang family to rise to the top ranks of Sujiang. The Liang father and son froze for a moment. Soon, the two men were full of sarcasm, finding Hua Qiu extremely arrogant and ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can compare to the Xia family? Liang Bin sneered. What a joke, my Liang family is so powerful and wealthy that we won't budge an inch and let you do whatever you want. You want my Liang family to become like the Gu family, we can give you a few decades, so what? Liang Qi retorted sarcastically. Indeed, your reputation as the medicine saint is currently at its zenith, and you are sought after by countless people, but with your current abilities, you probably don't have the power to bring down my Liang family within 3 days. Hua Qiu simply smiled slightly. At this moment, a commotion came from outside the Gu family courtyard, indicating that quite a few people had arrived. The body collectors have arrived, Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone was taken aback. Their eyes were all fixed on the entrance. Soon, the group filed in. These people were wearing the same uniforms and seemed to be from an unusual department. When they saw the departmental insignia on their bodies that indicated their identities, everyone, including the Liang family father and son, showed expressions of surprise. 332, Chapter 332 Honorary Speaker of the Xia Kingdom. They are from the Martial Alliance? Liang Bin stared blankly at the group's insignia and recognized their identities. This is the person Mr. Hua Qiu mentioned who came to collect the body? Even the Gu family was dumbfounded. The Martial Alliance is a very special department, with functions exceeding those of any other department in Sujiang City. They are the most influential organization in Sujiang City. Were these people really summoned by Hua Qiu to collect the bodies? For a moment, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The Martial Alliance members did not act immediately upon entering, but instead stood in 2 rows on either side, seemingly welcoming some important figure. Neither of the two families dared to speak, silently staring at the entrance. A moment later, someone finally appeared. A sprightly old man strode into the courtyard, looking around as soon as he entered, searching for someone. At this moment, both the Gu family and the Liang family father and son were shocked. Because they all knew the person who came. Not only did they know each other, but everyone in the entire city of Sujiang knew each other. They never expected that they would alarm such a top figure. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Old Master Gu was the first to react. He immediately shouted, showing a look of awe, and quickly knelt down before the man. Greetings, Jiang Guisher. The others all had similar expressions and followed suit, bowing down. The person who came was a distinguished official from Sujiang City. He is also the branch manager of the Sujiang Martial Arts Alliance. Such a person can be said to be at the very top of the entire Sujiang City. Even the top families in Sujiang City would be terrified in the face of this person. Only the 2 special individuals from the Ding and Tang families could be considered equals to him. However, Jiang Guisher ignored them. He entered the courtyard and quickly found Hua Qiu, his face lighting up with joy. He immediately quickened his pace and swiftly walked up to Hua Qiu. Your subordinate, Zhang Fanghua, the branch minister of the Wuming in Sujiang City and a meritorious national hero, pays his respects to Speaker Hua. Zhang Fanghua bowed to Hua Qiu and shouted loudly. At that moment, it was as if the air had frozen, and the surroundings became a silent world. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe, their expressions blank. After a long while, they looked up in shock, staring blankly at the scene before them. The dignified head of the Wuming branch of Sujiang City, a noble patriot. He actually bowed to the young Hua Qiu, referring to himself as a subordinate, full of respect. Liang Bin's face turned ashen. Liang Qi's eyes widened. The Gu family was deeply shocked. Before this, no one knew Hua Qiu's identity, they only knew that he was highly skilled in alchemy and was known as the medicine saint. Unexpectedly, he also had other extraordinary identities. Jiang Guisher, what do you call Mr. Hua Qiu? Old Master Gu asked, his voice trembling with unease. His question sent a chill down everyone's spine. If I heard correctly, Jiang Guisher seemed to address Hua Qiu as Speaker Hua. What, don't you Gu family members know? Zhang Fengwa said with a strange expression. Grandpa Gu shook his head mechanically. Hua Qiu is the youngest Hall of Fame national scholar in our Xia Kingdom. Just half a month ago, he was awarded the title of Honorary Speaker of the House of Representatives of Xia Kingdom. Although he does not manage affairs, his status and treatment are equivalent to the 3 full speakers, Zhang Fengwa said with a smile. A single sentence uttered was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The Gu family members were in a state of unease. The Liang father and son were struck dumb, their minds went blank, and they appeared to be in a daze. Speaker of the Xia Kingdom Parliament. What kind of title is that? He's still so young. This is an unprecedented and earth-shattering event in the Xia Kingdom. Although he is only an honorary speaker, his status is equivalent to that of the full speaker. What does this tell us? Hua Qiu has already become a leading figure in the entire Xia Kingdom, someone who can truly command the nation. This news was so shocking and explosive that a group of people couldn't possibly process it in a short time. I never imagined that Mr. Hua Qiu would reach such heights at such a young age. Old Master Gu said excitedly. What merits does our Gu family have to deserve the favor of such a person? My family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. The Gu family was filled with intense emotions, experiencing both great surprise and shock. On the contrary, the Liang father and son looked gloomy, their hearts sinking to the bottom. They never imagined that Hua Qiu had such an astonishing and powerful background. In his early 20s, he became the honorary speaker of the Xia Kingdom. Who would dare to dream of that? Even with the Xia family backing them up, they couldn't remain calm. Because a speaker of the council actually has the ability to confront the Xia family. If the Xia family really intends to harm him, it has escalated to a different level and will not be so easily resolved. Honorary speaker, you've promoted me again. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. He has never been to the capital city. But with his series of actions, he has accumulated more and more titles. First he was a national hero of the highest caliber, then a candidate for Member of Parliament, a candidate for Leader of the Alliance, a candidate for Speaker, and now he is the Honorary Speaker. He understood that this was someone from the Xia Kingdom's elite level trying to win him over. Hua Qiu was not interested in these titles. Hua Guosher, didn't you tell me to come and collect the body? Zhang Fengwa asked with a smile, looking at the corpse on the ground. Is this the person? Hua Qiu nodded. This person comes from the ancient martial arts family, the Xia family, and is an ordinary martial venerable of the Xia family, he said calmly. Zhang Fengwa's smile froze for a moment. What, you don't dare to accept it? Hua Qiu said. Since it is your order, how dare the Suzhang branch disobey? Zhang Fengwa quickly recovered from his initial surprise and said respectfully. Men, dispose of this body as quickly as possible. He ordered. The Martial Alliance branch immediately took action, removing the body and cleaning up the scene. Everyone stared in disbelief. The Suzhang Martial Alliance branch leader personally led a team to collect the bodies. That's quite a grand affair. Just because of one sentence from Hua Qiu. Hua Guosher, is there anything else you need? Zhang Fengwa asked. Hua Qiu looked on indifferently. They turned to the Liang family father and son. Within 3 days, I will reduce the Liang family to the lowest rung, and at the same time, let the Gu family take their place, he said coldly. Zhang Fengwa's face immediately darkened, and he glared fiercely at the Liang family father and son. How dare you, Liang family, offend Hua Guosher? Do you know how serious this crime is? He angrily rebuked. The Liang father and son lay on the ground, not daring to lift their heads, trembling with fear. There's no need to punish them. I want them to watch the Liang family fall, Hua Qiu added. I have already spoken to them, and the black market will fully cooperate. The Tang family has also expressed their willingness to spare no effort. The Liang father and son, who were lying prone, were even more terrified. He can even manipulate neutral organizations like the black market. And there's the assistance of the top-tier Tang family. Where is the Liang family going to survive? Hua Guosher, why would it take 3 days? Don't worry, the Liang family will be doomed in less than 2 days. Zhang Fengwa assured him confidently. It's over. Our Liang family is finished, Liang Qi said in a low voice, his heart filled with despair. Not yet, Liang Bin murmured, his eyes reddening. As long as the Xia family doesn't give up on us, we still have hope. He gritted his teeth, ready to go all in. 333, Chapter 333, Should I be made to plead guilty with a bundle of thorns on my back? On the same day, a full-scale war against the Liang family broke out, spearheaded by the Sujiang Martial Alliance branch and assisted by the Tang family. The power of the Martial Alliance branch is extremely terrifying. As soon as the Sujiang Martial Alliance branch minister spoke, the Liang family was instantly isolated by Sujiang's upper class, while at the same time the Tang family launched an economic offensive. The Liang family's various businesses were successively shut down by the Martial Alliance branch due to various problems, and their partners terminated their contracts and demanded compensation. The enormous compensation amount severely damaged the Liang family's finances. The growing public opinion was difficult to control, and the Liang family became a pariah in Sujiang City, despised by countless people. The Liang family's business stock plummeted to its daily limit, and all their assets were reduced to ashes in just one day. A day later, the Liang family was heavily in debt and struggling to survive. The black market also stripped the Liang family of their membership, and someone secretly offered huge sums of money to incite people from all walks of life to relentlessly attack the Liang family. Overnight, the Liang family was removed from the ranks of the top families in Sujiang City, becoming even worse off than the Gu family when it was in decline. Inside the Liang family hall, all the Liang family members gathered together, each at a loss for what to do. All the major banks have rejected our loans, refusing to lend us a single penny. The last remaining industry in eastern Jiangsu has also been destroyed. The person in charge there has been accused of embezzlement and bribery, and the products are substandard. They have been shut down by the relevant departments. Even if we sell everything that the Liang family can right now, it will still be far from enough to pay off our debts. The court has issued a notice that they will forcibly seal off this place tomorrow. One piece of bad news after another kept coming in, filling the Liang family with despair. Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, sat in the head of the family seat, looking extremely anxious and silent, his face ashen. If this continues, the Liang family is doomed. Someone said sadly. Who exactly did our Liang family offend? Why has it turned out like this overnight? Patriarch, say something. Liang Bin looked up, his eyes red. Shut up, all of you. He roared. What's the panic? The Liang family isn't at their wits' end yet. Just wait, news will be coming from over there soon. As long as they make a move, the Liang family will not perish. Silence fell over the hall. All members of the Liang family waited anxiously, filled with immense torment. Just when Liang Bin's hopes were about to be dashed, a letter was delivered to the Liang family. Heaven hasn't forsaken the Liang family. Liang Bin burst into laughter immediately after seeing this, his gloom dispelled. Dad, is the Xia family finally going to make a move? Liang Qi asked excitedly. Liang Bin sneered. Come on, follow me to the Gu family. He stood up and walked out with confidence. In the old Gu family mansion, Hua Qiu was refining elixirs inside the house. Mr. Hua Qiu, the Liang family has arrived and says they want to see you, someone called out from outside. Hua Qiu frowned. I won't see you, he said coldly. At this moment, the Liang family was in dire straits, and he thought that the Liang family had come to beg him for mercy. A moment later, the person who reported the news returned. Mr. Hua Qiu, they refuse to leave and are threatening that if you don't go out to see them, you will die a horrible death. Hua Qiu's face darkened, and he stood up. He never expected that even in this dire situation, the Liang family would still dare to threaten him. Hua Qiu appeared before the Liang family with a cold face. What, haven't the Martial Alliance and the Tang family gone too far? Hua Qiu said in a deep voice, full of impatience. You're too happy too soon, Mr. Hua. Liang Bin sneered. Hua Qiu frowned. They actually dared to talk back to him. Where does their confidence come from? Liang Bin noticed Hua Qiu's confusion. Hua Qiu, Hua Guosher, you are truly remarkable. To have reached such heights at such a young age is truly astonishing. But you're underestimating the Xia family far too much. Indeed, your status as speaker can indeed make the Xia family wary, and your reliance is on the organization headed by the Martial Alliance headquarters. Without that backing, you're nothing more than someone with the title of speaker. For the Xia family to deal with you is as easy as crushing an ant. Hua Chou frowned even more deeply. I have some bad news to tell you. The Xia family patriarch has already negotiated with the Martial Alliance headquarters and soon received a personal reply from the Martial Alliance leader. Guess what the Martial Alliance leader said? Hua Chou looked at the Liang family with an indifferent expression. The leader of the Martial Alliance said that the Martial Alliance will not interfere in your feud with the Xia family in the slightest. In other words, you've been abandoned by the Martial Alliance, you have no support left. What makes you think you can fight the Xia family? Liang Bin's expression was crazed, filled with arrogant smugness. Hua Chou was slightly taken aback. While in Xishan, he had heard Liao Tongyuan mention it. Ancient martial arts families hold a superior position, with martial saints as their guardians. The Martial Alliance can only give them face and tacitly approve of some of their actions. In reality, the leader of the Martial Alliance deeply resented the ancient martial arts families, but he was simply unable to eliminate them. Now that the Martial Alliance has announced it will remain neutral, Hua Chou understands the situation perfectly. The Martial Alliance was aware of his strength. This is an attempt to severely damage the Xia family and weaken their strength. It's laughable that the Xia family and these Liang family members thought that the Martial Alliance was afraid of the Xia family and therefore abandoned Hua Chou, leaving him to fend for himself. I thought being an honorary speaker was something special, but it turns out it's nothing special. He just gave up like that, Liang Qi said gloatingly. Hua Chou, so what if you brought my Liang family to the brink of ruin? As long as the Xia family makes a move, all your efforts will be in vain, and my Liang family will still be able to rise again with ease. Liang Bin sneered repeatedly. The Gu family will still perish. And your fate won't be any better. As he spoke, Liang Bin took out a piece of letter paper. The Xia family patriarch said in the letter that you have 2 days to go to the Xia family and apologize with a bundle of thorns on your back. Otherwise, you and everyone you care about will be reduced to ashes. Liang Bin had someone deliver the letter to Hua Chou. Hua Chou took it and quickly finished reading it. It's unknown whether the letter was written by the head of the Xia family. However, the letter exudes an air of superiority, and its tone is entirely one of command. Their self-confidence borders on ridiculous superiority. If you do not come in 2 days, the medicine saint will disappear from this world completely, including all those close to you. Don't doubt it, my Xia family has that kind of strength. Such a threat ignited a fire of anger within Hua Chou. Laugh. The letter in his hand turned into a pile of ashes. Ha, you're courting death. Liang Bin shouted angrily upon seeing this. Hua Chou's gaze swept over them with icy coldness. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted in front of him, and his energy burst forth. The entire Liang family was affected and was violently blasted away. After falling to the ground, their faces turned pale and they were covered in blood. Some were on the verge of death, while others died on the spot. You dare to? The Liang father and son stared at Hua Chou in horror, their mouths full of blood. They couldn't understand how Hua Chou could still be so arrogant when he had no one to rely on. What an arrogant and self-important Xia family! Hua Chou said coldly, his killing intent extremely strong. Very well, since you won't come to Meth and I, the Emperor, will personally visit you and see how you will make me beg for forgiveness. 334, Chapter 334. The word escape does not exist in the dictionary. Near the east of Suzhou City, there is a famous mountain from the Xia dynasty. The mountain has been developed into a tourist attraction, and it's bustling with people every day. However, the backside of the scenic area is rarely visited, because it is not only a dangerous place, but also under the strict control of the Xia kingdom. Anyone who dares to trespass will be severely punished. That place is the ancestral home of the Xia family, an ancient martial arts clan. That morning, Hua Chou led Xia Ziwei into this area. Surprisingly, there were military personnel from the Xia kingdom stationed outside the Xia family's territory to prevent ordinary people from entering. This puzzled Hua Chou greatly. When the two arrived, the military personnel had already received orders, and no one stopped them. The highest-ranking general in the area even drove a military vehicle to greet them. Aren't ancient martial arts families always a thorn in the side of the Xia kingdom's higher-ups? Why would they send you here to guard them? Hua Chou asked, voicing his doubts. Huaguosher, what we are protecting is not an ancient martial arts family, but something else, the general replied. For specifics, you can ask the leader of the Martial Alliance, he will tell you everything. Hua Chou frowned, closed his eyes slightly, and extended his divine sense into the mountain. He quickly understood. This place is a spring containing the vital energy of the Xia kingdom's dragon vein. The energy of the dragon vein is of paramount importance to a great nation, which explains why the Xia kingdom's leadership sent troops to guard it. Perhaps they are not only guarding the dragon vein, but also keeping a close eye on the Xia family and their every move. Due to the presence of the dragon vein's energy spring, the concentration of spiritual energy here exceeds that of other regions. The Xia family's territory was located directly above the spring. Nourished by the dragon vein's energy, their bodies are stronger than those of ordinary martial artists, their lifespans are longer, and their progress in martial arts cultivation is also rapid. How could the leader of the Martial Alliance tolerate ancient martial arts families to this extent? Hua Chou asked, puzzled. These ancient martial arts families in Xia Kingdom are all high and mighty, never taking ordinary people seriously, and often overstepping their bounds. The Martial Alliance has always turned a blind eye to this and tolerated it. Furthermore, the Xia family's territory was built directly above a dragon vein spring, and the Martial Alliance could actually sit idly by. The most powerful force in a country cannot be its martial artists. If the Xia kingdom wanted to, it could easily use a large army and highly lethal firearms to wipe out the ancient martial arts families. Huaguosher, you don't know this. There are too many things that are hard to explain for details. You should ask the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance, the general said with a sigh. We heard that you've come here to cause a ruckus at the Xia family. The soldiers all hope that you can teach those arrogant Xia family members a lesson. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me, and I will immediately send troops to the scene. This is what I have been instructed to do. The general gave Hua Chou a communicator. No need, Hua Chou said calmly. If I were to contact you, there would only be one reason, to have you collect the bodies of the Xia family members. Everyone on the bus stared at Hua Chou in shock. Ahem, Huaguosher, there are 7 ancient martial arts families in Xia Kingdom, and the Xia family ranks second in strength, the general coughed and said. That old codger from the Xia family has lived for nearly 200 years. His strength is unfathomable. There are rumors that he may have even reached the legendary realm. However, he is nearing the end of his life and has been in seclusion for more than 20 years. He may have already passed away. That is why the higher-ups agreed to let you go to the Xia family. They hope that you can find out some of the truth. If the Xia family patriarch is still alive, you must escape down the mountain as quickly as possible. We will meet you at the foot of the mountain. The Xia family patriarch will have some reservations and should not dare to take your life. Of course, this is all according to orders from above. Hua Chou smiled faintly. So this is what the Martial Alliance's higher-ups were planning. The word escape doesn't exist in my dictionary, he said dismissively. The soldiers on the vehicle looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment. This Huaguosher is indeed as arrogant as described above. The general showed a helpless expression. The military vehicle drove into the mountains, passed through the military camp, and finally stopped on a mountain road. Huaguosher, the Xia family's territory is not far ahead. We shouldn't go any further, otherwise it might provoke a reaction from the Xia family. Hua Chou frowned even more deeply. Even an ancient martial arts family can make an army hesitant and restrained. Why are the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance so wary of them? Hua Chou and Xia Ziwei got out of the car and walked up the mountain ahead. The soldiers on the vehicle watched them leave without moving, their eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Until the two figures could no longer be seen. Hurry, send the order immediately and assemble the artillery battalion as quickly as possible. The general said urgently, his face grim. Get those missile launchers installed, everyone, go to level 1 combat readiness, await my orders and be ready to launch a bombing attack at any time. Order the entire army, assemble the entire army, load all guns, if anything happens to Huaguosher, launch the attack immediately. Retrieve all satellite images, simultaneously connect to the communicator on Huaguosher's body. We need to monitor the Xia family's every move in real time. Orders were quickly relayed down the mountain, and the troops below began to move swiftly. This is the first time this army has made such a large-scale operation since it was stationed here. Because the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance have repeatedly instructed that Hua Qiu is even more important than the two Xia families. Hua Qiu did not notice that the entire army had been mobilized because of him. His mind was entirely focused on the Xia family. The Xia family's territory also has formations. Just like the Lin family back then. Although that level of formation seems so crude to Hua Qiu, it was still quite unreasonable for these mortal families to have formations at all. He understood that there were many secrets about these ancient martial arts families in the Xia kingdom that he was unaware of. Who cares? What does it matter how many secrets there are? Hua Qiu smiled coldly, not taking it to heart. The Xia family's formation was not activated, although even if it were, it wouldn't be able to stop Hua Qiu. Before long, Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei arrived in front of the Xia family mansion. Momwei come to save you. Xia Ziwei looked ahead sadly, her eyes blurry with tears. Hua Qiu, as long as you can help me rescue my mother, I will agree to anything you ask of me in the future, she said slowly, looking at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was taken aback. I always felt that Xia Ziwei's words contained some ambiguous meaning. Don't talk nonsense, I don't need you to repay me, Hua Qiu said. Then, he looked at the Xia family's territory, his gaze turning cold. How do you plan to get in? Xia Ziwei asked. Of course we'll just go straight in, Hua Qiu sneered. The next moment. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the mountains and fields, spreading throughout the entire Xia family territory, and even reaching the military base at the foot of the mountain. 335, Chapter 335 Ants Roaring at Elephants. Holy crap, that's incredible! At the military command post down the mountain, several military generals stared intently at the screen in front of them, and one of them couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the screen, Hua Qiu slammed his palm down, reducing the wall containing the two main gates of the Xia family to rubble. The military leaders were astonished. Is this the strength of Hua Qiu, the national scholar? It's terrifying. That casual slap was as powerful as a grenade. How could humans be so powerful? They stared intently, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. This was the first time they had ever seen a martial arts expert of this caliber make a move, and they were utterly shocked. Such a commotion could be heard throughout the entire Xia family. What happened? Could it be that those barbarians down the mountain have launched an attack on my Xia family? How dare they? The Xia family reacted quickly, each one furious. The core members of the Xia family quickly gathered together. The head of the Xia family was tall and handsome. He sat in a high position, awaiting reports from below. You scum of the Xia family, why don't you come out to greet Grandpa Beishan Huaqiu when he arrives? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, echoing throughout the entire Xia family compound. The faces of the Xia family's higher-ups immediately darkened, and anger appeared on their faces. Huaqiu, who is that? How dare an unknown nobody act so presumptuously in my Xia family? Is he tired of living? How dare you, you're courting death. The Xia family patriarch frowned, his expression displeased. Huaqiu. Could this person be the renowned pharmacist from Suzhou City? He said coldly. After pondering for a moment, the Xia family's senior management also felt that it was highly likely. What a fine alchemy master, he killed my Xia family's martial venerable, and now he's supposed to come to the Xia family to beg for forgiveness. This is how he begs for forgiveness. I think he's just courting death. A mere alchemy master, does he really think he's so great? The Martial Alliance has already abandoned him. Where does he get the courage to do such a thing? This person must be severely punished, otherwise, how can the Xia family maintain its reputation? The crowd was immediately outraged. Fifth Elder, go and bring Hua Qiu here, the Xia family head said coldly. Don't hurt him too badly, he can refine longevity pills and martial king pills, which are still useful to our Xia family. I obey. One person stepped forward with their luggage, then strode confidently out of the hall. With the fifth elder's cultivation as a great martial venerable, dealing with Hua Qiu is naturally a piece of cake, the higher-ups smiled. At this moment, Hua Qiu had already led Xia Ziwei into the Xia family courtyard. Hua Qiu, do you know where my mother is being held? I hope to get her out as soon as possible, Xia Ziwei said with tears in her eyes. Hua Qiu nodded. He had searched the souls of the Xia family's experts, so he naturally knew their exact locations. Follow me, he instructed, and led Xia Ziwei into the Xia family home. Stop. A group of Xia family warriors appeared and blocked their path. You scoundrel, how dare you cause trouble at the Xia family, you deserve to die. Someone shouted. Snort. Hua Qiu merely snorted coldly and angrily turned away. Boom. The powerful force created a gale, and the gust of wind swept towards the group of people at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Puff! These members of the Xia family were merely mid to high-level martial artists, utterly powerless to resist. They were instantly swept away and fell to the ground. They are unbelievable. With a mere flick of his sleeve, that man severely injured more than a dozen Xia family martial artists. This was something that they, with their inherent pride, found hard to accept. Cool. Well done. The Chinese heroes are truly mighty. The military commanders at the command post watched with great satisfaction, exclaiming how exhilarating it was. They were already annoyed by the Xia family's usual arrogant attitude towards them. Now that Hua Qiu has helped them vent their anger, they are filled with respect for him. You are not even as good as ants. If you dare to stop me, you will be reduced to ashes. Hua Qiu said coldly with an indifferent expression. Then, he led Xia Ziwei through the group of Xia family warriors. No one dared to stop them anymore. They wanted to stop them but were powerless to do so. They didn't even have the strength to get up and were badly injured. Where are you going? Does the Xia family allow you to roam freely? A figure appeared ahead. He was a young man with a cold expression and an extraordinary aura. Young Master Xia Kong has arrived. He's the strongest prodigy in our Xia family, the second-ranked genius on the ancient martial arts prodigy ranking. He can definitely take this person down. Young Master Xia Kong, let's teach him a lesson and show him the power of the Xia family. The Xia family warriors became excited and smiled. Xia Kong coldly sized up Hua Qiu. You are about my age, and with such strength, you are comparable to the geniuses of ancient martial arts families. You are qualified to make me take action, he said with an arrogant expression. He even had some admiration for Hua Qiu. After all, it is very difficult for such a young martial artist to emerge in the secular world. You deserve to be defeated by me, Xia Kong said again. Considering how difficult it is for you to cultivate in the mortal world, I can give you 3 moves first. He stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face, waiting for Hua Qiu to make his move. Young Master Xia Kong truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest prodigy of the Xia family. Look how confident he is, and how he maintains the demeanor of a top expert. The Xia family warriors flattered him, showing their complete trust in Xia Kong. Don't even mention 3 moves, even if he had 10 moves, he still wouldn't be a match for young Master Xia Kong. Young Master Xia Kong will soon show him what it means to be outmatched and have more capable people. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly as he glanced indifferently at the Xia family's strongest prodigy. This was like an ant barking at an elephant, so arrogant and ignorant of its own limitations that he found utterly ridiculous. Go ahead and make your move, Xia Kong said with a faint smile. Hua Qiu showed no expression. She waved her hand at him impatiently, as if shooing away a stray dog blocking her way. Boom! In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds surged, and the space ahead erupted into chaos. With a single wave, the spiritual energy surged forth, cutting through the air. In an instant, Xia Kong's expression changed drastically, his pupils dilated, and the confident smile on his face gradually froze. He sensed an extremely powerful and terrifying force from that energy. This power made Xia Kong feel a chill run down his spine, and his expression became solemn. At this moment, he could no longer care about the three-move agreement and hurriedly tried to defend himself. He unleashed his strongest attack in an attempt to counteract the powerful force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion rang out, and the energy exploded. Xia Kong's body flew backward violently, crashing into a thick pillar before falling to the ground. His mouth was full of blood, his face was ashen, and he barely managed to lift his head, looking at Hua Qiu in utter shock. With just a casual move, he was unable to defend himself. The Xia family warriors were all stunned, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. The Xia family's strongest prodigy, ranked second on the ancient martial arts prodigy list. They couldn't even withstand a single move from that young man? Is this really not an illusion? Even the number one genius on the ancient martial arts prodigy ranking is far less powerful than this. What kind of monster is he? Xia Kong's face was full of horror. Among the young martial artists of the Xia kingdom, he was only slightly weaker than one person. Today I finally had my eyes opened and encountered an unprecedented and unbelievable person. What exactly is your cultivation level? Xia Kong asked in alarm. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at him, nor did she answer his question. She simply walked past him indifferently with Xia Ziwei. Xia Kong's face turned ashen, and suddenly he closed his eyes, fainting from his severe injuries. Hua Qiu walked toward the place he had chosen, and a murderous intent began to emanate from him. Is someone blocking our way again? Who in the entire Xia family can stop me? 336, Chapter 336 Underestimating the Master of Alchemy. Bang! A martial artist fell from a height and stopped not far in front of Hua Qiu. The impact of his landing created a crater in the ground, raising clouds of dust. This is the fifth elder of the Xia family, a great martial venerable. Fifth elder. Fifth elder, seize this man immediately. He injured young Master Xia Kong, and young Master Xia Long's fate is unknown. The Xia family warriors seemed to see hope again and shouted. The fifth elder glanced at Xia Kong, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Xia Kong, how could he be so badly injured? He was very surprised. Xia Kong is ranked second on the ancient martial arts prodigy ranking. Even the top-ranked peer can only defeat him, not injure him. You, a martial artist from the secular world, actually managed to injure him to this extent. The fifth elder's face was extremely gloomy. He understood what this meant. A young martial artist from the secular world, whose talent surpasses that of all the peerless geniuses of ancient martial arts families. He was also proficient in alchemy, and could even refine the miraculous martial king pill. Let him develop, and who knows, he might suddenly become a transcendent martial saint someday. Such a person poses a great threat. You killed my Xia family's martial venerable and injured my Xia family's prodigy. Who gave you the audacity? The fifth elder roared. I'll break your arms and legs and bring you to the court to be punished. As he spoke, the fifth elder ruthlessly attacked, unleashing a burst of internal energy that struck Hua Qiu's face. Hua Qiu didn't take a great martial venerable seriously at all. He pulled Xia Ziwei behind him, shielding her, and strode forward, completely ignoring the internal force the fifth elder was unleashing. Arrogant! The fifth elder shouted coldly, filled with anger. You will reap what you sow. He sneered. In the blink of an eye, the great martial venerable's inner force blasted towards Hua Qiu. Buzz! A spiritual energy shield flashed and disappeared in front of Hua Qiu. But that's enough. In a matter of moments, the fifth elder's powerful internal energy was completely annihilated. The fifth elder couldn't help but widen his eyes. What kind of tactic is this? What he had come across as beyond his comprehension shocked him, causing him to lose his composure when facing the enemy. Seeing that Hua Qiu was still walking forward, his face turned ugly. Being treated with such contempt as a great martial venerable severely damaged his self-esteem. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for using my deadly skills. With a roar, the fifth elder leaped into the air and charged towards Hua Qiu like a whirlwind. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, finally making a move. He casually extended a finger and pointed it at the fifth elder. Clang! Clang! A wisp of immortal Emperor's sword intent burst forth from his body and flew past. What was that? As the fifth elder flew away, he only saw a flash of cold light, and his expression was filled with horror. Even with his sharp eyesight, he couldn't detect the thing's flight path. However, seeing that the cold light was very small, he quickly relaxed, and an inner energy shield appeared around his body. Well. Suddenly, the fifth elder felt a chill between his brows, and his movements gradually became sluggish. He touched his forehead in confusion and felt a patch of blood. Before he could even understand what was happening, the fifth elder felt a sudden dizziness, and his consciousness rapidly faded. Bang! A body fell to the ground, kicking up a few specks of dust. Huaqiu and Xia Ziwei walked calmly past the corpse. He didn't even glance at the corpse. Killing someone is just a matter of beheading them. Once the deed is done, one can simply leave without a trace. The Xia family warriors behind them were filled with astonishment and doubt. After Huaqiu had gone some distance, someone, despite their injuries, stumbled over to check on him. Upon seeing this, his expression was filled with terror. Fifth elder has been killed. The man cried out in horror. What? The Xia family warriors were shocked and could not believe it. The fifth elder, a grand marshal venerable, still couldn't withstand a single move from that young man. Just how strong was that person? Quickly, go and report to the patriarch and the others. Someone shouted in fear. At the military command post down the mountain, the generals also fell silent. The intention was to have Huaqiu dampen the Xia family's arrogance and make them restrain themselves. But now that Huaqiu has directly killed a high-ranking member of the Xia family, the significance is different. Ahem, it's alright, the higher-up said that given Huaguoshi's style of doing things, it's normal for him to kill a few people when he goes to the Xia family this time. The highest-ranking general coughed and said with an unnatural expression. However, he was already feeling a little uneasy. If Huaqiu kills a few more high-ranking members of the Xia family, they might not be able to handle the situation. He hadn't expected Huaqiu to be so fierce. In the main hall of the Xia family, a Xia family martial artist tumbled and crawled in. Patriarch elders and venerable ones. The fifth elder is dead. The fifth elder was killed by that Huaqiu. Young Master Xia Kong is also seriously injured and on the verge of death. He called out urgently. What did you say? The Xia family's senior executives all changed their expressions, completely unable to believe it. That's impossible. With Huaqiu's strength, how could he possibly be their match? An elder exclaimed angrily. It's true, absolutely true. That Huaqiu is too strong. Young Master Xia Kong and the fifth elder couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Young Master Xia Kong is still breathing, but fifth elder's body is completely cold. The Xia family's higher-ups could no longer sit still. They stood up in shock, unable to remain calm. That guy named Huaqiu actually has such strength? Doesn't that mean he's more powerful than all the geniuses from the ancient martial arts families? Originally, the Xia family's higher-ups did not take Huaqiu's strength seriously. They only cared about his ability to refine medicine. So they only sent one of the fifth elders to arrest him. The situation is now clearly out of control. It seems we all underestimated this master of potions, the Xia family patriarch said in a low voice, his face darkening. It is truly rare for such an anomaly to emerge in the secular world of the Xia kingdom. But there's something I don't understand. This person is so amazing. Why would the Martial Alliance abandon him, regardless of his life or death? Upon hearing this, the Xia family's higher-ups also showed expressions of doubt. Where has Huaqiu gone now? The Xia family patriarch asked. He and that bastard went towards the dungeon. You want to save that bitch, is that it? The Xia family patriarch sneered. This person was able to kill the fifth elder, so his cultivation must have reached the martial king level. His talent is extremely terrifying. We must not give such a person even the slightest chance to breathe. All elders, follow me. We must use swift and decisive measures to crush Huaqiu within the Xia family. We absolutely cannot let him escape. The head of the Xia family gave a cold shout and stepped down from his high position. All the high-ranking members of the Xia family mobilized, and the group headed aggressively towards the Xia family dungeon. At the same moment, Hua Qiao and Xia Ziwei had already arrived at the location of the dungeon. The dungeon has mechanisms that make it difficult for outsiders to enter, as they are unaware of its secrets. But Hua Qiao remained calm and composed, showing no emotion even when facing the thick stone door. Boom! He unleashed a palm strike, and in an instant, the Xia family was shaken as if by an earthquake. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone gate, which then shattered into countless fragments with a deafening roar. 337, Chapter 337. Why compromise? Xia Ziwei rushed into the Xia family dungeon like she was out of her mind. Fortunately, there weren't any traps or mechanisms set up in the dungeon. Perhaps the Xia family was too confident, believing that no one could directly destroy the stone door of the dungeon to enter. The Xia family dungeon was extremely dark, with only a faint light present, making it almost impossible to see anything. Hua Qiao opened his palm, and a fireball materialized out of thin air, illuminating the situation inside the dungeon. Xia Ziwei finally saw a person huddled in a dark corner. Xia Ziwei froze, staring at that person with tears in her eyes. She was disheveled, her clothes were tattered, and her face was no longer recognizable. She looked neither human nor ghost. She had dried, congealed bloodstains on her body, which emitted a foul stench. Mom! Xia Ziwei's throat was dry, and it took her a long time to utter a single word in a trembling voice. Although they had never met, she was now certain that this was her biological mother. Mom! Xia Ziwei shouted loudly again. The person curled up on the dungeon floor stirred, opened their eyes, and looked at the two. Suddenly, she was startled, curled up even tighter, her eyes filled with fear, and her body trembled. Mom, how could you have become like this? Xia Ziwei was heartbroken and knelt down in front of that person. She tried to touch him, but he reflexively dodged and moved backward. Mom, it's your daughter Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei burst into tears, rushed over and hugged the woman tightly, crying loudly. At first, the woman struggled, but gradually she calmed down. It seemed that Xia Ziwei's crying triggered her maternal instincts, the fear in her eyes gradually dissipated, and a radiance began to appear. Mom, I'm sorry for making you suffer here for 20 years. I am an unfilial daughter. Xia Ziwei said remorsefully, hugging the woman even tighter. The woman's body trembled, and she finally regained consciousness. You are. Mom, it's me, Ziwei, I'm your daughter. The woman looked on in disbelief, as if she were dreaming. She trembled as she stroked Xia Ziwei's cheek, the warmth brought tears to her eyes. Ziwei, my daughter, come. The mother and daughter embraced and wept bitterly. Hua Qiao couldn't bear to watch such a scene. Xia Ziwei's mother was great. For her daughter's sake, she endured 20 years of living in this dark and dreary dungeon, suffering countless cruel tortures at the hands of the Xia family, but she never revealed a single trace of her daughter. The two of them cried for a long time. Ziwei, Mom never imagined that we, mother and daughter, would meet again one day. How did you get here? How did you get here? Were you captured by the Xia family? The woman asked in a panic. Mom, no, I came here on my own. I've come to save you. Xia Ziwei said repeatedly. Mom, you'll never be in so much pain again. Your daughter will take you out. The woman froze. Ziwei, how can you save your mother? You shouldn't be here. She pushed Xia Ziwei away. Get out of here right now. I don't need your help. Get as far away as you can and never come back to the Xia family. Xia Ziwei shook her head, her eyes red. She quickly pulled Hua Qiao over. Mom, this friend of mine brought me here to rescue you. Don't worry, he's extremely powerful. The Xia family is no match for him. The woman looked at Hua Qiao with a surprised expression. Hua Qiao's youth made her lack the courage to trust. Let's go out first, Hua Qiao said. Xia Ziwei's mother had been imprisoned for many years and could not even stand up. Xia Ziwei forcibly carried her on her back, and the three of them walked out of the dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, Xia Ziwei's mother was not used to the light outside and covered her eyes for a while before opening them. Upon seeing the situation outside, she froze instantly. The dungeon was filled with members of the Xia family. The Xia family patriarch and a group of high-ranking members were all in front, staring at them with cold smiles. At this moment, Xia Ziwei's mother felt utterly hopeless, and her eyes dimmed again. "Ziwei, my daughter, and I can't escape the poison of the Xia family after all," she said with tears in her eyes. "Mom, what are you saying?" Xia Ziwei replied. "Just watch closely as Hua Qiu tramples these heartless members of the Xia family under his feet." Xia Ziwei's mother's eyes widened. She looked at the young figure again. Can he really do it? Is it possible to do that? That's practically impossible. You little bastard, the Xia family didn't come looking for you, yet you dared to deliver yourself to their doorstep. You've got some nerve. A high-ranking official said coldly to Xia Ziwei. Where is my Xia family's earth-rank cultivation technique? Bring it out at once. What earth-rank cultivation technique? I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Xia Ziwei said, her eyes wide. Damn little bastard. The higher-ups cursed angrily. Xia Ziwei's mother looked strange. Ziwei, didn't I leave you something? Didn't you really see the earth-rank cultivation technique? She asked curiously. I didn't. Xia Ziwei shook her head. I burned the earth-rank cultivation technique, Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Burned? Xia Ziwei's mother was extremely shocked. Back then, she and Xia Ziwei's father went to great lengths to obtain that earth-rank cultivation technique, hoping to leave Xia Ziwei with some inheritance. How could Hua Qiu burn something so precious? For a moment, Xia Ziwei's mother's expression was extremely complicated. The Xia family members were also furious, their anger blazing fiercely. Mom, it's just a low-level cultivation technique. Hua Qiu burned it, so what? There's nothing to regret, Xia Ziwei said to her mother on her back. How can that earth-rank cultivation technique compare to the heaven-rank cultivation technique he passed on to me? Xia Ziwei's mother was startled and opened her mouth wide. What, a heaven-rank cultivation technique? The Xia family members also heard this and were immediately stunned. You little bastard, are you telling the truth? A high-ranking official asked hurriedly. Xia Ziwei glared at him fiercely, not wanting to pay him any attention. The Xia family patriarch squinted as he sized up Hua Qiu. I was wondering how such a monster could exist in a mortal world. It turns out it was created by a heavenly rank cultivation technique. The Xia family's senior members stared intently at Hua Qiu, as if he were a fat sheep. Young man, how about we make a deal, the Xia family patriarch said with a kind smile. Give us the heaven rank cultivation technique, and I'll let the three of you leave, how about it? You absolutely cannot trust him. Xia Ziwei's mother shouted immediately. The Xia family patriarch stared at her with a grim expression and a menacing look. This person is extremely cunning and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He cannot be trusted at all. Xia Ziwei's mother said. If you really give him the cultivation technique, he will immediately order us killed. You wretch, shut up. The Xia family patriarch shouted coldly. Young man, don't listen to her nonsense. As the head of the Xia family, my word is law. Everyone here can testify. As long as you hand over the cultivation technique, everything can be discussed. He then persuaded Hua Qiu with a smile. Hua Qiu gave a disdainful smile. He didn't care whether the Xia family head was trustworthy or not. Why should he compromise? Does he need to compromise? You want a heaven-rank cultivation technique, right? If you've got the guts, come and rob me. 338, Chapter 338. The swiftness of the murder was terrifying. The Xia family's senior management looked cold. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. The Xia family patriarch flicked his sleeves and said coldly. Do you really think my Xia family wouldn't dare to touch you? Don't you know that the Martial Alliance has abandoned you and doesn't care whether you live or die? Under these circumstances, you still dared to come to the Xia family alone. Even I have to admire your ridiculous courage that makes you think you're courting death. The head of the Xia family revealed a look of disdain. If you know what's good for you, hand over the heavenly rank cultivation technique right now, or you'll die a horrible death. Hua Qiu looked at the group of arrogant people from the Xia family as if they were idiots. If they knew the real reason why the martial alliance's higher-ups ignored Hua Qiu, would they still be able to laugh? Not only the heavily ranked cultivation techniques, but also the formulas for the longevity pill and the martial king pill, you must hand them all over. An elder sneered. If you don't hand it over, our Xia family will show you what it truly means to wish you were dead. You'll know what that feels like if you just ask that bitch. Xia Ziwei's mother trembled, as if recalling an extremely painful past. Seeing her mother so terrified, like a frightened rabbit, Xia Ziwei felt deeply saddened. Are you even human? You're all members of the Xia family? With Xia family blood flowing in your veins, how could you bear to torture her for so many years? She angrily accused. You little bastard, you have no right to speak here. The Xia family patriarch shouted coldly. This bitch is just being shameless, insisting on marrying a lowly commoner. She doesn't deserve to be a member of the Xia family. Today, none of you will leave alive. I will not allow people with the filthy, vulgar blood of the lowly to defile the nobility of the Xia family. Xia Ziwei froze, an expression of disbelief on her face. She never imagined that the Xia family could be so cold-blooded and insane. Looking at her miserable mother, her heart was bleeding. Hua Qiu, can I ask you for a favor? She said softly. Speak freely, there's no need to ask, Hua Qiu replied. Xia Ziwei raised her head, her face filled with intense hatred. Help me, kill them! She screamed. Hua Qiu smiled. It's no big deal, I agree. Xia Ziwei's mother stared blankly at the conversation between the two. The content shocked her so much that she was somewhat stunned. Kill us, utterly ridiculous. The Xia family patriarch and his superiors laughed with extreme sarcasm. He thinks he can kill us. Do you think that's possible? This is the Xia family home. Do you think he's a god? The Xia family laughed even louder. Hua Qiu still wore a calm and collected smile, but in his eyes, these people were no different from the dead. He slowly took out the red sword. Oh, are you getting serious now? Come on, we'll wait right here for you to kill us. Let's see how you manage to kill us. An elder sneered loudly. Hua Qiu's lips curled into a smile. The next moment, his body swayed slightly. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air was like a sharp screech. Clang! The sound of the sword's cry was ethereal and crisp, its lingering resonance echoing through the air. A flash of red light, and the stench of blood filled the air. All the senior members of the Xia family suddenly trembled, their smiles freezing on their faces. The fleeting glimpse of cold light sent chills down everyone's spines. They anxiously searched everywhere for Hua Qiu, and finally found him somewhere. Hua Qiu stood there indifferently, holding a red sword, looking at them with murderous intent. What did you just do? The Xia family patriarch stared at Hua Qiu with suspicion and uncertainty. Just now, even he couldn't catch Hua Qiu's movements. That speed and agility had reached a level beyond their comprehension. This left the Xia family patriarch in disbelief and shock. Plop! Suddenly, a sound came from beside me. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing it clearly, the Xia family members' expressions changed drastically, and they were horrified. The sound of a human head falling to the ground was. The owner of the severed head was none other than the Xia family elder who had just loudly mocked Hua Qiu. At this moment, his body still stood in the same spot, his hands still waving weakly, but it was now a headless body. Looking again at the human head on the ground, the face still held a mocking expression. He died without ever knowing what had happened. Boom! This single act caused a huge stir, and the Xia family members couldn't help but show expressions of fear. Those with a weaker constitution turned pale with fright and retreated in terror. The Xia family's top executives were greatly shocked, and their throats went dry. The elder was standing right next to them. But it wasn't until his head rolled that they realized he had been beheaded. What surprised them most was that, without anyone noticing, Hua Qiu, with just a flash, decapitated one of the powerful figures next to them right before their eyes. This is far more stunning than a flashy move. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Hua Qiu, nor did anyone dare to utter a taunt. "You bastard, you dare to kill someone in the Xia family!" A high-ranking official shouted angrily at Hua Qiu. The Xia family has a martial saint who has transcended the ordinary, and he is furious at Hua Qiu's unbridled behavior. Hua Qiu gave that executive a cold look. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out again. The Xia family patriarch's expression changed, and he immediately focused intently on Hua Qiu's movements, trying to see through his tactics. But in just a moment, Hua Qiu vanished from his sight. Shocked, the Xia family patriarch quickly turned his gaze to that high-ranking official. However, another headless body was seen. The Xia family patriarch's eyes widened, and his body tensed instantly. What an appalling speed of killing! It didn't even take a blink of an eye. Fourth elder, someone called out in grief. A sixth-rank martial venerable didn't even have time to react before Hua Qiu's sword took his head. The Xia family's higher-ups did note he must be afraid. Xia Ziwei's mother stared blankly at the young man holding the sword. In less than a minute, 2 powerful members of the Xia family died at his hands. How could a young martial artist be this strong? They weren't the only ones surprised. At the military command post, several generals were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. That kind of killing speed. Even the fastest bullets can't keep up. Is this a speed that humans can achieve? Are the strongest martial artists really that terrifying? Their understanding was completely refreshed. Hua Qiu looked at the remaining high-ranking members of the Xia family and gave a cold smile. The Xia family's high-ranking members were terrified, their bodies trembling. We can't let him make another move. The Xia family patriarch shouted suddenly. Get moving, everyone, a proactive attack is worse than passive defense, kill him before he can kill anyone else. The Xia family's leaders suddenly realized what was happening, and each of them immediately unleashed powerful internal energy, forming a united front. Is it useful? Hua Qiu's smile remained full of disdain. 339, Chapter 339 Sword Swing reveals white bones. The Xia family ranks among the top 3 in overall strength among all ancient martial arts families. Without a doubt, the Xia family has many powerful members. Every one of those elders was a martial venerable, and the first 3 elders had all reached the martial king level among martial venerables. The Xia family patriarch is the strongest, a peak 9th rank martial venerable. Such a lineup would be disrespectful to any force outside, even the Martial Alliance headquarters would have to give them face. However, they were now driven to madness, and everyone joined forces to fight against a young martial artist. Hua Qiu's intimidating power was truly terrifying, making the Xia family's experts feel threatened with death. With all the martial venerables of my Xia family joining forces, I don't believe we can't take you down. The Xia family patriarch said coldly. He commanded the elders to attack Hua Qiu together, while he himself stayed behind to prepare for an opportunity to strike and severely injure Hua Qiu. Boom! With so many martial arts experts making their move, the power was immense, and the booming sounds reverberated endlessly. The Xia family's experts unleashed their powerful internal energy, each using what they considered to be their strongest martial arts techniques, all of which were then launched at Hua Qiu. The military commanders were stunned. The dazzling burst of internal energy was no less powerful than a missile strike, almost completely engulfing the area where Hua Qiu was located. Can Hua Goshi hold on? A soldier couldn't help but swallow hard, his face showing worry. The highest-ranking general also fell silent, unable to hide his deep concern. None of them were martial arts experts, and they were overwhelmed by the sheer force of the display. Go to hell! As the Xia family expert roared, numerous attacks reached Hua Qiu's vicinity. Hua Qiu glanced coldly at the internal energy attacks, then decisively raised his hand and swung his sword. In an instant, a sword beam appeared, far more dazzling than the combined internal energy attack of the Xia family's martial arts experts. That sword beam sliced horizontally, unstoppable. Its speed is unparalleled. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword light swept outwards. Beneath the dazzling sword light, all internal energy attacks were annihilated and vanished completely. The Xia family's experts stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? Someone muttered to themselves, dumbfounded. Get out of the way. Someone nearby screamed in terror. It turned out that the sword light, after annihilating all the attacks, had not disappeared and was still slicing towards them with terrifying sharpness. At this moment, no one can help but feel fear. Even the head of the Xia family dared not confront them head-on and fled immediately. Of course, some people will inevitably be unable to dodge in time. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, filled with anguish. 7 or 8 ordinary martial artists from the Xia family were swept by the sword light and instantly torn apart, their bodies separated. Even among the martial masters of the Xia family, 2 were unable to dodge in time and died on the spot. The sword light continued to slash backward until it struck the building behind it. Boom! One of the halls of the Xia family's residence collapsed suddenly and was reduced to ruins. Seeing the result of Hua Qiu's sword strike, the entire Xia family courtyard fell silent. They stared blankly at the corpses and vast ruins on the ground, as if they had lost their souls. So powerful, Ziwei, how can your friend be so powerful? Xia Ziwei's mother said, unable to calm down, her heart filled with shock. Now, she no longer doubted Hua Qiu's abilities. This is too outrageous. The military generals were dumbfounded. Practicing martial arts can actually make one as powerful as a human missile. No wonder the higher-ups value martial arts experts so much and give them such high status. In the past, military leaders had reservations about martial arts masters who could rise to national prominence and be admired by countless people without having to do much, feeling that it was unfair to the soldiers who received such honors. Now they finally understand. Such a being, one person, is worth a powerful army. How are we supposed to fight like this? The Xia family's warriors all lost their will to fight. They're not even on the same level. Fighting that person is no different from courting death. Only the top experts of the Xia family were able to maintain their composure. The Xia family patriarch's face darkened as he looked at the 2 strongest elders. Those were the first and second venerables of the Xia family, both at the martial king level. He gave a wink, and the 3 of them nodded at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 strongest members of the Xia family present acted almost simultaneously, creating a series of afterimages. The Xia family patriarch leaped into the air and unleashed the strongest palm strike of his life, slamming it down on Hua Qiu. The other 2 venerables originally attacked Hua Qiu from 2 different directions, but after each unleashing a single internal force strike, they suddenly changed direction and sped towards the same spot. They were heading in the direction where Xia Ziwei and her daughter were. The 3 strategy was for the Xia family head to hold Hua Qiu back, while the 2 venerables took Xia Ziwei and her daughter hostage. Their idea was simple. If we can capture the mother and daughter, we can control Hua Qiu. At that point, no matter how strong he is, it won't be of any use, unless he doesn't care about the life or death of Xia Ziwei and her daughter. Mean. The military commanders watching the battle showed their dissatisfaction. The Xia family members, who are usually arrogant and disdainful, have committed such a despicable act, which has filled them with righteous indignation. Xia Ziwei and her daughter were terrified and could only retreat hastily. With her mother on her back, Xia Ziwei was unable to react for a moment. She was only a 9th-rank martial artist, there was no way she could resist. Upon seeing this, Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened. Humph, you dare to be distracted, you really don't respect me, the head of the Xia family. The Xia family head was furious and his palm strike became even faster. Even from a distance, chaos was already brewing where Hua Qiu stood, with fierce palm winds sweeping everything away. Let's see how you resolve this. The Xia family patriarch sneered, striking Hua Qiu's crown with a palm. Hua Qiu gave him a cold glance, then instantly struck out with a palm, meeting the head of the Xia family head in the process. Palms facing each other, the Xia family patriarch's expression changed drastically. What kind of power was that? Puff! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew backward, his face full of shock. He was a dignified peak 9th rank martial venerable. Even he was no match for Hua Qiu in a single exchange? The Xia family patriarch's expression softened slightly when he caught a glimpse of the two venerable ones approaching Xia Ziwei and her daughter. He was glad he had used this strategy, otherwise, without the intervention of the patriarch, they really wouldn't have been able to deal with that monster. The two Xia family elders grinned maliciously and reached out to grab Xia Ziwei and her daughter. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation was transmitted, causing the air to hum. In that instant, a great sense of alarm arose in the hearts of the two venerable ones, and their hair stood on end. It seemed as if something terrifying was creeping in. They thought Hua Qiu had arrived. But when they turned around abruptly, they found Hua Qiu still standing there, looking at them with murderous intent. The two venerable ones thought they were hallucinating. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my body. Ah! The two venerables of the Xia family were terrified and let out a blood-curdling scream. They watched in utter terror as their flesh and blood vanished, revealing their stark white bones. It felt as if countless invisible swords were cutting into them. Everyone present was stunned. In just a moment, the two Xia family martial kings had all their flesh and blood stripped away, leaving only two skeletons lying on the ground. How could this be? The Xia family patriarch, lying in the ruins, trembled with fear. He didn't understand. Although he was injured, he managed to hold Hua Qiu back, preventing him from providing assistance. But after Hua Qiu knocked him away, she swung her sword in that direction. The Xia family patriarch simply couldn't understand how that sword strike, which didn't even unleash its sword energy and was delivered from a distance, could turn two venerables into skeletons. Shock, fear. These emotions surrounded the Xia family members present. This bizarre method horrified even military leaders. Is it really possible for an ordinary person to take a life with a wave of their hand? Quickly, go and invite the ancestor out of seclusion. The Xia family patriarch, his face pale, shouted out a sentence with all his might. 340, Chapter 340 The ancestor of the Xia family. The aloof Xia family never imagined that a young martial artist from the mortal world could force them to seek help from their reclusive ancestor. With the Xia family patriarch's loud shout, how could the surviving Xia family warriors dare to be negligent? Several people scrambled out of the room. Hua Qiu did not stop those people. He stopped making a move altogether, even putting the red sword into his storage bag. His purpose in coming to the Xia family was to meet the Xia family patriarch, who had lived for nearly 200 years. The Xia family patriarch had contact with people from the immortal realm and likely knew the location of the reclusive immortal cultivators on Earth. Ziwei, tell your friends to leave the Xia family immediately. Xia Ziwei's mother's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said to Xia Ziwei. The Xia family patriarch is a near godlike figure, although he is already very powerful, he is still no match for such an existence. He killed so many members of the Xia family patriarch will never let him go. Xia Ziwei's mother was extremely anxious and filled with worry. Broken. The military commanders at the command post down the mountain also looked grim. I never imagined it would escalate to this point, alarming that old monster from the Xia family. The senior general's face turned ashen. He always remembered one sentence from above. We absolutely cannot let things escalate to the point where the Xia family patriarch emerges from seclusion. Otherwise, even if their entire army was well equipped, the only outcome would be a scene of carnage and rivers of blood. The senior general realized the situation was extremely serious and quickly picked up the communicator. Huaguosher, please leave the Xia family immediately, we will help you get down the mountain. You must leave here as quickly as possible, and you absolutely cannot let the Xia family patriarch find you. Feeling that this was not enough, the senior general picked up a walkie-talkie. Red Blood Army, all troops, listen to my command, advance 8 kilometers into the mountains, the entire army is on high alert and ready for combat. A telegram has been sent to the capital headquarters, the Xia family patriarch is about to emerge from seclusion and is likely to hunt down Huaguoshi. The Crimson Blood Army requests reinforcements from the Jiangnan military command. No matter what, we cannot let Hua Qiu die at the hands of the Xia family patriarch, we must protect him. Orders were quickly issued, and the entire Crimson Blood army moved out with high morale. Meanwhile, the headquarters in the capital city quickly learned of the news. The top decision-making body quickly issued the order. Even if the entire army perishes, we must save the life of Hua Qiu, the national hero. The senior general agreed in a firm and resolute tone. The officers and soldiers in the command post were deeply saddened. The outcome of this battle is unpredictable. But they will carry out headquarters orders with their blood and lives. As long as we can protect Hua Qiu, our sacrifice will not have been in vain. The senior general said solemnly. Having witnessed Hua Qiu's terrifying strength, they were deeply impressed. With such people existing, the future of Xia Kingdom is full of hope. They were willing to risk their lives to protect this hope. The soldiers were ready to die for their cause and made urgent preparations for battle. At this moment, a general stared at the screen, his face ashen. Why hasn't Hua Guosher moved? He asked anxiously. Everyone looked over, and their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, could the communicator be broken? The senior general exclaimed in alarm. Hua Guosher, can you hear me? Please leave the Xia family immediately, it will be too late if you wait any longer. He shouted anxiously into the communicator. Beep beep. That's what I heard from the communicator. The generals looked at each other in bewilderment. Hua Qiu actually shut down the communicator. Is Hua Guosher planning to fight the Xia family patriarch? Someone asked in surprise. Given his personality, it's highly likely. The senior general was in a state of utter distress. But the Xia family's patriarch is an old monster who has cultivated for nearly 200 years. Quick, prepare the car, let's go up the mountain. The military commanders were extremely anxious, and Xia Ziwei's mother was as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. Ziwei, why isn't your friend leaving yet? If he doesn't leave soon, he'll miss his chance. Xia Ziwei hesitated, but ultimately shook her head. Mom, I believe him's not an arrogant person. Xia Ziwei's mother was speechless. You brat surnamed Hua, once my Xia family patriarch emerges from seclusion, I will tear you to pieces. The Xia family patriarch crawled out of the ruins, clutching his chest as he spoke viciously. I'll wait and tell him to hurry up, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Xia family members were all taken aback upon hearing this. He wasn't afraid at all. And yet, she remained so nonchalant. What's going on in this person's mind? Did he really think he could go toe-to-toe with the Xia family patriarch? The Xia family members showed their contempt. In their hearts, the ancestor was like a god. Waiting is always agonizing. The Xia family was anxiously waiting, fearing that Hua Qiu would escape. The military commanders were extremely anxious, wishing the military vehicles could fly. Xia Ziwei's mother grew increasingly desperate, her hopes of escape fading away. Only Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged. His composure puzzled both sides. A few more minutes passed. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and the entire Xia family home shook as if an earthquake had struck. At the same time, an incomparably powerful pressure emanated, enveloping the entire Xia family territory. Ancestor has emerged from seclusion. A member of the Xia family shouted excitedly. After 25 years, the ancestor has finally reappeared in the world. The ancestor's aura has become even stronger than before. Could it be that he has already broken through to that realm? The Xia family members went berserk, shouting and yelling. A confident and cold smile gradually appeared on the face of the Xia family patriarch. Hua Qiu, once my Xia family patriarch emerges from seclusion, you will surely die. He began to laugh loudly. It's over. Xia Ziwei's mother's face turned pale, and she slowly sighed. Only the Xia family knew how terrifying that ancestor was. He can no longer be defined by human standards, he has become unimaginably powerful. Oh no! Oh no, the Xia family patriarch has come out, quick, hurry up. The generals, still halfway up the mountain, were so anxious they lost their composure. Inside the Xia family compound, Hua Qiu sensed the powerful aura and his eyes gleamed. The Xia family patriarch was indeed different from the martial saints he had encountered before. It's clearly more than one level stronger. That's more interesting. Hua Qiu muttered to himself. I wonder what level the Xia family patriarch has reached. Has he reached the legendary realm of martial arts mythology? Hua Qiu began to have some expectations. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of red light shot into the sky from a certain spot in the Xia family compound, heading straight for this location. A gas explosion rang out, followed by a deafening roar. Hua Qiu stared intently at the red light. He could tell at a glance that there was a person in the red light. A powerful martial artist. Without a doubt, he was the Xia family patriarch who had emerged from seclusion. The red light quickly flew to the top of everyone's heads and then crashed down. Boom! The courtyard was blasted into a large crater by the red light. As the red light faded, a figure slowly emerged. 341, Chapter 341. Without myths, I am invincible. With white hair and a youthful face, he possessed an air of otherworldly grace. Hua Qiu sensed a trace of a cultivator's aura from the Xia family's patriarch. The aura of the Xia family patriarch was astonishing. It spread outwards from him, silencing not only people but also the birds and beasts of the Xia family's territory. This was the strongest cultivator Hua Qiu had ever seen since his rebirth. Hua Qiu glanced at the Xia family patriarch. Although the Xia family patriarch did not appear to be very old, Hua Qiu could tell that his lifespan was running out, and if he did not break through again, he would not live for more than 3 years. He had never seen the martial arts legends that martial artists talked about, and he didn't know if this Xia family patriarch had reached that level. Ancestor, you finally emerged from seclusion. The Xia family patriarch exclaimed excitedly. If you don't come out of seclusion soon, our Xia family will be wiped out. He cried, feigning deep sorrow. The Xia family patriarch glanced at him indifferently. Afterwards, the Xia family patriarch surveyed the courtyard and saw the tragic state of the Xia family members who had died. The Xia family patriarch's gaze froze, and his expression instantly darkened. Boom! His change in mood instantly made the air in the entire courtyard feel oppressive. Speak, what happened? The Xia family patriarch said coldly. Ancestor, it's that vile woman Xia Cayenne. She had an affair with a commoner and gave birth to a bastard child, and even caused my Xia family's earth-rank cultivation technique to be lost. The Xia family head shouted. As the head of the family, I imprisoned Xia Cayenne in the dungeon to interrogate her about the whereabouts of the cultivation technique, but she refused to tell me. Now that little bastard has brought someone to attack my Xia family and killed so many of our people without asking any questions. Almost all of my Xia family's experts have been wiped out, and even the great venerables and the second venerables were not spared. Ancestor, we didn't want to bother you if we hadn't been forced to. It's all that little bastard's fault and that ruthless Hua Qiu's. You must avenge the Xia family members who died tragically. After hearing this, the Xia family patriarch's face grew even more gloomy. He glanced coldly at Xia Ziwei and her son, before finally fixing his gaze on Hua Qiu. However, after a moment, a strange look appeared on his face. Because, despite his abilities, he was unable to see through Hua Qiu's true intentions. Xia Qiuyang, the Xia family patriarch, called out the name of the Xia family head. Ancestor, I'm here, the Xia family patriarch replied hastily. Snort! The Xia family patriarch angrily flung his sleeves. Boom! A burst of energy slammed into the Xia family patriarch, sending him flying. Puff! The Xia family patriarch coughed up blood again, lying on the ground looking at the Xia family patriarch in horror. Ancestor, why is this? The head of the Xia family was puzzled. I put you in charge of the Xia family, and this is how you manage it? The Xia family patriarch roared. I warned you long ago, don't think that just because you're from an ancient martial arts family, you're so arrogant and extraordinary. There are always people more capable than you in this world. If it weren't for your ridiculous hierarchical thinking, would the Xia family have suffered such a calamity today? The Xia family patriarch was so reprimanded that he dared not utter a single word. Hua Qiu was somewhat surprised to see this. I thought the Xia family patriarch would be as aloof and arrogant as the rest of the Xia family. Xia Kaiyan, the Xia family patriarch, then looked at Xia Ziwei's mother. Ancestor, Xia Kaiyan responded softly. She was once one of the younger generation favored by the Xia family patriarch. Afterwards, I will have Xia Qiuyang apologize to you. Xia Kaiyan's eyes were filled with tears. Thank you so much, ancestor, for standing up for me. The Xia family patriarch waved his hand. One thing at a time. Your children led a group to attack the Xia family, causing devastating damage to the core strength of the Xia family. Their crimes are unforgivable. Xia Kaiyan's expression became tense. The Xia family patriarch fixed his gaze on Hua Qiu. To be able to cripple the Xia family like this, your cultivation level must be at the martial saint level, he said calmly. Why have I never seen you before? What sector school of martial arts are you? Ancestor, this person is named Hua Qiu. He comes from the secular world, and he is only in his early 20s. The Xia family patriarch shouted. The Xia family patriarch's expression didn't change much, but his eyelids twitched. This is enough to show the turmoil in his heart. A martial saint in his 20s, he stared intently at Hua Qiu, his expression tense. The Xia family patriarch was filled with turbulent emotions. He was already over 100 years old when he reached the martial saint realm. A martial arts saint in his 20s, even the martial arts legend of the Xia kingdom, the martial ancestor, was not this exaggerated. Ancestor, this Hua Qiu is also proficient in alchemy. The longevity pills he refines can add up to 10 years to one's life. The Xia family patriarch exclaimed again. This time, even the Xia family patriarch could not remain calm, and his expression changed. He was nearing the end of his life and was most sensitive to such words. Can you really concoct longevity-enhancing drugs? The Xia family patriarch asked, staring at Hua Qiu. Buzz. There was a subtle fluctuation in the air. A special power had already seeped in and was surrounding Hua Qiu. With just a thought from the Xia family patriarch, he could bind his actions. This is the martial saint domain, which only an extremely powerful martial saint can control. From the moment he heard that Hua Qiu could refine longevity pills, Hua Qiu had become the prey of the Xia family patriarch. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. I have a question for you. He looked directly at the Xia family patriarch. Speak, the Xia family patriarch uttered a single word. Have you reached the legendary realm of martial arts mythology? Hua Qiu asked. The Xia family patriarch was taken aback. Everyone perked up their ears. The Xia kingdom hasn't produced a martial arts legend for hundreds of years. If the Xia family patriarch could achieve that. The Xia family patriarch frowned. I have never reached the realm of martial arts legends, he said calmly. Hua Qiu immediately showed a look of disappointment. I thought I'd get to fight a martial arts legend and witness the ultimate power in martial arts. You seem very disappointed? The Xia family patriarch showed a strange expression. Do you think only martial arts legends are worthy to be your opponents? As long as no martial arts legend emerges, I am invincible in the mortal world. Hua Qiu said calmly. These words shocked everyone present. Even the Xia family patriarch remained silent for a long time, stunned speechless by Hua Qiu's words. Arrogant, you think you can rival a martial arts legend just because you can defeat a martial venerable realm martial artist from the Xia family? That's laughable. The Xia family patriarch mocked loudly. What need is there for any martial arts legends? Our ancestor could crush you with one hand. You are simply ignorant of your own limitations. Everyone thought Hua Qiu was blindly arrogant and conceited. Interesting. After his initial surprise, the Xia family patriarch laughed. Then let me see what kind of strength you have. After saying that, he reached out and shook hands. Buzz. The internal energy field that had been surrounding Hua Qiu instantly contracted, creating a tremendous squeezing force. Even steel and iron would be pulverized under such force. Hua Qiu smiled faintly at this. His body trembled slightly, and a strange power fluctuation spread out. Splash! A fragmented sound rang out. The powerful martial saint's domain was instantly shattered. At this moment, the Xia family patriarch was greatly shocked, his eyes filled with astonishment. 342, Chapter 342 One Palm. He actually managed to shatter the ancestor's martial saint domain. The Xia family patriarch stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Only martial saints of the 4th rank and above can condense an inner energy field. Could it be that he has already cultivated to the intermediate martial saint level? The Xia family's experts were still in shock. Logically speaking, even a mid-level martial saint shouldn't be able to shatter the Xia family patriarch's domain. They dared not imagine that Hua Qiu could reach the realm of a high-level martial saint. I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength just now. You underestimated me. The Xia family patriarch smiled faintly. Regardless, you're quite strong to be able to shatter a martial saint's domain. I just wonder how much of my cultivation you can withstand. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Use your strongest attack against me, hold nothing back, I'll give you a chance, he said calmly. The Xia family patriarch was taken aback. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. The Xia family warriors were filled with righteous indignation. Hua Qiu dared to look down on their ancestor. Ancestor, teach him a lesson. They roared. How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will not pursue your crime, the Xia family patriarch said with a faint smile. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I will treat you with respect. Hua Qiu looked impatient. These martial arts masters are all too slow. The Xia family patriarch finally got serious and began to make his move. He struck out with a serious expression. Boom! In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere in the entire courtyard, and the sun and moon lost their light. The raging energy destroyed the flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard. The Xia family's martial artists were visibly shaken and hurriedly circulated their internal energy to resist the aftershocks of the infiltration. Divine light emanated from Xia Ziwei, enveloping the mother and daughter. That was the spiritual power and divine consciousness left behind by Hua Qiu that automatically activated to protect its master. The aftershocks alone were terrifying, let alone the fact that Hua Qiu was the main target of the attack. The Xia family patriarch's palm strike could annihilate even the strongest walls of copper and iron. Such strength is indeed quite impressive. Hua Qiu showed a hint of surprise. This is far stronger than the martial saint he encountered before. A massive palm print hurtled toward Hua Qiu, obliterating everything in its path. Young man, can you catch it? Asked the Xia family patriarch. What's difficult about it? Hua Qiu also struck out with a palm. It lacked the terrifying aura of the Xia family patriarch, merely generating a gust of wind from his palm. Compared to that enormous palm print, it seemed to be in a completely different league, like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, when the two forces collided, the outcome was unexpected. Bang! The giant palm print of the Xia family patriarch quickly dissipated, turning into specks of spiritual light. Then the terrifying gale subsided, and the courtyard quickly became calm. The Xia family patriarch froze, and the smile on his face vanished. Hua Qiu is actually alright. The Xia family warriors were astonished. They believed that Hua Qiu should at least be seriously injured and on the verge of death. He actually caught it. Xia Ziwei's mother murmured. Very good, take my second move. The Xia family patriarch let out a cold shout and leaped into the air. Vajra palm. He unleashed a palm strike from midair towards Hua Qiu below. A massive golden palm print pressed down. This palm strike was much more solid than the previous one, containing even more powerful internal energy. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into Hua Qiu's head. Bang bang bang. Instantly, a series of explosions rang out, deafeningly loud. Apart from Hua Qiu, everyone else had already run far away, staring in horror at the destroyed courtyard. The entire Xia family compound looked as if a thick layer had been scraped away, leaving a huge pit. The Xia family dungeon had long since collapsed and was buried underground. How can that kid still survive this? The Xia family patriarch sneered. They felt that Hua Qiu couldn't possibly withstand such power. The Xia family patriarch squinted, staring intently at the center of the pit. He could sense that the young man's presence was still there. That palm strike was quite powerful. A voice rang out, and Huaqiu leaped out, dusting himself off, and said calmly, What? The Xia family was dumbfounded. That person was completely unharmed. Even the clothes were very clean. The Xia family patriarch's expression began to turn serious. Your cultivation level has probably reached the 4th or 5th rank, he said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the Xia family warriors were greatly alarmed. 4th or 5th rank, isn't that equivalent to a mid-level martial saint? Just how monstrous is this kid? Alright, take my third move. If you accept this, I will not pursue your crime of murder. The Xia family patriarch shouted loudly. After saying that, he was about to unleash his third palm strike. No need, Huaqiu waved his hand. What, you're afraid to answer? The Xia family patriarch frowned. I have a general idea of your strength, Huaqiu said, shaking his head. Alright then, if you can withstand one of my blows and survive, I will spare your life today, and I will not destroy your Xia family either, he said casually. How arrogant! Before the Xia family patriarch could even speak, the Xia family warriors were already furious. With your abilities, you wouldn't even have the chance to harm the ancestor, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Who gave you the courage? The Xia family patriarch's face also darkened, and he became somewhat angry. He is one of the most composed and calm martial saints in the Xia kingdom. But Huaqiu's arrogance reached the limit of his tolerance. Young man, you are far too disrespectful to this old man. I am a peak 8th rank martial saint, how could I not withstand a single move from you? Huaqiu smiled slightly and said nothing more. With a flash, he launched his attack. He moved like lightning, so fast that his trajectory was impossible to track. The Xia family patriarch's gaze narrowed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Huaqiu was in front of him. Then, he struck him with a palm strike. Snort! The Xia family patriarch let out a cold snort and also struck out with his palm, meeting Huaqiu's palm in the same way. He didn't believe for a second that Huaqiu's palm strike could be that powerful. No horror, it lacked any grandeur or dazzling effects, it was merely a simple palm strike. Boom! With palms facing each other, the energy dissipates. Bang bang bang! All the buildings around them collapsed with a deafening roar, resulting in a massive explosion. In an instant, the people present were terrified and scattered in all directions. The Xia family patriarch's eyes bulged out, revealing an expression of extreme shock. Only after receiving that palm strike did he realize how ridiculous he had been. An incredibly terrifying force struck him, and in an instant, his internal organs almost shifted, and several of his tendons snapped. Even the mighty internal energy of a martial saint couldn't neutralize that force. Puff! The Xia family patriarch immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was moving backward and flying backward. The two continued to clash, crashing through wall after wall. Boom boom boom. All that could be heard was a continuous booming sound. They didn't know how long they retreated, but after crashing through the last wall, they appeared outside the Xia family mansion. Tada! The Xia family patriarch then withdrew his hand, staggered back more than 10 steps, and fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and he was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to move. Without a doubt, he was seriously injured. If I hadn't managed to escape in time, I might have lost my life. You? The Xia family patriarch looked up at Huaqiu, utterly shocked. One palm strike. Just one palm strike. He couldn't withstand the young man's palm strike and almost lost his life. I am an 8th rank supreme martial saint. The Xia family patriarch roared inwardly. Even a top-tier 8th rank expert couldn't withstand a single palm strike from that person? What does this mean? 343, Chapter 343 The Powerlessness of the Xia Family Patriarch. Quick, we must take Huaguashur away before he's killed. Senior military officers kept shouting, urging the driver to speed up. The military vehicles climbed the mountain at an extremely high speed, belching out smoke. After speeding along, we finally saw the Xia family mansion. As soon as the military vehicle stopped, several generals eagerly jumped out, wanting to rescue Hua Qiu. Boom! Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the side. The wall was smashed through, and 2 people flew out. The person in front stumbled back more than 10 steps before collapsing, while the people behind appeared to be unharmed. The military commanders stood frozen in place. Hua Guosher? They were somewhat bewildered. What are you doing here? Hua Qiu glanced at them and asked. Hua Guosher, hurry, get out of here quickly. If the Xia family patriarch comes out of seclusion, we won't be able to leave. The generals suddenly realized what was happening and rushed forward to try to take Hua Qiu away, shouting anxiously. That's the Xia family patriarch, Hua Qiu said, pointing to the ground. What? The group stared blankly at the pale-faced old man on the ground, their movements completely frozen. The man had blood in his mouth, was barely breathing, and looked extremely badly injured, on the verge of fainting at any moment. You means the patriarch of the Xia family? The general's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have become like this? Their voices trembled. Is this really the Xia family patriarch that the people above mentioned could wipe out an entire army all by himself? Wasn't he supposed to be extremely powerful? How could he be injured like this? Hua Guoshi, was the Xia family patriarch injured by you? The highest-ranking general asked tentatively. Hua Qiu nodded. The generals were immediately struck dumb. Hua Qiu is so powerful that even the Xia family patriarch is no match for him. Knock knock knock. At this moment, Xia Ziwei and her daughter, along with the Xia family, also ran out. Everyone stared in utter shock at the scene before them. Ancestoriya have lost? A Xia family marshal venerable asked, trembling. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their god, their incomparably powerful ancestor, was now lying on the ground, extremely weak. He was actually injured by that young man's palm strike. How so? This is impossible, I don't believe it. In an instant, the Xia family warriors felt their faith had collapsed, and they were filled with immense grief. Our ancestor is a supreme martial saint, he's not far from becoming a martial arts legend. How could he not be a match for that kid? The Xia family patriarch's body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. They just couldn't understand how their ancestor could have lost. Xia Ziwei's mother, Xia Kaiyan, was beyond words to express the shock she felt. As someone who had met members of the Xia family, she knew very well what kind of legend the Xia family's ancestor was. But today, our ancestor has been defeated. Just who is that young man? How could Xia Ziwei have a friend like that? Cough. The Xia family patriarch lay on the ground, coughing up another mouthful of blood and gasping for breath. He was almost suffocating. To survive a blow from my palm, you are indeed quite impressive, Hua Qiu said, looking down at him. Hua Qiu, keep my word, I will neither kill you nor wipe out the Xia family. The Xia family patriarch was taken aback, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He lamented that after dominating the martial arts world for so long, he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. A dignified, peak-level 8th-rank martial saint couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. The other party was merely a young martial artist in his early 20s. The Xia family patriarch was severely shocked and felt disheartened, believing that he had wasted nearly 200 years of his life. Can you tell me how you cultivate? He asked in a low voice. You are simply the greatest prodigy in the Xia kingdom's martial arts world. In 1,000 years even the martial ancestor was not as amazing as you. Has your cultivation level reached the legendary realm of martial arts mythology? Everyone present held their breath, waiting for Hua Qiu's answer. I am not a martial arts legend, Hua Qiu said calmly. Call. The Xia family patriarch let out a breath, his complexion improving slightly. If Hua Qiu really becomes a martial arts legend, that would be too shocking. Knowing that he wasn't a martial arts legend made me feel a little less bothered. I have been defeated. Do whatever you want from now on. The Xia family patriarch sighed sadly, his voice filled with bitterness and helplessness. I said, if you take one blow, I won't kill you, Hua Qiu said. The main purpose of this trip is to rescue Xia Ziwei's mother. Xia Qian's matter is the Xia family's fault, said the Xia family patriarch. They always think they are superior because they have acquired something, and they do not treat ordinary people equally. This is also due to my failure to discipline them properly. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. It's not just the Xia family. Almost all ancient martial arts families have a high opinion of themselves and consider ordinary people to be lowly. What exactly did they gain that fostered such a hierarchical mentality? Xia Qian, you have been persecuted in the Xia family, and you probably have no attachment to the Xia family anymore, so take your daughter and go down the mountain. There is no need to go back to the Xia family, the Xia family patriarch said to Xia Ziwei's mother. Ancestor. Xia Qian's expression was complicated, and after a moment she nodded. Although I promise not to destroy the Xia family, there are still a few individuals who will be killed, Hua Qiu said coldly. A red sword flew out from his body and flew away. This sword was aimed at the head of the Xia family. Seeing the red sword flying towards him, the Xia family patriarch was terrified and hurriedly fled into the mansion. When the Xia family patriarch saw the flying sword, his eyes widened immediately. So you are. He stared at Hua Qiu in shock, as if about to call out some kind of name. A few breaths later, a red sword flew out of the mansion, with a human head pierced through it. The head of the Xia family has already been decapitated. Hua Qiu sheathed his sword and let the severed head roll to the ground. The Xia family was terrified. The color is whitish. What kind of tactic is this? The military leaders were once again amazed and deeply shocked. Why? The Xia family patriarch looked heartbroken and became even weaker. He had no children in his life, and the Xia family was not actually his direct bloodline. But since they are all of the same origin, how could he not feel grief? Today, Hua Qiu killed many members of the Xia family, which is undoubtedly an unprecedented blow to the Xia family. But he was powerless to do anything about it. Young friend, could you please show mercy and stop killing us? The Xia family patriarch pleaded. Hua Qiu glanced at the remaining Xia family martial masters. Actually, he wanted to kill a few more. Hua Qiu, that's enough, said the kind-hearted Xia Ziwei. Almost all those who had harmed her mother were killed, and her anger subsided. All right then, Hua Qiu nodded. I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them truthfully. Hua Qiu stared at the Xia family patriarch. He hoped to get the answers he wanted from here. 344, Chapter 344, Making You a Myth. What do you want to know? Ask away, and I'll tell you anything I know. The Xia family patriarch struggled to sit up from the ground and said with difficulty. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. His injuries were far more serious than they appeared to be. Hua Qiu's palm strike contained a great deal of creative spiritual power, which ruptured his meridians and severely damaged his internal organs. The Xia family patriarch is still able to speak, and he's only keeping from fainting because he's clinging to life. He dared not lose consciousness because he was afraid that Hua Qiu would wipe out the entire Xia family. However, his current condition is very bad, and he may faint after saying only a few words. Hua Qiu frowned slightly, then casually pointed a finger and unleashed a burst of creative spiritual energy, which blasted into the body of the Xia family patriarch. In an instant, the Xia family patriarch's expression changed, revealing an uncontrollable look of surprise. He felt a strange and eerie energy coursing through his body, healing all his injuries wherever it went. In just a moment, the Xia family patriarch was saved from the brink of death due to serious injuries. His face was full of astonishment, feeling himself in disbelief. What amazing power this is! The Xia family patriarch was greatly astonished. Even a martial artist like him found it unbelievable that such severe injuries could be healed in such a short time. He became even more certain of his suspicions. Even among immortals, he is definitely a top-tier, peak existence. Upon realizing this, the Xia family patriarch quickly stood up and bowed to Hua Qiu. Thank you so much, immortal, for sparing my life. Thank you so much, immortal, for saving my life, he said gratefully. This left several military generals stunned. How did it develop into this? The dignified patriarch of the Xia family possessed terrifying combat power. Even the leader of the martial alliance was extremely wary of him, and their entire legion was even prepared to sacrifice themselves here. Seeing how respectful the Xia family patriarch was to Hua Qiu, they felt it was all too unreal. I even find it hard to accept. Let me ask you, where is the immortal realm, how do I enter it? Hua Qiu asked as soon as he opened his mouth. The Xia family patriarch was immediately stunned. This does the immortal need to ask me? The Xia family patriarch asked with a puzzled look. Hua Qiu knew he had misunderstood. I am not from the immortal realm, and I have never been to such a place, he said calmly. What? The Xia family patriarch was taken aback, seemingly finding the answer unbelievable. You're not from the immortal realm, how is that possible, you clearly? He clearly saw Hua Qiu take someone's head with a flying sword. As far as he knew, only extremely powerful qi cultivators in the immortal realm could use such methods. Moreover, Hua Qiu was so powerful at such a young age, he couldn't imagine anywhere else besides the immortal realm where such a terrifying existence could exist. I am from Beishan, Jinhu province, just an ordinary person, Hua Qiu said. The Xia family patriarch's eyes widened. A strong sense of disbelief filled his heart. Impossible, this is impossible, the Xia family patriarch murmured, shaking his head. In the mortal world, it is absolutely impossible for a cultivator of this level to appear, because that is a rule, an iron law that can never be broken. Even the legendary martial arts myths of martial artists will find it difficult to reappear in the world, because they simply cannot allow it. Hua Qiu sensed something amiss in the words of the Xia family patriarch. Answer my question first, Hua Qiu urged. The Xia family patriarch stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he looked extremely shocked. Could it be that you are the first person in hundreds of years to break the rules? You are the child of prophecy. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. He didn't understand why the Xia family patriarch was so shocked. Even a supreme martial saint cannot maintain a moment of calm. What exactly are you talking about? Can you explain yourself clearly? Hua Qiu looked displeased. The Xia family patriarch clutched his chest, and it took him a long time to calm his agitated emotions. I'm really sorry, I don't know where the immortal realm is either, he said slowly. Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened. However, there is one person who knows, the Xia family patriarch continued. Who is he, where is he? Hua Qiu asked hurriedly. However, the Xia family patriarch shook his head helplessly. The last time I met that immortal was 100 years ago. Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened, and he was about to explode in anger. 100 years? 100 years is such a long time for ordinary people, countless things can happen, countless changes can occur. 100 years, will that person still be alive? Hua Qiu lost interest. He's definitely alive. The Xia family patriarch said immediately with absolute certainty. As he spoke, he took out a piece of black jade from his pocket. The jade sparkles and is crystal clear. This is a token left to me by that immortal, who said I could use it to contact him. If there hadn't been no response all these years, I would have used it just now. Hua Qiu immediately took the black jade stone and examined it carefully. This is a soul artifact. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up. This item is rarely seen even among high-level cultivators in the cultivation world. When a cultivator infuses their divine sense into a soul artifact, a connection can be formed. Not only can it help with practice, but it can also be used to assess the condition of cultivators using soul artifacts. When a cultivator suffers severe injury, the soul artifact can react. If the cultivator dies, the soul artifact will also become ineffective. The black jade in his hand shone brightly, proving that the cultivator mentioned by the Xia family patriarch still existed in the world. 100 years ago, I met that immortal. It was because of him that I was able to achieve what I did later, and that the Xia family became an ancient martial arts family. The Xia family patriarch began to speak to himself. This jade was left to me by him for communication purposes, and he specified that it should not be used unless absolutely necessary. After that, he went to travel the world and we never saw each other again. Several years ago, I was in seclusion and made no progress, and I felt with little time left. He tried to contact the Immortal one last time, but received no response. Huaqiu looked at the jade in his hand. If we can't contact that person with the soul artifact, it means that person is very likely in seclusion, he concluded. Looking at the jade, Huaqiu saw hope again. Give this to me, I have a great use for it. Huaqiu stared at the Xia family patriarch and said, This? The Xia family patriarch looked troubled. After all, this is a token that can connect you to a powerful immortal. His Xia family prospered because of this. It's really unreasonable for Huaqiu to think he can just take it away with a casual remark. However, fearing Huaqiu's power, the Xia family patriarch dared not refuse him directly for the time being, for fear of angering him and causing the entire Xia family to suffer annihilation. Give me this, and I can do two things for you, Huaqiu said. Which two things? The Xia family patriarch asked. Firstly, I can extend your lifespan by another 100 years, so you won't perish. Huaqiu held up one finger. The Xia family patriarch's gaze froze, deeply shocked and utterly astonished. Secondly, I can help you achieve that legendary martial arts myth. Upon hearing the second sentence, the Xia family patriarch froze on the spot. 345, Chapter 345. The world is about to change. The Xia family patriarch's mind went blank for a long time, as if he were frozen in place. That sentence kept echoing in his mind. I can help you achieve legendary status in martial arts. The Xia family patriarch almost couldn't catch his breath. Martial arts legend. The ultimate realm of a martial artist is that of a godlike being. The Xia kingdom hasn't seen a martial artist of that level for hundreds of years. The Xia family patriarch could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? Could you say it again? He stared at Huaqiu, his mouth dry. It's just a martial arts legend, I'm confident I can create one, Huaqiu replied with a faint smile. The Xia family patriarch couldn't help but feel a buzzing in his mind. All of you, step back 100 meters. I have something to discuss with this immortal, the Xia family patriarch said sternly, reprimanding those around him. The Xia family members naturally retreated obediently. Huaqiu waved his hand, and the military generals also stepped back a distance. A martial arts legend? Are you sure you're not joking? The Xia family patriarch was still very surprised. He really couldn't believe it. Martial arts legends are incredibly difficult to cultivate to the top, let alone achieve them with the help of others. Immortal, you are unaware of this, but even if someone in the mortal world could reach such a level, the people of the immortal realm would not tolerate it, the Xia family patriarch said in a deep voice. Over the past few hundred years, it's not that no martial artist in the mortal world has reached that legendary realm, but just when they're one step away from it, people from the immortal realm will appear and eliminate them, because they won't allow such a powerful figure to exist in the mortal world. Huaqiu frowned. The cultivators in the immortal realm are quite domineering. Just as he had expected, a martial artist at the level of a martial arts legend could pose a considerable threat to cultivators. For hundreds of years, our mortal world has been dominated by the immortal realm. In their eyes, we are only fit to be ants, and we must hand over the fortune of the Xia kingdom without any resistance, the Xia family patriarch said indignantly. Huaqiu's expression changed. It's not hard to tell that the relationship between the cultivators of this planet and the Xia kingdom is quite delicate. It seems to be a forced subordination. It's not just martial artists. If someone in the mortal world obtains a chance to become an immortal and cultivates to a high level, like an immortal, it will also attract the attention of the immortal realm. Are you sure? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. He desperately wanted people from the immortal realm to come looking for him. I've only heard about it from that immortal, you'll probably have to ask him yourself for details. The immortal realm is a sacred place for cultivation, so it's understandable that you yearn for it. I only hope that after you go to the immortal realm, you will remember our past friendship and not join the camp that oppresses the Xia kingdom. Huaqiu chuckled. Longing for the immortal realm? He's already being kind by not destroying the immortal realm. You don't need to worry about the rules of the immortal realm, Hua Qiu said calmly. If I want you to achieve legendary status in martial arts, no one can stop me. The people of the immortal realm have no right to interfere, nor can they interfere. Hua Qiu's cold tone startled the Xia family patriarch. This was the first time he had ever seen someone dare to defy the immortal realm. Within 5 years, I will make you a martial arts legend. I, Hua Qiu, never break my promise. The Xia family patriarch's expression fluctuated wildly. But he still has many worries. Immortal, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that, he said with a worried expression. There are some things he can't say. He worried that Hua Qiu wouldn't be able to do that, and even more worried that Hua Qiu wouldn't be able to contend with the immortal realm. Hua Qiu showed signs of impatience. He suddenly stretched out his finger and pressed it against the forehead of the Xia family patriarch. The Xia family patriarch's vision went black for a moment, then suddenly a brilliant light shone forth. When I opened my eyes, the world had already changed. At this moment, the Xia family patriarch looked astonished. He saw Hua Qiu. But this Hua Qiu was different from the Hua Qiu from before. This Hua Qiu was dressed in the style of an ancient person, with a graceful and refined appearance. At Hua Qiu's feet lay a dying wolf cub. Hua Qiu stared at the wolf cub for a moment, and seeing it breathe its last, he frowned and slowly took out a pill. Without saying a word, he flicked the pill into the wolf cub's body. Buzz. In an instant, the little wolf cub radiated an incomparably dazzling divine light. The Xia family patriarch watched in astonishment as the little wolf cub came back to life, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. The Xia family patriarch stared in disbelief, his face turning pale. What an incredibly powerful aura that was. He didn't know. All he knew was that the aura was more terrifying than any he had ever felt in his life. Martial arts myth? No. Even the legendary martial arts myths cannot compare. That beast only ate one of Hua Qiu's pills. The resurrected wolf cub flew into the sky, opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a beam of light. Boom! The Xia family patriarch watched helplessly as a great mountain was obliterated by the radiant light. He stood there dumbfounded, his breath caught in his throat. Martial arts myth? Ridiculous. Even legendary martial arts myths can only be reduced to ashes in the face of such power. How could a single pill have such miraculous effects? The Xia family patriarch was extremely shocked. This was a scene completely beyond his comprehension, deeply shaking his soul. Even the most powerful qi refiners in the immortal realm probably wouldn't possess such abilities. Suddenly, his vision blurred for a moment, and the Xia family patriarch returned to reality. After a moment of blankness, he stared blankly at Hua Qiu. If a single pill can enable a beast to reach a level far surpassing that of a martial god, then what kind of being is the instigator? The Xia family patriarch remained silent for a long time. Compared to this, making him a martial arts legend is nothing to Hua Qiu. How could the people of the immortal realm possibly stop them? So that's what the immortals are like, the Xia family patriarch said in a trembling voice. Presumably, the people of the immortal realm are nothing in your eyes, so how could I dare not believe you? You can take that black jade. Hua Qiu nodded. Actually, he could have just taken it even if the Xia family patriarch was dissatisfied, he dared not say anything. However, Hua Qiu has principles and dislikes taking things by force. This pill can extend your life by 20 years. Once I find the ingredients for refining the pill, I will refine another pill to extend your life by 100 years and allow you to break through to the realm of martial arts legend, Hua Qiu said. Thank you, immortal. The Xia family patriarch accepted the pill and bowed in gratitude. He returned to the Xia family. From now on, respect him as you would a god, do you hear me? He admonished the Xia family with a stern face. The Xia family members had extremely complicated expressions. Hua Qiu killed many members of the Xia family, so it's impossible for him not to harbor resentment. But even the patriarch is no match for Hua Qiu, so what can they do? Ancestor, we understand, the Xia family member replied dejectedly. Afterwards, the Xia family patriarch approached the military generals. After we return, we will report to the leader of the martial alliance that from now on, the Xia family will stand with you on the same side, said the Xia family patriarch. The military commanders stared wide-eyed, thinking they had misheard. Also, please pass on a message to the leader of the martial alliance. The child of prophecy has appeared, and he is more powerful than anyone else, even in the immortal realm, no one can compare to him. The world is about to change. 346, Chapter 346 In-Laws. Gu family in Sujiang City. The Gu family didn't go anywhere today, the whole family stayed at the Gu family's old house waiting for news. Hua Qiu took Xia Ziwei to the Xia family, where their fate was uncertain. The Gu family was extremely worried, but could only wait anxiously. As dusk approached and the two still hadn't returned, the Gu family members' expressions grew increasingly grim. Could something have happened? Why aren't they back yet? Gu Manyun paced back and forth in the living room, constantly looking outside, her heart filled with anxiety. Brother Hua Qiu is so capable, he will definitely come back. Su Yuyu said firmly, clenching her little fist. But her words lacked conviction. Everyone knows that the Xia family is a den of dragons and tigers. You must come back soon. Gu Manyun was almost in tears. The Gu family was all upset. Forget about it, they're not coming back. Someone shouted loudly and barged into the Gu family's living room. It's you again. The Gu family members were furious as they looked at the people who barged in. It was none other than a member of the Liang family. Why aren't you leaving yet? Gu Manyun said with disgust. These people had previously come to the Gu family to deliver a message to Hua Qiu, but Hua Qiu injured several of them in a fit of anger. But the remaining people still refused to leave, stubbornly clinging to the Gu family. Your Gu family is about to face a great calamity. How can you not watch such a good show? Liang Bin, the head of the Liang family, said with a sneer. You actually think that kid surnamed Hua will come back? That's wishful thinking, it's absolutely impossible. If he goes to the Xia family, he'll only face death, there's no other way out. The Gu family members' expressions darkened further. How can a mere alchemy master possibly stand against the Xia family? He's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Liang Qi mocked. Just wait, the Xia family will soon send people to deal with your Gu family. At that time, my Liang family will still be the top family in Sujiang City, and everything you own will belong to my Liang family. The Liang father and son laughed wildly. The Gu family members were furious, but powerless to refute it. Even they thought Hua Qiu's chances of survival were slim. They're here, military vehicles are coming. Suddenly, shouts rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, the Liang father and son's faces lit up with joy. It's the legion from Xia Jiashan who brought the bodies back. Liang Bin laughed loudly. The Xia family still gave the Xia kingdom headquarters face and left Hua Qiu with a complete corpse. The Gu family members immediately trembled. The legion from Xia Jiashan will not appear in the city unless there are special circumstances. The arrival of military vehicles likely indicates that they are indeed delivering devastating news. Come, follow me to greet Mr. Hua Qiu. Old Master Gu stood up and said with a sorrowful expression. Regardless, they would bury the person to repay the kindness. Everyone in the living room came out and went outside the Gu family's old house. 3 military vehicles arrived and slowly came to a stop in front of the crowd. Such a scene only added to the somber mood of the Gu family. Grandpa, Auntie, we're back. Suddenly, Xia Ziwei's voice rang out. She jumped off the front military vehicle, shouting with a grin. The Gu family was stunned. The Liang family was completely bewildered. Soon, the Gu family became excited. The meaning behind Xia Ziwei's appearance is self-evident. Ziwei, you're back safe and sound, Gu Manyun said, tears welling up in her eyes. Yes, we're all back, Xia Ziwei replied with a smile. Look who I brought back. She helped a woman out of the car. Looking at Xia Kaiyan, who bore a striking resemblance to Xia Ziwei, the Gu family members were all somewhat stunned. Sister-in-law. Gu Manyun couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth. Manyun, it's been a long time, Xia Kaiyan said with a smile. Father-in-law, she bowed slightly to old Master Gu. Grandpa Gu couldn't even speak. They even brought back Ziwei's mother, Gu Manting muttered to herself in shock. Xia Kaiyan was imprisoned by the Xia family for 20 years. The fact that even she is here means that Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei have succeeded. They actually managed to rescue someone from the Xia family's den of dragons and tigers. How so? Liang Bin staggered and almost fell over. How could the Xia family possibly let them come back? He couldn't accept it, he couldn't believe it. The Liang family members all had gloomy faces, and their spirits had plummeted. Mr. Hua Qiu. When the Gu family saw Hua Qiu get out of the car behind them, they couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Mr. Hua Qiu, you are truly amazing. Gu Manting exclaimed excitedly. Now they are very curious about what exactly happened at the Xia family's house. Hua Qiu was able to rescue the person unharmed. The Xia family has also arrived, Hua Qiu said. The scene fell silent instantly, and the Gu family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Thump! A martial arts master from the Xia family jumped off the last military vehicle. Xia Mr. Xia Chun. The Liang father and son recognized the man. 20 years ago, this person also appeared in Sujiang City and was one of the people who supported the Liang family. The Xia family martial master ignored them. Ancestor, please get out of the car. Xia family martial venerable opened the car door and bowed as he spoke. The white-haired, youthful-looking patriarch of the Xia family landed lightly on the ground. What, ancestor? The Liang and Xia families were all stunned. The Xia family's patriarch has actually come to Sujiang. That's the most powerful person in the terrifying Xia family. The Xia family patriarch walked over with his hands behind his back. Neither of the two families dared to look him in the eye, finding his imposing presence too terrifying. Ancestor Xia are from the Liang family. Liang Bin quickly went up to greet him, his face full of smiles. Get out of my way. The Xia family patriarch's face turned cold, and he swung his hand forcefully. In an instant, Liang Bin was swept away. The Liang family watched this scene with bewilderment. They didn't understand why the Xia family patriarch disliked the Liang family. Which one of you is the head of the Gu family? Asked the Xia family patriarch. Yes, that's me. Old Master Gui stepped forward and answered, forcing himself to speak. In-laws. The Xia family patriarch suddenly smiled and called out. The Gu family members stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. The Liang family members gaped in astonishment. What kind of show is this? This? Grandpa Gu was completely stumped and didn't know how to respond. Hasn't the Xia family always looked down on the Gu family? They are indeed aloof and unapproachable, making people dare not aspire to their level. Grandpa Gu, from now on, the Xia family and the Gu family will have no more enmity, Hua Qiu said from behind. The people who drove Xia Ziwei's father to his death should all be dead at my hands. The Xia family patriarch was unaware of this matter. He came here this time to reconcile with your Gu family. The Gu family members were shocked to hear this. I asked Mr. Hua Qiu to bring me here. I am very grateful to him for giving the Xia family a chance, the Xia family patriarch said with a smile. As he spoke, he turned back and bowed to Hua Qiu to express his gratitude. But this action unexpectedly caused a huge shock to everyone. The Liang family's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Liang family father and son, in particular, were almost spitting blood. They just couldn't understand why the powerful Xia family would compromise and bow down to Hua Qiu. Even the high and mighty Xia family patriarch treated him with such respect. The Liang family members felt dizzy and their blood was churning. The Gu family was flattered. They looked at the nonchalant young man. He really is like a god. He accomplished the impossible. Hua Qiu glanced at the Liang family father and son, whose faces were ashen, and frowned slightly. The faces of all the Liang family members immediately turned pale. 347, Chapter 347 Prodigy. On this day, the Liang family completely disappeared from Sujiang City. With the support of the Xia family and the help of Hua Qiu, there is no doubt that the Gu family will become the most prestigious family in Suzhou City in the future. That night, Hua Qiu spent the entire night studying the black jade in his room. As the Xia family patriarch said, no matter how much they tried to stimulate him, they could not connect with that immortal cultivator who had traveled through the mortal world. It seems that the cultivator really is in seclusion. Hua Qiu was in a bad mood. Cultivators typically enter seclusion, sealing off their 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses, and generally will not emerge until their goal is achieved. Since I can't get in touch with them, I'll have to find them myself, Hua Qiu said. He used special methods to trace the origins of the black jade stone, searching for its owner through a faint connection. The distance is too far, it can only project a general direction. Hua Qiu frowned, watching the beam of light emitted from the black jade stone point towards the northern horizon. North of Xia Kingdom, could he be in the region where the capital is located? Hua Qiu issued an order, commanding Long Yuan to focus their investigation on the capital and surrounding areas, and not to overlook any events or locations that might indicate the presence of cultivators. He also used the power of the black market. Once things are settled in Jiangnan, I will personally go to the capital to meet that cultivator, Hua Qiu decided. Once his cultivation improves further and he reaches the capital, it will be much easier for him to use his secret techniques to find people. I believe we should be able to obtain information about the location of the immortal realm this time. As dawn broke, Xia Ziwei knocked on the door. Hua Qiu, I'd like to ask you to investigate someone, Xia Ziwei said as soon as she entered. When my mother was imprisoned in the Xia family, it was her maid who took care of her and secretly sent me down the mountain, allowing me to grow up in the secular world. Later, that maid was persecuted by the Xia family and Daichi once told my mother that if she ever escaped her suffering, she hoped my mother would help take care of her family. Please help me find out if her family members are still alive. My mother said that if we can find them, we must make sure to compensate her family properly. Hua Qiu nodded. He asked Xia Ziwei for some information about her maid and immediately contacted people in the black market to investigate. In just over 10 minutes, they obtained the intelligence. Your mother's maid only has one younger sister left alive. Her sister had a difficult life. She was seduced by a rich young man, abandoned, gave birth to a son, and raised him alone. The mother and son are still living in Suzhou City, Hua Qiu said, reading out an address. That place is now the only shantytown in Suzhou City, and it is about to be demolished. Hua Qiu, can you come with me? Xia Ziwei asked. Of course. Hua Qiu gave Xia Ziwei a strange look. I don't know why, but I always feel that Xia Ziwei's attitude towards him is a little different now. She has become distant and aloof, as if there is a sense of distance between them. The two immediately set off for the shantytown of Suzhou City. It's hard to imagine that such a place exists in the prosperous city of Suzhou. Xia Ziwei looked surprised. The impression that shantytowns in major cities are always of being dirty, chaotic, and poor is that they are not clean and well maintained. This place is no exception. The buildings are old and the facilities are outdated. The shantytown is about to be demolished. This should be considered the last stain on Suzhou City, Hua Qiu said. Your mother's maid's sister is now bedridden, and her son has dropped out of school and sells odds and ends at the market every day to make money. Let's go find him first. Hua Qiu took Xia Ziwei to a market in the shantytown. Although the shantytown markets are far less bustling than those in developed areas, they are full of lively, everyday life. They arrived at their destination not long after walking. Ahead, a boy set up a stall, which was filled with bamboo woven items. The boy was dressed simply and was sitting by the stall, engrossed in reading a book. With Hua Qiu's sharp eyesight, he could immediately see the title on the book cover. The number 1 martial arts in the world. Hua Qiu glanced at it, his expression strange. The boy was completely absorbed in watching and gesturing with his hands. However, he was not a martial artist and did not possess any internal energy. So Hua Tsong is a martial arts enthusiast. Hua Qiu couldn't help but smile. The two walked up to his stall. Xia Ziwei found the bamboo woven items on the stall to be exquisite and couldn't help but squat down to take a closer look. Large bamboo items are all 30 yuan, small ones are 10 yuan, no bargaining, Hua Tsong said, his eyes still fixed on the martial arts manual in his hand. Did you make all of this up? Xia Ziwei asked curiously. I made them all myself, so the quality is guaranteed. You can keep them as handicrafts even if you don't use them, Huatsong replied. He didn't glance at the two of them once, completely absorbed. Suddenly, a riot broke out on the street corner. The vendors over there became restless and hurriedly packed up their stalls. Xiaotsong, those bastards are here again, quickly pack up your stall. Someone shouted over here. Huatsong then put down the secret manual in his hand, revealing an angry expression. These bastards! He cursed angrily. I'll be here since dawn, waiting for them to come. I'm not selling anymore, hurry up and leave, lest you get hurt in the process, Huatsong shouted, shooing the two away. Hua Qiu pulled Xia Ziwei to stand aside, looking like she was watching the show. 7 or 8 men appeared on the street, barging in menacingly and smashing any stalls they saw. Huatsong didn't pack up his stall, instead, he stood up and glared angrily at those people. It seems he's preparing to fight those thugs. This kid has guts, Hua Qiu said with a smile. From the moment he first saw Huatsong, he could tell that he was a young man with good spiritual roots, and he paid more attention to him. Huatsong placed the martial arts manual in his hand into a bamboo basket on the stall and rolled up his sleeves. I bought this secret manual from a reclusive master for $100 yesterday, studied it for a whole day and night, and have gained some insights. Perfect, I'll use you bastards as my test subjects. Huatsong stepped out of his stall and headed towards the group walked away. Hua Qiu curiously picked up the martial arts manual from the bamboo basket and began to read it. After reading a few pages, he laughed. This is hardly a martial arts manual, it's just a fabricated story with some illustrations. Then I turned to the last page and took a look. Suggested retail price, 15 yen. Is Huatsong planning to use techniques from a book to fight those people? Xia Ziwei asked, frowning. It seems so. Hua Qiu looked in that direction. Huatsong has already clashed with the local thugs. Kid, are you looking for death? A good dog doesn't block the way. The thugs looked down on him. Today, I, the great hero, will teach you a lesson. Huatsong roared, his voice filled with righteous indignation. You think you can take me? The thugs laughed. Enraged, Huatsong assumed a fighting stance and suddenly swept his leg with lightning speed in perfect form, instantly taking down the two thugs. The thugs were stunned for a moment. Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei exchanged a glance, looking at each other in bewilderment. What a genius! 348, Chapter 348. Is he that powerful? An ordinary boy who knew nothing about martial arts learned a thing or two from a completely fabricated martial arts manual in one night, and was actually able to fight. Hua Qiu was somewhat surprised. Damn, this kid's got some martial arts skills. The thugs were terrified, and their expressions turned serious. Huatsong, however, was not particularly excited, as if he felt that it was only natural for him to have this ability. Damn it, let's all attack together. Even if he's skilled, he can't fight 4 hands with 2 fists. One of the thugs shouted. So the thugs swarmed forward and attacked Huatsong. Huatsong roared, full of heroic spirit and fearless. He was incredibly agile, using the moves from the martial arts manual meticulously in a fierce battle against the thugs. For a moment, he actually gained the upper hand, while the thugs were caught off guard and took some punches. This kid. Hua Qiu was deeply moved. A young man who had never practiced proper martial arts and had no experience fighting anyone, relied on his courage and confidence to actually fight 7 or 8 people who were much stronger than him to a standstill. Hua Qiu saw in him the shadow of an old friend from the cultivation world. The boy looked remarkably like his best friend who had sacrificed himself to save him. Seeing that he couldn't take down Huatsong in a short time, a local thug came up with a wicked idea. The man stepped aside, picked up a wooden board, and, taking advantage of Huatsong's inattention, slammed it down on Huatsong from behind. Huatsong was not a martial artist after all. No matter how fast his reaction was, he didn't have eyes in the back of his head. The blow knocked him to the ground. The thugs seized the opportunity to swarm in and beat them. Huatsong remained silent and did not utter a sound of pain. Seeing this, Xia Ziwei took a step forward, wanting to lend a helping hand. Before she could even get there, a group of people rushed out. Those were nearby residents and vendors, holding various tools in their hands. They didn't dare to resist at first, but seeing that Huat Song, a teenager, dared to fight against evil forces, they couldn't stand it anymore. "Kill these bastards!" The residents roared and beat 7 or 8 thugs until they howled in pain. "Do you have a death wish? Don't you know who we are? You're all dead, just you wait." After uttering their threats, the thugs scrambled away. Huat Song got up from the ground, his face bruised and swollen. He declined everyone's concern and slowly returned to his stall. "Why haven't you left yet?" He frowned at Hua Qiu and the other person, somewhat dissatisfied. "Those bastards don't care who you are as long as you're in this market, you're bound to get hurt by them." "Who are they? Why are they causing trouble here?" Xia Ziwei asked. "They're all heartless lackeys," Huat Song said through gritted teeth. "The shantytown is about to be demolished. Someone wanted to buy it at a low price, but everyone was unwilling, so we sent people to cause trouble, trying to force everyone to compromise." "Humph, as long as I, Huat Song, am here, I will not let them do whatever they want." Huat Song clenched his fist and said righteously. "With your abilities, you can't fight against evil forces, can you? Aren't you afraid?" Xia Ziwei said. "I'm not afraid." Huat Song's eyes were firm. "Those villains, the more cowardly and submissive you are, the more they will take advantage of you." Hua Qiu's expression was somewhat complicated. Huat Song even shares a similar personality with his close friend. "If you need help, we can help you," Xia Ziwei said with a smile. "We are old friends of your aunt." Upon hearing this, Huat Song became wary. "My aunt passed away many years ago, so I don't have any old friends here." "Who exactly are you people? Could you have been sent by those people?" Xia Ziwei looked stunned. "You really like martial arts, is that right?" Hua Qiu asked casually. Huat Song was taken aback. "How did you know?" Hua Qiu raised the book The Greatest Martial Arts in the World in his hand. "Give me back my secret manual." Huat Song shouted anxiously. "You'll never learn this kind of thing, it's just a waste of your talent," Hua Qiu said with a slight smile. "You have good talent and decent character. If you can meet my requirements, I might accept you as a disciple." Xia Ziwei's expression changed drastically. This was the first time Hua Qiu had taken the initiative to ask to take on a disciple. In the past, countless people wanted to become Hua Qiu's disciples, whether at martial arts schools or elsewhere, but he rejected them all. Even receiving his guidance is a very rare thing. You want to take me as your apprentice?" Huat Song frowned, staring at Hua Qiu with a strange expression. They made no attempt to hide their doubts and aversion. "Only if you meet my requirements, and even then, you'll only be a nominal disciple," Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. As a celestial emperor, he doesn't accept disciples casually. It was only because the boy had good character, and most importantly, because he resembled an old friend, that Hua Qiu decided to offer him guidance. Huat Song's talent and spiritual roots were both top-notch, which gave Hua Qiu some ideas. If he could cultivate a disciple in the secular world who would obey him and handle various affairs for him, his life would be much easier. Perhaps it will still be useful in other dimensions in the future. Are there any requirements, or is it just a nominal disciple? Huat Song became even more resistant. "Who do you think you are? You don't look much older than me, yet you just blurt out that you want to take me as your apprentice. You may want to take me, but I don't want to become your disciple." Hua Qiu's expression froze. If he were to ask, even a martial saint would have to beg him to accept it. "I never expected to be rejected by an ordinary boy. Judging from your appearance, you might not even be as good as me. You think you can fool me into becoming your apprentice? Do I look like someone who's easy to fool?" Huat Song said with a look of disdain. "Huat Song, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you must not miss it." Xia Ziwei said earnestly. "Do you know who he is? With just one word from him, countless people in the Xia kingdom would rush to become his disciples, and even the strongest martial arts masters would fight tooth and nail to get the chance." Huat Song dropped pouting. "If you exaggerated a little less, I might believe you. How powerful can he be, and yet so many people want to become his apprentices? Just exaggerating. Huatsong rolled his eyes, convinced that the two were liars. The person I want to become your disciple is the master of the #1 martial arts school in Sujiang City. He is the true titan of the martial arts world, with extremely powerful strength. Can he compare to the head of the #1 martial arts school? He's probably miles away from him. Oh dear, you really are. Xia Ziwei was speechless. She was very worried about Huatsong. What is the owner of the #1 martial arts school in Sujiang City? How can that compare to Huaqiu? They're not even on the same level. Never mind, Huaqiu said with a faint smile, waving her hand. Since he is unwilling, then so be it. Huaqiu didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, it was just a passing fancy. If Huatsong hadn't resembled an old friend, even with his considerable talent, he still wouldn't have caught Huaqiu's eye. Do you know what a great opportunity you missed? You'll definitely regret it later? Xia Ziwei sighed repeatedly, somewhat disappointed in his lack of ambition. What's there to regret? Huatsong said nonchalantly. With my abilities and talent, he's no match for me. I'm more suited to be his master. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? He gave a meaningful, faint smile. 349, Chapter 349. He is a master. Shout Song, run! Suddenly, the market erupted in commotion again, even louder than before. Someone shouted anxiously at Huatsong and hurriedly ran away, abandoning their stall. What, those bastards are here again? Huatsong looked furious, ignoring his bruised and swollen face, and wanted to fight back. Shout Song, this time it's not just 7 or 8, it's a lot of people, and some of them are in uniform. Run, otherwise we'll be going in. Your mother is still bedridden. If you go in, who will take care of her? Don't be impulsive, run away. Someone advised. Huatsong frowned deeply after hearing this. A moment later, he cursed angrily in frustration and turned to run away. Huaqiu's expression darkened slightly as he looked towards the market entrance. Bullying of the weak is inevitable everywhere. First, a group of people in uniforms entered carrying guns, followed by a luxury car slowly driving up. More often, it was thugs who swaggered through the market, violently driving the residents to the center. Huatsong and his fellow vendors were also unable to escape and were cornered. Faced with those dark gun barrels, Huatsong had no choice but to squat down with his hands covering his head. The car stopped in front of the crowd. The car door opened, and a person with slicked back hair and wearing a black overcoat stepped out. As soon as he got out of the car, he frowned, showing his annoyance, and covered his nose with a handkerchief. It was obvious that he was very reluctant to come to this place. You unruly people. The man looked down at the shantytown residents with disgust. For the past 2 weeks, I've tried everything, from gentle persuasion to harsh measures, but you're all like those stinky, stubborn rocks in a toilet. You just won't get it and insist on forcing me to take matters into my own hands. I'm telling you, today, you have to sell whether you want to or not. If you dare to resist again, I will destroy this place completely. The residents of the shantytowns dared not speak out against their anger. Huaqiu and Xia Ziwei were standing at the back of the crowd and were not noticed for the time being. Forced buying and selling, don't you have any laws? Huatsong finally couldn't hold back and stood up, shouting indignantly. The man with the slicked back hair frowned. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? He sneered. A man in uniform walked up and slammed the butt of his rifle into Huatsong's back. Huatsong immediately fell to the ground, his expression pained. Boss, this kid is the one who was jumping around the most, and he even injured one of our men, someone said. The big boss had a menacing look on his face. He waved his hand, and someone stepped forward to grab Huatsong. Stop! Xia Ziwei shouted as she stepped forward. The residents of the shantytown all looked up at her in astonishment. Huatsong was also taken aback. You are not allowed to touch this boy, Xia Ziwei said coldly. The big boss frowned and sized up Xia Ziwei, as well as Huaqiu behind her. He noticed that the two men didn't look like people from the shantytown. Who are you people, how dare you interfere with my work? The big boss said, displeased. You're so arrogant. Hua Qiu walked indifferently to Xia Ziwei's side. He glanced at Hua Song. I don't care who you are, and I'm not interested in what you want to dow to or protecting this kid. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. His words alarmed the residents of the shantytown. Hua Song looked at the two of them with even more confusion. He didn't know why Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei stood up for him. Thank you, but you can't help with this. You should leave now, Hua Song said helplessly. He's right, the big boss said with a smile. I think you two might have some connections, so you'd better be smart and leave quickly. There are some things that are beyond your control. As he spoke, the big boss's eyes turned sinister, and his words contained a hidden threat. We absolutely have to get involved in this matter today, Xia Ziwei said. The big boss paused for a moment, then his expression turned icy. I guess they're just two rich heiresses and young masters who don't know their place, he sneered. He looked at the two thugs not far away. The two immediately understood and walked towards Xia Ziwei. Hua Song was anxious, but he was being held down and couldn't get up. Seeing that the two were about to attack her, Xia Ziwei calmly struck out with a palm. Boom! In an instant, a gust of wind swept across, blasting the two men away. They flew several meters before landing and disappearing without a trace. Although Hua Qiu had not deliberately improved Xia Ziwei's strength, her cultivation as a 9th-rank martial artist was considered top-notch in the secular martial arts world, making it extremely easy for her to deal with the two thugs. This scene shocked everyone. Hua Song's expression changed, and he stared at Xia Ziwei in shock, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He was obsessed with martial arts and dreamed of becoming a martial arts master to uphold justice. Xia Ziwei's actions stirred up his emotions. The big boss not far away was also stunned, his eyes narrowing. So you're a martial artist, he said in surprise. However, even if you are a martial artist, you can't control what's happening here. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, how can you compare to the power of guns and bullets? The big boss, with a cold face, waved his hand at a uniformed man carrying a gun beside him. The man immediately pointed his gun at Xia Ziwei. I consider myself a chivalrous person, so you can still leave now. The big boss was still somewhat wary of martial artists and didn't let the man fire immediately. We will not leave, Xia Ziwei said without fear. You asked for it yourselves, don't blame me. Shot. The big boss gave the order. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and a gunshot rang out. The bullet flew rapidly towards Xia Ziwei. Hua Qiu stretched out his fingers and caught the bullet between two fingers just as it was about to hit Xia Ziwei. In an instant, the scene fell silent, completely still. Apart from Hua Qiu, the other two here are ordinary people. The idea of catching a bullet with one's fingers was too bizarre and unbelievable for them, inconceivable. The big boss's expression froze, filled with surprise and uncertainty. Hua Song, who had previously looked down on Hua Qiu, gaped wide-eyed in disbelief. How could he not realize that Hua Qiu was a master? He's so strong, he actually caught a bullet. Hua Song was shocked. He had heard people say that anyone who could catch a bullet with their bare hands was definitely a high-level martial artist, belonging to the ranks of the strong. The thought that such a powerful figure was right beside him, and who had just offered to take him as a disciple but had been disdainfully rejected, filled him with regret. Who exactly are you people? The big boss lost his composure and asked angrily. I'm warning you, even if you are powerful martial artists, you cannot go against Dajiang Real Estate. At the boss's command, all the guns on the scene were pointed at Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei. What is Dajiang Real Estate? Hua Qiu frowned, looking disdainful. Today, I'm going to meddle in this mess. Dajiang Real Estate, is that so great? 350, Chapter 350. Someone's behind it all. You're asking for it. The big boss was furious, and his expression turned crazed. You can catch one bullet, but how will you catch 10,000? Fire, turn them into sieves. The big boss gave a crazy order. Hua Qiu's expression darkened. In such a crowded place, he was just a businessman, yet he dared to use such firepower. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was lawless. Those in uniforms looked hesitant and did not immediately carry out the boss's orders. "Boss, this is against the rules," someone whispered. "What do you mean by following the rules? If I tell you to fire, you fire. What's with all this nonsense? I'm the one who calls the shots here." The big boss roared. "Are you just taking my money for nothing, or are you saying you don't want to work here anymore?" The group immediately lost their temper and became meek and submissive. "Fire, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences," the boss shouted. They pointed their guns at Hua Qiu again and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bullets rained down on Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei. The big boss had a sinister smile on his face. Because the bullets were coming from all directions, he didn't believe Hua Qiu could catch them all. If even one of those shots hits, Hua Qiu will surely die. Hua Tsung's heart was in his throat. He didn't think Hua Qiu could withstand so many bullets and was worried about the two of them. At the critical moment, Hua Qiu waved his sleeve with a cold face. "Call." In an instant, the wind howled. Bang bang bang. The dense barrage of bullets was instantly blasted back by a force. Ah! In an instant, screams rang out one after another. The big boss and his entourage watched in shock as the gunmen fell one by one, lying on the ground groaning in pain. How is this possible? The big boss felt suffocated, his eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. As far as he knew, no martial artist could achieve such an outrageous level. He was able to deflect so many bullets with just a wave of his hand, and even send them flying back. The residents of the shantytown were dumbfounded. Hua Tsung stared at Hua Qiu with his eyes wide open, not blinking. "Wow, he's so strong. How can he be so strong? He's only about 10 years older than me." With just this one move, Hua Tsung was already deeply impressed by the strength Hua Qiu displayed. On the other side, the big boss had become terrified. "You're all from the law enforcement department of Xiagua. How dare you injure them all? Do you know how serious this crime is?" The big boss snapped at him. "You know the Martial Alliance, right? Aren't you martial artists most afraid of the Martial Alliance? The Martial Alliance will never let you go. Death is the only thing waiting for you." Hua Qiu stared coldly at the big boss. He was a mere mortal who wasn't even a martial artist, and he never bothered to fight. But this man was lawless and dared to order someone to shoot him, which made him want to kill him. Hua Qiu raised his hand and took a deep breath at the big boss. The big boss's body immediately rose into the air and was drawn over by Hua Qiu. The big boss was terrified and struggled desperately, but to no avail. Soon, Hua Qiu grabbed his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Let me go!" the big boss shouted. "Where does Emir Daijiang Real Estate get such power and audacity? Tell me, who's behind you?" Hua Qiuchen asked in a low voice. "Humph, the person behind me. You're not qualified to know. I'd be terrified if I told you." The big boss was all bark and no bite. "Let me tell you, if you really do anything to me, you'll definitely come to a bad end. That's someone you can never afford to mess with. If you know what's good for you, release me right now." Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. If the person didn't speak, he had no interest in pressing him for answers. He doesn't care who's behind Daijiang Real Estate. Hua Qiu put the big boss down. "Heh, I haven't even revealed who's behind this yet, and you're already scared," the big boss said with a mocking smile. "I'll give you a chance, run," Hua Qiu said. "What?" the big boss asked, puzzled. Hua Qiu flicked his finger, and a bullet casing flew up from the ground and hovered at his fingertip. "You have 1 minute, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The big boss finally realized something. "Aren't you afraid of the people behind me?" he asked in surprise. 50 seconds left, Hua Qiu said expressionlessly. "Behind me is a behemoth you can't afford to offend. Even the head of the Sujiang City Martial Alliance branch has to give me face," the big boss said hurriedly, trying to frighten Hua Qiu. 40 seconds. Hua Qiu remained unmoved. The big boss finally panicked. He nervously looked around, hoping his henchman would protect him. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that there was no one else standing around. His henchmen and those in uniform all fell to the ground under the previous bullets. 30 seconds, Hua Qiu said ruthlessly. The big boss was utterly terrified. The next moment, he turned and ran. Perhaps, he has never run this fast in his entire life. His speed was comparable to that of a professional athlete, and he was very clever, deliberately turning into a small alley to avoid Hua Qiu's sight. You bastard, how dare you disregard the people behind me? The big boss cursed as he ran. Once I get back and take action, I'll make that martial artist pay a heavy price. Humph, martial artists, what's so great about them? In this world, capital will always reign supreme. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Time's up. Call out. The bullet casing flew out suddenly. The big boss, who was cursing and swearing in the alley, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head. He stopped and touched the back of his head. Blood? The big boss stared in disbelief at the blood on his hands, completely bewildered. His consciousness began to blur. The big boss finally realized something. How can the bullets track itself? He said in bewilderment, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Only when the big boss was no longer watching over the market did the residents dare to move around. We can't let the big boss get away, he'll definitely send more people. Hua Tsong shouted. The residents' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly chased after the place where the big boss had disappeared. Soon, they found the boss's body in the alley. Hua Tsong looked surprised, walked over and turned the big boss over, and saw the bloody hole on his forehead. He was startled and stared blankly in the direction they had come from. It's at least 100 meters from Huaqiu Station to here. Moreover, the big boss took 2 detours and was long out of sight. From that distance, where nothing could be seen, Huaqiu was able to kill someone with a single bullet casing. At this moment, Hua Tsong felt a deep sense of awe towards Huaqiu. Who exactly is he? Why does he have such abilities? Why does he dare to kill people so brazenly? Isn't he afraid of taking the blame? Hua Tsong was filled with questions. 351, Chapter 351. What is the Divine Doctor sect anyway? The people on the street were still lying on the ground groaning. The residents of the shantytown had long since scattered like birds and beasts. The big boss of Dajiang Real Estate is dead. They know that things have gotten out of hand, and no one dares to stay there for fear of being implicated. Hua Tsong was also very scared, so he quickly took Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei to his home. The place where Hua Tsong and her son lived was very dilapidated and cramped. You've made a huge mistake, you've really made a huge mistake. Hua Tsong said, still in shock. That Dajiang Real Estate has a very powerful background. You can tell from the fact that the big boss can command those people. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, he is ultimately only a martial artist. He has no power to resist those behemoths. Hua Tsong shook his head repeatedly, extremely flustered. At this point, he was so anxious that he completely lost his composure. Why don't you two run away as fast as you can, the farther the better? He suggested to the two of them. I know some people on the waterway who can help you make arrangements. With your abilities, you can get by anywhere. By the way, I heard there's a place called the Black Market. It's a lawless area. If you go there and seek refuge with them, they'll definitely take you in. Hua Tsong kept talking, but Huaqiu didn't pay attention to what he was saying. She just looked around Hua Tsong's house. It's easy to see that this mother and son are living a difficult life. Xiao Tsong, did you bring your friends? A frail middle-aged woman appeared at the door and asked. Huaqiu, Xia Ziwei glanced at the woman, her heart aching. The woman was very weak and pale. What's even more pitiful is that she seems to be blind, her eyes are tightly closed, and she is leaning on a cane. Mom, why did you come out? Didn't the doctor say you can't get out of bed yet? Hua Tsong rushed over anxiously to help her. Huaqiu watched indifferently. According to intelligence reports, Hua Tsong is a filial son. When he was 12, his mother went blind in an accident. From then on, he dropped out of school to take care of his mother at home and took on the responsibility of supporting the family. I never imagined they were living such a miserable life, Xia Ziwei said with a guilty expression. Their family members died for my mother, they shouldn't be living such a miserable life, Xia Ziwei murmured. As she spoke, she walked over. Auntie, my name is Xia Ziwei, and I'm here to help you, Xia Ziwei said with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, I only just learned about your family's situation. I apologize on behalf of my mother. I am so sorry. Huatsong's mother was shocked upon hearing this. What did you say your name was? Your surname is Xia, you are. Auntie, it's just what you think, Xia Ziwei said. Huatsong's mother was so emotionally distraught that she could barely stand. Your presence here means my sister's long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. Xiaotsong, go and light incense for your aunt. If she knew in the afterlife, she could rest in peace. Huatsong was unaware of the reasoning, but he still did as instructed. Xia Ziwei followed, knelt down before the memorial tablet, kowtowed 3 times, and cried out for the kindness of the tablet's owner. Girl, you don't need to feel guilty. It was Miss Xia who saved my sister's life back then. She returned her life to Miss Xia, which is considered repaying the debt. You don't owe us anything, Huatsong's mother said with a sigh. Auntie, my mother promised to take care of her family. Xia Ziwei stood up. I promise you'll have a great life from now on. Xia Ziwei took out a card from her person and handed it over with both hands. Auntie, there's 5 million in this card. Please keep it and use it to improve your life. I'll take care of the rest. Huatsong's mother was stunned and dared not take the card. Huatsong stood there, stunned, watching. 5 million is an astronomical figure for a family like theirs. No, we can't take this money. You really don't owe us anything, Huatsong's mother waved her hands repeatedly. Even though Xia Ziwei tried to persuade her repeatedly, she wouldn't accept it. Huatsong was a teenager, and the sight of 5 million made him breathe rapidly. He knew very well that 5 million could easily solve the mother and child's predicament. But he ultimately said nothing and supported his mother's decision. Hua Qiu revealed a satisfied expression. The mother is kind and the son is filial, the family has a good upbringing. Hua Qiu saw a reflection of her own mother in Huatsong's mother. I also saw the qualities of a filial son in Huatsong. Take it, this is what a good person deserves, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. If you don't accept it, we won't leave. Huatsong's mother remained silent for a long time. Xiaotsong, answer it, she said. Huatsong accepted the 5 million with trembling hands. How long have you had this eye problem? Hua Qiu asked. It's been more than 3 years, Huatsong's mother sighed. The doctor said that I will never be able to see anything in my life, that I can't be cured, and that no amount of money will help. She thought Hua Qiu and the other person were going to spend money to take her to see a doctor. Mom, there's hope. Huatsong suddenly said. I've heard that there's a place in this world where there are miraculous healers whose medical skills are incredibly amazing. They can definitely cure your eye disease. Don't worry, I will definitely find someone from the Divine Healer sect and have them treat your illness. Huatsong patted his chest and assured him. The Miracle Doctor sect, ha. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Let alone whether you can even see them, even if you do, how could you possibly persuade them to come? Hua Qiu held the Divine Doctor sect in utter contempt and disdain. That sect is all show and no substance, and its methods are dirty. Huatsong lowered his head, looking dejected. Fine, I'll make a move this time, Hua Qiu said. You can cure diseases? Huatsong looked at him in surprise. But can you really cure my mother's illness? Huatsong was full of suspicion towards Hua Qiu. How could someone so powerful have time to study medicine? Moreover, even the legendary healers might not be able to cure it. Hua Qiu remained silent, then raised his hand and flicked a burst of creative spiritual energy into Huatsong's mother's eye. Open your eyes, he gestured. Huatsong's mother really did open her eyes. Two can see, she exclaimed in surprise. Huatsong was dumbfounded. What kind of treatment method is this? In less than a minute, a blind person was able to see the light of day again? How is this any different from a fairy tale? But this magical and fantastical scene actually unfolded right before his eyes, incredibly real. Hua Song's heart was pounding. Even the most miraculous healers couldn't be this miraculous, could they? Just who is this person? Could it be that you're from the Divine Doctor sect? Hua Song couldn't help but exclaim. What miracle doctor sect? Hua Qiu asked, his expression turning displeased. What are the Divine Doctors sect? Don't compare me to them, they're not worthy. Hua Qiu said coldly. Hua Song was stunned. The people of the Divine Physician sect are revered by the world and admired by countless people, who believe that their medical skills are the best in the world, symbolizing the highest honor in the field of medicine. The person in front of me was so disdainful and hostile towards the Divine Healer sect, as if being recognized as a member of the Divine Healer sect was a great insult to him. This is a longevity pill, which can extend one's life by 20 years. Hua Qiu took out another pill and handed it over. Hua Song's eyes widened. Since the longevity pill was invented, it became his life goal. He always dreamed of one day earning enough money to buy one for his mother. This thing is worth hundreds of millions, yet Hua Qiu suddenly took it out without even blinking. Longevity pills, even the best ones, can only extend life by 10 years, right? Hua Song thought for a moment, looking surprised and doubtful. What I refine for my own use is naturally better than what I sell, Hua Qiu said. Hua Song was stunned. You are the medicine saint. He was utterly shocked. He finally realized that Hua Qiu was actually that extraordinary person. And yet, this very person wanted to take him as a disciple, but he actually refused. For a moment, Hua Song felt a tightness in his chest and was filled with regret. 352, Chapter 352. Please accept me as your disciple. Hua Song's mother recovered from her illness, dispelling the gloom. Xiao Song, go and buy some good food. I'll cook for you two distinguished guests today. She instructed Hua Song with great pleasure. Hua Song obediently went. He was no longer worried about the safety of Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei. The legendary medicine saint is so revered that many important figures flock to him, eager to flatter him. The Gu family alone is now one of the top families in Suzhou City. Although Dajiang Real Estate has a strong background, we shouldn't be able to do anything to them. Not long after, Hua Song returned carrying a lot of vegetables. Xia Ziwei helped Hua Song's mother with the work, and for the first time, the house was filled with laughter. However, this harmony was soon broken. Hua Song. Someone was banging on the door and shouting anxiously. What happened? Hua Song opened the door. They're here again, the people from Dajiang Real Estate are here again. This time they seem to have sent people from some martial arts school, and they're quite formidable. Why haven't you taken them away yet? Hurry up, it'll be too late if you wait any longer. What kind of martial arts school is it? Hua Song asked calmly. He believed in Hua Qiu's strength, even people from ordinary martial arts schools wouldn't be a match for him. It seems to be some kind of divine fist martial arts school, even their most powerful master is here. Upon hearing this, Hua Song's expression immediately stiffened. The messenger quickly went into hiding in fear. Hua Song closed the door, his face extremely grim. Sister Ziwei, brother Hua Qiu, you really have to run away this time, he said in a low voice, full of helplessness. What's wrong? Xia Ziwei asked. I really didn't expect that Dajiang Real Estate would actually invite people from the No One Martial Arts School in Suzhou City, and even their master Hua Song said worriedly. Everyone at the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy is incredibly strong, and the Academy's master is an absolute martial arts expert, whose strength ranks among the top 10 in the entire Suzhou City. Aside from a few exceptional martial artists, he is practically the strongest expert in the public eye. Although I have never seen him make a move, based on his reputation, you are probably no match for him. Hua Qiu remained calm. He's just a martial arts school owner, how strong can he be? He said nonchalantly. Brother Hua Qiu, that master is really powerful, he's universally acknowledged as powerful. He is a true supreme expert. Hua Qiu shook his head. Hua Song ultimately did not enter the martial arts world and had no clear concept of the power ranking system within it. The owner of a martial arts school, at most at the peak of the 9th rank, was like an ant in his eyes. Very well, I'll go and meet this supreme expert you mentioned, and see just how strong he is. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and walked towards the door. Hua Song's expression was uncertain. Sister Ziwei, aren't you worried? Aren't you really going to help him? He looked at Xia Ziwei. What's there to worry about? Don't worry, he'll be back soon, Xia Ziwei said with a smile. Hua Song couldn't put his mind at ease, so he quickly followed her out. On the street, all the houses had their doors tightly shut. A group of people walked in with an imposing and high-spirited air. Who murdered the big boss of Dajiang Real Estate? Someone shouted angrily, their voice echoing in all directions. The murderer has 10 minutes to come forward and surrender, or everyone here will be arrested and severely tortured. The head of the Divine Fist martial arts school, exuding authority, swept his cold gaze around. He exuded an aura of power that made those nearby feel stifled and filled them with awe. Is this the aura of the top 10 masters in Suzhou City? It's too strong. Hua Song felt the pressure and became increasingly worried. Hua Qiu didn't possess that aura, it was too bland. Hua Qiu walked towards the group from the Divine Fist martial arts school, looking calm and collected. Even the aura of a martial venerable is insignificant in front of him, let alone a 9th-rank martial artist. Upon seeing Hua Qiu approach, the head of the Divine Fist martial arts school narrowed his eyes. Boy, did you kill him? The curator asked coldly. Not bad, Hua Qiu said calmly. How dare you? The curator shouted. His voice was like thunder, containing inner strength, and he wanted to intimidate Hua Qiu. Hua Song, who was behind him, covered his ears tightly, terrified, feeling as if his eardrums were about to burst. Boy, I don't know your background, but you dare to openly violate the martial arts prohibition and kill an ordinary person, which is an unforgivable crime. How can I, the master, tolerate such a wicked and treacherous person as you? I must rid the people of this scourge. The master said righteously. If you're a lackey, then be a lackey. Why pretend to be a righteous messenger? Hua Qiu said with disgust and impatience. The museum owner's expression froze. Master, hold on. Hua Song rushed forward and shouted anxiously. It's you again, you poor kid? The people from the Divine Fist martial arts school frowned. Hua Song had gone to the martial arts school many times to try to become an apprentice, but he was kicked out many times because he could not afford the tuition. The people at the Divine Fist martial arts school disliked him very much. Master, the big boss of Dajiang Real Estate is not a good person. He illegally seizes and uses weapons privately. You can't help him. Hua Song tried to persuade the people in the martial arts school. Master, a master and hero like you should be upholding justice and eliminating evil for the people. How can you become an accomplice of bad guys? The owner of the Divine Fist martial arts school frowned. You don't know anything. If you take someone's money, you have to solve their problems. This person violated the martial arts code by killing someone. I assented. Also chivalry and eliminating a scourge for the people if I capture him? Hua Song was speechless. He never imagined that the strong person he admired would be like this. His beliefs crumbled. You brat, get out of here, or I'll kill you too. The master shouted. All right, Hua Qiu said, already impatient. A 9th-rank martial artist, he really thinks too highly of himself. What did you say? The owner of the Divine Fist martial arts school was furious. How dare you disrespect our master, who do you think you are? The martial arts school staff shouted angrily. Snort! Hua Qiu snorted coldly and waved his hand at the group. Boom! The energy exploded like a landmine, creating a surging wave of energy. The shouts of the martial arts group abruptly stopped, their expressions freezing on their faces. Not good. The master of the Divine Fist martial arts school's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly made a move to defend himself. But when Hua Qiu makes a move, even a casual wave is far beyond what they can block. Bang! Bang! Hua Song witnessed an astonishing scene unfold. The members of the Divine Fist martial arts school were blasted into the air by a burst of energy, their expressions filled with terror. Even the head of the Divine Fist martial arts school was no exception. He was greatly frightened and lost his dignified demeanor. After flying a long distance, those people finally fell from the sky. Puff. Cough. Several people vomited blood and then fainted. The head of the Divine Fist martial arts school was still holding on to his last breath. He stared at Hua Qiu in horror, unable to utter a word. Finally, he lay down and remained motionless. Hua Song stared blankly at the scene. That was the ultimate martial arts master in his eyes. He is his most admired idol. However, he was blasted into a near-death state by Hua Qiu's single burst of energy, utterly powerless to resist. Hua Song was completely unaware of the enormous gap in strength between the two. One of the top 10 masters in Sujiang City was so helpless in front of Hua Qiu. What level should he be? Hua Song's mind raced. Bang! He immediately knelt down heavily before Hua Qiu. Master, please accept me as your disciple. 353, Chapter 353 Call for Help. Hua Qiu calmly looked at Hua Song kneeling on the ground. Why do you want to become my disciple now? Hua Song looked embarrassed. I was blind before, I didn't know you were so amazing. I really didn't expect that even the master of the Divine Fist martial arts school, one of the top 10 masters in Sujiang City, was no match for you in a single move. You are too strong, I must learn Kung Fu from you. Master, please accept me as your student, I promise I will study hard and never let you down. As he spoke, Hua Song was about to kowtow to Hua Qiu and perform the ceremony of becoming his disciple. Hua Qiu reached out and lifted him up, preventing him from bowing down. Don't rush to perform the grand ceremony. I haven't said I'd accept your bow yet, he said calmly. Although he admired Hua Song's character, he didn't just accept any apprentice. Hua Qiu never accepted disciples. The exception he made was that he once accepted a female cultivator in the cultivation world due to special circumstances. Whether in the cultivation world or the immortal realm, there are countless geniuses who want to become his disciples, and each of them is exceptionally talented. He still didn't like it. The main reason I had this idea was that Hua Song's character was very similar to my old friend, as I didn't want to see him bury his talent in the mundane world, so I just wanted to give him some pointers. Even if they agree to accept him, he will only be a nominal disciple. But didn't you want to take me as your apprentice before? Could it be that I refused you back then, and you're holding a grudge now? Hua Song said weakly. I'm not that petty, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. As I said before, it has to meet my requirements. What do you want? Just tell me, and I promise I'll do it. Hua Song said quickly. Hua Qiu was about to speak when he was interrupted by a commotion. Those were dense and chaotic footsteps. A large number of people flocked to the shantytown market. These people were dressed the same as the uniformed personnel previously employed by the big boss of Dajiang Real Estate, only they were far better equipped and more well-trained. This time, dozens of people came, walking side by side, making the narrow streets of the shantytown even more crowded. Hua Song's face tightened as soon as he saw it. He quickly stood up from the ground and stood on the same side as Hua Qiu. It's the Law Enforcement Bureau, it looks like their captain has personally led the team. Hua Song's expression was very solemn. This is the reliance that the big boss of Dajiang Real Estate has to act so arrogantly with the Law Enforcement Bureau backing him up. He can act lawlessly and prey on the people. Hua Song said indignantly. Master, can you handle these people? Hua Song asked nervously. Because he saw that behind those people, someone had even brought heavy weapons. He didn't have a clear understanding of martial artists and Hua Qiu's strength. Subconsciously, he still felt that the latter was more destructive. Law enforcement officers quickly ran over and surrounded the two men. The captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau walked out from the crowd, staring at the two men with a stern face. Not far away, the law enforcement officers who had been shot earlier were still lying on the ground, and only now were people carrying stretchers to treat them. The boss's body was also carried out and placed in front of the captain. The captain's face turned ashen. Did you kill him? He asked, staring at the two men. I killed him, Hua Qiu replied calmly. The captain did not get angry. You can't be hurt by bullets, so you must be quite something. Someone of your caliber is respected everywhere. Why would you stand up for these lowly people and offend those important figures? Hua Qiu smiled faintly. And what about you? Huozong angrily questioned the captain. You are people who are paid by the state to serve the people. You have power, and you should be upholding justice and eliminating harm for the people. Why are you helping the wicked and letting bad people do whatever they want? The captain gave Huozong a brief, indifferent look. We're just following orders, we don't have the authority to make decisions. Young man, do you think the world is as simple as you think? There is a lot of darkness in this world, and ordinary people cannot change it by their own efforts. The captain looked self-deprecating. It's clear that he still has some conscience. Let me ask you, who is behind Dajiang Real Estate? Hua Qiu asked. The captain frowned. He looked around and lowered his voice. Dajiang Real Estate is a subsidiary of the Ding family, a prominent family in Sujiang. The Ding family. Huozong's face turned pale. As is widely known, Sujiang City has two top-tier families with extraordinary status that other forces cannot match. One is the Ding family, the other is the Tang family. Upon hearing that Dajiang Real Estate was backed by the Ding family, Huozong even felt despair. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was an insurmountable mountain. Hua Qiu suddenly revealed a cold smile. So it's the Ding family. His expression was full of sarcasm. Speaking of which, there was one more thing he hadn't taken care of while he was in Jiangnan. He wanted to kill Ding Wuwang, who had betrayed the evil faction. However, I've been preoccupied with trivial matters and haven't yet had the chance to pay my respects to King Dingwu. Instead of encountering King Dingwu, he killed the henchmen of the Ding family first. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be afraid of the Ding family much? The captain looked at Hua Qiu with some surprise. Fear? Hua Qiu's expression became even more sarcastic. What is there to fear from the mere Ding family? They are far from being worthy, he said disdainfully. The captain was even more surprised. Huozong is also unbelievable. He knew that Hua Qiu was highly skilled and renowned as the medicine saint. But these things still seem incomparable to the Ding families. Judging from your appearance, you're not someone to be underestimated either, the captain said, looking at Hua Qiu. I'm not good at recognizing you. Why don't you try to contact them and see if you can change their minds? He suggested. We'll hold off for now and give you half an hour to clear the way. I hope you have that ability. If not, then I'm sorry, we have no choice but to follow orders. Hua Qiu glanced at the captain. You're quite clever, he said. In the past, those people would come up and arrest people without asking any questions, and when their identities were finally revealed, they would be so scared that they would cry and beg for mercy. I'm just a captain, my voice carries little weight, and I can't afford to offend anyone, the captain said. You can call someone to find them if you don't have a phone, I can lend you one. No need, Hua Qiu waved his hand. I also want to have someone come and ask him about this matter. He should be here soon. The words had barely left his mouth. Beep beep. Outside the circle of law enforcement officers, a car horn blared sharply. The law enforcement officers glanced back and their expressions changed drastically. That sedan was the kind of car commonly used by high-ranking officials. What's even more frightening is the extremely unusual license plate number on the front of the car. The captain was immediately shaken even after just one glance. 354, Chapter 354. A hero uses martial arts to break the law. The head of the law enforcement bureau asked Hua Qiu to call for help, never expecting that the people would arrive so quickly. Upon seeing the unique license plate number, he was even more shocked and felt incredibly fortunate. Luckily, we didn't arrest them immediately. The captain was still a little scared. He can't afford to offend either of them. The law enforcement officers quickly made way for them, standing cautiously on both sides. Huozong was somewhat surprised by the reaction of the law enforcement officers. He couldn't recognize the license plate number, nor did he know who had arrived. But when he saw even the captain of the law enforcement bureau running over, he knew that the person who came was of high status. The car stopped quickly, and the door opened. The captain originally wanted to help open the car door himself, but the person inside pushed the door open in a hurry, almost knocking him over. The captain didn't dare say anything after standing firm. He quickly put his hands together, bent over at a 90-degree angle, and bowed down. "Greetings, Jiang Guoshi," he shouted. The person who got out of the car was Jiang Fanghua, the head of the Wuming branch in Suzhou City. "Greetings, Jiang Guoshi." The law enforcement officers all knelt on one knee, shouting loudly, showing the utmost respect. "Guoshi." Hua Tsung's mouth dropped open in utter shock. He never expected that Hua Qiu could actually alarm the great scholar of Suzhou City. In the minds of ordinary people, they may not know about the realms and levels of martial arts practitioners. In their eyes, the height of a national hero is the highest, and he is respected and admired by countless people. After getting out of the car, Jiang Fanghua looked terrified and ignored the captain, walking quickly towards Hua Qiu. "Master, you are truly remarkable, you actually have such connections." Hua Tsung was still a little nervous as he watched the scholar approach. Jiang Fanghua quickly came to Hua Qiu's side. "Bow down and clasp your hands in greeting. I have failed in my duties, please punish me, Mr. Hua," he said, looking embarrassed. Hua Tsung stared blankly at the national hero like a block of wood. The captain behind him was instantly struck dumb, frozen in place like a statue. All the law enforcement officers were visibly shocked, their expressions revealing extreme astonishment. An indescribable sense of dread spread through everyone's hearts. In terms of rank within the system, who in the entire Suzhou City is higher than Jiang Fanghua? He is both a national hero and a branch minister of the Martial Alliance, a position that even the two hall-level national heroes from the Ding and Tang families cannot compare to. How could such a top-tier figure have to bow to Hua Qiu and address him as his subordinate? The superior of a national hero. It's probably only possible for the core elite of the capital city. But how many people are like that? Not to mention someone as young as Hua Qiu, who had never even heard of such a thing. For a moment, everyone was filled with shock and questions, and they all fell silent. The captain was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He was glad that he hadn't ordered an attack on Hua Qiu and the other man. He was quite surprised when Jiang Fanghua appeared, thinking that Hua Qiu's backer was that noble patriot. Who would have thought that Hua Qiu was even more important than Jiang Fanghua? To be honest, at that moment, he was more frightened than shocked. "Master, you," Hua Tsung stared at Hua Qiu, stammering. "Who exactly are you?" He stammered for a long time before finally managing to ask. "Martial arts expert, medicine master, and now he has added the label of a national hero." Hua Tsung felt that this master was too mysterious and unbelievable. Hua Qiu did not answer Hua Tsung's question, but simply gestured for Jiang Fanghua to stand up. "Jiang Fanghua, as the head of the Wuming branch in Suzhou City, you wield considerable power," Hua Qiu said. "Are you aware that the big boss of Dajiang Real Estate is colluding with officials and businessmen and arbitrarily using the armed forces of the Ministry of Justice of Xia?" Jiang Fanghua was sweating profusely and looked extremely embarrassed. "Reporting to the Lord of China, I am aware of this matter," he replied in a low voice. Hua Qiu immediately frowned, revealing a cold expression. "How did you become the branch manager of the Martial Alliance? Are you just a good-for-nothing?" he rebuked directly. Jiang Fanghua looked terrified and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Everyone present was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. A highly respected national figure and a prominent figure in Jiangsu province was publicly reprimanded by Hua Qiu, losing all face. The scholar was trembling with fear, enduring the reprimands without daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. The captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau was inwardly turbulent. That person's rank is at least 2 levels higher than Jiang Guoshi's, he immediately judged. If Jiang Guoshi were to advance 2 ranks, wouldn't it be? The captain's eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with terror. He dared not speculate any further. The Ding family has been bullying others for so long, but now they've really bitten off more than they can chew. The captain lowered his head and revealed a mocking smile. "Hua Guoshi, let's talk in private for a moment." After Hua Qiu finished reprimanding him, Jiang Fanghua said in a low voice. Hua Qiu frowned and walked to the side with him. Speak, what's the secret you're having? Hua Qiu's face turned cold. Huaguosher, actually, this kind of thing happens in every city in Xia Kingdom, Zhang Fenghua said helplessly. To sum it up in one sentence. A knight-errant uses his martial arts to break the law. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Although the number of martial artists in Xia Kingdom is very small compared to ordinary people, with such a large population base, there are actually quite a few martial artists, Zhang Fenghua continued to explain. Martial artists are far stronger than ordinary people and pose a much greater threat in all things. That's why the Xia Kingdom has the Martial Alliance, which helps to restrain most of the martial artists. But what can we do about those martial artists who are too powerful? Managing them is really troublesome. The Xia Kingdom can only grant them some privileges and elevate their status this way. To some extent, it can both restrain them and make them serve the country. But once someone has status and power, it's inevitable that some will abuse their authority and commit wrongdoing. Headquarters is also having a headache, because those powerful individuals are rare and invaluable resources. As long as they don't, when things go too far, people usually turn a blind eye. At this point, Zhang Fenghua's face darkened. Hua Qiu seemed to be deep in thought. He also used his privileges as a national hero many times. Being high above others and wielding power can indeed easily lead people astray. Moreover, those who possess privileges are usually organized into family units, and many of their relatives abuse their power and influence. There are even some martial artists that headquarters can't control. They can only be left to their own devices as much as possible. You mean ancient martial arts families, right? Hua Qiu asked. Zhang Fenghua nodded. This matter involves the Ding family. The martial king of the Ding family is a Hall of Fame level national hero, higher than me, so it's not really appropriate for me to get involved, he sighed. If I could manage it, I would have done it long ago. Alright, I understand your responsibility isn't significant, Hua Qiu said calmly. This martial alliance is rather pathetic. If I were the leader of the martial alliance, anyone who dared to disobey or break the rules would only face death. His tone was cold. Huaguosher, everyone in the martial alliance, including the current leader, has been waiting for this day. Zhang Fenghua chuckled, his eyes shining as he looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was taken aback. It turns out the martial alliance had such high expectations for him. I was just saying it offhand, Hua Qiu replied dismissively. Huaguosher, since the Ding family has offended you, should I go and warn them? Zhang Fenghua asked. Given your current status and position, the Ding family would never dare to offend you. Warning, no need. Hua Qiu revealed a cold smile. Soon, no one in the Ding family will dare to offend me again. 355, Chapter 355. Extremely harsh requirements. Clean this place up, and then you can leave. Zhang Fenghua gave orders to the law enforcement officers. Regarding the shantytowns, from now on, you don't need to heed anyone's orders except for Huaguosher's, understand? Understood. The law enforcement officers quickly responded. Soon, the law enforcement officers evacuated with the wounded and the body of the big boss. Hua Qiu, is the matter still unresolved? Xia Ziwei, wearing an apron, came out and called out. The food is almost ready, come back and eat quickly. Hua Qiu stared blankly at Xia Ziwei's appearance for a moment. Yu Ziwei once told him. Her ideal life was to wear an apron, cook delicious meals every day, and call her husband and children home for dinner. Husband and wife laugh together, and their children and grandchildren fill the house. Simple and peaceful, happy and joyful. For a fleeting moment, Hua Qiu mistook Xia Ziwei for Yu Ziwei. After all, the two share one body, except for their souls. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Xia Ziwei asked curiously. It's nothing, Hua Qiu coughed lightly. Zhang Guosher, let's have a simple meal together. He turned to Zhang Fenghua. I can hardly refuse Hua Guosher's invitation. Zhang Fenghua grinned, looking as if he couldn't be happier. Master, you haven't agreed to take me in yet. Hua Tsong said anxiously. Let's talk after we eat. Hua Qiu waved his hand and went into the house. This simple home-cooked meal was quite delicious. Xia Ziwei asked Hua Song and his mother to move to another place, saying that she had already had someone buy a new house for them. At first, Hua's mother declined, but under Hua Qiu's persuasion, she had no choice but to agree. Just after finishing their meal, while Hua's mother and Xia Ziwei were still cleaning up the dishes, Hua Song suddenly knelt down before Hua Qiu again with a thud. Master, now that we've finished eating, shouldn't you accept me as your disciple? He said expectantly. Hua's mother and Xia Ziwei looked on in surprise. Xiao Song, what are you doing? Hua's mother tried to wake him up, but Xia Ziwei stopped her. If he can truly become Hua Qiu's disciple, his life will be incredibly brilliant, Xia Ziwei said seriously. Mrs. Hua then fell silent. She had long realized that Hua Qiu was no ordinary person. Hua Guosher, someone as outstanding as you should indeed carry on this legacy. Xia Kingdom should produce more outstanding talents, Zhang Fanghua also advised with a smile. Master, please accept me as your student, I really want to learn Kung Fu from you. Hua Song pleaded sincerely. Hua Qiu, for my sake, why don't you let him give it a try and see if he can meet your requirements? Xia Ziwei chimed in. In fact, even without their persuasion, Hua Qiu would give Hua Song a chance. My requirements may be a bit demanding for you, Hua Qiu said calmly. Master, I'm not afraid, as long as you're willing to accept me, I will do whatever you ask. Hua Song said firmly. Then I'll let you give it a try, Hua Qiu nodded. Thank you, Master. Hua Song was overjoyed and was about to kowtow. It's too early to perform the apprenticeship ceremony now, we'll talk about it when you meet the requirements. Hua Qiu simply lifted him up with a wave of his hand. If you don't meet the requirements, I will absolutely not accept you, and you must not bother me in the future. Hua Song had no choice but to agree. Given that you have never practiced martial arts before, I will temporarily pass on the first half of a cultivation technique to you, Hua Qiu said, taking out a cultivation technique, splitting it in two, and handing one half to Hua Song. My first requirement is that you thoroughly understand and successfully cultivate the first half of this cultivation technique within 1 day. Hua Song was immediately stunned. 1 day, this is too rushed, he said with difficulty. Hua Guosher, your requirements are exceptionally demanding. Even the most outstanding genius cannot master half of a cultivation technique in a single day, can he? Zhang Fanghua interjected in surprise. The cultivation method you provided, even if it's not at the earth rank, is at least at the profound rank, making it even more difficult to comprehend. It's impossible for someone who has never been exposed to martial arts to do something so incredible. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. The half-finished cultivation technique he gave me was neither Xian rank nor D rank, it was the divine rank martial art that he had personally created. The difficulty was far greater than Zhang Fanghua had imagined. Hua Qiu, you're risking a bit too much of me, Xia Ziwei frowned. She even felt that Hua Qiu might not want to take Hua Song in at all and was deliberately making things difficult for him. This is my first requirement. If you can't meet it, then we won't discuss anything else, Hua Qiu said indifferently. I'll do it, I definitely want to try. Hua Song quickly declared. Hua Qiu nodded. What Xia Ziwei and Zhang Fanghua didn't know was that his demands had already been extremely low. Hua Song has good spiritual roots and excellent comprehension. Although the request is difficult, it is not impossible to fulfill. Let me state my second requirement, Hua Qiu said. You must reach the 7th grade martial artist level within 2 days. Hua Song was stunned. He didn't know what level a 7th rank martial artist was. Zhang Fanghua and Xia Ziwei were speechless. Hua Guosher, you're not joking, are you? A teenager with no foundation can cultivate to the level of a high-level martial artist in just 2 days, how is that possible? Zhang Fanghua shook his head repeatedly. 80% of martial artists in the Xia Kingdom's martial arts world never reach the level of a high-level martial artist in their entire lives, and you're only giving him 2 days? Even if the martial ancestor were alive, he couldn't meet your requirements. Zhang Fanghua felt that Hua Qiu was joking. Hua Song, can you do it? Hua Qiu asked Hua Song calmly. I can do it. Hua Song replied emphatically. He believed that Hua Qiu wasn't making fun of him, and since the proposal was made, there was a possibility of it being achieved. Okay, I'll say my third request, Hua Qiu said. Anything else? Zhang Fengguo was speechless. I want you to beat every martial arts school in Suzhou City within 5 days, and you can only win, you can't lose. Hua Qiu stated his third requirement. Well, even Hua Song was stunned this time. The owner of the No One Martial Arts School in Suzhou City is one of the top 10 martial arts masters in Suzhou. The top-ranked martial arts schools are generally quite strong. Hua Qiu actually wants him to defeat all the martial arts schools within 5 days. Hua Song found such a request utterly outrageous. This is something no human could do, Zhang Fengguo said with a wry smile. Having only been practicing martial arts for 5 days, defeating all of Suzhou's martial arts schools is simply impossible without the cultivation of a martial venerable. After 5 days of cultivation, you reach the martial venerable realm. Even the martial ancestor would curse you out. Hua Qiu's actions are hardly those of accepting apprentices. That's more like a dream. Hua Song, I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you, Hua Qiu said calmly. I'll just say one thing, don't think that the sky you see in front of you is so vast and distant. Once you stand at the height I'm giving you, you'll find that the sky is already within your reach. If you succeed, I will accept you as a disciple. If you fail, we will be strangers from now on. Hua Song's expression shifted between light and dark. After a moment, he made up his mind and bowed to Hua Qiu. In 5 days, I will definitely defeat every martial arts school in Suzhou, and I will be victorious. 356, Chapter 356 Challenging the Hall. Inside a villa in the central area of Suzhou. Hua Song finished his night of cultivation and felt refreshed. He wanted to go outside for some fresh air. Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei sat in the living room drinking tea. Master, I've never felt that cultivating martial arts could be such a pleasant thing, Hua Song said to Hua Qiu with a grin. Hua Qiu held her teacup and glanced at Hua Song indifferently. Hua Song, your cultivation has reached the 3rd rank of martial artist. Xia Ziwei said with delight. 3rd rank, so that means I can reach 6th rank tonight and 9th rank tomorrow. Hua Song was overjoyed. What are you thinking? Martial arts are not that simple. The further you go, the harder it gets. A 6th rank martial artist is considered a 3rd-rate expert. How easy is it to reach that level? Xia Ziwei rolled her eyes. Back then, at the Bai family martial arts school, her master was only at the 6th rank of cultivation. Then I have to hurry back to my cultivation. Master only gave me 2 days. Hua Song hurriedly ran back to his room, not wanting to waste a single moment. When he came out that night, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th grade martial artist, just a little short of the 5th grade. Xia Ziwei was extremely surprised by this speed of cultivation. Hua Qiu, however, had a sullen face and was not satisfied with Hua Song's progress. The following afternoon, Hua Song ended his seclusion. You've really reached the 7th grade martial artist level. Xia Ziwei's eyes widened. Hua Song's cultivation aura undoubtedly met the requirements, and was even stronger. Hua Song was naturally very happy. Hua Qiu, what kind of technique is that? It actually allows someone who has never practiced martial arts before to reach the 7th rank in just 2 days. Xia Ziwei exclaimed in disbelief. Hua Qiu said nothing, but took out the divine-level cultivation technique he had created and handed it to Xia Ziwei. This technique is much better than the Bai family martial arts schools. You can practice it too. Of course, if you want something better, I can provide that too. Hua Qiu did not deliberately teach Xia Ziwei any advanced cultivation techniques. Everything was up to her own wishes. Xia Ziwei was stunned. The heavenly rank was already the highest rank she knew. She had never heard of or seen the god rank, but she knew it was definitely higher than the heaven rank. Above that, Hua Qiu also has. That's enough. I am not some martial arts prodigy. The divine rank is enough for me to cultivate, Xia Ziwei said. Her spiritual root was actually quite good, and her talent was even better than Hua Song's. She simply had no interest in cultivation. Hua Song, get ready, we'll start the challenge tomorrow, Hua Qiu said calmly. But master, you haven't taught me how to fight yet. and you haven't taught me any martial arts techniques. Huat Song was dumbfounded. Besides giving you the cultivation technique, I won't teach you anything else or offer any guidance. You'll have to rely on yourself for everything. Huat Xiao shook his head. Both of them were stunned. How can you fight if you don't teach the techniques? Huat Xiao didn't explain, letting Huat Song figure it out himself. On the morning of the third day, Huat Song's aura had reached the 8th rank. When the three of them walked out of the villa, Zhang Fengguo was already waiting outside. He absolutely had to watch this challenge match. 8th rank? Zhang Fengguo was stunned when he saw Huat Song. When Huat Xiao made that request, he thought it was a pipe dream. But Huat Song has reached the level of an 8th grade martial artist in just 2 days, which really frightened him. 8th rank is already a second-rate master, and there aren't many like that in the entire Xia Kingdom's martial arts world. He actually reached that level in just 2 days? Zhang Fengguo clutched his chest, deeply shocked. He was already over 30 when he reached that level. Is this the kind of disciple Hua Guoshi taught? Zhang Fengguo shook his head inside with a wry smile. The technique you taught me must be quite extraordinary, right? It's alright, enough for anything above the heavenly rank, Huat Xiao said. Zhang Fengguo was once again stunned. It took him a while to figure out what Huat Xiao meant by above the heavenly ranks. Above the heavenly ranks, could it beta legendary god ranks? By the time he exclaimed in surprise, Huat Xiao and the other two had already gone far away. Zhang Fengguo quickly followed. Soon after, the four arrived at an ordinary martial arts school in Sujiang City. Let's start here, Huat Xiao said to Huat Song. Huat Song was very nervous, as he had never sparred with a martial artist before. At this moment, the students of the martial arts school were practicing martial arts under the supervision of the senior disciples. As Huat Xiao and his group walked in, the supervising senior disciple gestured for the students to continue their training. You've come here to learn martial arts, right? Come in and wait in the martial arts hall. The master hasn't gotten up yet, the man said with a smile. Or, you can take a look here, our martial arts students are quite impressive when they practice. Brother, I'm not here to become your apprentice, Huat Song stammered. We're here to challenge them. Huat Xiao said calmly. In an instant, all the students at the martial arts school stopped, and everyone showed unfriendly expressions. You've come here to cause trouble? Their faces darkened, their friendliness gone. Challenging other martial arts schools is never welcome, no matter the school. Who are you people? How dare you come here to challenge our martial arts school? What, are you so disrespected? The school's head disciple shouted coldly. At this moment, Zhang Fengguo walked from the back to the front. Everyone was stunned when they saw him. Zhangjiang Guoshi branch minister, what brings you here? The eldest disciple was shocked and immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Zhang Guoshi. The other martial arts students also hurriedly and tremblingly bowed down. The Martial Arts Alliance branch leader personally led a group to challenge our martial arts school. What's going on? The group was completely baffled. They thought they had offended a national hero and were quite frightened. They've come to exchange martial arts skills. You're not qualified to receive them. Go and call your master out, Zhang Fengguo said. Yes, the eldest disciple hurriedly ran to invite the martial arts schoolmaster. Not long after, Oni middle-aged man hurriedly ran out and bowed to Zhang Fengguo. We are here today only to exchange ideas, there is no need for formalities, Zhang Fengguo added. Who is it that wants to spar with me? The martial arts school owner asked in alarm. Zhang Fengguo pointed at Huat Song. He? The people at the martial arts school were stunned. A teenager actually wants to fight the gym leader? This isn't quite appropriate. If I hit too hard, what if something goes wrong? The gym leader looked troubled. Although my disciple has only been practicing martial arts for 2 days, he is not someone you can underestimate. You'd better give him your full strength, Huat Xiao said indifferently. What, you've only been training for 2 days? The martial arts school owner was completely taken aback. What kind of achievements can a teenager who has only been practicing for 2 days accomplish? He even felt that Huat Xiao and the others had come to humiliate him. The martial Martial arts students were also filled with righteous indignation. I advise you not to underestimate that young man, Zhang Fenghua said leisurely. The martial arts school owner's expression shifted between light and dark. Fists and feet have no eyes. If anything happens to this young man, please do not blame me, Grand Preceptor, he said through gritted teeth. He was enraged and prepared to teach Hua Qiu and his apprentice a lesson. Zhang Fenghua agreed. The martial arts school owner and Hua Tsong arrived at the open space where the martial arts school was practicing. Please. They clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and then assumed their stances. Hua Tsong had just become a martial artist and did not know any techniques. As soon as he raised his internal energy, his aura was released without reservation. What, 8th grade? The curator's eyes widened immediately. 357, Chapter 357 shocks the martial arts world of Suzhou. That young man is an 8th rank martial artist? Hearing the master's exclamation, the martial arts students were also taken aback. A rank 8 martial artist in his teens. This was so shocking to these people that he could be called a peerless genius. 8th rank cultivation, and only 2 days of training, that's impossible. The martial arts school master's expression was gloomy. He absolutely did not believe that anyone could reach the 8th rank of cultivation in just 2 days. Even he, as the owner of this martial arts school, only had a 7th grade cultivation level. But whether he believed it or not, this incident was enough to stir his emotions. This boy is already an 8th grade martial artist in his teens. His master is also young. What is his cultivation level? The master looked at Hua Qiu with surprise and doubt. He couldn't remain calm when facing an 8th rank official. This person is young and should lack combat experience, which is the only factor that allows me to win. The martial arts schoolmaster felt somewhat reassured after thinking it over. Young man, I'm about to make my move, the master shouted. His opponent's cultivation level was higher than his, so he dared not underestimate him or put on airs. Hua Tsong, sitting opposite him, was already drenched in sweat, 10 times more nervous than him. As the owner of the martial arts school leaped forward to throw a punch, Hua Tsong's mind went blank. At this moment, his martial arts techniques activated automatically, clearing his mind. Instinctively, he dodged. Because of his momentary lapse in concentration, Hua Tsong barely managed to dodge the punch, leaving him looking quite disheveled. The museum owner proceeded cautiously, continuing his attack. Hua Tsong only knew how to dodge and had no idea how to attack. Fortunately, after practicing the technique given to him by Hua Qiu, his reaction and speed improved so much that he was able to dodge in time. This boy doesn't seem to know how to fight. The master quickly noticed Hua Tsong's predicament and was overjoyed. He attacked even more fiercely and began to hold back his strength. Hua Tsong was in an even more disheveled state. After all, he is a novice in martial arts, and has never learned any martial arts techniques or fought against anyone right now. He is just a martial artist with martial arts cultivation but no real skill. Zhang Fenghua shook his head inside. If things continue like this, Hua Tsong is bound to lose. Anyone placed in Hua Tsong's position would not have done better than him. Hua Guosher, you're asking too much of us, Zhang Fenghua complained. Hua Qiu remained calm, a faint smile appearing on her face. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Tsong, who had been retreating, held his breath and threw a punch. This punch collided with the gym leader's fist, instantly knocking him back several steps. Zhang Fenghua looked startled. The museum owner looked astonished. How do you know my boxing moves? The martial arts master asked, stunned. Hua Tsong used the same trick he had just used. Hua Tsong looked at his fist with delight. He devised a way to defeat the enemy. I learned it from you, Hua Tsong said with a smile. Everyone at the martial arts school looked shocked. He learned the master's boxing and martial arts techniques after only a few glances? Is it really possible for someone to do something like this? Master, let's see whose boxing skills are better. Hua Tsong shouted and took the initiative to attack. Boom boom boom. Hua Tsong wielded a set of boxing techniques with great power, making them even more potent than those used by the martial arts master. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the museum owner was forced to retreat repeatedly, terrified. How is this possible? He exclaimed incredulously. The martial arts skills that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years were learned by this young man in the blink of an eye, and he even used them more skillfully than he had. How can anyone accept this? Good lad, a true genius. Jiang Guosher couldn't help but exclaim. Hua Guosher, you have a good eye. It seems you foresaw the outcome long ago. Hua Qiu remained silent and smiled. The master is a super genius, and the disciple is just as genius. This master and disciple are destined to be legends in the martial arts world. Zhang Fengwei revealed a strange expression as he pondered. Over there, the martial arts school owner was showing signs of fatigue and could no longer hold on. Boom! Finally, after Hua Tsong delivered another powerful punch, he was blasted away, his blood churning. I admit defeat, the curator said dejectedly, bowing with his hands clasped. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would undoubtedly lose. Thank you for the compliment. Hua Tsong made a gesture in a very serious manner, his mouth stretching to the roots of his neck. Master, Sister Ziwei, I won! He exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, Xia Ziwei offered her congratulations. Hua Qiu remained calm. What's so exciting about this achievement? You're short-sighted, he scolded. The people at the martial arts school felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Being defeated by such a genius isn't too shameful, the gym owner said with a wry smile. Your defeat in this battle was not unjust after all. No one in the entire Xia kingdom can match the abilities of that young master, Zhang Fengwei said with a smile. This statement surprised everyone. They didn't think too much about it, assuming that Zhang Fengwei was just referring to the abilities of the believers. But it was still quite impressive. May I ask who this gentleman is? The museum owner bowed to Hua Qiu and asked a question. I am the sage of medicine, Hua Qiu replied. You are the medicine saint. The people at the martial arts school were extremely surprised. It is a great honor for us that the medicine saint, whose alchemy skills are unparalleled, would grace our martial arts school with his presence. The schoolmaster quickly bowed, filled with reverence. The name of the medicine saint has now spread throughout the entire martial arts world. He is a true grandmaster. His exceptional alchemy skills, particularly his renowned longevity pill and martial king pill, are treasures sought after by martial artists. So this young man is your disciple, then it's not surprising, the master said with a smile. After all, Hua Qiu's martial king pill can enable ordinary martial artists to break through to martial venerable, and ordinary martial venerable to become martial king, and is known as the #1 divine pill in the world. The museum owner felt quite comforted. Hua Qiu didn't say anything. My disciple will defeat all the martial arts schools in Sujiang within 3 days, Hua Qiu said. You can spread the message and let all the martial arts schools prepare. Any martial artist from any martial arts school who can defeat my registered disciple will be rewarded with a martial venerable pill. Martial venerable pill? Everyone was stunned. Martial venerable pill, even without any martial arts, those with Dao cultivation can also reach the martial venerable realm after consuming it, Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone gaped in astonishment. No one expected that Hua Qiu would use such a divine pill as a reward. The owner only regretted that he wasn't strong enough to receive the reward. Don't worry, Master Medicine, we will definitely spread the news. The martial arts school members said. After Hua Qiu and his group left the martial arts school, the explosive news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Sujiang martial arts community. In an instant, all the martial artists in Sujiang were in an uproar. Who doesn't know how difficult it is to reach the martial venerable realm? Who doesn't dream of reaching the martial venerable realm? Now, as long as you defeat the disciple of the medicine saint, you can obtain the martial venerable pill and become a martial venerable expert. Not to mention the martial arts schools in Sujiang City, other martial artists are also extremely envious. Especially when they learned that the medicine saint's disciple was only an 8th rank martial artist with little combat experience, many people couldn't contain themselves. Hua Qiu and his group did not stop, but continued on to other martial arts schools. We must wipe out all the Sujiang martial arts schools within 3 days. 358, Chapter 358 Not Giving Face. The martial arts schools that Hua Qiu initially chose for Huatsong were not particularly strong. With a new strategy for dealing with the enemy, Huatsong was no longer in such a sorry state. When he fought against those martial arts schools again, he would retreat to advance, first observing the opponent's style and martial arts techniques, and then quickly memorizing and learning them. When the martial artists saw Huatsong use the same move, they were all astonished. Without a doubt, Huatsong won several consecutive victories. This filled him with confidence, making him somewhat arrogant. During this time, the news continued to spread and caused an even greater sensation. The allure of the martial venerable pill is simply too great. At noon, Huatsong defeated the owner of another martial arts school. Just as the group was about to head to their next destination, a group of people walked in. Greetings to Jiang Guoshi, greetings to the medicine saint. They bowed respectfully. What do you want? Jiang Fenghua asked. My lord, the news of the medicine saint leading his disciples to challenge the martial arts schools has already spread far and wide, and all the martial arts schools are eagerly awaiting their arrival, someone said with a smile. Not only that, but the martial artists who are not members of the martial arts schools are also restless. They are trying every means to join various martial arts schools and want to spar with the disciples of the medicine saint. All of them are after the medicine saint's martial venerable pill. If this continues, it will cause chaos sooner or later. To prevent the situation from escalating, we have already set up a fighting arena at Yuan Yi Martial Arts Academy and have come to invite the medicine saint and his disciples to attend at the same time. All the major martial arts academies will also be there, so as to save you from having to travel around. Jiang Fenghua looked at Hua Qiu, seeking his opinion. In that case, let's go. Hua Qiu nodded in agreement. Please. A group of people escorted Hua Qiu and his companions to Yuan Yi Martial Arts School. When they arrived at their destination, they found it already crowded with people and filled with martial artists. Greetings to Jiang Guoshi, greetings to the medicine saint. The martial artists bowed in unison, their voices booming. This, I am afraid it's not just the major martial arts schools that have come, is it? Jiang Fenghua looked surprised. Sigh, the news spread too fast. Almost all the martial artists in Sujiang were alerted, and we couldn't stop it, the person in charge said helplessly. Of course, they can only come to watch the fun. Even if they have ulterior motives, we will not allow them to cause trouble. Please rest assured, Master Jiang and the medicine saint, the martial arts competition here will be absolutely fair and just. It's alright. Hua Qiu waved his hand and walked into Yuan Yi Martial Arts Hall. Yuan Yi Martial Arts School is the largest martial arts school in Sujiang City, and it is very spacious. But the sheer number of people couldn't stop it. The courtyard was packed with martial artists, there wasn't even room to stand. Fortunately, no one dared to approach the seats prepared for Hua Qiu and the others, thus preserving some peace and quiet. Master, I'm a little nervous, Huatsong said softly. This was the first time in his life he had experienced such a grand occasion, and he was the main character. In the path of cultivation, mindset is very important. If you cannot overcome it, there is no need to continue, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Huatsong shut his mouth, trying to calm himself down. I have met Jiang Guoshi and the medicine sage. Several imposing martial artists were waiting at the seating area. They are all martial arts celebrities in Sujiang City. The name of the medicine sage is renowned far and wide. Who would have thought that the medicine sage, whose alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world, is so young? Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Everyone tried to curry favor with him, but Jiang Fenghua turned them all away. Only then did Hua Qiu and the others take their seats. Huatsong also stepped onto the arena at Hua Qiu's signal. The martial artists were all shocked when they saw the boy, who was only a little over 10 years old. At just over 10 years old, with an 8th grade cultivation level, this disciple of the medicine saint is truly a peerless genius. Someone exclaimed. That's the medicine saint, he can even refine the martial king pill. What's so strange about his disciple having an 8th grade cultivation level? Some people were non-committal, believing that Huatsong's cultivation level was achieved by being fed pills. The top martial arts masters from various schools were eager to try their skills. If they can defeat Huatsong, they can obtain the martial venerable pill. Master Medicine Saint, may we begin? Someone asked. Hua Qiu nodded. Just as the man was about to shout start, he was suddenly interrupted. Outside the crowd, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, followed by several martial artists, strode into the martial arts hall. Greetings, Master Ding. The warriors immediately bowed and paid their respects. Huaguosher, that's Ding Yaoguang, the son of the martial king of the Ding family, and also a national scholar of the same rank as me, Zhang Fangguo introduced to Hua Qiu. A national hero from the Ding family? Hua Qiu frowned immediately. He then revealed a faint, cold smile. After Ding Jiagua and his entourage entered, there were others behind them. Hua Qiu recognized those people. They are from the Tang family. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei also entered the martial arts hall and walked in this direction. There are still empty seats here, presumably reserved for those two families. Ding Yaoguang, a national hero of the Ding family, led his men onto the stage with an arrogant expression. Brother Yaoguang Zhang Fangguo stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Ding Yaoguang also responded with a cupped hand salute. This must be the renowned medicine sage, right? He smiled as he looked at Hua Qiu, a stark contrast to his perfunctory attitude towards Zhang Fangguo. Hua Qiu looked at Ding Yaoguang indifferently without saying a word. Ding Yaoguang felt awkward for making a fool of himself, and his face turned cold. But he quickly put on a smile again. Master Medicine Saint, I am Ding Yaoguang of the Ding family, a meritorious national hero of the Xia Kingdom. My father is the renowned King Ding Wu of Jiangnan. He introduced himself, invoking his father's prestige. It is truly an honor to meet the sage of medicine today. Hua Qiu remained indifferent and completely ignored him. Ding Yaoguang's face turned ugly, and his smile became very stiff. Ahem, Brother Yaoguang, the medicine saint is aloof by nature and does not like to talk to people. Please take a seat first, Zhang Fangguo said, trying to defuse the situation. Ding Yaoguang's expression was uncertain. He glanced at Hua Qiu and sat down with a sullen face. Master Medicine Saint. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei walked up and respectfully bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded slightly. Have a seat, he said, pointing to the seat next to him. The two were overjoyed and quickly sat down. Seeing this, Ding Yaoguang's gaze darkened, and his heart was filled with anger. Anyone could see that it wasn't that the medicine saint was indifferent, but rather that he simply didn't give Ding Yaoguang any face. Even when Ding Wuwan was mentioned, the other party didn't take it seriously. Ding Yaoguang had no idea where the Ding family had offended the medicine saint to warrant such a cold reception from him. Ding Yaoguang coldly withdrew his gaze and placed his hand on the table. He pressed a deep palm print into the solid wood table. Lord Medicine Saint. Just as the duel was about to begin, someone rushed out to interrupt. A martial artist bowed down to Hua Qiu. I would like to ask if it is truly only people from the various martial arts schools in Suzhou who can fight against your disciples. On behalf of the many non-martial arts practitioners here, I would like to request that you give us a chance. We also wish to spar. Please, Lord Medicine Saint, give me a chance. He kowtowed on the ground. Please, Sage Medicine, give me a chance. Many martial artists followed suit, bowing to Hua Qiu and sincerely making their requests. Sure, Hua Qiu replied with a smile. Any martial artist may challenge my disciple by name as long as they defeat him through legitimate means. My promise will still stand. Thank you, Medicine Saint. The martial artists were overjoyed and bowed to Hua Qiu again. On the stage, Hua Song was under immense pressure. The martial arts celebrities present also became interested after hearing Hua Qiu's words. They were all peak 9th rank martial artists, possessing immense strength. Apart from martial venerables, they were the strongest martial artists. Can all martial artists do this? Ding Yaoguang asked with a meaningful smile. 359, Chapter 359. Who slaps whom in the face? The purpose of this martial arts competition is to exchange skills and make friends through martial arts. We will stop when we have made a move. The owner of Yuan Martial Arts School acted as the host, stepping onto the stage and speaking loudly to everyone. As the host of this grand event, my Yuan Martial Arts School will take the lead and spar with the disciple of the medicine saint first, he said with a smile. Damn, how shameless. Exactly, what do you mean by throwing out a brick to attract jade? It's clearly that shameless old man who wants to be the first to step up, afraid that if he's late, the martial venerable pill will be snatched away by someone else. Immediately, the martial artists erupted in curses. The owner of Yuan martial arts school acted as if he hadn't heard anything, and shamelessly stood on the stage, ready to fight Huat Song, etc. Ding Yaoguang, a prominent figure from the Ding family in the elite district, suddenly stood up and coldly shouted, "Dingwisher, what are your instructions?" The headmaster of Yuan martial arts school quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "I've long heard that the medicine saint's disciple is exceptionally talented, possessing remarkable cultivation at a young age. My disciple is also a young genius, and upon hearing this, he couldn't contain himself and begged me to bring him here." He insisted on witnessing the extraordinary nature of the medicine saint's disciple. Ding Yaoguang said with a smile, "My disciple is impatient and can't wait that long, so let's give this scholar some face and let him fight in the first match, as a way to bring good luck to everyone." Ding Yaoguang was polite in words, but his tone was very firm, displaying the dignity of a national hero. For a moment, the martial artists looked at each other, none of them saying anything. Even if they were unhappy, they dared not disobey the patriot. Even the most thick-skinned master of Yuan martial arts school dared not refuse the face of a national hero. "Since Dingwisher has said so, how dare we not give him face? Then let your esteemed disciple go first," he said helplessly, cupped his hands in greeting, and stepped off the stage. "Ding Hong." Ding Yaoguang looked at a young man beside him. "Thank you, master," the man said, bowing to Ding Yaoguang. "Everyone, this is my disciple Ding Hong. He has already reached the level of an 8th grade martial artist at such a young age. He is a peerless genius and is very likely to break through to the martial venerable level before the age of 30. At that time, my Xia kingdom will have another martial venerable expert. Ding Yaoguang introduced to everyone with a proud look, and his eyes glanced at Huaqiu intentionally or unintentionally. There was a sense of comparison and showing off in his words. His apprentice was about the same age as Huaqiu, around 20 years old. Those who can reach the 8th rank of martial artist at this age are extremely rare in the entire Xia kingdom and can be called top geniuses. Although Huatsong reached the 8th rank at only a teenager, everyone believed that he was fed with pills by Huaqiu and that it was nothing special. Therefore, Ding Yaoguang did not take it seriously. He wanted his apprentice to be the first to fight and quickly defeat Huatsong. The main purpose was to seize the martial venerable pill, but at the same time, they also wanted to embarrass Huaqiu and his disciples. Ding Yaoguang's plan was to obtain the martial venerable pill and also embarrass Huaqiu and his disciples. "Ding Hong, why aren't you paying your respects to Jiang Wisher and the medicine saint?" Ding Yaoguang said in a deep voice. "In the future, you will still need to rely on their help." Ding Hong smiled and bowed to Huaqiu and the other person. "My name is Ding Hong. I have met Jiang Wisher and the sage of medicine." Zhang Fenghua nodded in response and even praised him for his promising young age. Huaqiu completely ignored it, not even glancing at it, let alone reacting to it. This attitude immediately darkened the expressions of Ding Yaoguang and his apprentice. "So what if you're a medicine saint? What's so great about you, besides being good at alchemy? What else are you so amazing about?" Ding Yaoguang was filled with anger and couldn't stand Huaqiu no matter what. "Wait until my apprentice beats your apprentice to a pulp and knocks him off the stage. Let's see if you'll still be so arrogant and disdainful." Ding Hong also has a temper. Master Medicine Saint, I may have been a bit rough with my attacks. If I have injured your disciple, please don't blame me," he said to Huaqiu with a forced smile. Ding Yaoguang smiled, quite pleased with his words. "You are far too arrogant," Jiang Wisher said with a dark expression. "Brother Jiang, what are you saying?" Ding Yaoguang said in a deep voice, "My apprentice is a straightforward person who always says what he thinks, not arrogant or conceited, unlike some other people. Presumably, given the status and magnanimity of the medicine saint, he wouldn't stoop to his level, would he?" Huaqiu finally glanced at Ding Yaoguang. "At such a young age, with a mere 8th grade cultivation level, you dare to be so arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations," he said coldly. "You?" Ding Yaoguang and his apprentice both looked angry. Mr. Medicine Saint's words are far too biased. Ding Hong's cultivation has always been steadily and surely advanced, far surpassing that of some sickly person. Hua Chou sneered, too lazy to waste words on them. Hua Song. If you cannot defeat this person within 10 moves, you may leave the stage, Hua Chou said to Hua Song. Master, I understand. Hua Song replied. Ding Yaoguang and his apprentice had extremely gloomy expressions. The martial artists also looked surprised and doubtful. Ding Hong is a disciple personally taught by a national hero of the Ding family. He already has a great reputation and is very experienced in combat. Although they were of equal cultivation level, everyone felt that Hua Song was far inferior to Ding Hong. Hua Chou's words sounded too arrogant to everyone. Ding Hong, our master, and I have been looked down upon. Whether we can clear our name depends on you. Ding Yaoguang said coldly. Master, just watch, your disciple will never let you down. Ding Hong said confidently, then walked down and went up on the stage. Ding Yaoguang gave a cold smile. He was just waiting for Ding Hong to quickly defeat Hua Song so he could vent his anger. The two stood on the platform. Please. Ding Hong said, cupping his hands in greeting, and then immediately began to attack Hua Song with his fists and feet. Ding Hong's strength is among the top tier of 8th rank martial artists, and his move was incredibly powerful. Hua Song stared intently at Ding Hong's moves, his mind racing. Hua Chou he was specifically instructed to be more attentive this time than ever before. When Ding Hong attacked aggressively, Hua Song immediately activated his internal energy technique, enveloping Ding Hong's punches and neutralizing their force. Although Hua Chou did not teach any techniques, the divine-level cultivation method he created could produce incredible effects simply by being used. Ding Hong's force was like a muddox sinking into the sea, or like hitting a sponge uncomfortable. He threw the first punch as if he had hit thin air, and Hua Song easily dodged it. Drink! Hua Song's face darkened. He let out a loud shout and used his fist technique again, his fist glowing red. He attacked in a fit of rage, sparing no effort. Drink! Hua Song smiled slightly and used the same method, throwing the same punches. What? Ding Hong's expression changed, and his imposing manner weakened. Ding Yaoguang's expression also changed drastically, and he lost his composure. Because that's the Ding family's boxing style and martial arts techniques, only direct descendants of the Ding family can practice and learn it. Hua Song suddenly used it, and it didn't seem unfamiliar at all, which immediately shocked the master and apprentice. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Hua Song and Ding Hong's fists clashed. The fierce internal energies clashed against each other. Just a moment later. Puff! Ding Hong's face turned pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward, flying off the stage and crashing to the ground. At this moment, the many martial artists were in an uproar. That's impossible. Ding Yaoguang looked incredulous and jumped up from his chair, his face extremely grim. 360, Chapter 360. What do you have to compare with others? Ding Wuxer's disciple couldn't even last 3 moves against the medicine saint's disciple. The martial artists were astonished and began to discuss the matter animatedly. Before this, everyone thought that Hua Song was all show and no substance, that his cultivation level was achieved through elixirs, and that his actual strength was not that great. But reality slapped everyone in the face. Ding Hong, a disciple of the Ding family's national hero, had already made a name for himself, and his strength was beyond doubt. This young master was knocked off the stage by the medicine saint's disciple in just the second move. No one was not surprised. Just moments before, Ding Hong was brimming with confidence, but now he was lying on the floor, clutching his chest, his face alternating between pale and flushed, unable to believe that he had been defeated so quickly. Before taking the stage, he believed that he could only win and never lose. No matter what, we must use our strength to humiliate the medicine saint and his disciples. I should be the one standing on the stage. Ding Hong roared inwardly. Overwhelmed by anger and frustration, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. You flatter me. Hua Song cupped his hands in greeting on the stage, then walked away expressionlessly. Ding Hong's face turned bluish-purple, his body trembled, and he suddenly closed his eyes and lay down. He fainted on the spot. I don't know if he was faking it or if he really couldn't hold on any longer. Quickly, carry Ding Wuxer's top student to get him treated. Zhang Fenghua shouted to the others, but he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He had long disliked the Ding family. Ding Yaoguang and his apprentice suffered a humiliating defeat, but he was in a good mood. This is impossible. How could that kid know the Ding family's boxing and martial arts techniques? Ding Yaoguang couldn't accept it and roared in uncontrollable rage. Brother Ding, didn't you do your research before you came? Zhang Fenghua said with a smile. The medicine sage's disciple is a prodigy. He can learn any martial arts technique just by looking at it. Ding Yaoguang opened his mouth, unable to speak. He was both shocked and furious. But that's a unique martial art of my Ding family. How could he have learned it after just one glance, and its power is even greater than when Ding Hong used it? Is your Ding family's martial arts really that powerful and difficult? Hua Qiu said casually. That's all there is to it, he said with a disdainful look and a light laugh. Ding Yaoguang was furious and extremely embarrassed. His eyes flashed with a cold light, exuding a fierce aura. He even considered attacking Hua Qiu on the spot to vent his anger. But after much deliberation, he held back. Bang! Ding Yaoguang sat down with a cold face, surrounded by a chill. Zhang Fenghua glanced at him, revealing a meaningful expression. Ding Yaoguang, you'd better keep your composure, or you'll definitely regret it. Zhang Fenghua felt a chill in his heart. After Ding Hong's defeat, the fight on the stage continued. This time, the headmaster of Yuan Martial Arts School personally took to the stage. Having learned from Ding Hong's experience, the peak 8th rank Hua Tsong dared not underestimate him and fought with extreme caution. But it still didn't work. After holding out for a few more moves, the head of Yuan Martial Arts School was completely overwhelmed by Hua Tsong and quickly admitted defeat. The two battles demonstrated the strength of the medicine saint's disciples. This level of cultivation isn't something that can be achieved with pills, it's incredibly solid. His 8th grade cultivation is probably comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. A martial artist exclaimed. This is the disciple of the medicine saint. How could the disciple of the medicine saint be simple? The medicine saint's judgment is certainly not wrong. That boy is only a teenager, yet he has been trained to be so extraordinary by the medicine saint. He has a bright future ahead of him. No one dared to underestimate the medicine saint and his disciples anymore. At the same time, some people became curious about the medicine saint's strength. After all, if the apprentice is so amazing, the master can't be too bad either. However, the medicine saint's fame is solely based on his alchemy skills. There are no rumors in the martial arts world about his actual strength. Master Medicine Saint, may we participate in this grand competition? Finally, even the martial arts celebrities sitting in their seats couldn't sit still any longer. At first, they maintained their dignity, but in the end, they could not resist the temptation of the martial venerable pill. As I said before, any martial artist here is welcome to challenge me if they win. My promise will stand, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Thank you, Medicine Saint. The celebrities immediately beamed with joy. At this point, they disregarded saving face and rushed to the stage to compete. Even celebrities have joined in the martial artist's side with emotion. Now, the battle is getting interesting. Several martial arts celebrities are all peak 9th rank martial artists, so their strength goes without saying. Hua Tsong is a newcomer, but his strength should not be underestimated. Anything could happen in a fight. Please. On the stage, the battle begins. A 9th rank peak martial artist is indeed extraordinary. In their first encounter, Hua Tsong appeared disheveled and could only dodge. But just when everyone thought he would lose, he reversed his losing streak and began to take the initiative to attack. He was using the Ding family boxing techniques he had just learned. He used those martial arts techniques with ease and skill, unleashing their true power. Boom boom boom. The back and forth fighting on the ring was a delight to watch. They can actually rival peak martial artists. The martial artists looked astonished. This is just a 15-year-old boy. Even Zhang Fenghua and Ding Yaoguang looked surprised. So young, yet he fought against opponents of higher levels and held his own in no way. What else could he be but a peerless genius? On the stage, Huatsong fought with increasing vigor, unleashing even greater power in the Ding family's boxing techniques, causing even the top martial artists to retreat in defeat. The crowd gasped in surprise. Ding Yaoguang's face looked like he had swallowed a fly. That was the Ding family's unique martial art, yet an outsider wielded it with such ferocity. This is something his apprentices simply cannot compare to. As far as his disciples are concerned, he is far behind Hua Qiu, and can't even catch up. Drink! Huatsong threw another punch, which produced a sonic boom. The martial arts celebrity was unable to withstand the onslaught and was forced to leave the ring. I concede defeat. The martial arts celebrity bowed to Huatsong with heartfelt admiration and left with a wry smile. Next person, please choose warriors, step onto the stage. The host shouted loudly. For a moment, the martial artists below the stage looked at each other, none daring to go up. Even a peak 9th rank martial artist is no match for them, so how could they possibly win? At this moment, the martial artists who had come with great enthusiasm could only sigh helplessly. The martial venerable pill is something that can only be hoped for but not obtained, it is beyond their reach. Ha, I'll do it. Another martial arts celebrity has taken the stage. Boom! The battle has begun again. Huatsong has made rapid progress and has already mastered the rhythm of the battle. Therefore, just a few minutes later, the martial arts celebrity was also defeated. I'm not ashamed to be defeated by such a peerless genius. The defeated celebrity laughed heartily. Below the martial venerable level, I'm afraid no one can rival him. A famous flu expert sighed. At such a young age, such terrifying strength is something even the number one genius of the Xia kingdom from the Shan family, the number one martial arts family, can't compare to. A great teacher produces outstanding students, the medicine sage and his disciples are both incredibly talented, making it impossible not to admire them. All around were exclamations of praise. Master Medicine Saint, I never imagined that you could turn an ordinary boy into such a master in such a short time. Zhang Fenghua said to Hua Qiu in astonishment. Those people were shocked, but they were still unaware of the inside story. Huatsong has only been cultivating for 2 days. Hua Qiu only taught him half of the technique, without offering any guidance whatsoever. Yet it produced this miraculous effect. If I told you, probably no one would believe it. In that case, your requests really weren't excessive, Zhang Fenghua said with a smile. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. He had already lowered his requirements to the bare minimum. This is out of consideration for an old friend. Brother Ding, your apprentice didn't lose unjustly, Zhang Fenghua looked at Ding Yaoguang and said with a smile. With a disciple like the medicine sage, what makes your apprentice compare to him? Ding Yaoguang's expression was uncertain, and he remained silent. He crushed the teacup in his hand. Seeing Huatsong display his Ding family's martial arts prowess so powerfully almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. 361, Chapter 361 You're not worthy to fight me. I'll take on the next battle. The remaining martial arts celebrities became interested. The emergence of a top-tier genius and the ability to fight against such a rising star is quite a remarkable feat. The battles now are no longer about fighting for martial venerable pills, but rather a visual spectacle for the martial artists. Many people feel it is an honor to witness such a battle. The booming sounds on the stage were incessant, and Huatsong fought with increasing ferocity, never suffering a defeat. From his initial disarray to his current ease, he seems like a completely different person. His progress in every game is like a rocket, he's a true prodigy. Many high-level martial artists recognized it and were amazed. After some time, almost all the martial arts celebrities in Sujian City went on stage to fight Huatsong. Without exception, they all lost. From today onwards, the disciple of the medicine saint will be famous throughout the country, his momentum directly rivaling that of Xian Yuanhui, the number one genius of Xia Kingdom. A prominent figure asserted, and this prediction was echoed by many. It's unclear how much time passed, but Huatsong stood on the stage, and no one else came up. Those who lack the ability don't want to go up and make a fool of themselves. Those with sufficient strength believe that going up there is meaningless. It seems that today's martial arts competition is coming to an end, Zhang Fangwa said with a smile. I feel extremely honored to witness the birth of a peerless genius of the Xia kingdom. Once I report this to headquarters, I'm sure the higher-ups will be delighted and pleased. Zhang Fangwa stood up. If no one else steps up, then today's arena competition will be over, he announced loudly. The scene fell silent, no one uttered a sound. Zhang Fangwa withdrew his gaze, preparing to deliver his closing remarks. Wait. The person who had spoken. None other than Ding Yaoguang standing next to him. What, Brother Ding, do you have something else to say? Zhang Fangwa asked. Of course I have something to say. Ding Yaoguang stood up, his expression somber. What does this mean? Does the Ding family's martial venerable also want to step onto the arena? The martial artists looked surprised. If that were the case, Ding Yaoguang would be looked down upon. After all, he was a martial venerable. The concept of a martial venerable is completely different from that of a martial warrior below the martial venerable level. The internal energy of the martial venerable has changed and can now be used for attacks outside the body. This is something that no one below the martial venerable level can withstand. They are not even in the same league. If Ding Yaoguang really has the nerve to go on stage, the Ding family will be utterly disgraced. Even if we win, it won't be a fair victory. Brother Ding, you don't also want to participate in the martial arts competition, do you? Zhang Fangwa frowned deeply. Humph. How could I, a martial venerable, bully a mere brat? Ding Yaoguang said coldly. I'm willing to have a fight, but not with that kid. Brother Ding means, Zhang Fangwa pondered, then his expression suddenly changed. You wouldn't be thinking of. Not bad. Ding Yaoguang raised an eyebrow. This scholar wishes to have a friendly exchange with the medicine sage. He said loudly, looking coldly at Hua Qiu. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. No one expected him to mean that. My disciple was defeated by the medicine saint's disciplites because he was less skilled and I failed in my teaching. The scholar, accept it. Ding Yaoguang said unhappily. But I cannot tolerate Mr. Medicine Saint's slander of my Ding family's boxing techniques. This scholar is very interested in seeing what kind of strength the medicine saint possesses, and what kind of qualifications allows you to utter such dismissive words. Master Medicine Sage, would you dare to offer your guidance? Ding Yaoguang stared intently at Hua Qiu, his gaze aggressive and menacing. No matter what, he was determined to force Hua Qiu to fight him today. He wanted to avenge his previous humiliation and teach Hua Qiu a lesson. Ding Yaoguang, stop making a scene here. Zhang Fangwa also turned cold and shouted. What nonsense, does this gentleman look like he's joking? Ding Yaoguang replied coldly. Zhang Fangwa, you have no right to interfere in this matter. If it weren't for your position as branch minister, I wouldn't give you any face at all. Zhang Fangwa's face showed anger, his rage was overwhelming. This is what he told Hua Qiu about chivalry using martial arts to break the law. When you become powerful and have privileges, you look down on everything. All the martial artists present stared at Hua Qiu. To be honest, they really wanted to see the two of them fight. A master of unparalleled genius, a renowned medicine sage. What is his true level of strength? It's definitely not bad, but I don't know how strong it is. The martial artists were filled with intense curiosity and anticipation. The only difference is that the two of them have different ideas. Tang Xiao and Tang Weiwei from the Tang family looked at Ding Yaoguang as if he were an idiot. When Hua Qiu was in the Tang family, he could easily crush a martial king. For a mere martial venerable of the first rank to dare to challenge Hua Qiu is simply courting death. Medicine Saint, don't play dumb. I am asking you, do you dare? Ding Yaoguang questioned Hua Qiu again. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. Suddenly, he revealed a slight smile, one of utter disdain and mockery. What do you mean? Ding Yaoguang roared in anger. You don't even have the qualifications to fight me, Hua Qiu stated calmly. However, these words enraged Ding Yaoguang to the extreme, much to the astonishment of the martial artists present. Medicine Saint, you are extremely arrogant. Ding Yaoguang was so angry that his beard trembled. He pointed at Hua Qiu, his anger barely contained. Fine, since you're so arrogant, come up on stage and fight me. I told you, you are not worthy to fight me, Hua Qiu said calmly. Since you want to fight, then go up on stage. You are only worthy to fight my disciple. Ding Yaoguang's expression froze. The martial artists were stunned. He actually sent a martial venerable to fight an 8th-rank martial artist. How dare he say that? Was there even the slightest suspense in such a battle? No. How could someone below the martial venerable level possibly be a match for a martial venerable? Master Medicine Sage, this is no laughing matter, Zhang Fanghua said solemnly. I'm not joking, Hua Qiu said expressionlessly. I'm too lazy to even touch such an ant's only good enough to be Huatsong's practice. You've gone too far. Ding Yaoguang felt greatly insulted, and with a surge of imposing aura, he was about to attack Hua Qiu on the spot. Zhang Fanghua quickly stopped him. He wasn't afraid that Hua Qiu would get hurt, but that Ding Yaoguang would court death. He was, after all, a martial venerable, a high-ranking warrior of the Xia kingdom. Martial venerable of the Ding family, don't dazzle me. Hua Qiu was very impatient. If you really want to fight, go up on stage. As long as you can knock Huatsong off the stage, I will give you the martial venerable pill. Ding Yaoguang, who was furious, suddenly paused. Is this really true? He was somewhat incredulous. I always keep my word, Hua Qiu said impatiently. You said it yourself. Ding Yaoguang revealed a chilling sneer. If you strike too hard, don't blame this strategist. With that, he leaped out and landed quickly on the arena. The martial artists were still in shock, staring blankly at each other. Zhang Fanghua looked puzzled, wondering what Hua Qiu's intentions were. He simply couldn't believe that Huatsong could defeat Wu Zun. Humph, you snobbish medicine saint, I'll cripple your disciple. Ding Yaoguang stared coldly at Huatsong. Out of pride, although he coveted the martial venerable pill, he couldn't go on stage to fight a junior martial artist. But now that Hua Qiu has said it himself, he no longer needs to hold back. He was already filled with jealousy towards Hua Qiu, his genius disciple. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. He wants to destroy this unparalleled genius and make the medicine saint regret it and suffer the consequences. 362, Chapter 362 Nominal Disciple Battle Martial Venerable. Huaguosher, what are you thinking? You're going to get Huatsong killed. Seeing Ding Yaoguang actually step into the ring, Zhang Fanghua became anxious. How could an 8th grade martial artist possibly be a match for a martial venerable? There has never been such a precedent since ancient times. It's a world of difference. No matter how talented Huatsong is, he could never achieve this. You must have realized it too, that Ding Yaoguang has ill intentions. Is a ruthless person. If this battle really breaks out, Huatsong will be lucky to save his life. Zhang Fanghua couldn't understand Hua Qiu's decision and hoped to persuade him to change his mind. Hua Qiu, if you do this, Huatsong will be in great danger. Xia Ziwei couldn't sit still any longer and said with a frown. He's only been practicing martial arts for 2 days, and you haven't taught him any martial arts techniques. How can he fight against a martial venerable? Hua Qiu, what are your true thoughts? Mr. Hua Qiu, what they said makes sense. I hope you will reconsider. The Ding family are all ruthless characters. That boy will either die or be crippled. Tang Xiao also came over to persuade him. However, despite everyone's earnest attempts to persuade him, Hua Qiu remained unmoved. This is just a small test for Huatsong, he said calmly. If he can't even defeat a first-grade martial venerable, he's not worthy of being my disciple. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. Defeating a martial venerable with an 8th-grade cultivation level is just a small test? Even the King of Heaven himself would shake his head. Zhang Fanghua shook his head helplessly and walked downstairs. He walked toward the ring and stood beside it. Huatsong is a peerless genius, and the martial alliance will not allow such a talent to die young, just as they did when they protected Hua Qiu. Huatsong is not that prodigy Hua Qiu, he has only been practicing martial arts for 2 days. Zhang Fanghua made up his mind that he would rush to Huatsong's rescue as soon as he was in danger. Outside the arena, the martial artists were also discussing the matter animatedly. No one could understand Hua Qiu's thoughts. They even felt that Hua Qiu didn't like his disciple at all, otherwise he wouldn't have pushed him into the fire. Despite the anxiety of Zhang Fanghua and the others, Hua Qiu remained calm and composed. Huatsong, listen to me. If you really want to become my disciple, then knock the Ding family martial venerable off the stage, he said loudly. Yes. Yes, master. Huatsong replied, cupping his hands in greeting. Upon hearing this, some people showed expressions of understanding. So he's not a formal disciple yet. I assented. Obvious that the medicine saint doesn't want to take on any disciples, otherwise, why would he pull this stunt? Any normal person would know that an 8th rank cultivator couldn't possibly defeat a martial venerable. His actions are far too obvious. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the headmaster of Yuan Martial Arts School stepped onto the stage. He looked at the two people on the stage with a strange expression. I hereby declare the martial arts competition open. A loud shout rang out. Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than Ding Yaoguang made his move. A powerful aura erupted from him, causing the arena to tremble. Ding Yaoguang's face was full of murderous intent, and he made no attempt to hide his coldness. He immediately used ruthless moves. He unleashed a palm strike from midair, and a burst of martial arts energy slashed towards Huatsong like a blade. The surrounding martial artists all paled. No one expected Ding Yaoguang to be so decisive, launching a deadly attack right from the start. They weren't planning to hold back at all. Zhang Fenghua's expression turned somber, his eyes unblinking, and he gathered his inner strength, ready to unleash it. At that moment, he almost rushed forward. Medicine Saint, I've ruined your disciple. Go ahead and regret it and suffer. Ding Yaoguang's expression turned crazed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Not good. Oops. Xia Ziwei and Tang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, their hearts leaping into their throats. On stage, Huatsong's expression also changed. He immediately sensed the danger, knowing that this opponent was on a completely different level from the previous ones. He dared not underestimate his opponent and became alert. The divine level martial arts technique activated automatically, and Huatsong's internal energy surged like a spring. He chose to defend. He channeled his internal energy into his body and reached out to block. Block? Can you even block it? Ding Yaoguang revealed a cruel sneer. How could an 8th rank martial artist possibly withstand the sharpness of a martial master's inner strength? Almost everyone thought that Huatsong's hands would be cut off and he would become crippled in the next moment. Zhang Fenghua's body was already off the ground, rushing towards the stage. Bang! The martial arts master's internal energy slammed into Huatsong, sending him staggering backward and leaving marks on the stage. He only managed to stop at the edge of the ring. His arm was steaming and his skin was red. What? Ding Yaoguang was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that a mere 8th rank martial artist could withstand his attack, which he hadn't held back. Zhang Fanghua, who was already off the ground, suddenly stopped, his face filled with astonishment. Caught it? The martial artists were all astonished and found it unbelievable. To most people, this was nothing short of a miracle. After all, even Ding Yaoguang himself was so shocked. A divine-level cultivation technique, is this the terror of a divine-level cultivation technique? It can actually allow an 8th rank cultivator to contend with the power of a martial venerable. Zhang Fanghua murmured. When Hua Qiu mentioned it casually before, he couldn't believe it at all. Now it seems that what Hua Qiu taught might really be that legendary divine-level cultivation technique. God-level Zhang Fenghua's nerves were numb. In this world, even heavenly rank cultivation techniques are extremely rare. The God tier, even in rumors, only consisted of 2 parts, which disappeared many years ago. On the stage, Huatsong shook his arms, his expression growing increasingly serious. Although he managed to hold on, he was still sore all over. His mind raced as he considered strategies for dealing with the enemy. I'd like to see how many moves you can withstand. Ding Yaoguang's face darkened, and he became ruthless. Boom boom boom. He unleashed several bursts of energy in quick succession, which followed one after another. Huatsong stared intently at the powerful energy, still choosing to resist. But this time he was noticeably more composed. The internal energy circulates more smoothly, dispersing and resisting the incoming force. Although he almost fell off the stage, at least he was stopped. Truly amazing, an 8th-rank cultivator can rival a martial venerable. The martial artists exclaimed in astonishment, as if their eyes had been opened. Even if this young man loses today's battle, he will surely become famous in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom and become the most dazzling new star. Martial arts celebrities gave their evaluation. Hearing everyone's praise of Huatsong, Ding Yaoguang was filled with rage. Whoosh! Instead of launching attacks from a distance, he leaped forward and charged into close combat. The martial venerable's close-quarters combat is more damaging, even more powerful than his ranged energy. Huatsong seemed to have noticed this as well, and quickly dodged to create some distance. Huaqiu's divine-level cultivation technique is all-encompassing. With the support of his internal energy, Huatsong's speed is also extremely fast, almost on par with Ding Yaoguang. Hide, what's the use of hiding? Ding Yaoguang sneered, relentlessly pursuing him. Huatsong's gaze remained calm as he dodged the attack while simultaneously reflecting on it. After running a few times, he suddenly stopped and stood still, channeling his energy into his body. Boom! A powerful, pale blue aura suddenly condensed from Huatsong's body and blasted towards Ding Yaoguang. At that moment, Ding Yaoguang's pupils shrank sharply, and his expression froze. Holy crap! The martial artists watching from all sides widened their eyes in an instant. The martial arts celebrities around Huaqiu were dumbfounded and stood up in astonishment. Zhang Fenghua's eyes widened in shock, and he froze. 363, Chapter 363. Enraged. Boom! A surge of blue energy blasted towards him, and Ding Yaoguang, shocked, used his internal energy to defend against it. Bang bang bang! This force forced him to retreat several steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the arena. After stopping his retreat, he stared at Huatsong with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Am I seeing things? That was internal energy leaving the body? A martial arts master said in a trembling voice. The martial artists present shared the same sentiment as him. The ability to release internal energy is something only a martial venerable can do. The martial venerable's internal energy underwent a change, becoming 10 times more powerful than that of a peak martial artist, which enabled him to launch attacks outside his body. This fighting style is exclusive to martial venerables and can provide immense suppression when fighting against non-martial venerables. And now, even an 8th-rank young martial artist has used it. Could it be that the disciple of the medicine saint has already reached the martial venerable realm? Someone exclaimed, Mouth agape. But his cultivation level is still only at the 8th rank. The martial artists were confused. It's that technique. The technique taught by Master Huatsong is so amazing that it allowed him to unleash such an attack. It's simply divine. Zhang Fenghua said in surprise after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, the martial artists were once again in an uproar. Such a miraculous technique is definitely extraordinary. Could it be that the medicine saint taught the legendary heavenly rank cultivation technique? Someone speculated. The martial artists all agreed, believing that the technique must be at the heavenly rank without a doubt. Everyone was immediately filled with envy. Heavenly rank cultivation techniques are extremely rare, even martial saints might not be able to master them. That's not a heavenly rank, Zhang Fenghua said in a low voice. A heaven rank cultivation technique? Ding Yaoguang's face darkened on the stage. I must cripple this young martial artist. Fear gripped his heart. How can such a genius, with top-tier cultivation techniques at his disposal, possibly grow stronger? Ding Yaoguang unleashed all his internal energy, preparing to fight with a desperate, all-out effort. At this point, he held nothing back, wanting only to cripple Hua Song. Seeing this, Hua Qiu's face turned cold. Ding Yaoguan, are you crazy? Zhang Fenghua said angrily, anxiously trying to go on stage. Drink! However, Hua Song made a move first. As soon as he unleashed that burst of energy, he began to gather his strength while Ding Yaoguan was still in shock and doubt. Now that he had finished gathering his strength, he unleashed all his internal energy. Boom! This blue energy was 5 or 6 times thicker than the previous one. Ding Yaoguan's expression changed drastically. In the rush, he once again used his internal energy to defend himself. Bang! This time, Ding Yaoguan couldn't stop it and was blasted away. At this moment, everyone is watching. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ding Yaoguan traced an arc in the air before crashing down below the arena. Even when they landed, they were still in a daze. The entire scene was completely silent. 1 minute later. Whoosh! A huge cheer erupted from the crowd. We won, we actually won. An 8th-rank martial artist defeats a martial master, a legend, this is a true legend. The martial artists went into a frenzy. This battle was truly unexpected and unbelievable. We won. Zhang Fenghua stood on the stage in a daze, momentarily at a loss, looking somewhat embarrassed. How did we win? He stared blankly at Ding Yaoguan, who was standing below the stage with blood at the corner of his mouth and looking incredulous. Soon, a look of great surprise appeared on his face. We won, we really won. This is just unbelievable. Mr. Hua Qiu, did you foresee this outcome? Tang Xiao asked Hua Qiu, suppressing his inner shock. That's how it should be, Hua Qiu said calmly, a slight smile on his face. The martial arts technique he created is a divine-level technique. That's because the highest level of martial arts techniques is only the divine rank. That is a martial arts cultivation method that can rival the cultivation methods of immortal cultivators. However, Hua Qiu was also very satisfied with Hua Song's comprehension. His spiritual roots and talents are considered top tier even in the cultivation world. But few can match his comprehension. Many people surrounded Hua Song and cheered, praising his extraordinary talent. Hua Song smiled broadly, but couldn't help feeling a little smug. I am able to have such strength entirely because of the techniques taught by my master. He said loudly, not forgetting to praise Hua Qiu. The disciple is an amazing disciple, and the master is an extraordinary master. The martial artists uttered various words of praise. In stark contrast to the joyful scene here was Ding Yaoguan lying on the ground below the stage. He was a martial arts master, a noble patriot. Today, he, a martial venerable, was defeated by an 8th-rank young martial artist. This is a tremendous disgrace. Without a doubt, Hua Song will become a legend in the martial arts world. And he is always mentioned in passing whenever Hua Song is discussed, becoming a laughingstock in the martial arts world. Ding Yaoguan was utterly humiliated and felt utterly ashamed. His injuries were not serious. But the insults he received were more painful than being torn to pieces. Looking at Hua Song, who was surrounded by fans and shone brightly on the stage, and Hua Qiu, who was smiling in the audience, his eyes turned red and his anger was about to explode. He clenched his fist so tightly that it bled. Hua Qiu stood up. Hua Song, you have passed the test. From now on, you will be my disciple, Hua Qiu said. Thank you, master. Hua Song was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Hua Qiu on the stage. Hua Qiu accepted the kneeling ceremony this time. Xia Ziwei smiled and quietly watched the master and disciple exchange greetings. A great teacher produces great students. This master and disciple will definitely be prominent figures in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom in the future. Someone said. Why wait until later, isn't it already happening now? Someone joked. And that is true. Ding Yaoguan, are you too badly injured to get up? Zhang Fenghua stood on the stage, a mocking smile on his face, and asked Ding Yaoguan, who was lying on the ground below. The martial artists turned their gazes toward the sound, their expressions filled with pity. A dignified and noble national hero, at the martial venerable realm, has become an 8th-rank martial artist stepping stones for the people. It has to be said that it's quite tragic. Ding Yaoguang's face was extremely ugly. You can't even beat my disciple, what right do you have to challenge me? Huaqiu coldly shouted, his voice filled with disdain. Ding Yaoguang was instantly consumed by rage, his face turning pale and then red. The martial artists of the Ding family are even more pathetic than I imagined, Huaqiu added. Shut up! Ding Yaoguang roared angrily, scrambling to his feet, his body trembling with rage. If my sir hadn't underestimated his opponent, how could that brat have been so lucky as to knock him off the stage? You underestimate the martial venerable of the Ding family, fine, I'll show you the true strength of the Ding family's martial artists. Bang! Ding Yaoguang seemed to have used some secret technique, and his aura erupted from his body, far more powerful than before. Ding Yaoguang, you actually used your Ding family's forbidden method of self-damage and enhancement. Zhang Fenghua's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock. Snort! Ding Yaoguang snorted coldly, leaped onto the stage, and went straight for Huatsong. Zhang Fenghua quickly stepped forward to stop him. Get out of my way! Ding Yaoguang roared and sent Zhang Fenghua flying backward with a single palm strike. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and attacked Huatsong. Huatsong's face turned pale. He knew that he couldn't stop Ding Yaoguang this time when he went berserk. A peerless genius, is that it? I'll cripple you. Ding Yaoguang laughed wildly and struck Huatsong's head with a palm strike. Everyone was terrified, some didn't even realize what was happening. Huaqiu stood up from the spectator stands, his expression icy. Insolence! He shouted coldly. Boom! In an instant, an incomparably powerful aura permeated the entire Yuan Yi martial arts hall, enveloping the entire area. Magnificent like the might of heaven. 364, Chapter 364. Wait until I take your head. When that aura, as powerful as the heavens, descended, everyone was so shocked that they stopped breathing. What kind of aura is this? The martial artists were terrified and utterly horrified. No one here had ever felt such terrifying pressure before. For a moment, they felt as if they were witnessing the majesty of a god. It seemed as if the air itself had frozen, and everything had come to a standstill. Only this one aura existed between heaven and earth, terrifying all living beings. Is this the strength of the medicine saint? Is this the strength of the medicine saint? The martial artists who were interested in Huaqiu's strength stared wide-eyed. Almost no one would doubt that Huaqiu's strength is average. But when his aura was released, those people realized how extremely conservative their thinking had been. They could no longer discern what level of power this aura represented, they only knew it was extremely powerful, so powerful that it evoked not even the slightest thought of resistance. Hua Guoshe truly lives up to his reputation as a supreme expert capable of slaying a martial saint. Zhang Fenghua was equally shocked. However, as an insider of the martial alliance, he knew about Huaqiu's deeds and behaved much better. How is this possible? Ding Yaoguang's face turned pale, utterly shocked. Under Huaqiu's deliberate suppression of his aura, his body froze, and he was forced to stop just as he was about to attack Huatsong. Even though he tried his best, he couldn't take another step forward, let alone touch Huatsong. His forbidden technique, which cost him dearly, could greatly enhance his strength, but at this moment his internal energy solidified, making it impossible to mobilize even a fraction of it. Ding Yaoguang was filled with nothing but horror. He once challenged Huaqiu, not believing that Huaqiu, at his age, could be that strong. At best, he's just a novice who recently advanced to the martial venerable realm. After all, with his superb alchemy skills, where would he find the time to cultivate martial arts? Now Ding Yaoguang realizes how foolish he was. Master's strength is too great, Huatsong said with admiration and longing. After becoming a martial artist, he was finally able to truly feel Huaqiu's power. This further strengthened his resolve to follow Huaqiu. Hua Guoshe, please stop breathing, Zhang Fenghua suddenly called out weakly. If you don't accept this soon, some people won't be able to hold on any longer. As he said, Huaqiu's aura enveloped the area, causing ordinary martial artists to tremble and find it difficult to breathe. If this continues, I'm afraid quite a few people will faint. Hua Qiu's expression shifted. Call. Except for Ding Yaoguang, everyone else suddenly felt a sense of lightness in their bodies. The martial artists then began to breathe heavily, their expressions showing lingering fear after surviving a close call. Such power is something they will never forget, and it may even become a lingering psychological shadow. Ding Yaoguang, how dare you? Zhang Fengwu pointed at Ding Yaoguang and shouted angrily. How dare you recklessly use the Ding family's forbidden techniques to injure people, you have no shame whatsoever. To act so disrespectfully in front of Hua Guosher is utterly ridiculous. Ding Yaoguang moved his neck with difficulty and glared at him angrily. Now, all he can do is writhe in impotent rage. Since we've failed, I have nothing to say. Ding Yaoguang said coldly. What, you think you're off the hook just because you didn't succeed? Hua Qiu sneered. Otherwise what else do you want? Ding Yaoguang said confidently. My Ding family boasts two martial venerables. My father is the #1 expert in Jiangnan, a Hall of Fame national scholar of Xia Kingdom, and is highly trusted and valued by the Xia Kingdom headquarters. What can you possibly do to me? Ding Yaoguang sneered. Even if you want to do something, the Martial Alliance will never tolerate your actions. At worst, I'll just apologize. Don't worry about anything else. You shameless! Zhang Fengwu said angrily, indignant. As the head of the Sujiang Martial Alliance branch, he really couldn't do anything to Ding Yaoguang. Oh! Hua Qiu chuckled dismissively. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Ding Yaoguang's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! The powerful palm strike sent him flying in an instant. Puff! Upon landing, Ding Yaoguang coughed up blood and was as stiff as a dead dog, unable to move at all. Hua Guosher! Zhang Fengwu exclaimed in shock. His worst fears came true. He knew that with Hua Qiu's personality, he could kill a martial saint, so he wouldn't care about a martial king. But these national heroes are the treasures of the Xia Kingdom. The martial artists were also astonished. The Ding family can be considered the premier martial arts family in Sujiang. King Dingwu was renowned for his power and dominated the Jiangnan region for many years. Hua Qiu's actions were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. You will reap what you sow. Ding Yaoguang said weakly as he lay on the ground. His heart was filled with sorrow. Hua Qiu's palm strike directly severed all the meridians in his body and shattered his dantian. He was no longer a martial artist, he had become a cripple. I'm sparing your life so you can go back and deliver a message to King Dingwu, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Tell him that I, Hua Qiu, have arrived. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait patiently for me to take his head. Ding Yaoguang's expression suddenly changed. The martial artists looked at each other in bewilderment. He not only crippled Ding Yaoguang, but also wanted to kill Ding Wuwang? That's the #1 martial arts master in Jiangnan. Can he kill him? Hua Guosher, Zhang Fengwu looked troubled and wanted to offer some advice. You'd better not speak, Hua Qiu said coldly. King Dingwu, I will kill you. Even if the leader of the Martial Alliance comes to persuade me, it will be of no use. Anyone who tries to stop me is my enemy. Zhang Fengwu was speechless. Why? He could only sigh helplessly. The Ding family villa, the #1 martial arts family in Sujiang City. Ding Yaoguang was carried into the Ding family's gate, causing a stir that killed all the members of the Ding family. When King Dingwu heard that his son had been deposed, he rushed out as fast as he could. Upon seeing the half-dead Ding Yaoguang, he was overcome with rage and let out a beast-like roar. Who hurt you? King Dingwu roared. Tell your father, and I will exterminate his entire clan. Father, it was that medicine saint who injured me like this, Ding Yaoguang said miserably. Father, I can never practice martial arts again. You must avenge me. Ding Yaoguang pleaded. Revenge, we must get revenge. King Dingwu was furious. Medicine Saint, my Ding family will never forgive you, we will fight to the death. Father, that so-called Medicine Saint seems to have a grudge against you. He told me to tell you to wash your neck clean, because he will come and take your head himself. King Dingwu's face was extremely gloomy. The Medicine Saint, what's his name, tell me. Trying to take my head, I'll take his dog's life first. Ding Yaoguang took a breath and finally said a name. What did you say his name was? King Dingwu was startled by this question, his expression turning blank. Ding Yaoguang repeated it again. King Dingwu's expression immediately changed drastically, as if he had been greatly frightened. Father, what's wrong, is this name scary? Ding Yaoguang asked, puzzled. I am no match for him. King Dingwu said slowly. What? Ding Yaoguang was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. Without the martial saint, he is invincible. Below the martial saint, King Dingwu said another sentence. Ding Yaoguang was instantly speechless, unable to utter a single word, his face deathly pale. 365, Chapter 365 Martial God, can only be compared to the initial realm. The villa where Huo Tsong and her son live. Master, I have already reached the peak of the 9th grade martial artist, and I will soon break through to the martial venerable realm. Early in the morning, Huo Tsong ran out excitedly to share the good news with Hua Qiu. This is the second day of the martial arts tournament. The battles he experienced yesterday gave him many insights, and he couldn't sleep at night after returning home. He cultivated all night and made significant progress. He sensed that he had hit a bottleneck and knew that it was the threshold to the martial venerable realm. For others, the bottleneck of martial venerable may be difficult to break through even in a lifetime. But Huo Tsong had no such worries at all. He was confident that he could become a martial venerable realm martial artist in just one more day. Hua Qiu calmly watched Huo Tsong announce the good news. Reaching the martial venerable realm in just 2 or 3 days, that's like riding a rocket. Zhang Fengguo was stunned and shook his head in amazement. Huo Tsong, the #1 young genius in Xia Kingdom, there is no one else but you. Even the former martial ancestor didn't have your talent. He looked at Huo Tsong as if he saw a great hope. The Xia Kingdom today desperately needs such unparalleled geniuses to grow up. With my master here, how dare I claim to be #1? Huo Tsong said weakly. Zhang Fengguo was taken aback. He almost missed Hua Qiu. Who would have thought that Huo Tsong's mentor was just a young man in his 20s? His cultivation level had become so powerful that he could kill a martial saint. You two, master and disciple, both possess the potential to become martial arts legends. If only one of you could achieve that, our Xia Kingdom's situation would improve considerably, Zhang Fengguo sighed. Huo Tsong couldn't understand the implied meaning in his words. A martial arts legend, that must be a very high level, right? But with the techniques taught by my master, I believe I can definitely reach it. He was full of confidence. Short-sighted. Short-sighted. Hua Qiu suddenly rebuked, his expression displeased. Both of them were stunned. Is a mere martial arts myth realm your biggest goal? Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. From today onwards, I will pass on the half of the cultivation technique to you, but you are not allowed to practice it again. Master disciple knows his mistake. Huo Tsong hurriedly knelt down to admit his mistake, thinking that Hua Qiu was angry. Zhang Fengguo was about to plead on their behalf. From now on, forget the half of the cultivation technique you learned. I will not allow my disciples to practice such garbage techniques. Even if you are only a nominal disciple. Upon hearing this, both Huo Tsong and Zhang Fengguo were stunned. Zhang Fengguo remained silent for a long time, his expression extremely complicated. That's a legendary divine-level cultivation technique. How come it became trash in Hua Qiu's eyes, something he despised so much? All martial artists in the world would be filled with righteous indignation upon hearing this. That is a truly unparalleled martial art for all martial artists. Huo Tsong, I only had you practice that half of the technique first to test your talent, Hua Qiu continued. Now that you've passed the test, you no longer need to cultivate. That technique is a treasure for martial artists, but for us, it's a real burden. Remember, we are cultivators in the world of cultivators. The martial arts myth realm corresponds to only the initial stage. As my disciple, you still have much to learn, and I will teach you gradually in the future. Huo Song was stunned. At this moment, Jiang Fenghua's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. In Huo Qiu's eyes, the martial arts legend was merely an initial stage. He no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings. If someone else said such a thing, he would think it was the ravings of a lunatic. But that's what Huo Qiu said. It's at least 80% credible. Looking back on Huo Qiu's past achievements is incredible. His actions, his abilities, his immense power. It's simply not something that the lineage of ordinary martial artists can support. Jiang Fenghua could hardly imagine what kind of inheritance could lead to even a legendary realm like martial arts mythology being listed as the initial realm. At that moment, Jiang Fenghua felt for the first time how impoverished his imagination was. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Jiang Fenghua received a phone call. What? Who did you say came? He was shocked when he heard the news on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fenghua's expression was uncertain. Huoguosher, I must take my leave, he said to Huo Qiu. A big shot has arrived in Suzhou City, and I have been ordered to go and greet him. Then go ahead, Huo Qiu waved his hand. As for who the important person was, he had no interest in asking. Jiang Fenghua left the villa in a hurry. What are they doing in Suzhou City at this time? Could it be because of Huo Qiu's reputation as a medical sage? Jiang Fenghua's expression was not good on the way. I hope they behave themselves and don't provoke Huo Qiu, otherwise, my Xia kingdom might lose another top expert's eye. Huo Song, from now on, you will cultivate this technique. Huo Qiu took out a book he had written last night and handed it to Huo Song. Huo Song took it in a daze. Master, this cultivation manual should be better than the previous one, right? He said with a smirk. Now he also understands the significance of divine-level cultivation techniques. That's already the highest level martial art in the martial arts world. They're not even on the same level, they can't be compared at all, Huo Qiu said. Even if you cultivate a divine-level technique to a great extent, there are still limitations. This technique was created by my old friend. If you can cultivate it to its highest level, your achievements will not be inferior to his. At that time, even in the world of cultivation, you will be considered a top expert, capable of moving mountains and seas with ease. Huo Song's eyes widened in surprise. What Huo Qiu said was too shocking for him to understand immediately. Not long ago, his life's ambition was simply to become a martial arts master and uphold justice. But becoming a disciple after Huo Qiu realized how shallow his assumptions had been. Reaching the heavens and descending to the earth, moving mountains and shifting seas, those are supernatural powers that only gods in myths and legends can perform. For a moment, he couldn't even believe it, thinking that Huo Qiu was fooling him. Focus on your cultivation. Even if you are only my nominal disciple, if you can't even dominate the cultivation world in the future, I won't acknowledge you as my disciple anymore, Huo Qiu said. Huo Song bowed in gratitude and accepted the cultivation technique. He then went back to his room. Huo Qiu, have you heard? Xia Ziwei suddenly rushed in, looking flustered. What's wrong? The Medicine King of Medicine King Valley is personally heading south and will arrive in Jiangnan today. The Medicine King himself declared that his journey south this time is for you, the Medicine Saint. Huo Qiu frowned slightly. He didn't even know who the Medicine King was. Suddenly, he remembered that the person he had injured at the Tang family's house seemed to be from Medicine King Valley. Is this someone coming for revenge? 366, Chapter 366, The Medicine King's Challenge. Suzhou International Airport. Upon receiving the order, Jiang Fenghua and his men from the Martial Alliance branch were already waiting here early in the morning. What exactly is the purpose of the Medicine King of Medicine King Valley coming to Suzhou? Jiang Fenghua muttered to himself, his face full of worry. Sect leader, don't you know, he came for the Medicine Saint, the subordinate interjected. It's already caused quite a stir on the black market forum. Yan Wuxin, the direct disciple of the Medicine King, posted on the black market forum. Yan Wuxin came to the Tang family in Suzhou City to treat the old lady of the Tang family, but he was humiliated by the Medicine Saint after returning to Medicine King Valley. he told the Medicine King about the matter. The Medicine King was furious and left the mountain to meet the Medicine Saint in Jiangnan. Is that so? Zhang Fengguo opened the black market for him in surprise and indeed saw the post made by Yan Wuxin. This Yan Wuxin, despite being less skilled than others, insists that Hua Qiuguosher looks down on their Medicine King Valley and even humiliates them severely. Isn't he deliberately provoking conflict? Zhang Fengguo looked like he had a headache. The Valley Master of Medicine King Valley, Medicine King, is a powerful, transcendent martial saint. Zhang Fengguo wasn't afraid of Hua Qiu getting into trouble, he was afraid that Hua Qiu would suffer a loss. 2 martial saints have already died at Hua Qiu's hands. Although the Medicine King's strength was among the top ranks of the martial saints, after witnessing Hua Qiu's extraordinary abilities, he even doubted that the Medicine King was a match for Hua Qiu. Inside the airport, the plane landed. 2 people got off the plane. One of them was Yan Wuxin, who had been kicked out of the Tang family by Hua Qiu. At this moment, he respectfully followed behind an old man with white hair and beard, and walked up to Zhang Fengguo and the others. Zhang Fengguo, the branch minister of the Sujiang Martial Alliance, greets the Medicine King. Zhang Fengguo hurriedly went forward and bowed in greeting. The Medicine King nodded indifferently. Lord Medicine King, I have made the arrangements. Please come with me to the branch, Zhang Fengguo said with a smile. No need, the Medicine King said coldly, waving his hand. This Valley Master will not go to your branch. Zhang Fengguo was taken aback. My master and I have other places to go, you don't need to worry about us, Yan Wuxin said impatiently. May I ask, where is the Medicine King going? Zhang Fengguo asked, his eyes gleaming. Humph. The Medicine King snorted coldly. Boom. The aura of the martial saint emanated, like a mountain pressing down on the heads of the group, exuding immense pressure. The pressure was so intense that Zhang Fengguo could hardly breathe, and he broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. The group was horrified and their hearts were filled with shock. Mind your place, don't ask questions you shouldn't. The Medicine King said indifferently. He didn't take a mere martial alliance branch minister seriously at all, and showed him no kindness whatsoever. Zhang Fengguo nodded hastily. The Medicine King and his disciples left indifferently. It wasn't until the 2 left that Zhang Fengguo and his entourage were able to catch their breath. Is this the aura of a martial saint? It's truly terrifying. The group was still shaken. A martial artist from one of the branches jogged over. Sect leader, the Medicine King and his disciples have been taken away by the Ding family. King Ding Wu himself came to pick them up, the man reported. Zhang Fengguo's face immediately darkened. The Medicine King and his disciples have actually gotten involved with the Ding family. He knew that this matter could not be mediated. Inside the Ding family villa, King Ding Wu welcomed the Medicine King and his disciples through the door. Even though he was the #1 expert in Jiangnan, he appeared humble and subservient at this moment, treating the Medicine King and his disciples as if they were gods. Your Excellency, the so-called Medicine Saint is now at the height of his fame. Many people believe that his alchemy skills are truly the best in the world, and neither Medicine King Valley nor the medicine god in the capital can compare to him, King Dingwu said to the Medicine King. The Medicine King gave him a cold look, which made him feel uneasy. King Dingwu, you don't need to provoke me like this, the Medicine King said unhappily. In any case, it is a fact that the Medicine Saint insulted the disciples of my Medicine King Valley. I, the Valley Master, will have something to say to him. I have offended you, please forgive me, Medicine King. King Dingwu quickly knelt down and said with trepidation. But my son was crippled by that Medicine Saint and is now useless. I simply cannot swallow this insult. If the Medicine King can avenge my son, I will grant any request, including the top-grade old herb treasured by my Ding family, which I will offer with both hands. Alright, get up, the Medicine King said calmly. Master, that Medicine Saint brat is truly hateful. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has some skills, and he doesn't take our Medicine King Valley seriously at all. Yan Wuxin also spoke up, his eyes filled with hatred. Last time at the Tang family's house, he was kicked out by Hua Qiu, which made him lose face, so he held a grudge. Last time at the Tang family, my disciple was almost crippled by him. This person is ruthless, like a heretic. How can he be worthy of the title of Medicine Saint, and how can he claim to be the best in the world at alchemy? The Medicine King's face darkened. Wuxin, I will help you regain this face, he said coldly. In the art of alchemy, who dares to compare with my Medicine King Valley, who dares to claim to be the best in the world, this medicine saint is truly ignorant of his own limitations. Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang exchanged a smile. They knew they had achieved their goal. King Dingwu, bring out your son, the Medicine King said, waving his hand. King Dingwu quickly ordered his men to carry Ding Yaoguang out. Lord Medicine King, please save me. Ding Yaoguang placed all his hopes on this. His meridians are all severed, and his dantian is destroyed. This medicine saint is truly ruthless. The Medicine King frowned deeply. However, it cannot stump me, the Medicine King. The Medicine King gave Ding Yaoguang several kinds of medicine, personally used special methods to reconnect his meridians, and even healed his damaged dantian with a miraculous medicine. An hour later, Ding Yaoguang stood up, his face full of disbelief. The Medicine King is truly a divine being. The Ding father and son exclaimed sincerely. With your miraculous abilities, what can a mere medicine saint compare to you? He's far inferior, he's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. The Medicine King smiled and stroked his beard. Wuxin, you and Ding Wuwang's son go to find that medicine saint and tell him that I, the Valley Master, have arranged to meet him at the Ding family in 2 days to discuss the art of alchemy. Then, my Medicine King Valley and the medicine saint will truly determine who is superior. The Medicine King instructed. Yes, sir. The two men accepted the order and headed straight for the villa where Hua Qiu lived. This time, with the Medicine King backing them up, they marched in with great fanfare, looking like they were there to demand an explanation. Medicine Saint, get out here. Yan Wuxin stood outside the villa and shouted loudly. Medicine Saint, come out here. Ding Yaoguang shouted as well. Inside the villa, Hua Qiu's expression darkened. Whoosh! In a flash, he was already standing in front of the two of them. The two people who were shouting were startled. Humph! Yan Wuxin snorted coldly, trying to hide her unnatural expression. Medicine Saint, I told you, Medicine King Valley will come to settle accounts with you sooner or later. He sneered. Hua Qiu stared at Ding Yaoguang, a strange look on her face. Medicine Saint, you didn't expect that, did you? The Medicine King cured me in just 1 hour, Ding Yaoguang said with pride. How dare you call yourself a saint in front of the Medicine King? Now that the Medicine King has arrived, let's see how arrogant you are now. Your reputation as the Medicine Saint is about to be ruined. Ding Yaoguang burst into laughter, his face full of sarcasm. Medicine Saint, my master sent 2 of us to inform you that he and you will have a contest of alchemy skills at the Ding family the day after tomorrow. Yan Wuxin said loudly. You wouldn't be too scared to go, would you? Ding Yaoguang mocked again. Hua Qiu looked coldly at Ding Yaoguang. What is the Medicine King? He asked bluntly. I'm a cripple, what right does he have to treat me? 367, Chapter 367. No one can save him. Medicine Saint, how dare you be so insolent? Hua Qiu's words made Yan Wuxin's face turn angry. How dare you, a mere brat, insult my master, the Medicine King? Heh, you don't even respect the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley, Medicine Saint, you're ridiculously arrogant. Ding Yaoguang sneered repeatedly. With the Medicine King as their backer, the two of them now have no fear of Hua Qiu whatsoever. Even if you don't admire the Medicine King's alchemy skills, with his powerful martial saint cultivation, where do you get the courage to look down on him? You're simply overestimating yourself. Hua Qiu's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. What, you want to fight over a mere disagreement? Ding Yaoguang was not afraid. That's right, neither of us is a match for you, but if you dare to make a move, the Medicine King will not let you off. If he does, you will die a horrible death. The two were emboldened and believed they could intimidate Hua Qiu. Boom! As soon as Ding Yaoguang finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Hua Qiu's body. Ding Yaoguang had experienced this aura before, and now, being there again, he still couldn't help but feel terrified. You? His expression was one of terror. He had never expected Hua Qiu to actually make a move. Bang bang. With two loud bangs, Ding Yaoguang and Yan Wuxin were instantly blasted away by that aura, crashing heavily into a large tree outside the villa, breaking the more than 10-meter tall tree in half. Both of them coughed up blood and suffered serious injuries. Ding Yaoguang had just recovered and was still very weak. This incident almost cost him his life. You, how dare you lay a hand on me? Yan Wuxin pointed at Hua Qiu in shock, her eyes wide with both surprise and anger. Medicine Saint, are you really not afraid of death? Ding Yaoguang roared, enraged to the extreme. Having been hurt by Hua Qiu once again, his hatred for Hua Qiu deepened. You think you can scare me by bringing up a medicine king? Hua Qiu said coldly. What a joke. Even if the medicine king himself came, if he dared to invade, I would make sure he never left Sujiang City. The two stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Such arrogance is beyond their comprehension. For a moment, neither of them dared to say anything harsh. If the reckless Hua Qiuzhen is angered, she may very well kill them. Hua Qiu's indifferent gaze lingered on Ding Yaoguang. You were crippled by me, he said calmly. A person I'm destined to be crippled, no one can save them, no one can save them. After saying that, he raised his hand and unleashed a burst of sword intent. Ah! Ding Yaoguang was in excruciating pain and let out a heart-wrenching howl. This time, the pain was dozens of times more intense than the last time. A moment later, his face turned pale, and he lay on the ground like a lump of mud, twitching slightly, not much better than a dead dog. Feeling his own inadequacy, his expression turned ferocious. Uuve ruined me again. He roared in anguish. His meridians were destroyed again, his dantian was shattered again, and he became a cripple once more. It hasn't even been half a day since he was cured. Let's see if that medicine king can cure you this time? Hua Qiu said with a sneer. He used his sword intent, and the power of that sword intent would remain in Ding Yaoguang's body. No matter how powerful the medicine king was, Hua Qiu didn't believe he could handle it. Go back and tell that so-called medicine king that if he wants to find me, he should come in person. As for me going to fight him, he tells me to go and I'll go, who does he think he is? After leaving two sentences, Hua Qiu turned around and went back to the villa, ignoring the two of them. It took Yan Wuxin a long time to come to her senses. He looked at Ding Yaoguang, who was screaming in agony, and his face turned pale. This medicine saint is truly unscrupulous and lawless. He cursed and quickly helped Ding Yaoguang up, then rushed back to the Ding family home. When the two returned to the Ding family home, Ding Yaoguang was barely clinging to life and had long since fallen into a coma. How could my son have become like this? Upon hearing the news, King Dingwu rushed out and was deeply saddened to see Ding Yaoguang's miserable state. When the medicine king emerged, his pupils contracted and his face darkened. It's that medicine saint. Yan Wuxin said bitterly. We were ordered to deliver a message, but he suddenly flew into a rage, cursing my master and saying that he dared to treat someone he had crippled. The medicine king is truly audacious. Then he attacked and injured us, crippling Ding Yaoguang once again. He also said, who does the medicine king think he is? If you want to see him, go see him yourself. As for the contest, the medicine king is not worthy to compare with him, so he won't come. Upon hearing this, the medicine king flew into a rage, his martial saint aura whipping up a whirlwind of fury that only subsided after a long while. Your Majesty, please save Yaoguang. King Dingwu pleaded. If you could cure me last time, you can definitely do it this time too. The medicine king walked over with a stern face. I will naturally save him, he said unhappily. He first took Ding Yaoguang's pulse to check his condition. Upon seeing this, the medicine king was immediately stunned. Then, his expression became extremely solemn. How could this be? The medicine king couldn't help but exclaim. This immediately made King Dingwu nervous. After a moment of contemplation, the medicine king once again took out the secret medicine developed by Medicine King Valley and gave it to Ding Yaoguang. But this time, it was no use. What domineering power! How did the medicine saint manage to do that? The Medicine King exclaimed in surprise. Your Excellency Medicine King, is it very troublesome? King Dingwu asked hurriedly. It's more than just troublesome. The Medicine King's face was extremely grim. That medicine saint used some unknown means to leave a residual power in your son's limbs and bones, instantly destroying the medicinal power of my Medicine King Valley's secret medicine, rendering it completely ineffective. Even if we use other methods, that force will interfere, making it impossible to save them. What a sage of medicine, his methods are truly ruthless, even I am helpless against him. Upon hearing this, King Dingwu's face turned pale. Impossible, Lord Medicine King. Think of another way, you can definitely be cured. The Medicine King shook his head helplessly. This is the first time I've encountered such a bizarre and tricky situation, to be honest. I really don't know what to do. King Dingwu, your son is beyond saving. He is destined to be a cripple for the rest of his life. All I can do is save his life. King Dingwu collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with despair. The Medicine King was also losing face and was furious. This medicine saint is young and arrogant. Even the Martial Alliance doesn't dare to be disrespectful to me, the Valley Master who gave him the guts? He said angrily. But he didn't want to lower himself to meet that young man. Yan Wuxin saw through the Medicine King's thoughts. Master, I have a way to force the medicine saint to come to the appointment, he said. What method? The Medicine King asked. Master, don't worry about this, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. The medicine saint will definitely come the day after tomorrow. On this day, Yan Wuxin, the disciple of the Medicine King, posted a message on the black market, which quickly caused a sensation. The medicine saint is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. What superb alchemy skills does he possess? He merely plagiarized the pill formulas of my Medicine King Valley. How can such a shameless and despicable person be worthy of being called the medicine saint, and how dare he claim to be number one in the field of alchemy? This is the main content of Yan Wuxin's post. At the same time, he also posted some so-called evidence, which was reasonable, well-founded, and convincing. Rumors spread like wildfire, with many questioning the character and abilities of the medicine saint, and some even taking to the forums to hurl insults. He. When Hua Qiu learned of this news, his face immediately darkened. 368, Chapter 368 Competition of Medicine Skills. On this day, 2 high platforms were set up inside the Ding family's residence. It was only around 8 o'clock in the morning, but people were already starting to arrive. A contest between the Medicine King, the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley, who is known as the best in the world at alchemy, and the rising star medicine saint is sure to be extremely exciting. They entered the Ding family home with great enthusiasm and anticipation. 2 days ago, Yan Wuxin, a disciple of the Medicine King, posted on the black market forum, claiming that the medicine saint was undeserving of his reputation and that he had achieved his current success by plagiarizing the Medicine King Valley's pill formulas and alchemy techniques. He also publicly challenged the medicine saint on behalf of the Medicine King on the black market, causing a great uproar. The public opinion intensified afterward. Yao Sheng initially did not respond, but later, seemingly unable to withstand the fermentation of public opinion, he appeared on the black market forum and accepted the challenge. Today is the appointed day. Although many people came to watch the game, not just anyone could get into Ding's house. Only those with prestige and status in Sujiang City are eligible to enter. The scheduled time was 10 a.m. The Medicine King and his disciples made their appearance ahead of time, with the Medicine King sitting cross-legged on a high platform, closing his eyes to rest. The Medicine Saint, however, did not arrive for a long time. It wasn't until almost time had passed that the Medicine Saint and his group finally arrived, arriving late. Hua Qiu entered the venue with Hua Tsong and Xia Ziwei, causing a commotion. The Medicine King then opened his eyes and looked Hua Qiu up and down. He soon couldn't help but show a strange expression. Although he had heard that the Medicine Saint was very young, this was the first time he had seen Hua Qiu's true face, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Medicine Sage is far too young. When Hua Qiu was that age, the Medicine King was just an apprentice in Medicine King Valley. Humph, Medicine Saint, what an arrogance you have, how dare you make my master wait for so long. Yan Wuxin stood next to the Medicine King and loudly rebuked Hua Qiu from below the stage. Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. His gaze was filled with undisguised murderous intent. Yan Wuxin felt a chill run down his spine and was startled. As a result, his momentum weakened, and he became somewhat fearful. Master, look, even in front of you, this medicine saint dares to intimidate me with his aura. He quickly complained. Medicine saint, I am here, how dare you put pressure on my disciple? The medicine king said coldly. Old man, today I'll deal with you and your apprentice together, Hua Qiu said coldly. What did you say? The medicine king was furious. He stood up from the stage, glaring at everyone. His martial saint-level aura swept across the entire arena, silencing all the spectators. Those people looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. In their eyes, the medicine king, besides his title, is a true martial saint who has transcended worldly concerns. Even if Hua Qiu disregards his abilities in the field of alchemy, he should still be wary of the other man's strength. He was so brazen, daring to even challenge those who had transcended the martial saint realm. Is he sick? Everyone knows that Yao Sheng is mad, but no one expected him to be this mad. Why? Only Jiang Fenghua sighed silently. Seeing the two of them locked in a fierce confrontation, he knew he couldn't mediate. Your Majesty, this medicine saint is truly presumptuous. You should teach him a lesson and let him know the difference between superiors and inferiors. King Dingwu said angrily, standing below the medicine king's platform. He both feared and hated Hua Qiu. He feared Hua Qiu's strength and hated Hua Qiu for crippling his son. Dingwu Wang, do you think you can escape death by finding the medicine king as your backer? Hua Qiu said with a sneer. Today, you will die. He said something, but didn't act immediately. Instead, he stepped into the air and walked onto another platform. He wasn't in a hurry to kill. This medicine saint's strength is surprisingly unexpected. The medicine king squinted as he watched Hua Qiu take the stage, his heart trembling slightly. He had to admit that compared to others his age, he couldn't even see Hua Qiu's back. I'll pursue your offense after I defeat you. The medicine king said coldly, offering only polite words. Then he waved his hand. Soon, someone carried a stretcher into the field. There was a patient on the stretcher. This person is terminally ill, and ordinary doctors are helpless. Even the most advanced medical technology cannot save him, the medicine king said loudly. I have ordered someone to bring this person here, so that the outcome of our first duel will be decided. On each of the two stages, there are 32 identical medicinal herbs. Once the competition begins, whoever can use these herbs to make medicine and cure the person the fastest will be the winner. If the medicine produced worsens the patient's condition, the person who concocts it will be deemed to have lost the case. If neither of them can cure it, then it's a draw. You have no objections to these rules, right? Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. Let's begin, he uttered. Good. The medicine king smiled. Let me state beforehand that I have not investigated this person's condition before, and what I know is no different from what you know, he added. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the medicine king flew down from the platform. He was going to investigate the condition of the patients on the ground so that he could prescribe the right medicine. At this moment, he was racing against time to win. The medicine king quickly arrived at the patient's side, frowning as he examined the condition with complete concentration. He didn't notice at all that Hua Qiu had been standing on the stage without moving an inch. Apart from the medicine king, everyone else looked at Hua Qiu in bewilderment, not understanding why he hadn't made any move, remaining as still as a stone statue. Could it be that the medicine saint has given up? Those who are unaware of the situation inevitably begin to speculate. Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang stared intently at Hua Qiu's every move with grim faces. What on earth is this kid thinking? They didn't believe Hua Qiu would give up without even trying, and felt there must be something fishy going on. A few minutes later, the medicine king smiled, having already made his judgment, and his expression appeared confident. He then looked up and saw Hua Qiu standing on the platform looking down at him. Hua Qiu's expression carried a hint of sarcasm. The medicine king was taken aback. Aren't you here to have your condition checked? he asked, frowning. The illness of a mere mortal is nothing more than a matter of course, why bother investigating? Hua Qiu said disdainfully. The medicine king's face darkened, he was losing face. Humph, what arrogance, the so-called treating the symptoms, I don't believe you can concoct a cure without even looking at it. He said unhappily, leaping onto the high platform. After glancing at Hua Qiu, the medicine king immediately began refining the medicine. Hua Qiu chuckled and waved his hand. Several herbs floated and spun in his palm, quickly removing impurities and fusing together to condense into a pill. While the pill was forming in his hand, the medicine king on the other side was still carefully configuring the proportions of the medicinal materials, and had not even started refining the medicine yet. Hua Qiu flicked his finger, and the pill flew down, landing directly in the patient's mouth and dissolving into the patient's stomach. In just a moment, the patient stood up from the stretcher with a rosy complexion and moved around a few times in disbelief. It's healed, the patient is cured. The spectators exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief. Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuang both looked stunned. Above them, the medicine king hadn't even begun refining the medicine yet. The patient was brought back to life with just one pill from Hua Qiu. What an obvious and enormous gap this is. What? The medicine king, who was busy with everything, immediately froze upon hearing the sound. When he looked down and saw the recovered patient, his expression froze. 369, Chapter 369 Easy as Pace. I'm all better, I'm really all better. The patient, who had been critically ill and on the verge of death not long ago, was jumping and dancing excitedly in the audience. It's simply a miracle. Those who witnessed the scene were amazed and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The medicine sage didn't even examine the patient's condition before starting to concoct medicine. And his medicine is like a miracle drug. In contrast, the medicine king was still preparing for the alchemy process, and hadn't even begun. The difference is too obvious. It's obvious at a glance which is better or worse. How is this possible? The medicinal herbs in the medicine king's hand fell to the ground, and he was a little dazed. After examining the patient's condition, he knew how to treat him, but even if he could concoct the medicine, it would be impossible to make the patient fully healthy and vigorous in an instant. Even the best medicine takes time to recover. He could hardly believe that Hua Qiu could do such a thing. I don't believe it, there must be something wrong. The medicine king said indignantly, then leaped to the ground, grabbed the patient, and examined the condition again. A moment later, his face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The patient's condition was hard for him to accept. Not only will the illness be fully recovered, but the person may even be healthier and more energetic than before the illness. Even the medicine king, who was known as the best alchemist in the world, was astonished at this moment. He couldn't possibly do something like that. He knew that he had lost this first match, and lost badly at that. Medicine Saint, you won the first round, Medicine King said with an unpleasant expression. The spectators were in an uproar. In the realm of alchemy, the Medicine King has never lost. Even the renowned medicine god in the capital of Xia Kingdom had to admit defeat in the face of the Medicine King and dare not claim to be number one. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss the matter. What's the rush? This is only the first round, it's hard to say who will win or lose in the later rounds. Medicine King shouted with a dark face. Medicine Saint, have you heard the rules for the second match clearly? He said loudly. We will each write down a prescription and give it to the other. Whoever can prepare the medicine according to the other's prescription in the shortest time wins. The medicines on the table are limited. If either of our prescriptions is missing any of the required herbs, we can wait for the herbs to arrive before we begin. Okay, Hua Qiu nodded. There are paper and pens on the stage. Hua Qiu didn't even think about it and immediately started writing. Swish, swish, swish. Once the prescription was written, he waved his hand, and the prescription flew onto the Medicine King's platform. The Medicine King accepted the prescription and then waved his hand to hand over the prescription he had written. Hua Qiu accepted the prescription from the Medicine King and glanced at it casually. I thought it would be much more difficult, Huaqiu said calmly, not taking it seriously. The Medicine King looked at Huaqiu's prescription and then smiled. Judging from the prescription alone, he didn't think it was that difficult. He laughed because he was full of confidence. The prescription written by my master is definitely the most difficult prescription in the history of our Medicine King Valley, Yan Wuxin said to Ding Wuwan with a smile. That kind of medicine isn't very useful, but it's extremely difficult to refine. Even my master himself only managed to refine it twice last year, and he still can't control it. The medicine saint will definitely fail on his first attempt. Even if you give him 10 years, he might not be able to refine it. Yan Wuxin laughed heartily. In that case, the Medicine King will surely win the second match. King Dingwu was also confident. To be honest, he was quite shocked in the last match and almost thought that the Medicine King was no match for Huaqiu, which made him very worried. The Medicine King is his backer, and he is the one here who most wants the Medicine King to win. The medicinal herbs needed for both prescriptions were all available on the table, so there was no need to wait too long. The match begins. With a loud shout, the second match began. After reviewing the prescription and determining the appropriate proportions of the ingredients, the Medicine King immediately began refining the pills. Huaqiu remained motionless, simply watching the Medicine King refine pills. He chuckled softly. How could an ordinary person who doesn't even have alchemical fire easily refine pills for cultivators? Even if you gave him the most basic pill formula, he might not be able to refine it. As expected. Bang! A loud explosion came from the Medicine King platform. The Medicine King stared blankly at the exploded medicinal herbs in front of him, completely bewildered, wondering where things had gone wrong. It's alchemy. That's a common occurrence, he comforted himself, and threw himself into a new round of alchemy. Soon, the crucial moment arrived again. Bang! Another bomb exploded, turning the Medicine King's face black and making him look incredibly comical. This isn't right. Medicine King was dumbfounded. What's going on? Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuan below looked at each other in bewilderment. There's actually a prescription that can stump my master, how is that possible? Yan Wuxin looked incredulous. It seems that the prescription from the medicine sage is very difficult to obtain, King Dingwu said with a stern face. Don't worry, the recipe from my Medicine King Valley is even more difficult, he couldn't possibly make it. Yan Wuxin said indignantly. Master will surely succeed after a few more tries. The Medicine King, seemingly unconvinced, tried again. But no matter how many times he tries, the outcome is predetermined. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of bombs rang out one after another, and even the Medicine King's clothes were torn to shreds, making him look like a beggar. His skin was completely blackened, and his true appearance was no longer recognizable. The spectators wanted to laugh but dared not, and had to force themselves to hold it in. Oh shit! Another bomb exploded, and the Medicine King was so angry that he swore and almost overturned the stage. It's no use, no matter how many times you try, you won't succeed, Huaqiu said sarcastically. Even if you were given another 5 or 10 years, you still wouldn't be able to refine it. The Medicine King was so angry that his mouth twisted into a crook. He glared angrily at Huaqiu. If I can't refine it, do you think you can? What right do you have to laugh at this, Valley Master? The Medicine King said indignantly. Huaqiu smiled slightly. Do you think your prescription is particularly difficult? He said calmly. The greatest difficulty in writing this prescription by the Medicine King lies in controlling the heat to an abnormal degree. But for cultivators who are proficient in alchemy, the least worrying thing is controlling the heat. He stretched out his palm and moved his fingers slightly, and several medicinal herbs flew out from the stage. Call! Suddenly, flames erupted from Huaqiu's palm print, roasting and refining the medicinal herbs. The Medicine King's expression suddenly changed. In the art of alchemy, the importance of fire can be ranked first. The moment Huaqiu's pill fire appeared, it shook his mind. Even from a distance, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the flames. It was a flame that no other method of producing could compare to, it was full of life, as if it were alive. Just looking at the flames, the Medicine King had to look at Hua Qiu with new respect. A few minutes later, the medicinal herbs had fused together in Hua Qiu's palm. It was a reddish-brown pill. The Medicine King's expression froze. He knew that Hua Qiu had succeeded. Moreover, the quality of the pills was far better than his two limited successes, reaching the level of perfection recorded in the records. This is impossible, he couldn't possibly have made it. Yan Wuxin looked at the pill in Hua Qiu's hand from below the stage, his face extremely ugly. King Dingwu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned pale. The Medicine King failed many times, while Hua Qiu succeeded on his first try. The outcome is already decided. 370, Chapter 370 He can't save you. The Medicine King looked at Hua Qiu with a complicated expression. I failed so many times because of the flame, right? He asked. That's right, Hua Qiu replied. The fact that the Medicine King could recognize this shows he has some insight. I never imagined that there were alchemy techniques in this world beyond my comprehension, the Medicine King said with a wry smile. Does your alchemy skill have a name? Hua Qiu smiled faintly. It's just simple alchemy. Upon hearing this, the Medicine King's expression shifted again. You're saying this is alchemy from ancient sorcerers' books? He was very shocked. More or less, Hua Qiu said noncommittally. The Medicine King's emotions were in turmoil. According to the records in the Medicine King Valley, there were extremely advanced alchemy techniques in ancient times. The elixirs concocted by those sorcerers were truly miraculous, almost like elixirs of immortality. The Medicine King also tried to find it, but to no avail. He hadn't expected that Hua Qiu was in charge of alchemy. That's something on a completely higher level than alchemy, there's no comparison at all. I lost. The Medicine King lowered his head and said dejectedly. In the field of alchemy today, you are undoubtedly the best in the world, no one can compare to you. An uproar immediately erupted around them. Medicine King Valley holds a superior position, having dominated the title of the best alchemist for many years. Now, a medicine saint has suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and even the Medicine King has taken the initiative to admit defeat and feel inferior. They actually won so cleanly and decisively, without any suspense. Zhang Fanghua's expression was complex. The people here were shocked and amazed by Hua Qiu's medical skills. But what they didn't know was that Hua Qiu's greatest strength was his immense power. Compared to this, medicine skills are merely secondary. The Medicine King lost? King Dingwu's mind was a complete mess, he couldn't accept such an outcome. The Medicine King seemed to have suffered a great blow, which made him extremely anxious. If the Medicine King falls into despair, regardless of his life or death, who here can save him? My master can't possibly lose. Yan Wuxin suddenly shouted. Medicine Saint, you must have tampered with the pill formula, otherwise, with my master's abilities, he couldn't have failed to refine it so many times. He pointed at Hua Qiu and angrily rebuked him. No need for this, my skills are inferior to others, the medicine sage is indeed far superior to me, the Medicine King said, sighing. Master, Yan Wuxin's face was gloomy, and his heart felt heavy. He had originally hoped that the Medicine King could help him redeem himself. Now the Medicine King is actually convinced by that person, how is this possible? The pill formula I gave you is the formula for the longevity pill, Hua Qiu said coldly. Didn't your Medicine King Valley accuse me of plagiarizing your alchemy techniques and prescriptions? Why is it that even though we gave you the prescriptions, you couldn't refine them? Isn't this making you a laughingstock? Hua Qiu's question startled the Medicine King. What plagiarism? I, the Valley Master, never said such a thing. Medicine King exclaimed anxiously. I, the Medicine King, am a man of integrity and uprightness. If my skills are inferior, then my skills are inferior. How could I utter such slanderous remarks to you? As he spoke, the Medicine King's expression suddenly darkened, and he looked at Yan Wuxin below the stage. Wuxin, is this what you did? He demanded angrily. Yan Wuxin shrank back, not daring to utter a sound. Everyone understood. Yan Wuxin's posts on the black market forum were completely fabricated and maliciously slanderous against the medicine saint. Wuxin, how did I teach you? How could you do such a thing? You've completely disgraced Medicine King Valley. Medicine King scolded, exasperated. As the Medicine King continued to berate him, Yan Wuxin's expression turned cold. Medicine Saint, this matter is the fault of Medicine King Valley. I have lost face and apologize to you here. The Medicine King, his face grim, bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. The Medicine King was also a fairly upright person. Unfortunately, he took in a good-for-nothing apprentice. Wuxin, I order you to immediately apologize to the Medicine Saint. The Medicine King rebuked Yan Wuxin. Yan Wuxin's face turned pale and then red, showing no intention of apologizing. Wuxin, didn't you hear what your master said? Yan Wuxin snorted coldly. I refuse to apologize to him, he said angrily. Back at the Tang family, this man humiliated me severely. Now, I'm just using a little trick to force him to come out and fight you. What did I do wrong? I did nothing wrong. Yan Wuxin's expression gradually turned frantic. Master, you are the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley. Even the martial alliance of Xia Kingdom treats you with utmost respect. You are a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm. You are my mentor. Even if the medicine sage is more skilled in alchemy than you, so what? Why should we apologize to him? Who does he think he is? Given his repeated offenses to you, it's one thing that you don't teach him a lesson, but you actually make your disciple apologize to him. Is that reasonable? The Medicine King stared at Yan Wuxin in shock. Previously, Yan Wuxin had never shown such behavior in front of him, always pretending to be harmless and respectful to his teacher. Medicine King, your disciple is right, Hua Qiu said with a cold smile. Because even if he admits his mistake, I won't accept it, and I won't let him off the hook. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuxin quickly took a few steps back. Medicine Saint, my master is a transcendent martial saint. Do you really want to kill me in front of him? Yan Wuxin shouted, trying to provoke Hua Qiu into opposing the Medicine King. Medicine Saint, don't be so arrogant. You can't act so presumptuously in front of the Medicine King. King Dingwu knew he couldn't miss the opportunity, so he quickly stepped forward to chime in. He understood that only by turning the two against each other could he have a chance to survive. The Medicine King? Can he save you? Hua Qiu let out a cold laugh, his gaze turning icy sharp in an instant. Immediately, he stood on the stage and struck the two of them directly with a palm strike. Boom! A large palm print instantly pressed down on the two of them. Even before the seal descended, its powerful aura had already caused the two people on the ground to tremble. The spectators were stunned. A contest of alchemy skills has unexpectedly turned into this. Hua Qiu's decisive action in front of the Medicine King was even more astonishing. Is he really fearless? The crowd was filled with doubt and surprise. As the giant palm print was about to descend, Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuan were terrified, unable to dodge it. Master, help me! Yan Wuxin mustered all his strength and shouted out a sentence. Bang! The giant palm print exploded on their heads, but it did not harm them. In midair, the Medicine King landed with a complicated expression, standing in front of the two, opposite Hua Qiu. The Medicine King has finally made his move. Everyone was shaken. This means that things are already difficult to resolve today. The young Medicine Saint's alchemy skills surpassed those of the Medicine King, but in terms of actual strength, he was far inferior. To be honest, everyone was actually looking forward to this big battle. Medicine King, are you going to interfere? Hua Qiu gave a disdainful sneer. 371, Chapter 371. I'll kill, and you can't stop me. The Medicine King bowed to Hua Qiu. No matter how useless Wuxin may be, he is still my disciple, and I really can't bear to see him get into trouble, the Medicine King said helplessly. As for King Dingwu, although I don't know what grudge he has against you, his only son has already been deposed by you and is in a very miserable state. Perhaps we should show mercy and spare his life. Medicine Saint, could you please give me some face and not hold it against them anymore? I would be eternally grateful. The Medicine King looked sincere and even lowered his stance, using a consultative tone. But this also shows his attitude. He must protect Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang. Seeing that the Medicine King had finally intervened, Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang breathed a sigh of relief, and their expressions improved considerably. The Medicine King was a powerful, transcendent martial saint since he was willing to take action. Both of them believed that there would be no more danger this time. If Hua Qiu remains obstinate, he might even get to see the Medicine King teach him a lesson. The Medicine King is quite capable, he has shown all the proper etiquette. It is obvious that he is trying to save face for the Medicine Saint. Otherwise, with his strength at the Martial Saint level, no matter how dissatisfied the Medicine Saint is, he cannot cause any trouble in front of him, the spectators whispered among themselves. If the Medicine Saint is a smart man, he should take the easy way out. Otherwise, if a real fight breaks out, he will not be a match for the Medicine King. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu, waiting for his reaction. Hua Qiu's face was indifferent as he stared at the Medicine King without saying a word, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. Originally, upon learning that the false accusation had nothing to do with the Medicine King, he did not intend to hold it against him. But if he insists on interfering... Hua Qiu chuckled lightly, his tone cold. Hua Guosher, hold your hand. At the height of the tension, Zhang Fenghua suddenly shouted. Shouting as he went, he quickly arrived at the scene of the standoff. What, you want to interfere too? Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. Hua Guosher, how dare I interfere? Zhang Fenghua said with an embarrassed smile. Although I really want to persuade him, I know it's useless. I just want you to give me a little bit of time. After speaking, Zhang Fenghua faced the spectators. Everyone, an amazing battle is about to break out here. To avoid being caught in the crossfire and suffering heavy casualties, please leave immediately. Our warriors will assist you in evacuating this place as quickly as possible. He shouted, cupping his hands in greeting. The spectators all looked displeased. What do you mean by heavy casualties? It's clearly just an excuse to keep us from watching. Such a battle is extremely rare, why won't you let us see it? The group was very dissatisfied, but under the intimidation of the Martial Alliance branch, they were forced to withdraw. I'm really doing this for your own good. Zhang Fenghua shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is a battle between top-tier martial saints. The Ding family's premises were too small, so they even built 2 raised platforms in the middle. If a real fight breaks out, innocent bystanders will definitely suffer. In addition, the Martial Alliance did not want Hua Qiu's true strength to be exposed too much, and wanted to deal a major blow to the evil faction in the battle between good and evil. Within minutes, only a few people remained in the Ding family compound. The spectators did not leave outside Ding's house, they were waiting for a result. Branch manager, are you afraid that outsiders will see the Medicine Saint bowing his head to my master and want to save face for him? Yan Wuxin suddenly said with a sneer. Zhang Fenghua gave Yan Wuxin a strange look. I'm only trying to save face for the King of Medicine, he replied curtly. Yan Wuxin was taken aback. Even the Medicine King frowned slightly. Branch manager, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you out of your mind? Yan Wuxin reprimanded him with a stern face. Zhang Fenghua, do you really think the Medicine King is no match for him? That's utterly ridiculous. King Dingwu sneered. Zhang Fenghua shook his head again as he watched the 2 men, too lazy to say anything. He was about to die and still knew nothing. He looked somewhat pitying. Call. On the high platform, Hua Qiu stepped through the air and slowly walked down. His face was filled with murderous intent. Medicine Saint, do you really want to fight me? The Medicine King frowned even more deeply when he saw that the man's expression was not right. You are no match for me, and I do not wish to harm you. Please stop. Hua Qiu glanced at the Medicine King indifferently. I'll kill someone, and you can't stop me, he said calmly. Humph, how arrogant. Yan Wuxin shouted. My master is an extremely powerful transcendent martial saint. You wouldn't kill us in front of him, would you? I'm warning you, if my master makes a move, you'll either die or be seriously injured. Hua Guosher, you'd better think carefully about all the pros and cons. Ding Wuwang, who was afraid of death, also shouted. Hua Qiu said nothing, but simply raised a hand to the two of them. The Medicine King's face darkened, and his powerful internal energy emerged, swirling with light. Hua Qiu pointed two fingers of his outstretched hand at Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang. Whoosh! In an instant, two tiny lightsabers, each about the thickness of a finger, materialized and shot towards the two of them. Although there was no dazzling or grand display, the Medicine King's gaze immediately sharpened, and he dared not underestimate the two small swords. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from those two small lightsabers. That aura was extremely dangerous. The Medicine King dared not be careless and immediately mobilized a significant amount of internal energy from his dantian. Buzz. In an instant, with him as the center, the martial saint domain suddenly unfolded, enveloping Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang. The martial saint's domain had barely been deployed when the small sword was already upon it, shooting in. Order it for me! The Medicine King shouted, and the power of the field was applied. Wah! The powerful obstruction struck, causing sparks to appear on the blade of the small sword and emitting a piercing sound. However, although the two small swords were hindered, their speed did not decrease. What? The Medicine King couldn't help but show a look of shock. Regarding the domain power of the martial saint, there is a saying that truly reflects the martial saint. I reign supreme in this arena. Even martial saints of the same level would not dare to rashly enter the field set up by the opponent. However, at this moment, the Medicine King's martial saint domain was completely useless. He stared in astonishment as the two small swords moved through his field of energy as if they were nothing. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two small swords became blurry, their speed increased dramatically, leaving only a faint shadow, and even the Medicine King could not capture their complete trajectory. Not good. The Medicine King immediately went all out to activate the field. But it was too late. Two muffled groans soon came from beside him. He turned around in disbelief, his gaze frozen in place. Both Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang had a bloody hole between their eyebrows, from which blood gushed out. The Medicine King was stunned. How could this be? Yan Wuxin and Ding Wuwang were filled with horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't understand it. Despite being protected by the Medicine King and even having their powerful martial saint aura activated, why was Hua Qiu still able to attack them? They originally thought that with the Medicine King's intervention, there would be no more danger, and they even mocked Hua Qiu for daring to fight the Medicine King. Unfortunately, no matter how much they disbelieve or question it, the opportunity is already gone. Their life force quickly faded, and they collapsed to the ground. Bang bang! The Medicine King only came to his senses when he saw the two corpses fall to the ground with a thud. No! He looked at Yan Wuxin's corpse and let out a loud roar, his face filled with grief. Yan Wuxin was raised and nurtured by him, and their relationship was ultimately deep. The fact that he was now a corpse nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. I told you, I'm going to kill someone, and you can't stop me, Hua Qiu coldly repeated. 372, Chapter 372. My training was in vain. Those who hadn't left outside the Ding family villa heard the loud shout. It sounds like the Medicine King's voice, someone said uncertainly. No way, that voice sounds extremely agitated, as if something terrible has happened. The Medicine King is beyond the martial saint realm, what could possibly cause him such pain? Everyone had their own thoughts and vague guesses, but even they themselves dared not believe them. Inside the Ding family compound, the Medicine King trembled as he looked at his disciple's corpse. Medicine King, your judgment of people is truly terrible, Hua Qiu said without a trace of pity. I killed your disciple not only because he framed me, but also because of the Tang family. Your disciple colluded with the evil 10,000 poison sect to poison the Tang family matriarch, turning her into a bloodthirsty monster. I took the Tang family's 1,000 machine wood and promised to solve their problems, so you, my disciple, must die. Upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, the Medicine King became even more grief-stricken. You're talking nonsense, how could Wuxin do such a despicable thing? He refused to believe it and roared. Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to argue with you, Hua Qiu said unhappily. Since you were not involved in Yan Wuxin's disgraceful deeds, I will not hold it against you. Take your disciple's corpse and leave this place. After saying that, Huaqiu prepared to leave. The Medicine King clenched his fists, and veins bulged on his forehead. Endless anger was consuming his reason, and hatred was making his eyes turn red. Medicine Saint! He roared, like a wild beast panting. You killed my disciple, and you think you can just walk away like this? Huaqiu stopped and turned around to look at him with a cold face. What, you want to avenge your disciple? Okay, go ahead and do it. He stood there, his expression unchanged. The Medicine King gritted his teeth, staring at Huaqiu with a somewhat ferocious expression. Wuxin may have made mistakes, but why should he die? The Medicine King roared in grief. I don't know who you are, but you've made the Martial Alliance leaders send people repeatedly to plead with me not to fight you as I was setting off. Originally, I tolerated you because of your exceptional talent, and because it's not easy to find such a person in the Xia Kingdom, but now I won't give face to anyone. Boom! The Medicine King unleashed an extremely powerful aura, like a flowing river, ceaselessly surging forth. Those guarding outside the Ding family's residence were all terrified by the terrifying aura emanating from them. Is this the terror of a martial saint who has transcended the martial saint? How could the Medicine Saint possibly withstand it? He's doomed. Someone said, shaking their head. He's just young and impetuous after all. How could he possibly withstand the wrath of a martial saint? Sigh. Many people looked regretful. Boom. The Medicine King emitted a series of explosive sounds, like thunder, emanating from his body. The Medicine King was enraged, almost to the point of madness. His power was so great that even Zhang Fanwu was terrified and turned pale. Medicine Saint, you kill without a second thought. Your violent nature is too strong. Today, I, the Valley Master, will cripple your martial arts to prevent you from harming others in the future. The Medicine King said in a cold voice. Bang! He threw a powerful punch. The force of the punch swept directly toward Huaqiu like a tornado. Splash! The high platform inside the courtyard collapsed immediately, crashing down on Huaqiu below. Huaqiu impatiently flicked his sleeve. With that flick of his wrist, the power of the Medicine King's fist vanished instantly. With this flick of his wrist, Huaqiu's surroundings became clear. Within a 10-foot radius, the collapsed steel beams of the high platform were thrown out and crashed down several rooms of the Ding family's house. The Medicine King's breath suddenly faltered. Huaqiu's calm and effortless handling of his offensive surprised him. Snort! The Medicine King snorted coldly and clasped his hands together. A rainbow pierces the sun. With a cold shout, the Medicine King chopped with both hands, and a thick, emerald-green streak shot towards Huaqiu. This is the ultimate martial art of Medicine King Valley, capable of penetrating even the hardest diamond barrier. But Huaqiu didn't take it seriously. He began to walk towards the Medicine King, completely ignoring the powerful, rapidly approaching bolt of lightning. Upon seeing this, even the Medicine King was astonished. Bang! A turquoise ribbon shot towards him. Huaqiu extended a finger and flicked it at the string. The Medicine King's pupils shrank instantly, and his expression stiffened. The top-tier martial arts techniques of Medicine King Valley are invincible. When wielded by a powerhouse like him, its power is terrifying. It can even flatten an armored vehicle. But with just a flick of Huaqiu's finger, a scene that astonished the Medicine King unfolded. Splash! The thick ribbon seemed to have been hit by a fatal blow, and in an instant it was full of cracks, shattering into countless points of light like a piece of glass. Huaqiu remained expressionless as she continued walking towards him. The Medicine King's madness began to show some signs of sobriety. Just what level of cultivation does this Medicine Saint possess? He became increasingly doubtful. Huaqiu is very young, knows the alchemy techniques recorded in ancient texts, and his medicinal skills surpass his. It's impossible for him to be stronger than me. Stop right there. Seeing that Huaqiu seemed to ignore everything, the Medicine King was furious and kept launching his internal energy to try to stop Huaqiu's advance. This time, Huaqiu didn't even bother to stretch out her hands, walking forward with her hands behind her back as if she were strolling leisurely. A spiritual energy barrier appeared in front of him, and no matter what attack the Medicine King launched, it could not shake it. Instead, it was neutralized. The Medicine King's state of mind has changed. No attack could harm Huaqiu, which made him both anxious and angry. Ah! The Medicine King roared, his aura surging once more, as if he had used some secret technique to increase his strength. Huaqiu flashed and was already in front of him. "What are you about?" Huaqiu said calmly, raising his foot to kick out. Bang! The Medicine King, who was exploding with anger, immediately fell silent and was kicked away. The main house of the Ding family villa was smashed by the Medicine King, leaving a huge dent the gap. The Medicine King lay lifeless and motionless in the ruins. Is the Medicine King dead? Zhang Fengwa stared at the scene, his face pale and his mind unsettled. He had expected a terrifying, earth-shattering battle to erupt between Huaqiu and the Medicine King, but it turned out to be just a one-sided crushing defeat. Not dead. Huaqiu uttered two words. He had no intention of killing the Medicine King, he held back too much. Otherwise, the Medicine King would probably have died before he even had a chance to make a move. It took a while before the Medicine King crawled out of the ruins. His face was pale, blood was at the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of a bitter smile. Huaqiu's kick quelled his madness. I never imagined that after so many years away from the Central Plains, the Xia Kingdom would already have such a presence. The Medicine King sat beside the ruins, looking much older than before, and said weakly. His strength was no match for Huaqiu. This made him feel a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness. How could there be such a monster as you in this world? I have cultivated diligently for decades, and it has all been for nothing. He sighed to the heavens. Your Excellency Medicine King, please leave. Zhang Fengwa knelt on one knee before the Medicine King with a look of sympathy, earnestly pleading. He knew that if the Medicine King continued to pester him, Huaqiu would lose his last bit of patience. At that time, Huaqiu will have another martial saint's life lost. He was a very powerful martial saint in the Xia Kingdom, a solid force, and should not have died in vain at Huaqiu's hands. The Medicine King stood up silently, slowly walked to Yan Wuxin's body, and picked it up. In this life, I will never set foot in the Central Plains again. The Medicine King slowly uttered a sentence, then left with Yan Wuxin's corpse, his departing figure filled with desolation. Zhang Fengwa sighed sadly. Actually, the Medicine King is a very good person, he just misjudged him, he said. So I won't hold it against him, Huaqiu said calmly, then turned and left the Ding family. Outside the Ding family compound, everyone listened intently, but there was no sound from inside for a long time. Why don't we go in and take a look? Someone suggested. A few minutes later, everyone rushed in, only to be stunned by what they saw. The Ding family compound was in complete disarray, leaving only ruins and the corpse of King Ding Wu. Those two parties involved have long since disappeared without a trace. The outcome of this great battle remains a mystery, unknown to most. 373, Chapter 373 Underestimating. While the outside world was still wildly speculating about who would win the battle between the Medicine King and the Medicine Saint, Huaqiu was teaching Huatsong in the villa and hadn't left the house for several days. At noon that day, Huaqiu was cultivating. Master, someone outside requests an audience, Huatsong said, knocking on the door. No unauthorized personnel will be seen, Huaqiu replied. He said he's from the black market and has brought you fantastic news, Huatsong added. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow, got up, and left the room. A moment later, Huatsong led one person into the living room. Greetings, Mr. Hua. The man from the black market smiled and bowed to Huaqiu, his manner extremely respectful. So you're the head of the Jiangnan branch? Huaqiu glanced at him, his expression indifferent. Huaqiu has seen this person before. When I first went to the Sujian black market, it was this person in charge who personally led a group to greet me. What brings the head of the Sujian black market here in person? Huaqiu asked calmly. In Beishan, he killed the black market boss there. For some For some reason, after arriving in Suzhou, the Suzhou branch not only did not pursue the matter, but also treated him with courtesy and respect. Hua Qiu was puzzled by this. With the head of the Suzhou branch arriving today, Hua Qiu guessed that the black market organization might be about to make a move. Of course, he was fearless no matter what the action was. "Please don't say that, Mr. Hua, I can't accept it," the branch manager of Suzhou said awkwardly. "I've come here today simply to ask you to come to the Suzhou branch. Our branch leader would like to meet you." "What do you need me for?" Hua Qiu asked. "Of course it's good news," the Suzhou branch leader said with a smile, handing a list to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu took it and glanced at it, his gaze slightly narrowed. This list mainly consists of precious medicinal herbs, and it is a list that he commissioned his people to search for and purchase. Those medicinal herbs were extremely rare, which allowed Hua Qiu to refine some excellent pills. But what really caught Hua Qiu's attention were the first few items listed. Those were special materials used to create Yu Ziwei's physical body. Hua Qiu had commissioned different people to search for the items on this list, but now they were all arranged together. It's clear that the black market has done a lot of investigation. "What is your purpose?" Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. He was displeased that the black market investigation had reached him. "Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Hua, we have no ill intentions," the branch leader quickly said. "Our black market intends to help you, which is why we conducted some investigation. Please don't take offense. The branch leader invited you to meet because of this matter. We found the location of some materials." As he spoke, the branch leader pointed to several names on the list in Hua Qiu's hand. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. "The others are fine." But among the materials he pointed to, there were two that Hua Qiu desperately wanted to find. The main material for creating Yu Ziwei's physical body. Hua Qiu suddenly stood up. "Let's go," he uttered. "Please, Mr. Hua." The branch leader immediately led the way. Hua Qiu didn't believe that the black market organization was so kind. Offering unsolicited favors is either a sign of malice or theft. But the matter was of great importance, and even if the news was false, he had to go. As for conspiracies or anything like that, Hua Qiu had never considered them and wouldn't even give them a second thought. After several days, Hua Qiu returned to the black market, but his identity had changed drastically. When he first arrived, no one recognized him except the black market operators. But things are different now. He is a renowned medicine saint, the best in the world when it comes to medicine. I think I saw the medicine saint." Someone caught a glimpse of him, froze, and said with a mixture of surprise and doubt. "Really, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Immediately, people gathered around. After the battle at the Ding family, the medicine king and the medicine saint disappeared without a trace. Many people speculate that the medicine saint may have died at the hands of the medicine king, or he may have escaped with serious injuries. If he were to appear here, that would be truly unbelievable. Everyone looked in the direction the man was pointing, but they couldn't even see the medicine saint. The leader of the Jiangnan branch led Hua Qiu through a maze of paths, successfully avoiding the black market crowd and reaching the location of the black market's insiders. Hua Qiu then realized that the black market's construction and layout were also quite intricate, but he hadn't paid much attention to it when he came before. "Hua Guosher, please come in. The branch leader has been waiting for you for a long time." The branch leader led Hua Qiu to a spherical building and said to him. He himself stood to the side, refusing to take another step forward. Hua Qiu glanced at it casually, and without any hesitation, walked straight in. The interior of the spherical building was very empty, with almost nothing inside. Not a single person was seen. Bang! Hua Qiu had barely stepped inside when the door closed automatically behind him. "Oh!" Hua Qiu gave a slight, cold laugh, showing no sign of panic. He looked around and then stepped forward. "The atmosphere here is strange, even the gravity seems different." But Hua Qiu ignored it and walked very steadily. Da-da! His footsteps echoed all around, sounding lonely. After walking a few steps, Hua Qiu suddenly stopped. He looked up. Bang! Suddenly, a light shield descended upon them. Seeing this, Huaqiu neither dodged nor dodged, but stood still. In less than half a second, he was completely enveloped in the light shield. A few seconds later, footsteps could be heard from ahead. A man dressed in a black robe appeared, followed by the branch leader. The man in the black robe was wrapped up so tightly that his face was completely obscured. He only lifted his hat after he had walked to a distance from Huaqiu. He has an ordinary appearance, but his demeanor is extraordinary. I am Huaguosher, the branch leader of the Sujiang black market. I have long admired you. The man in black robes bowed to Huaqiu and said with a smile. You think you can trap me with this kind of barrier? Huaqiu said calmly, his expression as still as a calm lake. Huaguosher, don't underestimate this light shield. Sujiang, the branch leader, chuckled. This is the black market. This is something the organization's international headquarters spent over a decade and a great deal of effort researching and developing. This light barrier contains a peculiar force field. Once activated, even the strongest martial saint will be overwhelmed, and those below the martial saint level will not last more than a minute before their bodies explode and they die a violent death. Huaguosher, if you can survive for more than 10 minutes inside this light barrier after the force field is activated, we will release you and tell you all the information we have. The branch leader of Sujiang paused for a moment. By the way, don't even think about breaking through the light barrier. That's 10 times harder than trying to survive inside for 10 minutes. Huaguosher, it's about to begin, the Sujiang branch leader said with a smile. Then, the light shield began to flash, and the force field was activated. You underestimate me far too much. Huaqiu's expression darkened slightly. He lightly extended his finger and flicked it against the surface of the light shield. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Crunch! A crack about half a finger's length appeared on the light shield. In an instant, the expressions of the Sujiang branch leader and the person in charge changed drastically. 374, Chapter 374 The Black King's Appointment. The branch leader and the person in charge of Sujiang exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The light shield developed by the international headquarters of the Black Market Organization has a unique use for martial artists. Once covered, even a transcendent martial saint with extremely high realm and great strength would find it difficult to withstand for long. Their test for Huaqiu was to hold on for 10 minutes. The fact that Huaqiu could hold on proves that his strength has reached an unbelievable level, even surpassing that of the strongest martial saint among martial saints. However, at the very beginning, Huaqiu directly used his hand to pop the light shield, creating a noticeable crack. This surprised the two even more than he could last 10 minutes. Because that's practically impossible. Sizzle. Under their watchful eyes, the cracks in the light shield began to spread like a spider web, and in the blink of an eye, the light shield was covered with cracks. Splash! With a sound like shattering glass, the light shield suddenly broke, losing its hold on Huaqiu. He stood in front of the two men from the Sujiang branch with an indifferent expression, staring coldly at them. They actually broke the weapon-blocking shield. The branch leader's eyes widened in disbelief, all composure and elegance vanished. This was the first time he had ever lost his composure in front of Huaqiu. Although Sujiang's branch leader's expression wasn't as exaggerated, it was still one of surprise and disbelief as he looked at Huaqiu. It shouldn't be, it's impossible, the branch leader muttered to himself, his emotions surging wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. Black King said that there is currently no martial artist in the entire Xia kingdom who can break the weapon-blocking shield. Black King can't be wrong, so what's going on? In the entire world, only Lord Black King has the ability to break the weapon-blocking barrier. Seeing that he was losing his composure, the branch leader pressed down on his shoulder to prevent him from revealing too much. The branch leader calmed down a bit, but his shock was still hard to hide. Huaguosher, you are indeed, as that person said, a powerful figure who exceeded everyone's expectations, the branch leader said with a smile. Huaqiu frowned slightly. Who is paying attention to him? It's truly surprising that a black market organization could develop something like this, Huaqiu said calmly. That protective barrier was practically the bane of all cultivators. However, its strength was limited and it couldn't trap him. However, if a martial artist or a chi cultivator from the Xia kingdom below the second rank is trapped, there is only one way out: death. The power of technology is no less than that of cultivators. The black market organization's research into such things is definitely not simply aimed at dealing with Xia kingdom martial artists. Huaguosher, this is a weapon-blocking shield that the international headquarters spent more than 10 years developing. It is very difficult to mass-produce, and only the headquarters in the capital of the entire Xia kingdom has it, said Su Jiang, the branch leader. The one you just broke was just shipped from headquarters yesterday. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. This thing is good, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. We didn't expect you to destroy it so easily, the branch leader said with a wry smile. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, bring them on. Let me see what the black market organization is capable of, Hua Qiu said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the branch leader quickly waved his hand. Huaguosher, please don't misunderstand, our black market organization has no ill intentions towards you. What I did just now was merely a test of your strength. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. He didn't believe that. I killed the head of the Beishan black market, so I'm practically one of your higher-ups, right? I heard that person has connections with the head of the Xia Kingdom black market organization. Can't you do something to deal with me? Hua Qiu never believed in any good intentions without a reason. In this world, there is much scheming and weighing of interests among people. You're right. If someone did such a thing, it would damage the authority of the black market organization and be a provocation to the entire headquarters of Xia Kingdom. Even if he is a transcendent martial saint, he will eventually die at the hands of the black market organization, the branch leader said with a smile. However, Huaguosher is different from others. The black market organization will not pursue him. Hua Qiu frowned again. The reason, he uttered. Because you are the candidate for the chief inspector of the black market organization in Xia country. Hua Qiu was taken aback. The branch leader took out a purple gold token and knelt down on one knee before Hua Qiu. The branch leader takes the same action. Hua Qiu, a national hero, would you be willing to become the chief inspector of the Xia Kingdom black market organization? The branch leader asked loudly. Hua Qiu looked at the two of them indifferently. He had no idea what the black market organization was up to. He killed a high-ranking member of the black market organization, but instead of pursuing the matter, they entrusted him with an important task. Having cultivated immortality for thousands of years, he had already witnessed far too much deceit and treachery. There's no way the black market could have done this without ulterior motives. If they weren't plotting against him, then he must have some value that the black market organization could exploit. The chief inspector of the Xia Kingdom black market doesn't manage any affairs, but his authority and status are equivalent to the chief of the Xia Kingdom black market. The branch leader continued. After becoming the inspector general, it will be countless times easier for you to find or investigate anything than before. In terms of intelligence and manpower, no force in the world can compare with the black market organization. Even the martial alliance of Xia country is far inferior. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly strange. The black market is really generous. The leader of the black market organization holds a position even higher than that of the leader of the martial alliance. In a comprehensive comparison, the leader of the martial alliance is definitely not as good as the chief of the Xia kingdom. That level is enough to be called the underground emperor of Xia kingdom. The black market organization actually wanted to give him a position of this level. And you don't have to manage any affairs. This windfall is far too big. Who made the appointment? Hua Qiu asked. The appointer can only be that one person. The Black King, the founder and ruler of the black market organization. Hua Qiu's expression remained completely unchanged. Others listened. The mere mention of the name Black King would send shivers down one's spine. But he remained unmoved. Black King, creator of the black market. It is said to be an extremely mysterious entity. He never bothered to find out, nor was he interested in doing so. As a citizen of Xia, Hua Qiu had no fondness for such organizations that operated outside the law and held a transcendent status. He even considered that he might eradicate the black market organization from Xia when he had the time. The fact that he made such a decision shows that the so-called Black King is paying a lot of attention to him. Without a doubt, the Black King is aware of everything Hua Qiu has done so far. Hua Qiu had some experience with the intelligence system of the black market. Why did Black King make me the Inspector General? Hua Qiu asked again. The Black King's instructions didn't specify anything, only saying one sentence, the branch leader replied. In the entire secular world of Xia Kingdom, no one but you is qualified to hold this position. Hua Qiu's expression immediately hardened. Black King used the term worldly to define the scope. At Black King's level, the mundane world he sees is definitely not the same as the mundane world seen by ancient martial arts families. This Black King might know more than he does. What is he plotting? 375, Chapter 375. The target is in the capital. Hua Guosher, rest assured, there will be no downsides to your appointment as Inspector General. Seeing that Hua Qiu was slow to respond, the branch leader spoke with a serious expression. This will absolutely not conflict with your status as a national hero. In fact, you can make important decisions and lead the headquarters policies and actions. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. Could this Inspector General possibly control the overall direction of the headquarters? Other countries' Inspectors General may not be able to do it, but Hua Guosher, you can. Hua Qiu's expression changed. That's really quite unique. Black King, whom I've never met, is actually willing to grant him such great privileges. How can this be considered equal to the Grand Master? Even the Grand Master doesn't have that kind of authority. What exactly did the Black King see in him? I will not work for foreign organizations, Hua Qiu said coldly. He was, after all, a man of the Xia Kingdom, and he had his own sentiments. The existence of black market organizations, upon closer examination, is an extremely destabilizing factor for any country. Hua Guosher may not know this, the branch leader laughed. Black King is also a Xia citizen. In any case, he would not do anything detrimental to Xia. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. Is the Black King a person from the Xia Kingdom? This is rather intriguing. It is extraordinary that a person from the Xia Kingdom could create the world's largest organization. What does Black King want me to do? Hua Qiu asked the last question. The black market possesses the world's most advanced intelligence system. Even with the permissions granted by Lin Tianjiao, there was still a considerable amount of intelligence he couldn't access. He still has the authority to use the Inspector General's powers. As it stands, Lord Black King doesn't need you to do anything, the branch leader replied. The Black King's instructions indicate that he shares the same goal as you and will likely need your help in the future. At that time, you can choose to help or not. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened instantly. Same goal? What is the Black King's intention in referring to this? He doesn't know, nor does he care too much. I accept this order from the Inspector General. Hua Qiu reached out and took the Inspector General's order from the branch leader. With the mission accomplished, the branch leader and the branch manager breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. In half an hour, the news of your appointment as Inspector General will be conveyed to all branches in Xia Kingdom. From now on, anyone in the black market who sees the Inspector General's order will know your identity. Hua Qiu nodded. The two men respectfully led Hua Qiu out and into the meeting place. The branch leader clapped his hands, and immediately about 10 people carrying brocade boxes walked up to Hua Qiu. They knelt down on one knee and opened the brocade box to show Hua Qiu. Each brocade box contains an incredibly precious medicinal herb that you can't buy even if you have money. These are all rare medicinal materials on Hua Qiu's list. We have notified all branches in Xia Kingdom to search for and obtain the medicinal materials required on the Inspector General's list. This is what we have obtained in the past 2 days, which we present as a gift for your first day in office. Hua Qiu accepted it without hesitation. Information about those 8 special materials, Hua Qiu said with a serious expression. That was what he cared about most. Certainly. The branch leader quickly brought up a screen displaying the information Hua Qiu wanted to know. Of the 8 special materials you were looking for, we have only found some information on 2 of them so far, the branch leader explained. That ghost grass was once salvaged from the depths of the South China Sea by chance 100 years ago. We have already dispatched a fleet to sail far away until we find the ghost grass and return. As for the other one, the branch leader pointed to an image. It was a piece of orange-red jade-like stone, crystal clear. This marrow-cleansing jade is a supreme treasure in the martial arts world. Legend has it that it was discovered by the martial ancestor 800 years ago, and it can cleanse one's marrow and transform one's body. When it was discovered, it weighed 100 pounds, but now only a piece the size of a fist remains. This item appeared in the capital 3 years ago, and its whereabouts are now unknown according to intelligence. The former patriarch of the Xianyuan family in the capital is very likely to know the location of the marrow-cleansing jade. Because the former patriarch of the Xianyuan family is a transcendent martial saint and is in seclusion in the Xianyuan family territory, we are temporarily unable to make contact with him. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened slightly. The capital city. The qi refiner whom the Xia family patriarch knew was also in the direction of the capital. And he should know where the immortal realm is. It seems I need to make a trip to the capital, he muttered to himself. The capital city, the place where the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance headquarters had tried every means to get Hua Qiu to go. It is a place where hidden talents reside, with numerous martial arts families based there. It is the most prosperous place for martial arts in the entire Xia kingdom, with the most powerful practitioners. The Divine Physicians sect, hailed as the #1 sect in the world, is also located in the east, outside the capital. This trip is bound to bring many things to happen. Hua Qiu had no idea what kind of turmoil he would unleash over there. You continue to gather intelligence on other materials. I will personally retrieve this marrow-cleansing jade. After leaving a message, Hua Qiu departed from the Sujiang branch. The branch leader and the person in charge of Sujiang respectfully saw Hua Qiu off. Hua Qiu returned to the villa with a heavy heart. Huatsong was engrossed in his cultivation. Xia Ziwei was not there. Huatsong, I am going to the capital on business. You should cultivate here on your own, Hua Qiu instructed. Master, I'll go with you. Huatsong quickly said. Your cultivation level is too low, you can't help me much, Hua Qiu said, shaking his head. Come find me in the capital after you have cultivated to the foundation establishment stage. Huatsong became depressed after being told this. He watched Hua Qiu leave with bated breath, vowing in his heart to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage as quickly as possible. Hua Qiu went to the Xia family and found Xia Ziwei, who was with her mother Xia Kaiyan. Xia Ziwei, I'm leaving here, Hua Qiu said in a low voice. Xia Ziwei was stunned, her expression becoming complicated. I knew you would leave, but I didn't expect it to be so soon, her tone was tinged with sadness. Hua Qiu stared intently at Xia Ziwei. After Yu Ziwei fell into a deep sleep, he remained unaware. How should we treat Xia Ziwei? Xia Ziwei may have sensed his aloofness as well, often lost in thought, and deliberately kept her distance. Hua Qiu wanted to keep Xia Ziwei by her side. He was afraid that something might happen to Xia Ziwei while he was away, and that something might also happen to Yu Ziwei. But upon closer reflection, that would be too selfish. Take this piece of spirit jade. You must keep it with you at all times and never take it off. Hua Qiu took out a piece of jade and handed it to Xia Ziwei, solemnly instructing her. With this jade by your side, even if the god of war were to attack, he would not be able to harm you. Xia Ziwei trembled upon hearing this. If anything happens, be sure to contact me immediately. Even if it's thousands of miles away, I will come right away, Hua Qiu added. Xia Ziwei nodded gently. Then, I'll be going. After saying that, Hua Qiu slowly turned around and walked out. Watching his departing figure, Xia Ziwei opened her mouth, but said nothing, ultimately remaining silent. She stared blankly until Hua Qiu disappeared. Zuido, you like him a lot? Xia Kaiyan asked softly, looking at her daughter. But he doesn't love me, Xia Ziwei said softly. Xia Kaiyan was speechless, looking at Xia Ziwei with a pained expression. However, I will not compromise. Xia Ziwei said firmly again. 376, Chapter 376. My glorious cousin. Xia Kingdom Imperial Capital International Airport. The moment Hua Qiu stepped off the plane, her expression changed. He sensed something as soon as the plane landed, and now, standing on the soil of the capital, that feeling was even stronger. The capital of the Xia kingdom. This place is where the most abundant fortune of the entire Xia kingdom is concentrated. Huaqiao can feel that the dragon vein energy here is full of vitality and dynamism, far surpassing that of other regions in the Xia kingdom. Even the dragon vein spring where the Xia family lives is quite different from this place. If I could draw upon the dragon vein's energy to cultivate, my cultivation level might advance by leaps and bounds. A glint flashed in Huaqiao's eyes. Thanks to the blessing of the dragon vein, the amount of spiritual energy in the air of the entire capital city is more than twice as concentrated as that in the northern mountains. Huaqiao looked in a certain direction, lost in thought. That place is the center of the capital, the focal point where the dragon vein's energy converges. A great nation with a strong destiny naturally harbors some secrets. He stared in that direction for a moment before turning his gaze away. Huaqiao took out his phone and made a call home. I told my parents about my itinerary before I came, and my mother specifically told me to call her to let her know I arrived safely in the capital. Although Huaqiao now holds a prominent position, he is far away from home, and his mother is always filled with worry for him. After exchanging a few words with her mother, Huaqiao left the airport. Where should we go first? Huaqiao stopped at the crossroads. There are many things to do when you first arrive, and there must be a priority order. He took out a piece of black jade and examined it. After arriving in the capital, the fluorescence on the black jade stone became stronger. That Qi cultivator must have reached a critical moment of life and death, his aura so weak it's almost like that of a dead man. Otherwise, even if he were in seclusion in a far-off place, I should have been able to detect his location. Huaqiao's expression darkened slightly. He tried to probe the area as the plane was about to land, but failed to find the Qi refiner's location. I hope this person can overcome this life or death crisis. I am still counting on him to find the immortal realm, Huaqiao said, putting the black jade stone away. Beep beep beep. My phone suddenly rang in my pocket. Huaqiao took it out and glanced at it, then frowned slightly. It's an unfamiliar number with an address displayed as Beijing. Only a few people knew that he had come to the capital. He didn't tell anyone else, not even the Martial Alliance. Huaqiao hung up immediately, too lazy to answer, to avoid being bothered. But just as he took a step, the phone rang again. Hello? Huaqiao, have you arrived yet? It was a man's voice on the phone. Who are you? I'm your cousin, don't you have my number? Huaqiao was slightly taken aback. Cousin. He had almost forgotten about that person. Huaqiao's cousin is named Lu Xiaolong. He and Huaqiao grew up together and used to be very close. Later, Lu Xiaolong was admitted to a prestigious university in the capital, and the two lost contact. After graduating, Lu Xiaolong quickly married a female classmate from the capital city. He didn't invite anyone from his family when he got married, even his parents didn't know until afterward. I heard that he married a rich girl and reached the pinnacle of his life. After Huaqiao's accident, the family was destitute. The father humbly called Lu Xiaolong to borrow money, saying all sorts of nice things and even begging. In the end, Lu Xiaolong transferred 300 yuan to him. This incident deeply saddened Huaqiao. I still remember when we were young, we were like brothers and we even made a vow to share happiness and hardship together. He deleted Lu Xiaolong's contact information and never contacted him again. The voice on the phone sounded a bit more weathered, making Huaqiao feel as if she were in another world. Now that things have come to this, Huaqiao no longer harbors as much resentment, but she can no longer treat things the same way as before. Oh, it's my cousin, what's up? Huaqiao replied casually. Huaqiao's aloofness left Lu Xiaolong speechless for a moment. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the capital? If your mom hadn't told my mom, and then my mom hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known anything. I'm in the capital on some business, there's no need to trouble you, Huaqiao said. What are you talking about? Why are you arguing about trouble? Do you think I wouldn't care if you came to the capital? Have you gotten off the plane? I'm in the parking lot, come find me quickly. After Lu Xiaolong finished speaking, he seemed a little angry and hung up the phone. Huaqiao stood there with a frown on her face. To be honest, he didn't want to contact any relatives. Especially after his family's misfortune, he witnessed the true colors of various relatives, and now he feels disgusted whenever relatives are mentioned. After thinking about it, he still headed towards the airport parking lot. From a distance, Hua Qiu saw Lu Xiaolong standing at the entrance, waving frantically at him. Lu Xiaolong was also holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old girl, who was as cute as a porcelain doll. She waved to Hua Qiu with a smile along with Lu Xiaolong, her adorable appearance bringing smiles to the faces of those around her. Xinxin, this is your cousin, quick, call him cousin. Lu Xiaolong shouted. Uncle! The little girl called out sweetly to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu paused for a moment, then finally managed to force a smile. Your daughter? Yes, this is my daughter Jiang Xin, isn't she cute? Hua Qiu nodded. Hua Qiu, let's go. Lu Xiaolong waved his hand and pulled Jiang Xin inside. Lu Xiaolong's car was a brand new Mercedes-Benz, priced at nearly 1 million yuan. I just got a new car, what do you think, not bad, right? He said, showing off. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened, and she felt very uncomfortable. He drives a luxury car that costs almost 1 million. When his father humbly begged him for help back then, he only took out 300 yuan. What's the difference between this and giving alms to beggars? Seeing the smug smile on Lu Xiaolong's face, Hua Qiu even wanted to turn on him on the spot. But he held back. So what if others don't help? It's just a matter of weak family ties. Come on, come home with me, now that you've come to the capital, as your host, will treat you well. Lu Xiaolong seemed oblivious to the change in Hua Qiu's expression as he pushed him into the car. The Mercedes sped along and drove into a villa area. In places like the capital, every inch of land is incredibly valuable. Many social elites may spend their entire lives working hard in the capital and still not be able to afford a house. The villas here are quite luxurious. It seems that Lu Xiaolong married no ordinary rich girl. Lu Xiaolong drove the car into the large villa, where a servant came to take over and park the car. Hua Qiu looked around at the luxurious place and felt increasingly uncomfortable. How about it, I've been pretty generous by letting you stay here, haven't I? Lu Xiaolong asked with a smile. Hua Qiu said nothing. Lu Xiaolong, where the hell have you been? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Bang! A cup then flew out and nearly hit Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu frowned. Lu Xiaolong's expression immediately changed. A woman appeared at the door, looking arrogant and huffy. Wife! Lu Xiaolong called out and quickly went to greet him. My cousin's here, give me some face, he whispered to the woman. Face, you think you deserve to care about face? The woman rebuked Lu Xiaolong without any mercy. Who gave you permission to bring your relatives? What gives you the right to bring your relatives into my Jiang family? She pointed at Lu Xiaolong's nose and cursed him mercilessly. The woman glanced at Hua Qiu, her face full of disdain and contempt. Which of your relatives isn't a poor wretch? People like that stink up to nothing. If they came into the Jiang family, they'd pollute the air here. Do they even deserve to be in a place like this? Have you lost your mind? Lu Xiaolong looked extremely embarrassed. Hua Qiu stared at the arrogant and domineering woman, his gaze turning cold. 377, Chapter 377. A dignified immortal emperor, you make me live in a doghouse? Honey, please don't say that. Hua Qiu is my cousin, he's not the kind of person you think he is. Lu Xiaolong tried his best to explain. What do you mean not, Lu Xiaolong? Do you think I don't know what kind of people your relatives are? The woman said, glaring at him with disgust. She glanced at Hua Qiu. Look at his shabby appearance, he's probably just here to play the victim, right? Does he want money or something else? I'm warning you, if anything goes missing from my house, I'll call the police and have him arrested immediately. Lu Xiaolong's face was extremely ugly. He lowered his head and let the woman scold him, not daring to say a word back. Hua Qiu watched coldly, her heart filled with chill. Lu Xiaolong's parents always boasted to their relatives and friends that their son had married a wealthy heiress from the capital, but they never imagined he would live such a pathetic life. Hua Qiu had seen Lu Xiaolong's wife's disgusted and condescending attitude many times before. At that moment, he lost all interest in staying there. He wouldn't even bother to say a word to someone like that. People on completely different levels. Hua Qiu didn't say a word, and turned to leave. "Uncle, are you leaving?" A small hand grabbed his arm. Hua Qiu looked down at the porcelain doll-like little girl, a hint of tenderness appearing on her face. "Uncle, don't go," Zhang Xian pleaded, shaking Hua Qiu's hand. Hua Qiu looked slightly taken aback. "Hua Qiu, are you leaving?" Lu Xiaolong quickly looked over. "I have my own place to go, so I won't trouble you," Hua Qiu said calmly. "How can that be?" Lu Xiaolong immediately became anxious and ran over to grab Hua Qiu. "You're my cousin now that you've come to the capital, how can I not treat you well?" Lu Xiaolong turned around, his face also looking somewhat grim. "Zhang Tongtong, I hope you won't go too far," he said in a deep voice, his tone becoming more serious. "How dare you speak to me in that tone?" Zhang Tongtong's face turned cold instantly. "Lu Xiaolong, have you forgotten your surname? This is the Jiang family's place." Lu Xiaolong was immediately embarrassed. He lowered his head, his expression somewhat fierce. "My cousin has to stay here tonight, he's different from the other relatives." He practically roared as he said this, his eyes turning red. It was as if his dignity was roaring. Zhang Tongtong seemed startled and was stunned for a few seconds. "When I beg you, please don't treat my cousin like this," Lu Xiaolong said through gritted teeth. "Okay, Lu Xiaolong, I'll give you that face," Zhang Tongtong nodded. Lu Xiaolong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "There are no spare rooms at home. Jack has been sent to a sanatorium. Let him stay in Jack's room," Zhang Tongtong said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaolong's expression immediately froze. You're letting my cousin stay in the dog's room?" he said incredulously. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's gaze turned icy cold, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. He is the supreme immortal emperor. This woman actually wants him to live in a doghouse? This is an absolute insult to his character. In thousands of years, when has he ever suffered such an insult? Hua Qiu's face was extremely cold. If it weren't for the fact that the woman was Lu Xiaolong's wife, Hua Qiu would have almost unleashed the immortal emperor's sword, intent to completely annihilate her. Snort! Hua Qiu snorted coldly, turned around and left without lingering. Hua Qiu, wait. Lu Xiaolong held Hua Qiu tightly. Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. "Oh, you've got a temper now?" Zhang Tongtong sneered from behind. "What's wrong with the room Jack is staying in? Why are you complaining?" She looked at him with a puzzled expression. "My Jack's room is bigger than your living room in the countryside. I am already being very generous by letting you stay in his room, okay?" Zhang Tongtong acted as if Hua Qiu was being ungrateful. "Zhang Tongtong, shut up." Lu Xiaolong finally lost his temper. "You're insulting me by insulting my cousin. Are you trying to force me to completely break ties with you? How dare you yell at me?" Zhang Tongtong looked aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. "What are you all doing causing trouble outside?" An unpleasant voice rang out, and a middle-aged man walked out of the villa behind Zhang Tongtong. "Dad, Lu Xiaolong is just a poor relative, how dare he yell at me?" Zhang Tongtong cried, feeling wronged. Zhang Hong frowned, glanced at Hua Qiu, and then looked at Lu Xiaolong with a sullen face. Lu Xiaolong immediately became apprehensive. It was clear that he dared not be assertive towards this man and was filled with fear. "Look at yourself, what kind of behavior is this?" Zhang Hong scolded Zhang Tongtong. "I'm sorry, I haven't been very good at disciplining my daughter, please excuse me," he said casually. "Xiaolong, your relatives are here, so they are guests of the Jiang family. You can arrange things yourself. If Tongtong causes any more trouble, just tell me and I will teach her a lesson," Zhang Hong said to Lu Xiaolong. "Thank you, Dad," Lu Xiaolong said gratefully, bowing and scraping to Zhang Hong. "Alright, I have things to do at the company, I'll be going now," Zhang Hong said. The driver brought the car over, and he got in. "Dad, take care." Lu Xiaolong bowed respectfully as he saw him off, only daring to straighten up once the car had driven far away. Hua Qiu glanced at Lu Xiaolong and felt a pang of pity. He was extremely grateful to that person. But Hua Qiu, with his keen senses, could see it clearly. The man was polite in words, but he was indifferent to Lu Xiaolong to the core. That contempt and disgust was several times greater than Jiang Tongtong's. The Jiang family father and daughter treated Lu Xiaolong like a dog, showing him absolutely no respect. Hua Qiu, let's go, I'll take you to choose a room, Lu Xiaolong laughed. No, I have somewhere else to go, Hua Qiu coldly refused. He has no interest in having to put up with other people's opinions here. Hua Qiu, please don't go. Lu Xiaolong still held on, refusing to let him leave. Give me just for show, is that alright? He had finally managed to get the Jiang family to agree, and if Hua Qiu were to turn around and leave now, he would truly lose all face. Lu Xiaolong's pleading tone and humble posture moved Hua Qiu deeply. His heart was filled with sorrow. Is this still the same spirited cousin I used to know? That promising young man who once had ideals and lofty ambitions. How did it become like this? It was too long of groveling that turned him into this wretched state. Hua Qiu felt a mix of emotions. Back then, the two brothers shared a deep bond and swore an oath to share both good times and bad. Alright, Hua Qiu sighed and said. Alright, let's go, your cousin will definitely treat you well. Lu Xiaolong finally smiled. Jiang Tongtong, seething with anger, had long since disappeared. Hua Qiu looked at the luxurious Jiang family villa and at the smile on her cousin's face, and her heart sank. He ultimately couldn't hold too much grudge against those who were once as close as brothers. Lu Xiaolong, you live such a pathetic life, Hua Qiu thought to himself. I, Hua Kui, cannot stand by and watch. 378, Chapter 378, Finding Fault. Hua Qiu hadn't eaten at a roadside food stall in a long time. He sat with Lu Xiaolong at the food stall, as if they had returned to the old days. After ordering some grilled skewers and beer, the two cousins started chatting. After a few beers, Lu Xiaolong reminisced with Hua Qiu about the old days. Only at this time is he happy. A luxury car was parked next to the food stall. The owner was probably one of the young people at the other table. They brought along several scantily clad and glamorous girls, who were playing drinking games and groping each other on the side, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a street food stall. Lu Xiaolong drank several glasses of beer in a row, and his face turned red. Actually, he's never been a big drinker. Hua Qiu, do you remember that time when your dad called me to borrow money? He suddenly said. Hua Qiu remained silent. That's a thorn in his heart, and he still can't get rid of it. I remember, I sent your family 300 yuan back then, Lu Xiaolong said with a wry smile. 300 yuan, no one can afford to pay that much. But I had to beg and plead with the Jiang family's driver to borrow that 300 yuan. Lu Xiaolong gulped down a bottle of beer, his emotions extremely suppressed. Hua Qiu looked at him with a strange expression. My family all thought I was living a glamorous life after marrying into a wealthy family. However, in the Jiang family, I, Lu Xiaolong, am not even as good as a dog they keep. Lu Xiaolong slammed the glass down on the table, shattering it and spilling beer and blood all over his hands. Hua Qiu remained silent. Lu Xiaolong had been suppressing his emotions for too long, and he didn't even have anyone to confide in. Meeting him today was like opening the floodgates of his emotions. Back in college, I fell in love with Jiang Tongtong. We didn't use proper protection and she got pregnant. Since Jiang's family had no sons, her father asked me to marry into their family and made many promises to meet the time. I didn't think too much about it. Later I found out that Jiang Tongtong was a spoiled rich girl, extremely mean, always high and mighty, and full of contempt and disdain for my background. It turns out that the Jiang family has always looked down on me because of my inferiority complex. I tried to please everyone, but I couldn't earn their respect. Instead, they took advantage of me even more. Hua Qiu, do you know how I've survived these past few years? I've had no dignity, no self, and I've lived a life of utter humiliation. Don't be fooled by my good food and clothing. I can't control a single penny. All I can use are gifts from the Jiang family. I have to be mindful of their feelings and everything I do. I feel so stifled. If it weren't for my daughter, I would have left the Jiang family long ago, and I wouldn't be living like a dog. As he spoke, Lu Xiaolong, fueled by alcohol, vented his frustrations and began to cry. A grown man, crying with snot and tears all over his face, it was heartbreaking to see. Hua Qiu sighed. He was unaware that there was such a reason back then. He misunderstood Lu Xiaolong. Cousin, things will get better, Hua Qiu comforted him. I can help you, so you can hold your head high and never have to be beholden to anyone again. Lu Xiaolong was taken aback. Then, he gave a wry smile. Hua Qiu, I know your situation. Your cousin doesn't need you to worry about him, just take care of yourself, Lu Xiaolong said. One day, I, Lu Xiaolong, will stand tall and make the Jiang family never dare to look down on me again. He declared loudly. One day, I will make all those who look down on me look at me with new eyes. Lu Xiaolong wiped away his tears and forced himself to pull himself together. Bang! Suddenly, a beer bottle came crashing down, aimed directly at Lu Xiaolong's head. Given Lu Xiaolong's reaction time, there was no way he could dodge it. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened, and he reached out and caught the wine bottle. Wow! A woman exclaimed. Hua Qiu stared coldly in the direction from which the bottle had flown. It was that group of young people who weren't very old. The one who threw the beer bottle was a young man with dyed blonde hair. Lu Xiaolong, are you having an epileptic seizure here? The young master shouted coldly. 1 minute you're crying, the next you're barking like a dog, it's ruining my mood. Hua Qiu's face turned cold. These people over there are much noisier than them. That young master simply disliked Lu Xiaolong and harbored ill intentions. Or perhaps, he wanted to use Lu Xiaolong as a joke to amuse women. Lu Xiaolong glanced at the young master and his expression changed. So it's young Master Wang. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here, he quickly said apologetically. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you. I won't make any more noise, please bear with me. Lu Xiaolong was very humble towards the 17 or 18-year-old young master and dared not offend him at all. But the other party had no intention of letting him go. That guy is so despicable. Young Master Wang smashed a wine bottle on him, and he didn't even flinch. He even had to lick his boots and beg for forgiveness, a woman said mockingly. Of course, don't you know who young Master Wang is? How many people in this area dare to offend him, and who dares to disrespect him? A man flattered. Wang Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Do you believe I can make that dog come over and kneel down to apologize to me? He said with a smile. Young Master Wang, that's unlikely, isn't it? The beautiful woman beside him said deliberately. Then you'd better open your eyes and watch carefully. Wang Xiao looked at Lu Xiaolong, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lu Xiaolong, do you think an apology is enough? He said unhappily. You've ruined my mood. I am in a really bad mood right now, so, what do you suggest we do? Lu Xiaolong immediately looked troubled. What's with all this airs from a little kid like him? Hua Qiu said with disgust. You bastard, what did you say? Young Master Wang's face immediately darkened, revealing his anger. He stared coldly at Hua Qiu, his contempt evident in his expression, as Hua Qiu didn't seem to have any powerful connections. You bastard, you don't even recognize our young Master Wang, you're truly blind and have no respect for someone of high status. A boy stood up and pointed at Hua Qiu, shouting. What the hell, you dare to insult even young Master Wang, have you lost your mind? Hua Qiu glanced at these greenhorn kids and suddenly revealed a cold smile. He has never had any interest in destroying ordinary mortals or ants. However, there are always some people who are ignorant of their own limitations and insist on doing things their way out of control. I'm so sorry, my brother here doesn't know young Master Wang and he's had too much to drink, so he spoke without thinking. Please, young Master Wang, be magnanimous and don't hold it against him. Lu Xiaolong quickly stood up, bowing and apologizing repeatedly, looking terrified. At the same time, he frantically gestured to Hua Qiu with his eyes. This is the son of a major shareholder in the company. We must not offend him, otherwise, if Jiang Tongtong's father gets angry, I will have no place in the company. He said in a low voice. Lu Xiaolong, shut your dog mouth. Wang Xiao shouted coldly. You want me to let this slide? Fine, then have that bastard come over here and kneel down to apologize. He sneered. Lu Xiaolong stared blankly at Hua Qiu, his expression stiff. He can be obsequious. But Hua Qiu was unwilling and unable to bring himself to do it. He was willing to sacrifice his own dignity rather than see Hua Qiu lose her self-respect. Lu Xiaolong fell silent. What, do you want me to get angry? Young Master Wang's tone grew even colder. He. Hua Qiu chuckled and stood up from the chair. 379, Chapter 379 I won't accept your kowtow. Hua Qiu, you. Lu Xiaolong stared blankly as Hua Qiu stood up. Don't be impulsive, we can't afford to offend those rich kids. He quickly said. By the way, one should have self-awareness, otherwise it's just foolish. Sometimes, how can you survive if you don't know the times? Young Master Wang's face became even more mocking, and he said with a sarcastic expression. Look at Lu Xiaolong, how insightful he has been used to fawning over people all these years, and he's doing so well in the Zhang family. To be honest, I've always thought that Zhang Tongtong's child was probably someone else's, otherwise he would never have become the Zhang family's son-in-law. My brother was also interested in Zhang Tongtong back then. Wang Xiao and his group burst into laughter. Lu Xiaolong clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He was furious and wished he could silence those people forever. But he still endured it stubbornly. Is this how you've endured all these years? Hua Qiu asked, her gaze cold and sharp. What else can I do but bear it? I'm just too useless, Lu Xiaolong said, his head down, his eyes moist. Okay, Hua Qiu nodded. Now that I'm in the capital, you no longer need to tolerate this, nor will you need to tolerate it any longer. After saying that, Hua Qiu took a step and walked towards Wang Xiao and the others. Lu Xiaolong stared blankly at Hua Qiu. He didn't quite understand what Hua Qiu meant at first. But he knew Hua Qiu's personality. He certainly won't swallow his anger. Hua Qiu, no. Lu Xiaolong looked anxious and hurriedly tried to follow. Lu Xiaolong, you stop right there. Wang Xiao shouted coldly, stopping him. What I want is for him to kneel. Your kneeling won't do you any good. Young Master Wang said coldly. He thought Lu Xiaolong wanted to kowtow and apologize on Hua Qiu's behalf. Hua Qiu walked up to Wang Xiao and the others with an indifferent expression. Young Master Wang adopted a haughty and superior attitude, looking at him with amusement. He glanced at one of his underlings. The man understood and picked up an empty wine bottle. Smack! The empty wine bottle crashed to the ground in front of Hua Qiu, turning into a pile of glass shards. Clap clap clap. Several bottles were smashed in succession, leaving shards of glass scattered all over the ground. Wang Xiao sneered, pointed to the ground, and gestured for Hua Qiu to kneel on the glass shards and kowtow to him an apology. That way, it shows sincerity, he said. Kid, you've offended young Master Wang. This apology is already quite lenient of you. One of them sneered. It was quite ridiculous for a 17 or 18-year-old boy to speak to Hua Qiu in such a tone. Young Master Wang, is it? Hua Qiu glanced at the blonde-haired man with a mocking smile. What, you don't want to kneel? Young Master Wang's face turned cold. Today, you have to kneel, whether you like it or not, I said it. He straightened up and said fiercely. Someone like you think you can make me kneel? Hua Qiu mocked even more. Wang Xiao's expression changed. Hua Qiu casually picked up a beer bottle from the table in front of him. What do you want to do? The men looked angry. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold, and he raised the wine bottle and smashed it hard against Wang Xiao's head. Hua Qiu smashed people with wine bottles. It was both fast and ruthless. Bang! The beer bottle exploded on Wang Xiao's head before anyone could react. Ah! Wang Xiao cried out in pain, clutching his head as blood flowed uncontrollably. This scene stunned everyone. Lu Xiaolong, standing behind, widened his eyes in an instant, his expression shifting between light and dark, and he became terrified. You dare to smash me? Young Master Wang roared, pointing at Hua Qiu, his voice sharp with shock and anger. He never expected Hua Qiu to dare to attack him face to face, and he was caught off guard by the attack. "You bastard, you're asking for it. How dare you smash young Master Wang's property, you have an audacity beyond belief." For a moment, Wang Xiao's underlings were filled with indignation. They grabbed beer bottles from the table, some even grabbing folding chairs, and charged at Hua Qiu viciously, throwing things at his head. Hua Qiu wore a cold smile. The first person rushed forward, raised a beer bottle, and smashed it. Hua Qiu suddenly reached out and snatched the wine bottle from his hand in an instant. The man didn't even have time to be surprised. Splash! The beer bottle quickly smashed on his head, making him cry out in pain. Hua Qiu raised his foot and kicked. Bang! This person was sent flying, knocking over several people rushing towards him from behind. When they fell to the ground, they ran over the shards of glass. Ah! These people reaped what they sowed and were left battered and bruised. Seeing his underlings dealt with in an instant, young Master Wan was filled with shock, seemingly forgetting even the excruciating pain in his head. The women stared at Hua Qiu as if they were in a daze. Lu Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Although Hua Qiu had gotten into fights when she was in school, she never had skills like this. The key point is that Hua Qiu has made things so out of control that it's already beyond repair. The thought of the problems that would follow gave him a terrible headache. Hua Qiu glanced at the group, and no one dared to stand up and fight him anymore. He showed a disdainful expression. A bunch of young punks, trying to act tough in front of him. They were fortunate that Hua Qiu hadn't used any cultivator's power at all, otherwise, just that one strike would have left no survivors. Hua Qiu looked at that young Master Wang. Do you know how big a mistake you've made? Young Master Wang shouted in shock and anger. I don't know, why don't you tell me? Hua Qiu said with a teasing smile. My father is a major shareholder of the Jiang family business. Even in this vast capital city, he has considerable prestige. Who do you think you are to dare to oppose me? You think you're so great just because you're good at fighting? Humph, you blind fool, there are plenty of people in this capital you can't afford to mess with. Hua Qiu, what happened to you? Lu Xiaolong ran away. He came over, his face looking very unpleasant. Oh, right, and there's Lu Xiaolong too. When I get back, I'll immediately have my dad confront Jiang Tongtong's father and demand an explanation. Lu Xiaolong will still have to kneel down and apologize to me like a dog. And you can't escape either. Hua Qiu was in cahoots with Lu Xiaolong, so he naturally thought Hua Qiu was just an insignificant nobody who could be easily slaughtered. No matter how many times you kowtow to me, I will not let you go. Young Master Wang roared viciously. Lu Xiaolong's face turned pale. He knew the matter was beyond repair and was extremely anxious. Kowtowing? Hua Qiu sneered. I won't accept your kowtows even if you kowtow to me. Remember this sentence well. After saying that, he picked up another bottle and threw it forcefully. Splash! It hits Wang Xiao precisely, shattering and blooming. More blood flowed from Wang Xiao's head, and he screamed before fainting. It's over. Lu Xiaolong's heart sank to the bottom. 380, Chapter 380. You can't afford to reach me. Lu Xiaolong had no idea how he got back to the Jiang family. All he knew was that he was in a daze the whole way, and he couldn't even walk steadily. Hua Qiu had to help him walk. Whether it was the effect of alcohol or the numbness of his nerves, Lu Xiaolong seemed to be unconscious. Throughout the journey, he kept muttering the words, "It's all over, it's all over." It wasn't until he saw the Jiang family villa that Lu Xiaolong was jolted awake and gradually regained his senses. Hua Qiu, you've gotten yourself into trouble. He shouted anxiously at Hua Qiu. Wan Han's father is a major shareholder of the Jiang family business. He won't let us off the hook for injuring his son. It's over. I worked my way up to middle management in the company, and now I'm not only out of a job, but if Jiang Tongtong's father investigates, I can't take the responsibility. Lu Xiaolong held his head in his hands, squatted down outside the Jiang family villa, and looked bitter. Won't they look down on me even more now? Hua Qiu ruined my cousin. Look at your pathetic self. Hua Qiu rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, I've got everything under control, he said calmly. A mere shareholder of the Jiang family's enterprise is nothing special. Sigh, why are you even more impulsive than before? Completely disregarding the consequences, Lu Xiaolong stood up, his tone slightly reproachful. Don't worry about this, your cousin will handle it. After saying that, he glanced at the Zheng family villa, gritted his teeth, and went inside. Sure enough, Zheng Tongtong was standing fiercely at the gate, glaring at them menacingly. Lu Xiaolong, how dare you hit Wang Han, and beat him up like that? Zheng Tongtong pointed at the two of them and scolded them. Wang Han's father, Wang Haichuan, just called, furious, demanding an explanation from his father's made you so angry you had a heart attack. Lu Xiaolong hung his head, unable to utter a single word. Don't you know Wang Haichuan's influence in the Zheng family's business? For years, his faction has been at odds with our Zheng family, constantly fighting openly and covertly. Now that he's made trouble, who will take responsibility? Can the two of you bear that responsibility? Lu Xiaolong, you've disappointed me so much. I told you long ago, none of your relatives are any good, but you still insisted on protecting them. Now look what happened. You're happy now? Zheng Tongtong launched into a tirade of accusations, leaving Lu Xiaolong thoroughly humiliated. She pointed and berated, and Hua Qiu was also dragged into it. Shut your dog mouth. Hua Qiu said coldly. If you weren't my cousin's wife, you wouldn't be able to say a single word in front of me. Zheng Tongtong glared angrily at Hua Qiu. You've got a temper now, you've caused such a huge mess, and all I did was say a few words to you and you dare to talk back. Don't forget where you are right now. You have no self-awareness. Ali told you long ago, all of you so-called relatives are the same, poor and arrogant, complete troublemakers. Zheng Tongtong revealed that disdainful and disgusted expression again. Hua Qiu's gaze was icy. In an instant, the temperature around us seemed to drop sharply. His expression startled Zheng Tongtong. You don't even want to hit me, do you? She took 2 steps back. This is the Zheng family home, and no one is allowed to behave improperly here. A voice rang out. Zheng Tongtong's father, Zheng Hong, came out, his face stern and dignified. Dad, look at this guy, he even tried to hit me, he's completely lawless. Zheng Tongtong quickly ran behind him and complained. Zheng Hong offered a slight reassurance. Xiaolong, you should know what the consequences will be now that things have escalated like this, Zheng Hong said calmly to Lu Xiaolong. Dad, I know, Lu Xiaolong gave a wry smile. You've really disappointed me. Zheng Hong said coldly. Dad, I'm sorry, Lu Xiaolong lowered his head. Your relative assaulted someone and should be punished accordingly. Wang Haichuan has already called me and brought his men to arrest him. I will not stop him, and you must not make any move. Lu Xiaolong was stunned. He had originally wanted to ask Zheng Hong to protect Hua Qiu. Dad, Lu Xiaolong began to plead. Shut up, do you think you have any other choice? Zheng Hong's face turned cold, and he shouted sternly. If it weren't for Tongtong's sake, I wouldn't have cared about you. I've already saved you, aren't you grateful? Lu Xiaolong was speechless. After you came to the Zheng family, we provided you with food and clothing, and this is how you repay us? Zheng Hong looked down at Lu Xiaolong, his expression extremely cold. Lu Xiaolong's face was ashen, and he couldn't utter a single word. Alright, that's settled then. Hand your relative over to Wang Haichuan. As for what to do with him, don't worry about it, just do as I say. If you dare to disobey, get out of here. Zheng Hong spoke in a flat tone, full of impatience. To get rid of Lu Xiaolong was really like getting rid of a dog. Throughout the entire ordeal, he never once looked at Hua Qiu before casually proclaiming Hua Qiu's guilt and fate. In his eyes, Hua Qiu was nothing more than a poor relative of Lu Xiaolong from the countryside, and there was no need to care about him at all. His fate could be decided so easily. It was a kind of superiority that could be felt without it being expressed. Hua Qiu watched all of this with a cold eye. No, I can't hand over my cousin. Lu Xiaolong gritted his teeth, looked up, and forcefully uttered those words. Dad, I beg you, I'll take the blame myself, please don't hand him over to Wang Haichuan. Lu Xiaolong, are you an idiot? Don't push your luck. Zheng Tongtong scolded him in exasperation. Zheng Hong's expression was indifferent. Lu Xiaolong, do you think I'm discussing this with you? He was still very impatient. Get your place before you talk to me. Lu Xiaolong showed a somewhat desperate expression. He. Hua Qiu suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Zhang Hong for the first time, he turned his gaze to Hua Qiu, his brows furrowing and a look of displeasure on his face. What are you laughing at? How can you still laugh? Are you stupid? Zhang Tongtong asked, puzzled. Hua Qiu ignored them completely. He stepped forward and helped Lu Xiaolong up. Lu Xiaolong stared at him blankly. What a fine Jiang family, what a fine upper class, so noble, Hua Qiu said sarcastically. You have such power to decide someone's fate with just a few words. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. Young man, you don't seem to be very smart, he said casually. If you're smart, you should know how to make a wise choice instead of arguing and venting with me here, because it's pointless. Hua Qiu sneered. It's ridiculous how arrogant and self-righteous they are. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, he said coldly. You cannot decide my fate, you have no right to decide it, and you are not worthy to decide it. You think your Jiang family is so great, you're nothing but a fart in my eyes. You treat my cousin like a dog, so I'll make him reach a level you can't even dream of. Hua Qiu's words made Lu Xiaolong's eyes widen. Zhang Tongtong stomped her feet in anger. Zhang Hong's face darkened instantly. 381, Chapter 381 The Medicine Saint has arrived. Hua Qiu, what are you saying? Lu Xiaolong looked at Hua Qiu with a surprised expression. What Hua Qiu had just said was truly unbelievable to him. You think we can't afford to associate with you? Ah, that's hilarious. Zhang Tongtong laughed loudly, furious. Look at yourselves, are you alright? Are you out of your mind? She found Hua Qiu utterly ridiculous, what she said was laughable. Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow. Then I'd like to see how you managed to make my Jiang family unable to reach you, he said calmly. He showed no disdain. He felt that it was unnecessary to be dismissive, and he didn't even take Hua Qiu's words seriously. However, before that, you should think about how to deal with Wang Haichuan's attack. After saying that, Zhang Hong turned and walked into the villa. Tongtong, see the guest out, that was all he said. Poof, Lu Xiaolong, go outside and reflect on your actions, come back and beg me when you've thought things through, Zhang Tongtong said coldly. Bang! She slammed the villa's large iron gate shut. Lu Xiaolong stood there blankly for a long time, as if he had lost his soul. He knew he had been kicked out of the Jiang family. They used to compromise and endure humiliation, but now they've completely torn off the mask of civility. Inside the villa, Zhang Hong sat in the living room and pulled up the surrounding surveillance footage on his computer. Hua Qiu and Lu Xiaolong were in the same surveillance camera. In another surveillance video, several cars drove into the road outside the villa. Wang Haichuan has brought his men, let's see how they handle this. Zhang Tongtong said angrily from the side. That Lu Xiaolong, he'll be begging us for help eventually. Let him suffer a bit first, Zhang Hong said calmly. Outside the Zhang family villa, inside a business van. Wang Haichuan's face was icy cold as he twirled a string of beads in his hand. He glanced back at Wang Han, whose head was wrapped tightly in gauze. Instead of having Wang Han taken to the hospital, he led the group directly to the Zhang family's residence. He wanted to seize the opportunity to make trouble and demand an explanation from Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong, you've handed this opportunity to me yourself, so don't blame me for taking advantage of it. He said coldly. Dad, no matter what, I will make those two pay a terrible price, or I will die with my eyes open. Wang Han shouted with deep hatred. Shut up. Wang Haichuan glared at him. I told you a long time ago to stop hanging out with thugs every day and to go learn something useful, but you just wouldn't listen. Wang Han's momentum waned. But they dared to beat you up like this, even if they don't die, I'll make them skinned alive. Wang Haichuan said with a sinister expression. Although he is a businessman, he used to be a ruthless character. As the Zhang family villa came into view, his gaze grew increasingly cold. Suddenly, Wang Haichuan's phone rang. He took it out and glanced at it, his brows immediately furrowing. What trick is Zhang Hong playing? he doesn't care about his son-in-law's life or death. Wang Haichuan was very puzzled. That old fox, no matter what tricks you're up to, I don't believe you can really just watch me kill that son-in-law and do nothing. He sneered. Soon, they were only a few dozen meters away from the Zhang family villa. The car slowed down. Inside the villa, Zhang Hong, who was watching the surveillance footage, suddenly froze. He had been watching Wang Haichuan and his group's movements, but as he followed them, he suddenly saw two strangers on the road not far from his villa. Those two people were very strange. One person was kneeling on the road, motionless, while the person next to him was on the phone. What's going on? Zhang Hong's face darkened. The Zhang family is wealthy, and criminals often covet their property, so the villa is surrounded by security. These two people had appeared near the villa without anyone noticing, and their behavior was strange. Zhang Hong wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't been observing Wang Haichuan's movements. As the van passed the two men, Wang Haichuan glanced at them, then specifically looked at the kneeling man and saw his face. After glancing at it, he looked away. But after the car had gone a few meters, his body suddenly jolted. Reverse! Wang Haichuan shouted in surprise. He felt like he'd seen that face somewhere before. It seemed he had seen that face before when he had dealings with people in the underworld. The van reversed. Wang Haichuan stared intently at the person. The kneeling person happened to look up and glance at him indifferently. In an instant, Wang Haichuan's expression turned terrified. Third Master Dongfang. He blurted out a few words in a low voice. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Han asked curiously. Wang Haichuan's expression shifted for a moment, then he quickly opened the car door and got out. I actually ran into the third master of the Dongfang family here, he muttered to himself. The name of the East is renowned far and wide. That was one of the super-rich families in the capital, a true giant of the Xia kingdom. Compared to the Dongfang family, the Zhang and Wang families are worlds apart. In the capital, only super-rich families like the Dongfang family are the true rulers. Whether in terms of economy or power, they stood at the top of the Xia kingdom. The third master of the Dongfang family was once a highly respected figure in the underworld. He is neither involved in business nor politics, and ordinary people outside the government are unaware of his name. But to people in the underworld, he was a highly respected figure. This third master was also a national hero, holding a high position. When Wang Haichuan had dealings with people in the underworld before, he had the privilege of meeting this important figure. Seeing Dongfang San's strange behavior by the roadside, he was shaken and unable to remain calm. He decided to stop and pay a visit. Mr. Gu, will that gentleman really come out? Don't try to fool me. Third Master Dongfang knelt on the ground and said to the person next to him. He answered the phone. Don't worry, he said he'll be out soon, the person next to him replied. I will kneel here and try to move him with my sincerity, only he can save my grandfather, said Master Dongfang. At this moment, Wang Haichuan came over. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Get out of my way! Master Dongfang shouted, his face darkening. Third Master, don't you remember me? I'm Wang Haichuan. Wang Haichuan quickly said, trying to get on his good side. What Wang Haichuan? I don't know him. Third Master Dongfang said unhappily. Have you forgotten that 8 years ago at Shishan Manor, I had a conflict with a gangster, and it was the manor owner who asked you to mediate? Master Dongfang thought for a moment and seemed to have some recollection of it. Do you have something to say? If not, then leave, he said impatiently. Despite being reprimanded like this, Wang Haichuan still had a smile on his face. Third Master, I happen to be here on business, and seeing you here, how could I not come to pay my respects? What is this? He cast a strange look at him. Master Dongfang was immediately embarrassed. Third Master has something to discuss with the medicine saint. It just so happens that I was ordered to come to the capital to establish a branch of Yume Makeup Company. He specifically asked me to bring him to see the medicine saint. This is Third Master's way of showing his sincerity, said the person next to him. What, the medicine sage is here? Wang Haichuan was immediately shocked. Today, the name of the medicine sage has spread throughout the entire Xia kingdom, where he is highly respected and holds a transcendent status. His reputation has surpassed that of the medicine god in the capital. He is a truly top-tier figure. The fact that even a dignified scholar like Master Dongfang, a core member of the Dongfang family, had to be so humble and subservient to the medicine saint filled him with even greater alarm. "Where is the medicine saint? Could you introduce me to him?" Wang Haichuan suddenly perked up. Master Dongfang glared at him, and he fell silent. "The medicine sage is here!" Gu Manting suddenly shouted as she looked ahead. They all quickly looked over. They saw two people walking down ahead. "It's them!" Wang Han exclaimed excitedly. "Those two damned bastards, Dad, avenge me!" he shouted excitedly. 382, Chapter 382 Unfilial Son. Kneel down. The show is about to begin. Seeing Hua Qiu and Lu Xiaolong walking towards Wang Haichuan and the others, Zheng Hong smiled faintly and said, "I heard Wang Haichuan used to be a ruthless character. They're in for it now." Zhang Tongtong sneered. She hoped that the two of them would suffer, then Hua Qiu would be punished, and then Lu Xiaolong would come to her in a humble manner to apologize. Outside the villa, Wang Han became extremely agitated. He glared fiercely at Hua Qiu and Lu Xiaolong, wishing he could tear them to pieces. Therefore, he loudly begged Wang Haichuan to avenge him. Upon hearing Wang Han shout, Wang Haichuan's expression immediately darkened. Upon seeing Lu Xiaolong, he knew that the person next to him must be the culprit who had injured his son. His expression was cold and stern as he was about to give the order to capture the two men. Mr. Hua Qiu. However, Gu Manting took the initiative to go forward first. Seeing Gu Manting's beaming smile, Wang Haichuan was instantly stunned. He's not stupid, how could he not realize the problem? Could it be called that young Manha is the medicine saint? Wang Haichuan's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were also wide open. At that moment, he was deeply shocked. He never imagined that the person who injured his son would be the famous medicine sage. Wang Haichuan was both shocked and frightened. Who is the sage of medicine? Leaving aside his terrifying influence, the revenue generated by his beauty makeup alone is astronomical. Even Wang Haichuan can only look up to such economic power. Especially now that Yume Makeup has received official support from the Xia Kingdom and is getting the green light everywhere, the connection behind it is intriguing. Wang Haichuan glanced again at Dongfang San, who was kneeling on the ground and worshipping Hua Qiu from afar, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The powerful Dongfang family needed the medicine saint's help, and even someone of Dongfang San's high status had to kneel to greet him. Is that medicine saint someone Wang Haichuan can touch? Putting everything else aside, if he dared to make even the slightest move, Third Master Dongfang would probably jump up and skin him alive. Wang Haichuan's face began to turn pale. Mr. Hua Qiu. Gu Manting ran forward and respectfully bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded. This startled Lu Xiaolong. After all, Gu Manting nowadays doesn't look like an ordinary person, she's a definite success story. The sudden appearance of such a person, who treated Hua Qiu with utmost respect, naturally surprised Lu Xiaolong. Hua Qiu, this is Lu Xiaolong was full of questions. Cousin, this person is Gu Manting, the head of Yume Makeup's Beijing branch, Hua Qiu introduced. Oh, beautiful makeup and styling. What would beautiful makeup and styling? Lu Xiaolong pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed. Is it that Yume Makeup Company, the one that sells longevity pills and youth-preserving pills? He looked surprised. If we're talking about which company is currently the most popular in Xiagua, then it has to be Yume Makeup. A small company in Jiangnan province has risen to become a top-tier enterprise in Xia Kingdom in a short period of time, demonstrating its immense strength. That's something the Zheng family's business can't compare to. Yes, that's the one. Hua Qiu nodded. Lu Xiaolong was even more surprised. The head of Yume Makeup's Beijing branch, that's a big shot, isn't it? Even if Zheng Hong comes out, you still have to greet him with a smile. It's unbelievable that someone of this caliber would treat Hua Qiu with such respect. Lu Xiaolong even doubted that what he was seeing was an illusion. After all, Hua Qiu was once disabled, came from a poor family, and had never even attended university. Logically speaking, Hua Qiu shouldn't have such influence. We'll talk about it later, Hua Qiu said, looking ahead. He immediately spotted Third Master Dongfang kneeling on the ground. Lu Xiaolong also looked over. However, what he saw were Wang Haichuan and his group. In an instant, Lu Xiaolong's face turned ashen. Oh no, his expression tightened, his face filled with fear and dread. Mr. Hua Qiu, that's the third master of the Dongfang family in the capital. He has something he wants to ask you for help with, and he specifically asked me to bring him here to find you, Gu Manting said with a smile. I really couldn't refuse, and we have business dealings, so I had no choice but to bring him along. Please forgive me. Understood. Hua Qiu nodded. I am Dongfang Ju of the Dongfang family, paying my respects to the medicine saint. Dongfang Sani bowed deeply to Hua Qiu and called out. The Dongfang family. Lu Xiaolong's body jolted violently, and his mouth gaped open. How many eastern families could the Xia kingdom have? The only family that dares to call itself the Eastern family is the Eastern family of Nanshan in the capital. Who could possibly command such a grand gesture from the Dongfang family? Lu Xiaolong asked incredulously. He was so shocked that he was stunned when he heard the words Eastern family that he didn't hear what came after. Please, medicine saint, save my grandfather's life. Dongfang Ju pleaded earnestly, prostrating himself on the ground. If the medicine saint does not agree, Dongfang Ju will kneel here forever. He shouted. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He disliked this method of supplication, finding it somewhat coercive. Mr. Medicine Saint, the Dongfang family are our business partners, and Third Master Dongfang is also acting out of filial piety. If you were able, why not help the Dongfang family? Gu Manting bowed to Hua Qiu and pleaded for Dongfang Ju. Lu Xiaolong heard the bow and the words Medicine Saint clearly. Boom! He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind went completely blank for a moment. My poor, down-on-his-luck cousin has actually become a medicine master. The renowned and highly respected medicine sage of the Xia kingdom. At that moment, Lu Xiaolong completely froze, as if in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Excessive surprise and shock have very similar effects. The medicine sage Hua Kiwi's the medicine sage? My cousin is a medicine master? How is this possible? Oh my god, how can this be? Tsam am I dreaming? Lu Xiaolong could barely speak properly, as if he had lost his soul. He simply couldn't describe how he felt at that moment. Unparalleled shock, immense joy. Lu Xiaolong almost fainted. Hua Qiu, you really are the medicine saint? He stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Yes, that's me, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Lu Xiaolong staggered a few times, feeling dizzy. He still felt it was impossible, it was all too fantastical. Let me calm down, I really need to calm down, Lu Xiaolong murmured. Hua Qiu looked at him with a smile. On the other side. Wang Han stumbled and groped his way out of the van. He stared at the two men with boundless hatred. Dad, it's him, it's him. He walked to Wang Haichuan's side, saying repeatedly. Dad, avenge me, avenge me. He shouted. Wang Haichuan's face immediately turned pale and then red, revealing a deep sense of terror. He glanced at Hua Qiu over there, his heart filled with dread. He glanced at Wang Han again and immediately hardened his heart. In an instant, Wang Haichuan kicked Wang Han hard in the knee, causing him to lose his balance and collapse. You unfilial son, kneel down and kowtow to Master Yaosheng to apologize. He roared. 383, Chapter 383 Kowtowing and Apologizing. Wang Han was kicked to his knees by his father, and he was completely stunned. He looked at Wang Haichuan with surprise and confusion. Dad, what's wrong with you, why are you making me kneel? It hurts so much, how could you kick me so hard, I'm injured. He grumbled a few words and then tried to get up. Seeing this, Wang Haichuan quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to prevent him from getting up. Wang Han's physique was naturally no match for his father. Dad, what exactly are you trying to do? Wang Han was furious and started speaking rudely. Sir, shut up. Wang Haichuan glared at him coldly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Wang Han was so frightened that he shrank his neck. He was even more confused. To his recollection, Wang Haichuan had never shown such a fierce expression in front of him. Wang Han, you better listen to me properly, Wang Haichuan said in a low voice. If you want to live, you'd better listen to me and do as I say, otherwise, even I won't be able to save your life. Wang Han was stunned upon hearing this, completely bewildered. He couldn't understand Wang Haichuan's meaning at all, let alone why his all-powerful father had become so timid and hesitant. But Wang Haichuan didn't give him a chance to ask questions. Wang Haichuan bent down towards Hua Qiu from a distance. Please forgive me, Master Medicine Saint. He shouted loudly. Wang Han was completely stunned. His own father actually bowed and begged for forgiveness from the bastard who had injured him. Wang Han couldn't accept it. Inside the Jiang family villa. Splash! Jiang Hong dropped the teacup, which shattered with a crisp sound. His gaze froze, fixed on the scene on the surveillance screen. What's going on? Jiang Tongtong also opened her mouth wide, showing an incredulous expression. Wang Haichuan arrived with his son to demand an explanation. They had been watching coldly as Hua Qiu's fate and Lu Xiaolong's setback unfolded. But what happened on the surveillance footage was completely unexpected. It's even unbelievable. The Jiang family father and daughter both knew very well what kind of person Wang Haichuan was. Even Jiang Hong, the chairman of the Jiang family business, couldn't control him and was full of fear of him. But how could such a ruthless character do something so outrageous? He not only kicked his injured son to his knees, but also bowed deeply to Lu Xiaolong's poor relative. The Jiang father and daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. Is Wang Haichuan alright? What makes someone like that so reverent? Jiang Tongtong felt a sense of disorientation, as if the world had turned upside down. Jiang Hong also couldn't hide his surprise and began to ponder. What exactly is Wang Haichuan up to? His brows furrowed even deeper. Outside the villa, Wang Haichuan was bent over, not daring to straighten up. Lu Xiaolong, who was initially very nervous, showed an expression of disbelief. Wang Haichuan, didn't you come here to interrogate me? How did it turn out like this? Does the title of Medicine Saint have such a great deterrent effect? He murmured, his heart filled with astonishment. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at Wang Haichuan, and at Wang Han, who was kneeling on the ground, his face full of resentment and hatred. I, Wang Haichuan, have failed in my duty to educate my son. My son was blind and did not recognize my greatness, offending the Medicine Saint. I am deeply ashamed and have brought my son here to apologize to the Medicine Saint. Wang Haichuan said emphatically. Wang Han was completely dumbfounded. Not recognizing a great person despite having eyes. Should I apologize? Daren't we here for revenge? Wang Han said blankly. Smack! In response, Wang Haichuan slapped him hard across the face. You unfilial son! Wang Haichuan looked furious, as if he were about to explode. Do you know who you've offended? He's the renowned medicine saint of our Xia kingdom, a figure no less than the medicine god of the capital. Wang Haichuan roared. Wang Han was stunned. The medicine saint. He never expected that Hua Qiu would have such a background. The medicine god knew. The medicine sage had heard of it twice. After all, the youth preservation pill invented by the medicine sage was something all women dreamed of, and he had heard the women around him talk about it. Even if the medicine saint is remarkable, surely he shouldn't be so fearful of his father? Wang Han was unaware of the implications and felt deeply wronged. Dad, it's just a medicine saint, isn't it? He said softly, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. You know nothing. Wang Haichuan said coldly. He lowered his voice again. See that guy kneeling over there, he's the third-ranked ruthless character in the Nanshan Dongfang family. Wang Han's face turned pale instantly upon hearing this. A spoiled brat like him can only show off in the marketplace, he can't compare to the sons of real wealthy families, let alone a ruthless person like Master Dongfang. Even Master Dongfang could only kneel here and beg Hua Qiu. Wang Han was instantly terrified. Even if it's unclear, it's enough to prove the terrifying power of that medicine saint. If the medicine saint gets angry, without him even saying a word, that third Master Dongfang could bring our Wang family to ruin. Wang Haichuan added. Wang Han dared not show a trace of hatred on his face again. Even his body shivered. How could such an important person associate with a good-for-nothing like Lu Xiaolong? Wang Han felt like he was swallowing a bitter pill, unable to express his grievances. Although he was arrogant, he was also perceptive and would not provoke people with powerful backgrounds. They really mistook Hua Qiu for an insignificant person. You unfilial son, why don't you kowtow and apologize right now? Do you want to kill everyone in the Wang family? Wang Haichuan said viciously. How could Wang Han dare to say anything more? I was wrong, please forgive me, medicine saint. He kowtowed repeatedly, shouting incessantly. This scene naturally caught the attention of the Zhang family, who were closely monitoring the surveillance footage. The father and daughter were even more astonished. Lu Xiaolong's expression was also extremely complicated. There was a time when Wang Han was someone who rode on his head, defecating and urinating on him, and bullied him at will. He always spoke humbly and tried to please everyone. Now, Wang Han, injured by Hua Qiu, has to kneel on the ground and kowtow repeatedly, begging for Hua Qiu's forgiveness. How dramatic is this? What are you guys doing? Dongfang Ju, who was also kneeling on the ground, glared coldly at Wang Haichuan and his son. He had come to ask for a favor, but the father and son beat him to it, so he was naturally very unhappy. Third Master, I'm sorry, I will personally visit you to apologize afterwards. Wang Haichuan could only offer an apology. Hua Qiu walked over with Lu Xiaolong, his face cold. Wang Haichuan bent down even lower. Wang Han didn't even dare to lift his head, trembling with fear. Do you remember what I said? Hua Qiu said calmly. Wang Haichuan was completely baffled, but dared not ask. Wang Han shuddered. He thought about it for a moment, then felt as if struck by lightning. He recalled a sentence Hua Qiu had said during the conflict. I wouldn't accept your kowtow even if you begged me. In an instant, Wang Han's heart and soul trembled. 384, Chapter 384 70% shares. Wang Han panicked. Medicine Saint, I was blind. If I had known you were the Medicine Saint, I would never have dared to offend you like that. Please, have mercy on me. He didn't know what to say, so he could only keep kowtowing and apologizing. Mr. Medicine Saint, my son has been very offensive. If you are still not satisfied, please tell me and I will punish him severely. Wang Haichuan quickly added. Hua Qiu remained indifferent. Wang Haichuan and his son were immediately filled with unease, wondering what he was thinking. What, have you offended the Medicine Saint? Dongfang Ju's face tightened, his expression darkening. He stared menacingly at Wang Haichuan and his son, a murderous aura emanating from him. Mr. Medicine Saint, if you find it troublesome, I can do it for you with the strength of my Dongfang family. I can certainly help you vent your anger. Dongfang Ju bowed to Hua Qiu and said. Immediately, Wang Haichuan and his son tensed up. Wang Haichuan knew Dongfang Ju's ruthlessness well. If he were to make a move, Wang Han would be either dead or half dead. Third Master, please don't make a move. He shouted quickly. Master Medicine Sage, please tell me how to calm your anger. Even if you want one of my son's arms or one of his legs, I will do it. Wang Han's face turned pale and bloodless. For one's own father to say such a thing indicates that the situation has become extremely serious. He had no doubt that Wang Haichuan would actually do it once that person opened his mouth. I'll do anything you want, as long as you can calm down. Wang Han said through gritted teeth. Lu Xiaolong's expression grew increasingly complicated. The person who had bullied him so much was now so pathetic in front of him, having even abandoned his dignity and become utterly humiliated. Cousin, can you calm down? Hua Qiu asked Lu Xiaolong. Me? Lu Xiaolong was taken aback and pointed to himself in confusion. What right do I have to speak here? They're asking for your forgiveness. It has nothing to do with me, he said with a forced laugh. He's used to being humble. If you put him in charge, he'll feel lost and helpless. Hua Qiu looked at Wang Haichuan and his son. Did you hear that? He asked indifferently. We understand, we understand. Wang Haichuan quickly replied. He quickly stepped forward and came to Lu Xiaolong's side. Mr. Lu, my son has offended you greatly, and I apologize to you here. He bowed deeply to Lu Xiaolong and said sincerely. Lu Xiaolong was immediately at a loss. After all, this was someone he usually treated with respect at the company. In the past, Wang Haichuan wouldn't even bother to say a word to him, his attitude full of contemptuous indifference. Young Master Luno, Mr. Lu, I'm a bastardy, did many terrible things to you before, please give me a chance, I'll do anything to make it up to you, please. Wang Han was also very perceptive, he quickly knelt down and moved forward, kowtowing to Lu Xiaolong repeatedly. Lu Xiaolong stared blankly. To be honest, he had fantasized about such a scenario. When the fantasy becomes reality, I feel a great sense of relief. This was all thanks to Hua Qiu. What's this? Didn't Wang Haichuan and his son never take Lu Xiaolong seriously? Why should Wang Han kowtow to him? Inside the Zhang family villa, Zhang Tongtong stared at the surveillance footage in disbelief. Zhang Hong's face was ashen, also filled with doubt and confusion. They knew Lu Xiaolong's status best. What could have caused Wang Haichuan and his son such fear that they would act this way towards Lu Xiaolong? Zhang Tongtong found this change very difficult to accept. Because if Lu Xiaolong becomes successful, he will escape her control. The problem is most likely with that person 9 times out of 10, it lies with him. Zhang Hong pointed to the kneeling Dongfang Ju. Who is he? Why did he kneel and beg Lu Xiaolong's relative, and why is he able to make Wang Haichuan so afraid? He asked a series of questions. Cousin, can you calm down? Hua Qiu asked again. Lu Xiaolong stammered, unable to speak. See, my cousin is still angry. Hua Qiu said coldly. Mr. Lu, I kowtow to you, I kowtow. Wang Han went crazy and kept kowtowing to Lu Xiaolong, his forehead hitting the ground and leaving bright red bloodstains. Mr. Lu, if you really can't forgive my son, why don't you listen to my suggestion, Wang Haichuan said, bowing his head. I can give you 30% of the shares I own in the Zhang family business as an apology, how about it? 30%. Lu Xiaolong's breath hitched upon hearing this. Wang Haichuan's shares in the Zhang family's enterprise are second only to the Zhang family, making him a figure who can rival Chairman Zhang Hong. His 30% stake is no small amount. Only 30%? Is this your sincerity? Dongfang Ju suddenly interrupted and shouted. Wang Haichuan's expression immediately froze. 50%, I'll give you 50% as an apology. He shouted. Snort. Dongfang Ju snorted coldly. 70%, I'll give you 70%. This is truly the best I can offer. Wang Haichuan's face was extremely grim. Dongfang Ju looked at Hua Qiu. Master Medicine Saint, what do you think? He asked. Don't ask me, it has nothing to do with me, Hua Qiu said calmly. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Wang Haichuan understood immediately and quickly asked Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong's mind was reeling. 70%, that's too much, that's really too much, he said, still shaken. Then 70%. Dongfang Ji shouted. I will go back immediately to prepare the share transfer agreement. Once Mr. Lu signs and stamps it, he will become the second largest shareholder of the Zhang family business. Wang Haichuan said. Go ahead, Hua Qiu waved his hand. Well, me son and I will take our leave now, is that alright? Wang Haichuan asked cautiously. Get lost, Hua Qiu waved his hand impatiently again. Thank you so much, Mr. Medicine Saint, thank you so much, Mr. Lu. Wang Haichuan said again. He bowed again, overcome with gratitude. But when he turned around, his heart was bleeding, and he showed an expression of extreme heartache. They went to the Zhang family villa with a large entourage to demand an explanation, but ended up not only failing to get any explanation, but also losing 70% of the Zhang family's company shares. Dad, isn't this too much of a blow? Wang Han asked timidly. It's all your fault, you unfilial son. Wang Haichuan cursed angrily, feeling utterly disappointed in his son. I never expected that person would be the medicine saint. Wang Han shrank his head, his voice barely audible. If there were a way to undo regrets, he would take it without hesitation. The father and son got into the car and drove away quickly. Lu Xiaolong was still not quite back to his senses. So I become the second largest shareholder of the Jiang family business? He felt like he was dreaming. Previously, all he wanted was to stand out in the company and make those who looked down on him look at him with new respect. This is just the beginning, Hua Qiu said calmly. I told you, I'll make you someone the Jiang family can't even dream of befriending. 385, Chapter 385. What does a martial saint fear? That's 70% of Wang Haichuan's shares. Lu Xiaolong trembled, overwhelmed with excitement. With these shares, I become the second largest shareholder of the Jiang family business besides Jiang Tongtong's father. I'm the person with the most say. If Jiang Tongtong and the others find out, will they still treat me the same as before? Lu Xiaolong revealed a look of ecstatic joy. Hua Qiu, thank you, you're like a lucky star sent from heaven. He said to Hua Qiu with immense joy. I'm going to tell them, let's see how they'll kick me out then. Lu Xiaolong said angrily, and started to walk back. Why are you going back? Hua Qiu grabbed him and said unhappily. From now on, you won't have to put up with the Jiang family's attitude anymore. Do you still expect to fawn over them? Lu Xiaolong paused. Cousin, remember this, I won't stop you from going back to the Jiang family, but only if they beg you to go back. Lu Xiaolong was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. That is unlikely, right? He hesitated. Why not? Hua Qiu asked seriously. What's so great about the Jiang family's business? I'll make you the head of Yumei Makeup's Beijing branch and your spokesperson for my medicine saint. Lu Xiaolong was stunned. Can I really do it? He said blankly. If I say you can, then you can. Hua Qiu said coldly. Gu Manting, observing the situation, immediately put on a smile. Mr. Lu, my name is Gu Manting. I am temporarily in charge of the construction of the capital branch. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. He extended his hand to Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong mechanically shook hands with him. Mr. Lu, our Dongfang family has a cooperative relationship with your company. We hope you will take good care of us in the future. Dongfang Ju, who was kneeling, also cupped his hands in a smile to Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. It should be me asking the Dongfang family for their help, he said, sweating profusely. The capital city to the east is such a colossal entity that he cannot treat it with a calm mind. Mr. Lu, please don't be so disrespectful to the Dongfang family. You are the representative of the medicine saint. Dongfang Ju quickly said. Lu Xiaolong was taken aback. He glanced at the calm Hua Qiu. He finally realized the immense influence Hua Qiu had bestowed upon him. The medicine sage, the foremost physician in the Xia kingdom, held an extremely high position. As the spokesperson for the sage of medicine, his stature can never be low. Hua Qiu, I never dared to imagine that I would be where I am today, he said from the bottom of his heart. Cousin, I never imagined you would become so amazing. You changed my destiny, thank you. Hua Qiu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Dongfang Ju of the Dongfang family, is that it? What do you want from me? Stand up and speak. He glanced at Dongfang Ju and slightly raised his hand. In an instant, an invisible force lifted the giant's body up. Dongfang Ju's eyes widened immediately, utterly astonished. He is a martial artist at the martial venerable realm. Hua Qiu merely raised his hand, and a mysterious force easily lifted him up. If this power is used to kill him, he will be powerless to resist. There have long been rumors that the medicine saint is a powerful expert, and now it seems that the rumors are true, Dongfang Ju mused. His gaze toward Hua Qiu now held a hint of awe. Dongfang Ju thanks the medicine saint first. After bowing, Dongfang Ju stood up from the ground. I asked Mr. Gu to bring me here this time because I want to ask the medicine saint to help save my grandfather who was on the verge of death. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment. Tell me, what's the situation with your grandfather? My grandfather's situation is rather complicated. Dongfang Ju showed an embarrassed expression. I wonder if the medicine saint has heard of the great battle between good and evil 13 years ago? I've heard of it, Hua Qiu nodded. 13 years ago, my grandfather, as one of the strongest fighters in the Righteous Alliance, joined forces with a group of experts to attack the mountain gate of the evil sect, the 10,000 Poison Sect. The 10,000 Poison Sect claims to be the best in the world at using poison, and they are extremely vicious. When we attacked the fifth hall of the 10,000 Poison Sect, my grandfather was ambushed and poisoned by more than 10 kinds of deadly poisons. He was also attacked and suffered severe internal injuries after returning from the 10,000 Poison Sect. He was tormented by a variety of deadly poisons and could only rely on his powerful martial arts skills to endure it. During this period, we naturally invited many famous doctors to come and treat him, but the poison he had was too much and too complicated, and the famous doctors were powerless and dared not rashly treat him. At this point, Dongfang Ju breathed a sigh of relief. We've invited people from Medicine King Valley, the medicine god from the capital, and even members of the elusive divine physician sect, but they only temporarily suppressed the onset of the poison, which then flared up again shortly afterward. My grandfather's cultivation has been almost completely destroyed, and his life is hanging by a thread. Just then, the name of the medicine saint spread throughout the Xia kingdom. Even the valley master of Medicine King Valley admitted that he was inferior to you. I knew then that my grandfather's true savior had appeared. Master Medicine Sage, please save my grandfather, he's really dying. As long as you can cure him, our Dongfang family will agree to any condition. Dongfang Ju bowed deeply to Hua Qiu, pleading once more. It's just poisoning, nothing serious, Hua Qiu said calmly. He had already wiped out the 10,000 Poison Sect. He destroyed all 13 of the 10,000 Poison Sect's infamous halls. He had probably seen all the strange and deadly poisons of the 10,000 Poison Sect, so he didn't take them seriously. Master Medicine Saint, I'm relieved to hear your words. Dongfang Ju said excitedly, his face beaming with joy. Let's go. To the Dongfang family. Hua Qiu was about to set off. Mr. Medicine Saint, please wait a moment. Dongfang Ju's expression turned strange, as if he found it difficult to speak. If you have any other questions, just say them, Hua Qiu said. This problem is quite tricky, Dongfang Ju said embarrassedly. My grandfather had been using his cultivation to resist all kinds of poisons, but not long ago, he could no longer hold on and suffered a qi deviation. He is now extremely aggressive. He gets very agitated if anyone gets close, thinking that they are trying to assassinate him and that he will attack them. Some people have already paid with their lives for this, Dongfang Ju sighed. If the medicine saint were to treat him, there's a high chance he'd be attacked as well. His voice trailed off. I thought it was a big problem, nothing serious, Hua Qiu said nonchalantly. Cough. Master Medicine Saint, my grandfather, his cultivation level is beyond that of a martial saint. After saying that, Dongfang Ju looked at Hua Qiu nervously, afraid that Hua Qiu would refuse. When you are being treated, all the experts from the Dongfang family will help suppress the illness, but we can't guarantee that they will be able to suppress it. Mr. Medicine Saint, are you afraid? Fear? Hua Qiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He's nothing more than a transcendent martial saint. 386, Chapter 386 The Challenge of the Capital's Genius. Hua Qiu told Gu Manting to take Lu Xiaolong away first. Regarding the affairs of the capital branch, he decided to first let Gu Manting guide Lu Xiaolong, and then support him to the position of general manager. Hua Qiu, on the other hand, followed Dongfang Ju to the Dongfang family. Seeing that everyone had left, Jiang Tongtong became anxious. Lu Xiaolong is leaving already? He actually dares to leave? She shouted angrily. She only wanted Lu Xiaolong to bow his head and humbly beg her. She didn't really intend to drive him out of the Jiang family. Things didn't go as she had planned. They've left, but coming back won't be so easy, Jiang Hong said coldly. Go find someone and investigate who that man, whom even Wang Haichuan fears, is, and find out why he knelt before Lu Xiaolong's cousin, he ordered. For some reason, this matter bothered him and made him restless. What's the point of investigating this? Didn't Wang Haichuan used to have connections with people in the underworld? That guy probably has some kind of shady background. I figured it out a long time ago. he's no good. You know what kind of person Lu Xiaolong is. What important relatives could he possibly have? Zhang Hong frowned, feeling that it wasn't that simple. No matter what, we must find out the truth. Jiang Tongtong had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The Dongfang family is located in the southern mountains of the capital. It is a martial arts family with a long history, and its ancestral home is far away from the city. Dongfang Zhu respectfully led Huaqiu to the gate. Several people were already waiting in front of the Dongfang family's gate. They were excited when they heard the news from Dongfang Zhuchuan. Mr. Medicine Saint, they are all key members of our Dongfang family. Dongfang Zhu introduced himself to Huaqiu. I have met the sage of medicine. They all bowed to Huaqiu with great respect. The Dongfang family is one of the most prestigious families in Xia Kingdom, but none of them dared to show the slightest disrespect to Huaqiu. On the one hand, it was because they needed someone's help, and on the other hand, it was because Huaqiu was now famous and held a prestigious position. His skill in refining longevity pills and martial king pills alone would be enough to make even a martial saint hesitate to act arrogantly. Such a person would receive the highest level of treatment wherever he went in the Xia Kingdom. Master Medicine Saint, we of the Dongfang family are truly grateful that you agreed to come and treat us. One of them said, bowing. Excuse me for asking, but how confident are you about my father's condition? Huaqiu shook his head slightly. The group of people froze for a moment. You have absolutely no confidence? They looked at each other in bewilderment. Dongfang Zhu was also stunned. It's not difficult at all, Huaqiu said calmly. The group was surprised again upon hearing this. Sir, you haven't even examined the patient's condition yet. No need to look, none of the poisons from the 10,000 poison sect can stump me, Huaqiu said confidently. The members of the Dongfang family remained silent. They all felt that Huaqiu was being a bit arrogant. Everyone knows that the 10,000 poison sect is the best in the world at using poison. Even the leaders of the Divine Physician sect wouldn't dare to say such a thing. The Divine Physician sect is also known as having the best medical skills in the world. Third brother, is this medicine saint really reliable? Someone leaned closer to Dongfang Zhu and asked in a low voice. Dongfang Zhu was also somewhat unsure. No matter what, he is a master of medicine, so we have to let him give it a try, he said helplessly. Mr. Medicine Saint, did the third brother tell you about the old man's qi deviation? Brother Dongfang asked again. You're talking too much nonsense. Are you going to treat it or not? Huaqiu said impatiently. Treat him, of course we must treat him, please don't blame us, Master Medicine Sage, we were just worried about you. Just take me there, Huaqiu said. No matter how many questions the members of the Dongfang family had, they could only keep them to themselves. However, Huaqiu's arrogance made them doubt their chances. Master Medicine Saint, please. Dongfang Zhu continued to lead Huaqiu the way. Just as I stepped through the gate, I was blocked from entering. Ahead, a young man with an extraordinary air stood. He was about the same age as Huaqiu. This person exudes a powerful aura and possesses an extremely sharp and piercing presence. Huaqiu could tell his martial arts cultivation level at a glance. This young man must have just broken through to the martial venerable realm not long ago. His aura wasn't quite as composed yet. In the Xia Kingdom, apart from the prodigies of ancient martial arts families, any secular martial artist who reaches the martial venerable realm at such a young age is considered a peerless genius. When Huaqiu was first recognized as a martial venerable in Beishan City, it caused a great stir in the martial alliance, even alarming the alliance leader. It's not hard to guess that this young man is the most dazzling prodigy of the Dongfang family. At this moment, he stood in front of the group, exuding his aura, his eyes fixed on Huaqiu, his face ashen. Huaqiu immediately frowned, his face showing displeasure. Dongfang Lan, what are you trying to do? Dongfang Zhu seemed to have seen through his thoughts and quickly reprimanded him sternly. The medicine saint is here to detoxify and cure the old man. He is a distinguished guest of our Dongfang family. How dare you act so presumptuously here? Get out of the way at once. However, Dongfang Lan remained motionless. Dongfang Lan, listen to me, get out of the way right now. The others also frowned, telling Dong Fanlan not to block the way. Dong Fanlan ignored him and kept her eyes fixed on Hua Qiu. So you're the medicine saint? He asked in a deep voice, sounding somewhat flippant. Dong Fanlan, don't be rude. The men shouted coldly. Dong Fanlan remained unmoved. I heard that you taught a disciple who was able to defeat a martial venerable expert with the cultivation of an 8th-grade martial artist? He asked, staring at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu saw through Dong Fanlan's competitive spirit. You want to fight my disciple, but he's not here. If you want to fight, you can go find him in Sujiang yourself, he said indifferently. No, Dong Fanlan shook her head. Your disciple is indeed remarkable, but to have reached the 8th rank of cultivation at the age of 15, and to be able to defeat a martial venerable despite being of a higher level, one truly deserves the title of genius. But he is ultimately a junior, and the one he defeated was just a pseudo-martial venerable with a shallow cultivation level. I could have done the same when I was at the 8th rank. I'm more interested in you, Dong Fanlan said, pointing at Hua Qiu. You're not much older than me, and to have taught such a disciple, you must be quite extraordinary, but your name isn't on the Xia Kingdom's Azure Dragon ranking. You're truly hiding your true abilities. Now that you're here, a battle between us is inevitable. We must settle this once and for all. Hua Qiu frowned and glanced at Dong Fanlan. These so-called geniuses are all competitive and eager to win. All those fancy rankings like the Azure Dragon ranking and the Prodigy ranking were just child's play to him. He had no interest in fighting Dong Fanlan. Is it meaningful for adults to hit children? How dare you look down on me? Dong Fanlan saw Hua Qiu's expression and a hint of anger appeared on her face. 387, Chapter 387. You're bragging. Dong Fanlan was truly furious. Which peerless genius isn't arrogant? He considered himself to be among the top geniuses in the entire Xia Kingdom, and was naturally full of arrogance. The indifference and disdain in Hua Qiu's eyes directly touched a nerve. I, Dong Fanlan, am ranked 3rd on the Azure Dragon ranking in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Even the 2 ranked ahead of me do not dare to underestimate me. Could it be that you are more powerful than them? Dong Fanlan said indignantly. Make your move, let me see your strength, let me see what you're so proud of. He got into position, determined to have a fight with Hua Qiu. Dong Fanlan, who gave you the right to act so presumptuously here? Dong Fanlan's father stepped forward angrily and shouted. How dare you offend the Sage of Medicine? I order you to immediately apologize to the Sage of Medicine and then leave at once. Impossible for me to move aside. Dong Fanlan replied. As for apologizing to him, that's fine, but you have to beat me first. The members of the Dongfang family immediately looked troubled. Dong Fanlan has always been difficult to manage, leaving them quite helpless. Master Medicine Saint, I have failed in my duty to raise my son, and I am truly sorry. Please rest assured, I will take him away immediately. Please do not take offense. Old man Dong Fanlan quickly bowed to Hua Qiu to apologize. At the same time, he also gave Dong Fangju and the others a meaningful look, clearly indicating that they should forcibly take Dong Fanlan away. Medicine Saint, are you so afraid that you don't even dare to fight me? Dong Fanlan shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. A blatant provocation. If you can't even defeat me, how dare you try to cure my grandfather's poison? Without sufficient strength, your life will be in danger even if you go. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Quickly, get this unfilial son away. Old man Dong Fanlan exclaimed anxiously. Hua Qiu raised his hand to stop him. Since he wants me to take action so badly, then I'll do it this time, he said with a faint smile. The Dongfang family members were taken aback. They opened their mouths to try and persuade them, afraid of causing problems. If Hua Qiu is injured by Dong Fanlan, how will he treat the old man's illness? After all, they all knew Dong Fanlan's strength. He was a genuine 3rd on the Azure Dragon ranking. At least you didn't make me look down on you. Dong Fanlan revealed a slight smile. Come on, let me see what you're made of. Are you ready? Hua Qiu asked. What? Dong Fanlan was slightly taken aback. Then I'll make my move, Hua Qiu said calmly. After saying that, he casually waved his hand at Dong Fanlan. Boom! In an instant, a violent burst of energy, casually generated, roared towards Dongfang Lan like a tornado, its momentum overwhelming. When they sensed the terrifying power carried by that energy, the Dongfang family members' expressions immediately changed drastically. Few in the martial arts world know the true strength of the medicine saint. Judging from his ability to teach a peerless genius like Hua Tsong, people guessed that he was likely at the martial venerable realm and could certainly be compared to the top figures on the Azure Dragon ranking. Now that Hua Qiu has made his move, even a veteran martial venerable like Dongfang Ju is terrified by the sheer force of it. Those assumptions are completely wrong. Even Dongfang Ju wouldn't dare say he could block this move. Dongfang Lan was also stunned. So strong? He was incredulous, his eyes widening. Even the two people ahead of him didn't have this kind of imposing presence, did they? At that moment, Dongfang Lan's expression was extremely solemn, and he dared not be negligent. The violent, tornado-like energy came on with tremendous force and speed, and there was no time to dodge. Dongfang Lan quickly mobilized all the internal energy in her dantian, forming an internal energy shield in front of her to withstand the attack. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the force blasted in front of him. Splash! The internal energy shield was instantly and without any doubt shattered, failing to mitigate the power in the slightest. What? Dongfang Lan was extremely shocked. Oh no! The members of the Dongfang family were shocked. But it was too late to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Dongfang Lan was blasted away by that powerful energy. Boom! As Dongfang Lan flew backward, she crashed hard into a courtyard wall behind her, causing the wall to collapse and burying her completely in the rubble. Dongfang Lan! Dongfang Lan's father, pale-faced, rushed forward to rummage through the rubble and dug Dongfang Lan out. Puff! After being dug out, Dongfang Lan spat out a mouthful of blood, her face looking extremely pale. His face was filled with shock, and he looked at Hua Qiu with a horrified expression. It was just a casual wave of the hand, yet it possessed such terrifying power. Even though he tried his best to defend, he still couldn't stop it and got injured. This shows that the two are simply not comparable in strength, with a huge gap between them. This dealt a severe blow to Dongfang Lan, who had always considered herself a peerless genius and was filled with arrogance. He ranked third on the Azure Dragon list. The other two were strong, but not by much, so they didn't make him feel defeated. But with Hua Qiu, all he could feel was the other's strength and his own weakness and powerlessness. He found it hard to accept. They're all about the same age, so how did this medicine saint cultivate? His medicine skills are already the best in the world, which is abnormal enough. How come his strength is also so great? Does he not allow others to live? Dongfang Lan, how are you? Are you badly injured? Dongfang Lan's father asked anxiously. Don't worry, he's not seriously injured. I didn't even use a tenth of my strength, Hua Qiu said. Not even a tenth of your strength? Dongfang Lan was shocked when she heard this. Regardless of whether Hua Qiu was exaggerating or not, these words made Dongfang Lan uneasy. Medicine saint, what is your cultivation level? Dongfang Lan's eyes reddened. Have you already cultivated to the great martial venerable realm? He asked through gritted teeth, his expression quite ferocious. The strongest among the top three on the Azure Dragon ranking only reached the third rank of martial venerable, and the first major dividing line within the martial venerable realm is the fifth rank great martial venerable. Great martial venerable, isn't that even better than the number one on the Azure Dragon ranking? They're all monsters. Dongfang Ju exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought that the medicine saint possessed such power? Great martial venerable? Hua Qiu suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Dongfang Lan asked with a dark face. Is the great martial venerable the ceiling in your eyes? Hua Qiu shook his head and said. His expression turned serious. Not to mention a great martial venerable, even a martial king couldn't withstand a single move from me. Hua Qiu said calmly. This time, the expressions of the members of the Dongfang family were surprisingly consistent. Everyone looked astonished and remained speechless for a long time. Martial King, that's the top tier among martial venerables. Without the emergence of a martial saint, the Martial King is the strongest in the martial arts world, a true top-tier master. Hua Qiu actually said that even King Wu couldn't withstand a single move from him? Who wouldn't be astonished? Dongfang Lan's emotions were in turmoil. He simply didn't believe such a thing. At this moment, all the doubts and resentment in Dongfang Lan's heart converged into two words, which he shouted out. Boast. 388, Chapter 388. The Eastern Ancestor Goes Mad. I don't believe it. Dongfang Lan shouted loudly. What do you take King Wu for, that such a powerful figure couldn't even withstand a single move from you? Absolutely impossible. You're not going to tell me that your cultivation has already reached the martial saint level, are you? If you really are a martial saint, I, Dongfang Lan, will immediately kneel down and kowtow 3 times to you. Dongfang Lan said decisively. Dongfang Lan, shut up. Dongfang Lan's father shouted coldly, quickly covering his mouth. Master Medicine Saint, my son is ignorant and speaks nonsense, please don't take it to heart, he apologized with a smile. Although the rest of the Dongfang family did not believe Hua Qiu's words, at this critical juncture, no one dared to offend Hua Qiu. Dongfang Lan bared his teeth and brandished his claws, his eyes bulging, wanting to shout, but his father held him firmly in his grasp. Hua Qiu merely chuckled at this. He told the truth, and whether others believed him or not was their business. Lead the way, he said to Dongfang Ju. Please. Dongfang Ju quickly composed himself and led Hua Qiu to the place where the old master of the Dongfang family was. The others followed behind. You're not allowed to go. Seeing that Dongfang Lan also wanted to come along, his father scolded her with a stern face. Why, I am also a martial venerable, I can help you too. If there isn't enough power to check and balance things, that medicine saint will probably die at my grandfather's hands, and then how can we talk about detoxifying him? Dongfang Lan's father's expression froze. You may come along, but you are not allowed to offend the medicine saint again. He warned. Okay. Dongfang Lan rolled her eyes. However, judging from his expression, he was still quite unconvinced. He just wanted to see how the medicine saint cured his grandfather's illness, and how he dealt with a martial saint who had gone mad and couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Hua Qiu was led by Dongfang Ju into a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was heavily guarded by martial artists from the Dongfang family, preventing anyone from getting close. Hua Qiu also noticed that the building materials around the courtyard were very sturdy, but some were still unable to withstand the weight. The walls bear signs of vandalism, deep handprints. Upon arriving here, the members of the Dongfang family all became serious, moving with utmost care, like thieves. Even Dongfang Lan became cautious, constantly paying attention to any disturbances around her. Mr. Medicine Saint, you must be careful, Dongfang Ju reminded him. Hua Qiu didn't take it seriously and continued walking briskly. If the old man appears later, please ask the medicine saint to step back first. After we have appeased and restrained him, you can come and check on him, Dongfang Lan's father said in a low voice. Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than a roaring sound came from the courtyard. Ahead, a figure darted out, its powerful energy causing a series of explosions wherever it passed. In an instant, the expressions of the Dongfang family members changed drastically. The old man is out, third brother, quick, protect Mr. Medicine Saint and retreat. Dongfang Lan's father shouted. Then, he and the others went to greet them. Master Medicine Saint, danger, retreat immediately. Dongfang Ju reached out to block Hua Qiu, extremely nervous. Ahead, members of the Dongfang family blocked the figure. You evil bastards, how dare you harm me, I will never let you live, give me your life. The martial saint of the Eastern family, with disheveled hair and looking like a madman, roared angrily. With his outburst, the aura of a martial saint spread out, and the air became chaotic. The power of the martial saint's chi was sharper than swords and blades. The members of the Dongfang family dared not confront it head-on and could only use their internal energy to resist it with difficulty. Grandpa, we are not evil people, we are your descendants. They shouted, trying to rouse the old man's mind. But today the old man seemed even more mad than usual, and no one recognized him. In his eyes, everyone here was an enemy who wanted to harm him. "You evil people, how dare you deceive me, you're courting death." The old man was furious and attacked directly. He struck out with his palm, the wind from which was fierce and terrifying. "Retreat!" Dongfang Lan's father shouted in alarm upon seeing this. The group immediately began to retreat. "Trying to escape, where do you think you're going?" The old man laughed loudly, and with a swift movement, he left behind a series of afterimages as he charged towards the group. "Grandfather, please wake up!" Dongfang Lan cried out in alarm. "Give me your life!" The old man wouldn't listen to anything, and quickly caught up with the group, striking out with a palm. This palm strike covered them all. Bang bang bang! The powerful palm strike instantly sent them all flying. They landed scattered, their faces pale, and all of them were injured. "The old man's condition is getting worse and worse, has never been this harsh on us before," one of them said with a bitter smile. The people of the Divine Physician sect have long said that when the old man's illness reaches its terminal stage, he will not even be able to recognize his closest relatives, and that will be the time when he is about to pass away. The members of the Dongfang family looked sorrowful. After swatting the others away, the old man didn't calm down. Instead, he turned his gaze to Dongfang Ju and Hua Qiu. "Oh no!" Dongfang Ju's face turned extremely ugly. "Master Medicine Saint, let's go!" He told Hua Qiu to run away, while he went to meet him. "Get out of here, you scoundrel!" The old man easily slapped Dongfang Ju away. No one in the entire Dongfang family could stop him. Although he had suffered from severe poisoning for many years, his cultivation had been greatly depleted. But as long as he remains at the martial saint realm, he is beyond the reach of even the martial venerables. "Boy, it's you, you're the poisoner from the 10,000 poison sect, you're the one who poisoned me." The delirious martial saint of the Dongfang family experienced hallucinations, mistaking Hua Qiu for a poisoner from the 10,000 poison sect. His expression was filled with hatred and anger, and his martial saint aura exploded violently, his killing intent reaching its peak. He charged toward Hua Qiu with overwhelming force. Hua Qiu stood there, looking at him indifferently. "Master Medicine Saint, why aren't you running away?" The Dongfang family members all looked. Oni was stunned, and extremely anxious. They wanted to go up and help, but because they were injured, they couldn't get there in time. Even if they rushed up, they couldn't stop them at all. Because this is a killing move that transcends even the most powerful martial saints and is filled with murderous intent, no one here can stop it. "Medicine Saint, you son of a bitch, run away, are you scared out of your wits?" The hot-tempered Dongfang Lan couldn't help but curse, extremely anxious. Hua Qiu is now their only hope. He's dead, and the old man is beyond saving. The group watched helplessly as the old man stormed towards Hua Qiu with murderous intent. "Poisonous man, die!" With a furious roar, the old man slammed a punch into Hua Qiu's face. The members of the Dongfang family stared blankly, their mouths agape. Dongfang Lan couldn't bear to look any longer and turned her face away. Boom! How terrifying is the killing intent fist of the martial saint! The wind howled like thunder, deafeningly loud. A fierce wind raged in the courtyard, stirring up dust that blinded several people and obscured the figures of the two people. A moment later, the storm subsided. Dongfang Lan sighed dejectedly. He finally encountered a genius who was so much stronger than himself, but he never expected that the genius would only be a flash in the pan. He felt a pang of sadness and slowly turned around. At that moment, he noticed the expressions on the faces of the elders beside him. Both Dongfang Ju and his father were dumbfounded, staring blankly ahead, looking utterly shocked. It was as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Dongfang Lan had never seen her elders lose their composure like this. Could it be? He was startled and quickly turned his gaze to the direction in which the others were staring. In an instant, his pupils dilated violently, and an unprecedented look of shock appeared on his face. 389, Chapter 389. It's just a minor problem. The old martial saint of the Dongfang family unleashed a punch filled with murderous intent, its power extremely strong. The Dongfang family even believed that Huaqiu was likely to die, and might not even survive. But what happened before their eyes was beyond everyone's expectations. The old man's punch, filled with murderous intent, did not harm Huaqiu in the slightest. Huaqiu's clothes were perfectly neat, and he stood there without moving. The old man's fist stopped just 3 inches from his face. For a moment, the members of the Dongfang family looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that grandfather regained his senses and restrained his strength, which is why the medicine saint was unharmed? Dongfang Lan asked her elders in a low voice. Impossible. Even if the old man wanted to stop, he couldn't, Dongfang Jushen said solemnly. Moreover, it seems that the old man still hasn't regained his senses. Then there's only one possibility: the medicine saint neutralized the force of that punch, and thus emerged unscathed. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lan looked surprised. The old man is a martial saint. Even if his strength has declined, he is still a martial saint. How could the medicine saint neutralize his power? Dongfang Lan was hardly incredulous. That punch was so powerful that even a martial king wouldn't be able to withstand it. His assessment of Huaqiu's strength was that of a great martial venerable. Mr. Medicine Saint is quite extraordinary, Dongfang Lan's father said meaningfully. The old man was somewhat surprised that his punch had been in vain. I never imagined you, a poisonous man, possessed such strength. He sneered, withdrawing his fist and taking a few steps back, full of vigilance. You despicable poisoner, let's see if you can withstand my killing move. The old man gave a cold shout and began to assume a special posture, as if he were preparing some powerful move. Broken. Upon seeing his posture, the members of the Dongfang family all changed color. The old man is about to use his strongest move. How could the medicine saint make him feel such a great sense of crisis? They were very shocked. I heard that even the leader of the martial alliance dared not directly confront my grandfather's ultimate move. Can the medicine saint withstand it? Dongfang Lan said leisurely. I'm afraid that won't work. Dongfang Ju's face was full of worry. With our strength, we wouldn't be able to help Master Yaoxing. Even if we went up instead, we would be implicated and lose our lives now. We can only leave it to fate. Several elders shook their heads, not optimistic about Huaqiu. Golden light emanated from the old man's body, and a sharp aura emanated from him. Sword intent? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Interesting. Overlord blade. With a loud shout, the old man from the east unleashed a phantom image of a large sword from his body. Then, he chopped down hard on Huaqiu with both hands. Clang! The enormous blade shadow slashed down towards Huaqiu's head. Bang! Before the blade even struck, the terrifying blade energy turned the flowers, plants, and trees around Huaqiu into dust. So powerful, so terrifying. Dongfang Lan was terrified. This was the first time he had ever seen a martial saint unleash his full power, which greatly shocked him. The medicine sage is in grave danger. Someone exclaimed. They were filled with worry because even when faced with such a deadly move, Huaqiu did not dodge at all. His confidence was incomprehensible to the others. In the blink of an eye, the sharp blade was already at Huaqiu's head. Huaqiu smiled faintly, stretched out one hand, and raised it above his head. He wants to catch grandfather's overlord blade with just one hand. He's insane. Dongfang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. The others shared similar thoughts, believing that Huaqiu was courting death. Several pairs of eyes watched as Huaqiu's palm met the sharp edge of the broadsword. Then, nothing happened. Huaqiu's hand was not crippled, and the blade's downward strike stopped. He actually caught the blade with one hand. In an instant, the members of the Dongfang family were stunned, as if their understanding had been overturned. Even a martial saint whose cultivation level is higher than that of the patriarch of the Dongfang family couldn't withstand the overlord blade like that. How did he do that? Dongfang Lan asked incredulously. Could it be he has become so powerful that he rivals even a martial saint? The members of the Dongfang family were suddenly shocked. It seems that this is the only explanation at present. The medicine saint is not the martial venerable. He is a transcendent martial saint. A transcendent martial saint in his 20s. Dongfang Lan felt a strong sense of suffocation. What level is that? He is ranked third on the Azure Dragon list, the pinnacle of young geniuses in the Xia Kingdom. Compared to Huaxiao, it's like a floor tile. It's easy to imagine how devastating the blow was to Dongfang Lan. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Dongfang Zhu uttered these words with great emphasis. The medicine saint, his medicine skills are the best in the world. Dongfang Lan's father said slowly. Such an existence is difficult to define. He's not even human. Chop it down for me. The old master of the Dongfang family had red eyes and was desperately trying to press the blade down. Huaqiao easily supported himself with one hand, preventing the blade's edge from moving an inch. The sword intent of worldly martial artists is ultimately just an empty form, lacking much inner power, Huaqiao said with a hint of disappointment. Then, he applied a little force with his hand and gently broke it open. Snap! The massive blade was instantly covered in cracks, and in the next moment it shattered completely into thousands of fragments. The old man was stunned. He actually broke the old man's ultimate move, and so easily the members of the Dongfang family were somewhat numb. You despicable poisoner, I'll fight you to the death. The old man went berserk again, leaping up to attack Huaqiao once more. That's enough, you've made enough of a scene, Huaqiao said calmly, striking out with a palm strike from a distance. A palm print appeared out of thin air, instantly knocking the old man down from the sky, his body embedded in the ground. He tapped the pressure points a few more times from a distance, sealing them completely and preventing the man from going berserk. Bring him over here, Huaqiao ordered the Dongfang family members. Hapohoke, the group of people, who had been in a daze, finally came to their senses. They quickly followed Huaqiao's instructions, ran over, lifted the old man, and brought him to Huaqiao. Seeing the once imposing old man subdued by Huaqiao with just a few moves, Dongfang Lan's expression was extremely complicated. When did transcending the martial saint level become so insignificant? Huaqiao glanced at the old man's condition and made a judgment. Master Medicine Saint, how is he? Is there any hope? The group looked at him anxiously. There's hope, it's not a big problem, Huaqiao said calmly. The group immediately showed expressions of delight. However, these are all infamous and deadly poisons from the 10,000 poisons sect. You'd better be careful, one person said hesitantly. I wiped out the 10,000 poisons sect. I don't take their poison seriously, Huaqiao said casually. Unexpectedly, this nearly drove the Dongfang family to madness. 390, Chapter 390 on Really Bad At. Huaqiao asked Dongfang Zhu to pry open the old man's mouth. The Eastern giant followed suit. With a flick of his finger, Huaqiao sent a specially made antidote into the old man's mouth. It melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and its medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body. Black smoke rose from the old man's body. Don't inhale it, Huaqiao warned. The black smoke was toxic, but it quickly dissipated into the air. Puff! The old man opened his mouth and spat out dark, foul-smelling blood. Then, his eyes gradually cleared. Am I having another episode? The old man asked in a deep voice, looking at the group. Grandpa, you recognized us? Dongfang Zhu exclaimed in surprise. It's healed, grandfather is really healed. Dongfang Lan's expression was filled with excitement. The members of the Dongfang family finally showed relieved smiles. As expected of the medicine saint, he cured the old man with just one pill, one person said with great admiration. Even the people from Medicine King Valley and Divine Physician sect were helpless, but I never expected that the medicine saint could solve it with just one move. I think you are not only the best in the world in medicine, but also deserve the title of the best in the world in medical skills. Huaqiao was unimpressed by such flattery. He wasn't good at medicine. However, from his perspective, both the cultivation world and the mortal world are extremely low dimensions, and almost nothing can stump him. His medical skills are truly miraculous, and most importantly, his strength is also beyond comprehension. Dongfang Lan looked at Huaqiao and couldn't help but admire him. The other two people in the top 3 of the Azure Dragon ranking could not win his heart. But someone like Hua Qiu was no longer on the same level as them, so he could no longer have the mind to compare them. How long have I been unconscious? The old man asked, rubbing his temples. Grandpa, you've gone mad this time, and you've been acting like a demon for over a month now, Dongfangju said softly. What, you've gone mad from cultivation, for a month? The old man from the east was greatly alarmed. It was this sage of medicine who cured you, we must thank him properly, the group introduced Hua Qiu to him. The medicine saint, what's his relationship with the medicine god? Old Master Dongfang looked completely bewildered. Grandpa, this medicine saint is extraordinary, far surpassing the medicine god. Dongfangju quickly gave a brief account of the medicine saint's deeds. The old man from the east listened with a face full of astonishment. I never imagined that after all these years of my madness, the Xia kingdom would produce such an amazing talent. He quickly stood up from the ground and dusted himself off. I am deeply grateful for your help, sir. He bowed to Hua Qiu with his hands clasped in a very sincere gesture. I have been tormented by the poison of the 10,000 poison sect for more than 10 years. If it weren't for you, sir, I would probably be barely clinging to life. Your kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai, and I will never forget it. No need for formalities, Hua Qiu nodded. By the way, they said I went mad with qi deviation earlier when you were detoxifying me. Did I hurt you? Old Master Dongfang asked with a worried look. In an instant, the Dongfang family members all had strange expressions. Grandpa, the medicine saint is unharmed, but you, are you alright? Dongfangju asked in a low voice. Why do you ask that? How could I be injured? Old Master Dongfang asked, looking puzzled. Grandpa, it's like this. Dongfangju quickly told him what had just happened. Nonsense, how could you make up such an outrageous story? Old Master Dongfang's face darkened immediately. Mr. Medicine Saint is so young. Even if his cultivation is profound, he is at most about the same level as Dongfang Lan. How could he possibly reach the realm of martial saint? Don't try to fool me. The old man was very unhappy. Old man, he's not lying to you. You even used the Overlord blade, but you couldn't do anything to Master Medicine Saint. One of them coughed and said. Old Master Dongfang looked at the group of people. Seeing that they looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, he couldn't help but frown deeply. He looked at Hua Qiu again, his expression filled with surprise and uncertainty. Is this really possible? He still couldn't believe it. The martial arts master, who was in his 20s, had never heard of such a thing before and was utterly shocked. Master Medicine Saint, how about we have another spar? Old Master Dongfang suggested. There's no need, Hua Qiu shook her head. You've managed to cultivate sword intent, so you do have some skill and talent, he commented. Old Master Dongfang's expression froze. However, your sword intent focuses too much on the situation and neglects the true power. Sword intent emphasizes meaning over form. There is no need to make a big show of it if the power is sufficient. Even a length of a few centimeters can dismantle everything. Upon hearing this, Old Master Dongfang was deeply shaken. Throughout the entire Xia kingdom, there are very few people who can cultivate sword intent. He couldn't find a suitable person to discuss things with, and he had to figure things out on his own, so his progress was not obvious. Hua Qiu's words were like a revelation to him. Old Master Dongfang immediately believed half of it. The fact that Hua Qiu can offer such insight shows that his strength is definitely not low. Actually, I don't know much about or am good at sword intent, so I can only give you some advice. Whether you listen or not is up to you, Hua Qiu said calmly. He lightly cleaved the pond behind Old Master Dongfang with a chopstick. Buzz! In an instant, a blade of light shot out, only a foot long, and slashed across the pond. In an instant, the earth trembled. When the group looked over, they were speechless with astonishment. Grandpa Dongfang was also extremely shocked, staring unblinkingly at the center of the pond, unable to recover for a long time. Hua Qiu's gentle slash. It actually divided the entire pond in two. A deep ravine appeared in the middle of the pond. The powerful sword intent lingered in the ravine, preventing the pond water from flowing down and creating a vacuum zone in the middle. This miraculous scene stunned the Dongfang family, leaving Old Master Dongfang in awe. Such sword intent, such sword intent! he murmured, as if he had lost his soul. How could he not see, this sword intent was on a level far superior to his? Having experienced such sword intent, he was deeply shaken and gained many insights, hoping to climb to a higher realm. Thank you so much for your guidance, Master Medicine Saint. Old Master Dongfang bowed to Huaqiu with tears of gratitude. A life-saving grace is like being given a second chance, a guiding grace is like that of a mentor. Old Master Dongfang had no more doubts. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of Huaqiu's strength. This person's power far exceeded the imagination of the Dongfang family. This sword intent, this is what you call not being good at it? Dongfang Lan looked at the deep ravine in the pond with a speechless expression and said, if this blow were to strike a person, even a martial saint, known for their powerful physique, would not escape being cut in two. If I had this skill, I'm afraid no one in the entire capital would be my match. Dongfang Lan said absent-mindedly. I'm really not good at sword intent, Huaqiu said sincerely.